Chapter 1. A Decade of Resignation. The rescue, it's over. Lu Laosher can't make it. At the lifelong music concert, Yang Mi was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Originally, today was Valentine's Day, and as the producer of this concert, Yang Mi had meticulously prepared everything. From the invited guests to the grandeur of the event, every detail was impeccably arranged. However, to her dismay, the esteemed guest Lu Dahua collapsed from exhaustion on his way to the concert. In just 15 minutes, it would be Lu Dihua's turn to perform. Within such a brief time frame, Yang Mi had to secure another guest to save the day, and this individual must possess undeniable prowess recognized by the audience. Mijia, how about trying to call Lu Chen for help? Suggested her assistant, Xiaomai. The moment Yang Mi heard that name, memories of Lu Chen flooded her mind like a fast-forwarded movie reel. Lu Chen debuted at the tender age of 17. With hits like Flower Sea, 7 Mile Fragrance, and Black Sweater, he reached the pinnacle of success right from the start. Yet, at the height of his career at the age of 20, Lu Chen shocked his fans at a concert by announcing his retirement from the music industry. Fans were bewildered, and Yang Mi was even more so. As Lu Chen's childhood friend, she had every reason to believe that at that time, his musical talent surpassed all others in the industry. As long as he maintained his musical prowess, he was destined to become the music king of a new era. However, Lu Chen declared, "My greatest dream is to achieve financial freedom. Having reached my modest goal of 100 million, I am ready to embrace a laid-back retirement lifestyle that everyone envies," and thus he lay down for a decade. Over these 10 years, the music industry underwent seismic changes. Did you think it improved, with newcomers overshadowing Lu Chen, the once great talent? No. The music scene now resembled a grim reality, where the waves at the back of the Yangtze River cannot reach the front, and before the next wave can even crash upon the shore, it has silently drowned in the sea. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, the previous wave, lay on the beach for 10 years, never encountering a worthy successor. This time, Yang Mi had not neglected to invite Lu Chen. "You've been lounging for 10 years. Surely your modest goal has been nearly exhausted? Are you really not considering a comeback?" At that time, Lu Chen, sprawled on the couch like an elderly woman, casually browsing online shops and engaging in trivial pursuits, nonchalantly replied, "Do you believe I've only spent 10 million over this decade? I believe you're joking, you old rascal. Spending only 1 million a year doesn't align with your reputation as a resourceful star." Indeed, 13 years ago, Lu Chen rose to fame with the support of his mother, the most formidable manager. Initially, due to his connections, he was met with skepticism before even officially debuting yet. He astounded everyone right from the start, demonstrating what it truly meant to possess not only resources and wealth, but also unparalleled talent. Simultaneously, Lu Chen, after recklessly demolishing the world's sole luxurious emerald green vehicle, calmly sat beside the wreckage, engrossed in his phone, showcasing to netizens the true essence of the phrase "poverty has constrained my imagination." After being rejected, Yang Mi proposed an appearance fee of 10 million. Yet, Lu Chen nonchalantly remarked, "Boss Yang, you've worked at Jiaxing Studio for 5 years. Surely your annual profits exceed a modest goal." In an instant, Yang Mi felt despondent. To demand an appearance fee that equated to her yearly profits. For heaven's sake, can't one be reasonable? I possess wealth, but I am not foolish. Ultimately, however, Yang Mi found herself compelled to dial this cunning fellow's number, a modest goal, in exchange for your appearance tonight. Lu Chen had yet to respond. On the other end of the line, Lu Chen's mother, Jinghua, chimed in. "Mimi, 0 appearance fee. 0 appearance fee. Arrive in 10 minutes." Before Yang Mi could register the information, the call was abruptly terminated. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, clad in a summer tank top and oversized shorts, was being manhandled into the car by Jinghua. "Your wife is in distress. As her husband, you should be aiding her, not fretting over appearance fees. What did you become so shallow?" Indeed, in Jinghua's eyes, Yang Mi had long since become her daughter-in-law. Over the years, she had attempted to bring these two together on multiple occasions. Yet, Lu Chen's incessant antics always seemed to sabotage her efforts, whether it was tearing off the meticulously applied eyelid stickers from Yang Mi's eyes, questioning her choice to adorn herself with tape, or merely focusing on his meal, and neglecting the delightful scenery across the table. Naturally, to Jinghua, This opportunity to intervene seemed like a divine blessing. Unbeknownst to everyone, Chen was a time traveler. 13 years prior, he had traversed into this world, binding himself to the father system. What does being a father entail? Quite literally, Chen was the father of the system. Whatever Chen desired, the system would instantly fulfill his requests. He was, in essence, a treasure of son. Consequently, Chen had dominated the music industry, conquering it with unparalleled prowess. He stood atop the pinnacle, surveying his domain with disdain for the masses. After a decade of leisure, he found himself unexpectedly returning in such a manner. 10 minutes later, Chen arrived backstage at the concert. At that moment, Yang Mi was still anxiously pacing. Her heart was restless, pondering whether Chen would truly show up. Mimi. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Raising her gaze, she was met with the sight of none other than Chen, the very person she thought would never appear. In that instant, Yang Mi felt akin to someone lost in the darkness, desperately seeking a path, only to be illuminated by a radiant beam of light. You finally decided to come. You do understand how to save the day. I must clarify. I'm not a mama's boy. I merely fear my mother might beat me, which is why I came to the rescue. At this very moment, Yang Mi no longer cares about the minutiae. You have just 5 minutes until you take the stage. Which of your previous songs are you going to perform? They'll have the sound engineer prepare it for you. Are you joking? You expect the music king, who has made a sudden comeback after a decade without any forewarning, to rely on old songs to evoke the nostalgia of netizens? Performing old songs is out of the question. Today, I absolutely will not sing any old tracks. If you're going to sing, it must be a new song. Yang Mi was taken aback by this response. Have you already written it? I penned it 10 years ago. I merely succumbed to my laziness and didn't bother to release it. With that, Chen produced a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Yang Mi. Deliver this to the sound engineer. In 5 minutes, I shall make a dazzling entrance. Yang Mi nodded. What is the title of the new song? A Decade. In this era, he ensures that every song he writes as a ghostwriter is registered for copyright as soon as it is completed. Chapter 2. Stand Back. I am about to show off. Upon hearing the title of the song, Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could it be that this melody encapsulates the emotional journey of the past decade, a heartfelt expression of all your sentiments? Have you indulged too much in sentimental musings? I've told you time and again to temper your idealism with a dose of reality. Yang Mi cast a silent glance at him. After 10 years, you remain the same old braggart. Are you planning to tread the path of arrogance without turning back? By the way, do you truly believe it appropriate to attend a Valentine's Day concert in a tank top and flamboyant floral shorts? Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. As long as I possess charm, even if I were to attend the concert shirtless, there would still be admirers eager to touch my chiseled abs. I can hardly believe that. You've been slothful for a decade. Your abdomen has turned into a mere lump of flesh. Doubt it? Then I shall lift my shirt for you to see. No, no, no. I fear it might blind me. I wish to preserve my eyesight to behold the beauty of this world. At that moment, Xiao Mai interjected, Sister Mi, Brother Chen. Chen Yu has already come down. It's time to prepare for the stage. Chen immediately straightened his posture, raised his right hand, and gestured for everyone to step back. Stand back, for I am about to show off. Ensure the sound system is at its peak. The lights must shine the brightest. Scatter the most glitter as I exit. Otherwise, my display of grandeur will be incomplete. Oh, you braggart, do be quiet. Though Chen radiated confidence, certain trepidation lingered within Yang Mi. Would the youth of today embrace the songs he penned a decade ago? She acknowledged that Chen, 10 years prior, was a titan of the music scene. Yet, the current industry is a chaotic blend of fleeting talents and gimmicks, lacking anyone with the prowess he once wielded. The music world now relies heavily on seasoned artists to sustain it, all yearning for a formidable successor to emerge. A decade ago, everyone believed Chen had pioneered a new musical genre. Did this not foreshadow a tide of increasingly exceptional talents to follow? Who could have anticipated that Chen had already reached his zenith, leaving behind a landscape filled with despair and mediocrity? Xiao me quitte les remarques. Whenever I find myself in a musical drought, I always seek out Chen's songs from 10 years ago. Oh, truly? Yang Mi inquiret. hoping that Xiao Mai's words were not mere flattery, but genuine sentiment. Indeed, it's not just me. Many netizens continue to check in on Liu Chen's Weibo, despite his prolonged silence, as he updates it merely once a year. Yet, this does not diminish the nostalgia that netizens hold for this former music monarch. Tonight, brother Liu Chen's return will undoubtedly set the trending topics ablaze. Meanwhile, on stage, the host, Teacher He, was introducing the next guest. Originally intended to be an introduction for Liu Dehua, it had now shifted to Liu Chen. The planning team has urgently crafted an introduction. Teacher He was initially taken aback, his pupils seemingly shaken. The musical titan who ascended to fame a decade ago is making a comeback today with a new work. This is exceedingly abrupt. According to the conventions of the entertainment industry, when a long quiet singer prepares to return, their management typically conducts preliminary trials. Consequently, netizens often find themselves inundated with a plethora of short videos featuring the artist. After igniting a wave of nostalgia, the singer then rides this momentum to stage their comeback. However, at this moment, Liu Chen announces his return while the promotional efforts are still lagging behind. He has arrived without the customary build-up. Moreover, he has come in a manner that suggests he is stepping in to save the day. In other words, had it not been for the exhausting collapse of King Liu, Liu Chen would not be gracing the stage today. Teacher He is at a loss for words to convey his emotions. Yet, Liu Chen remains remarkably composed. Why bother with the details? Fate has orchestrated this moment. Teacher He introduces Liu Chen's appearance with an evocative statement. Believe me, among this audience of 10,000, there exists one individual who has accompanied you through 3 years of youth. The audience is momentarily stunned. 3 years of youth. Why does this introduction sound so familiar? Some listeners quickly respond, loudly uttering a name, Liu Chen. Upon hearing this, Teacher He chuckles. His expression seems to say, "Indeed, you are correct." The audience immediately begins to murmur amongst themselves. Even the listeners in the live stream start to engage in discussion. Could it really be Liu Chen? Didn't he already pass away? To be precise, he has been living a retired and carefree life, neglecting to post updates, which gives the impression that he has vanished. Liu Chen's latest Weibo post states, "I've come to clarify, I'm not dead." It is not surprising that some harbor such assumptions. After all, since Liu Chen's retirement, he ceased all public appearances and career pursuits, as if he had evaporated from existence. Initially, Liu Chen would debunk rumors, responding to images of his supposed demise with phrases like, "When did I die? How am I unaware of my own death? How many times have I died now? Goodness, how many times have I passed away?" Eventually, he lost count of the times death rumors were fabricated about him. Later still, he grew weary of refuting such claims. "If I'm dead, so be it. As long as you find joy in it. Regardless, it will not disrupt my serene retirement." And now, netizens are utterly astonished. Liu Chen is making his return to the stage tonight. Is this for real? I can't believe it. Such an unexpected, unheralded, unpromoted comeback. This defies logic. It contradicts the established norms of the entertainment industry. Do not confine Liu Chen to the conventional paradigms of the industry. This young man, who a decade ago crafted what we deemed unconventional, yet later revealed to be breathtaking and astonishing melodies that shook the music scene, cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Teacher He, spare us the suspense. Please unveil the answer. Teacher He immediately responded, "Indeed, a member of the audience has already revealed the answer. This person is none other than Liu Chen. Let us welcome him with resounding applause." The audience initially fell silent for a few moments, only to erupt in thunderous applause. Some audience members began to shout excitedly, "Liu Chen! Liu Chen! Liu Chen!" Most of this audience has surpassed the age of 30, 13 years ago. They were just 17-year-old youths. At that tender age, they were still naive about the concept of love. The songs Liu Chen performed, which spoke of youth, undoubtedly resonated deeply within their hearts, leaving vivid impressions of their formative years. Even though Liu Chen subsequently chose to retire, tales of his legacy continue to circulate in the realm of music. Chapter 3. My Youth Has Returned. Devoted fans have expressed their sentiments regarding Liu Chen's music when the prelude of his song resonates, regardless of whether one has graduated or is no longer in school. one cannot help but reminisce about the summer of 18. The sweltering heat, the chorus of cicadas, the gentle sway of the trees, naivety, the tender stirrings of first love. The silhouettes shared after school, ice creams in hand, the stars, the moon, the earnestness with which you explained questions to me in the study room, the warm glow of street lamps, and the image of you shooting hoops beneath their light. Everything remains in that summer, yet you are absent, and I have transformed from a youthful lad into a somewhat jaded man. And those 20-something spectators cannot fathom why someone they have never heard of could evoke such a profound response. Chen, who is he? Is he famous? They are blissfully unaware that 13 years ago, while they were enjoying the tunes of animated characters, there was a big boy who served as a source of solace for their older siblings. Not only were there the innocent feelings of youth, but also the inspiring anthems that propelled dreams forward. For those 17-year-olds striving for their college entrance exams, his music offered encouragement for a bright future filled with sunshine. And now, as Chen graces the stage before an audience of 30-something men and women, nostalgia fills the air. Upon seeing him for the first time, those familiar with him erupted in laughter. Time has indeed been unforgiving. The once youthful boy has now taken to the streets in floral shorts and tank tops, wandering amidst the summer cicadas. After a decade, this seemingly unchanged man has chosen to make a sudden return to the stage. And one wonders if the songs he is about to sing carry a deeper significance. The audience gradually quiets. On stage, the somber notes of a piano begin to play. Chen starts to sing softly. If those two words had not trembled, I would not have realized my distress. How to articulate it? It is merely a farewell. If there are no expectations for tomorrow, holding hands is akin to traveling. Among countless doorways, someone must inevitably lead the way. The audience remains silent, longing to hear Chen's voice in its finest form. Yet, the expressions of astonishment on their faces convey a different story. They are utterly captivated. In stark contrast to the serenity of the venue, the online broadcast is ablaze with excitement. Chen, my youth. It has been 10 years. His voice is transformed. The youthful timbre has matured, becoming magnetic. 10 years. 10 years. Not a single challenger in sight. Who would have thought that the only one to defeat Chen would be Chen himself? Chen, it is not that I'm showing off. Rather, the only one who could defeat me is myself. As Chen's voice and melodies envelop the audience, time seems to rewind a decade. 10 years ago, we were at an age where we could truly engage in romance. You would find your heart stirred by a girl merely passing by. You would wait for that boy, who sweats freely on the basketball court, holding a cup of water for what seems like an eternity. You would ponder that your journey through this life should be shared with the one you cherish, strolling hand in hand along sunlit streets. You would embark on a sweet romance, meticulously planning a birthday surprise for that special someone, all for the joy of witnessing her radiant smile on that day. In those moments, everything feels enchanting, does it not? It appears as though the life you desire unfolds precisely as you envisioned. Yet, life offers no rehearsals. Each day is an unscripted performance. You can never know if the next act will feature you and her hand in hand. As Chen sings, since embrace cannot linger, why not enjoy while we weep upon parting? 10 years ago, I did not know you, and you did not belong to me. We remained as strangers, wandering through streets that gradually became familiar. A decade later, we are friends, able to exchange greetings, yet that tenderness can no longer find a reason for embrace. Lovers inevitably become friends. At this juncture, Chen seems to encapsulate a love that has quietly come to an end. This conclusion is not a happily ever after, but rather a poignant to be. 10 years. From 18 to 28. It is the finest decade for a girl and the brightest for a boy. Once, we envisioned a journey from school uniforms to wedding gowns. Yet it was you who walked with me in those uniforms, while another adorned the gown. I never anticipated that one day we would meet again on those very streets. As if we have made peace with the past. We exchange smiles and inquire about each other's well-being, our voices resonating with the gentleness reminiscent of our shared moments. However, we are acutely aware that time ages us, and we cannot return to what once was. Those heart-stirring moments will dissipate like fleeting breezes from our memories. The summer cicadas will remind me that you once graced my youth. Is it regretful? Indeed. Do I wish to cry? Certainly. But we are now mature adults, incapable of displaying our emotions before the world. We cannot look back at what has transpired. We can only cherish our memories in silence and gaze forward, embracing a different life. Not all fish inhabit the same sea, nor can all paths re-emerge beneath the same starlit sky. If we could reach the end together, we would be endlessly grateful for this gift. If not, then I wish you well, dear one. On stage, Chen repeats those lyrics that irresistibly evoke recollections of bygone days. A decade later, we may still greet each other as friends, yet the tenderness we once shared has dissipated, leaving no reason for embraces. Lovers inevitably become friends, and it was only after years of friendship that I realized my tears do not flow solely for you, but also for others. Below the stage, the audience weeps inconsolably. The 20-year-olds do not grasp the depth of this emotion. Are they truly moved by this song? They fail to understand. Do you think we are touched by this melody? We are merely reminiscing about our lost youth. In the live stream, thousands of netizens have expressed their sentiments. I recall 10 years ago, that girl in a school uniform said, "You must buy me the finest wedding dress in the future, yet now that I can afford it, that girl has vanished." I'm grateful that we transitioned from school uniforms to wedding dresses, having accompanied each other through our youth, and I hope we can share our lives together. We moved from school uniforms to wedding dresses, yet we ultimately divorced. Isn't that laughable? Sometimes, life is as melodramatic as this, where princes and princesses live happily ever after exists only in fairy tales. To the past, I raise a glass, wishing for no years to look back upon. It has been 10 years, and Chen remains as formidable as ever. Indeed, talented individuals will never be obsolete in the market or the passage of time. At this moment, Yang Mi, backstage, is so profoundly moved that she is rendered speechless. Chapter 4. How could it be that I, the once reigning monarch of the day, have been so easily captivated? She found it hard to fathom that Chen's song, penned a decade ago, could resonate so profoundly in the present day. It seemed utterly timeless, as if it had been composed just recently. As the netizens have remarked, 10 years have passed, and we have transitioned from youthful innocence to a more mature understanding of life. No longer are we the same individuals who would stand transfixed for ages, mesmerized by a handsome boy's perfect basketball shot. We have also outgrown the days when we labored silently to gain admission to the same university as the girl we adored. Our hearts are not so easily stirred anymore. We no longer halt our progress for the sake of someone we merely admire. In our newfound maturity, we recognize that love is not the entirety of existence. Our lives ahead are laden with responsibilities far too great. Yet, Chen appears unchanged. He seems to embody that same radiant youth of yesteryears. Standing on stage, regardless of his attire, the moment he opens his mouth to sing, he reaches the innermost depths of every listener's heart. Whether one chooses to acknowledge it or not, his prelude, his voice, and his lyrics possess an enchanting power. As the music swells, it feels as though a tunnel to our past youth has been unveiled, conjuring an epic film of our memories. Look, listen. In the end, tears of nostalgia brim in our eyes as we lament the passage of youth. Yet, Chen remains steadfast in his prowess, commanding the spotlight within the industry. The thunderous applause reverberates through the venue. The audience, overwhelmed with emotion, mourns for the eyes that once gazed upon their youth. Girls, weeping while applauding Chen, are a testament to his triumphant return. Without a doubt, this is a declaration to all. Chen's comeback is a resounding success. As the final notes linger in the air, just as Chen requested, golden confetti cascades gracefully, enveloping him and each audience member in its shimmering embrace. Amidst this golden shower, Chen chooses to exit the stage. However, not a single spectator wishes for him to depart at this moment. They yearn for countless stories yet untold. What have you experienced in these 10 years? Why have you chosen to return after a decade? All these questions await Chen's personal revelations. Upon reaching the backstage, Chen was still processing the event when Yang Mi rushed forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Chen, I cannot thank you enough. You executed a flawless rescue, a veritable textbook moment. Really? I find it hard to believe such words come from you. Yang Mi replied, releasing him with a playful incredulity. So what do you wish to hear? I'll just fetch a quip from the internet for you. No, no, no. A simple inquiry about my well-being pales in comparison to a hefty sum of money. Have you been blinded by wealth? Wow, no wonder we grew up together. You understand me so well. I am not merely blinded by wealth. My brain, my heart, every organ in my body has succumbed to the allure of riches. Yang Mi inquired of Xiao Mai about her wallet, from which she extracted a check and handed it to Lu Chen. You write the figures yourself. I appreciate your straightforwardness in offering money, Lu Chen remarked while inscribing 999,999,999 yuan and 90 cents. Upon hearing this amount, Yang Mi was taken aback. You must be joking. Why would I jest? You instructed me to write freely. He replied, unfortunately, the maximum I can inscribe is just over 900 million. Otherwise, I would have written 1 billion. But I certainly do not possess such wealth. No matter. We can defer that. I may face solitude in old age, but I refuse to live in destitution. You have several aspirations already. How can you claim to be impoverished? Do you harbor a misunderstanding of poverty? Suddenly, Yang Mi recalled something. Aunt Jinghua had mentioned that this performance was a free rescue. As a diligent child educated by kindergarten teachers to listen to their mothers, you wouldn't dare contradict her intentions, would you? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. You know how to strike at the heart. Thus, I shall reclaim this check. Yang Mi declared with delight as she retrieved the check. So, my rescue this time was in vain? Lu Chen asked plaintively. 10 years prior, his performance fee had reached 10 million, and now, a decade later, he was being offered a freebie. Such a disgrace. Such an affront. The poor child was aggrieved. All right, I shall grant you 20 million for your appearance fee. After 10 years, it's only fair to double it. How does that sound? Am I not devoid of any ulterior motives, filled instead with sincerity? Then I shall graciously accept. Task accomplished. I am heading home now. What are your plans next? Yang Mi inquired. Next, I shall return to enjoy a late-night snack. What else would I do? Stay here yawning? Lu Chen replied while fanning himself with the check, cheerfully striding away. Xiao Mai stood by astonished. Was this truly the sunny, refreshing boy she had adored a decade ago? He had transformed into a shallow yet content little money enthusiast. Yet, Lu Chen never genuinely contemplated claiming over 900 million. Although he had been coerced to come by Jinghua, the moment he heard Yang Mi's anxious voice, he yearned to soar over and rescue her. He understood how profoundly significant this Valentine's Day concert was for Yang Mi. Since its inception, Jiaxing Studio had never faltered, particularly with large-scale concerts, which had never experienced any live broadcast incidents. Should tonight's event fall through, it would not only tarnish Yang Mi's reputation within the industry, but also cast doubt on Jiaxing Studio's professional capabilities. At that point, restoring their good name would prove arduous. The direst consequence could be the loss of all collaboration partners, swiftly plunging from their peak to bankruptcy. He had witnessed firsthand the immense dedication Yang Mi had poured into establishing the studio. How could one merely stand by during the most challenging times? This is utterly inconsistent with his character. Although Lu Chen, after successfully salvaging the situation, breathed a sigh of relief, exuding an air of discreet humility, he was indeed genuinely delighted for Yang Mi. The footage of Lu Chen's performance at the concert swiftly circulated online, edited by netizens. Unsurprisingly, Lu Chen dominated the trending topics. Lu Chen returns, live performance explodes, 10 years, no one can surpass Lu Chen, a true master still remains a true master. Lu Chen's stage outfight is Sekazul Pan floral shorts. Upon clicking in, one encounters a plethora of discussions among netizens regarding Lu Chen. Oh my, it's been 10 years. I have long awaited the day Lu Chen would return. I never imagined it would come so unexpectedly. As soon as Lu Chen began singing 10 years, it felt as though he was voicing the youth I lost over the past decade. Tears welled up. How moving. What truly brings me to tears is the realization that we have all aged, yet Lu Chen's prowess remains at the extraordinary level of a decade ago. He is undoubtedly the embodiment of my youth. It feels as though my youth has returned. Initially, I thought Liu Chen announced his retirement due to a lack of inspiration, but it seems he is far from out of ideas. Whenever he wishes, he can still produce high-quality songs. Amidst this wave of nostalgia comments, some netizens humorously remarked on Liu Chen's outfit for the evening. If someone can sing while wearing a tank top and floral shorts, perhaps it's time for me to make my own comeback. Laughing. As a butcher, how I long to be a great dancer, crying with laughter. The truth is I was merely dressed in a tank top and floral shorts, intending to indulge in street barbecue when I was pulled over to sing. The only singer to don floral shorts at a concert. Yet no one can find a flaw in him. I sense that a certain online marketplace will soon be selling similar outfits. Chapter 5. Mimi is going on a blind date. You decide. At this moment, a prince clad in a tank top and flamboyant floral shorts was relishing his exquisite dinner, beer, and skewers. Nearby, a group of patrons indulging in their own skewers noticed Liu Chen. Isn't that Liu Chen? I just saw him performing at a concert on video, exclaimed one. His outfit is identical to what he wore at the concert. Let's take a closer look. We must not mistake him. Liu Chen responded nonchalantly. You are not mistaken. I am indeed Liu Chen. A few female patrons became ecstatic. It really is Liu Chen. Who would have thought to see you here? May we take a photo? Liu Chen graciously replied, of course, go ahead. Just remember to edit it well. The women burst into laughter. Indeed, he was still the Liu Chen of 10 years ago. The fans vividly recalled that Liu Chen's favorite beverage was milk tea, and a milk tea shop was the most likely place to encounter him. A decade prior, when they accidentally stumbled upon him in line at a milk tea shop, eager for a photo, Liu Chen had generously offered them tea while posing for the picture. Not forgetting to add, I came out barefaced. You must edit my skin to look flawless. I am a public figure, you understand. It sounded like a display of arrogance. A proclamation of his own greatness. Yet, such a display of vanity was undeniably charming. 10 years later, when encountering this boy who had left a profound mark on their youth at a barbecue stall, they could not help but whip out their phones to capture his visage. He still retained that mischievous and down-to-earth demeanor from a decade ago. After taking the photo, the girl showed it to Liu Chen. What do you think of this one? Can I post it on Weibo to show off? Liu Chen examined the picture and frowned. Why does my face look a tad larger? Indeed, Liu Chen had recently gained a bit of weight. The girl wanted to suggest that he ought to pay a little more attention to his physique. However, Liu Chen countered, it must be the camera's fault. This truth of looking 10 pounds heavier on screen always befalls me. Here's what you should do. Edit my face to accentuate the angles, making it appear as if it were sculpted, just like in those romance novels. Then you can post it on Weibo and make others envious. The girl suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. All right, idol. As long as you're happy. Upon returning home, Liu Chen intended to rest well, but was soon caught up in a conversation with Jinghua, who went into chatterbox mode. After you helped Mimi out, what was her reaction? She gave me 20 million as a fee for your appearance. You really accepted the money. He replied, I am not a philanthropist. I put in the effort. And why shouldn't I receive what I've earned? And aside from money, is that it? What else do you desire? I hope she will be overwhelmed with gratitude for my timely intervention, shedding tears and vowing to repay me with her devotion. But please, this is not a tale from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, and I certainly do not wish for such occurrences in my life. Jinghua gazed at him in disbelief. Let me inform you, Mimi is going on a blind date tomorrow. If you do not seize this opportunity, she may very well become another man's wife, leaving you with no place to lament your fate. A blind date? She, an independent and strong-willed heroine, would ever consent to such antiquated customs from last century? Jinghua sighed. She is already 29. While she herself is not anxious, her family is. Aunt Wenjing fears she might become an old maid if this continues. Mimi, being so filial, could not refuse Wenjing's insistence. Liu Zhe shrugged. I see it merely as a formality, as someone within the industry. You are aware that for a woman in her career prime, thoughts of marriage are often postponed until nearly 40. Jinghua replied, that may not be so certain. In any case, Mimi will be adding counter CAF for her blind date tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I've shared the location. It is up to you whether you choose to attend. Liu Chen did not respond to this inquiry. He returned to his room, and before he could settle in, the phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhao Na, the director of Penguin Music Platform. 13 years ago, Penguin Music was the undisputed leader in the industry. All the exclusive rights to Liu Chen songs were purchased by them. Although he later chose to retire and take a step back, their communication had not ceased. Zhao Na's call at this time was undoubtedly laden with intent. Liu Chen answered the phone. Liu Chen, it's me. Have you eaten? It was unlikely that director Zhao called merely to inquire about my meal. Zhao Na chuckled. It's indeed Liu Chen. You discern my intentions. Indeed, I wish to purchase the streaming rights for the song 10 years, just as we did 13 years ago with your previous songs. The royalty fee is 10 million, with a distribution of 20 to 80. What do you think? 13 years ago, the music rights for one of Liu Chen's songs were 5 million, with a distribution of 30 to 70. At that time, he stood shoulder to shoulder with established icons like Andy Lau. Among newcomers, Liu Chen was the sole rising star comparable to these titans. Now, Zhao Na had doubled the offer. One could easily fathom the sincerity behind this proposal. Naturally, Liu Chen agreed. Shall we sign the contract tomorrow at 10 in the morning? At the Encounter CAF, conveniently located near your residence. Upon hearing the CAF's name, Liu Chen recalled that Yang Mi would be going on her blind date the following day. What? Is there a problem? Zhao Na inquired. No problem. Liu Chen replied. All right then, see you tomorrow. Indeed, the next morning at 10 o'clock, Liu Chen arrived punctually at the CAF. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that, apart from a solitary man, everyone else was accompanied by someone. Zhao Na had arrived early and waved at Liu Chen upon seeing him. Liu Chen approached and took a seat opposite her. Zhao Na's first words were, It's been 10 years. Liu Chen, do you have any idea how long I have waited for this day? Did you not just mention 10 years? Zhao Na was momentarily taken aback. How infuriating. Here I am, trying to connect with you, and you shatter the ambience like a clumsy oaf. Nevertheless, to speak candidly, a decade ago, when Liu Chen announced his temporary withdrawal from the music scene, Zhao Na believed he was merely fatigued and would soon return to the stage within a year. However, Liu Chen vanished for an entire decade. She had made attempts to persuade him to make a comeback. Ever since Liu Chen chose to withdraw, the music industry had not witnessed a resurgence of the musical pinnacle he had single-handedly created. Neither the lyrics, nor the compositions, nor the profound themes conveyed in his songs could be matched by the younger talents that followed. He seemed like a legend, having ushered in a musical era only to quietly close that grand door behind him. Yet, although he was no longer present in the scene, his legend lingered everywhere. Chapter 6. Confronting the mediocre man, the sound of bagpipes from afar, in an era where insipid songs prevail, leaving listeners in a drought of quality music. Liu Chen's melodies from 13 years ago have resurfaced. Upon listening, the familiar tunes resonate once more, be it indie, rock, or traditional. Each piece holds the power to eclipse the current music scene effortlessly, much like a fine wine, which, even after a decade or two, remains unspoiled and grows pure with time. A single sip invokes endless reminiscence. Zhao Na is acutely aware that she cannot salvage the murky waters of today's music industry. Only someone like Liu Chen can emerge to inject a refreshing current. Yet, a decade has passed without his return. The audience, too, has awaited his resurgence until last night. Liu Chen chose to make a comeback, gracing the dazzling stage with the song 10 Years, evoking a flood of youthful memories among the audience. In that moment, everyone grasped a profound truth. Amidst the chaos plaguing the music world, the one capable of revitalizing it remains Liu Chen. He achieved it a decade ago, and even now, his prowess endures, resurrecting his era once more. Much like a realm of martial arts, heroes are eternally heroic, no matter when they grace the scene. They remain legendary figures. Zhao Na's hands trembled with excitement as she held the contract. Noticing this, Liu Chen curiously inquired, Have you developed Parkinson's? Zhao Na wished to seal his lips with tape. Please be quiet, you big oaf. I'm simply overwhelmed. How have I endured these 10 years? As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. Liu Chen swiftly offered her a tissue. Your display might lead others to believe we have been together for 10 years, and that I have finally proposed. I admit you fit my aesthetic, Your musical talent and financial stability fall well within my criteria, but I am not foolish. You surely harbor no feelings for me. Now, review the contract. If all is satisfactory, please sign." Without a glance, Chen inscribed his name. Zhao Na was taken aback. "Aren't you concerned I might add a clause that stipulates Chen must release a new song each month from the signing date, or face a penalty of 100 million? Chen shrugged. "If it were someone else, I would not dare trust a single punctuation mark on that contract. However, I trust you wouldn't sell me out and expect me to count the profits. Such trust could only stem from years of collaboration and a mutual understanding of character," prompting Zhao Na to feel deeply moved. "Tonight at 6 o'clock, the song will be launched on time. Therefore, before that, you must accompany me to the recording studio." "No problem." Chen was well acquainted with this process from 13 years ago. Just as he prepared to leave with Zhao Na, he suddenly spotted Yang Mi walking in. Chen swiftly raised the menu to shield his face. Zhao Na, with her back to Yang Mi, was oblivious to the unfolding events. However, Chen's sudden action led her to ponder whether someone particularly noteworthy had appeared behind her. Just as she was about to turn around, Chen, holding the menu, uttered, "Do not look back." Zhao Na, somewhat bewildered, took out her phone and activated the front camera to glimpse behind her. It was then that she recognized that familiar silhouette. In that moment, Zhao Na comprehended the situation. She lowered her phone and sat quietly, awaiting further developments. Before long, a voice emanated from a diagonal position. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Hao?" "Indeed. And you must be Miss Yang Mi?" "Yes, I am here for our blind date." "Greetings, please take a seat." Zhao Na once more lifted her phone, using the front camera to survey the area behind her. The young man was exceptionally handsome. Now it was merely a matter of assessing whether his character and values aligned with those of Yang Mi. "Let us be straightforward," he began. "I am a financial advisor, and I own a villa in the city, along with a car worth $1 million. I seek a woman who possesses a villa and $1 million car in the city. Is that too much to ask?" Yang Mi shook her head. "Not at all. That is quite reasonable. To be honest, I have never held a favorable view of celebrities from the entertainment industry. Moreover, as a female star, is there not someone behind you who has acted as your benefactor?" Yang Mi furuit herburoth. Chen Hao mistook Yang Mi's silence for misunderstanding and continued, "You understand what I mean, right? I'm asking if anyone has ever taken advantage of you, or if you have ever been subjected to unspoken rules. My mother has always told me to find a woman of impeccable character." At that moment, Zhao Na realized just how misguided this man was. In a mere sentence, he had struck at Yang Mi's Achilles heel. One was an insinuation against her character, and the other was a mama's boy adhering to his mother's words. The polite smile on Yang Mi's face gradually faded, eventually transforming into a cold expression. She chose not to respond to Chen Hao's inquiry. Nevertheless, Chen Hao continued, "When I marry, I do not expect the woman to bring a dowry. You are a female star, quite affluent. So I presume you should contribute a villa as your dowry, right? My mother raised me with great effort, so you ought to be considerate and spend generously on her." Chen Hao's misguided remarks cascaded one after another, prompting Yang Mi to wish for an escape. Just as she contemplated uttering a courteous remark about differing philosophies and making a hasty exit, someone suddenly sat beside her. Yang Mi was taken aback. Turning her head, she saw Chen. How could this character be here? Upon noticing Zhao Na waving at him, Yang Mi understood. In the next instant, Chen wrapped his arm around Yang Mi's shoulders, resting her head on his shoulder, and initiated his verbal barrage. "Young man, while you may appear distinguished, how could your inner thoughts be so shallow? She hasn't even agreed to be your girlfriend, and you're already treating her as a mere transaction. Once again, the dowry includes a villa, and the expectation is for her to earn money for your mother's indulgence. What is it? Does she owe your mother a life? Or has she desecrated your family's ancestral grave? Your mother has faced hardships, but is it solely because of her association with you? Your mother endured difficulties in her youth, perhaps due to your grandfather's shortcomings. After marriage, her struggles continued, attributed to your father's ineptitude. If you genuinely believe your mother deserves better, why not use your resources to hire 10 caregivers for her? With sufficient funds, those caregivers would tolerate her foot odor and attend to her personal needs. If your mother struggles to eat, A caregiver could assist by masticating her food and feeding her. Merely vocalizing your mother as struggles does not suffice. If you possess the capability, prove yourself as an exemplary son. Cease using moral coercion to compel others to treat your mother like royalty. Even ancient servants receive compensation. What can you offer? A mother who perpetually creates chaos? Your filial piety is truly remarkable. Indeed, you are a financial expert, calculating every move as if it were a game of chess. And the dowry of a villa? Why not demand the entire universe as your dowry, so you may reign as its sovereign? I can only convey one sentiment to you. Music of distant bagpipes beckons. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi chuckled softly. This is truly her digital spokesperson. Chapter 7. In our childhood, we once shared a blanket. Chen Hao was left speechless by Lu Chen's retort. Who are you? Me? I am the incomparable Pan, and knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, eloquent in speech and writing, versed in the mysteries of yin and yang, adept in divination, and proficient in the art of escape. A remarkable hero, a legendary swordsman, a grandmaster, unmatched in intellect for 3 centuries before and after. I am known as Lu Chen, the one whose presence causes mountains to crumble, rivers to reverse, and the very winds to tremble. Just now, I calculated that you lack intellect in your fate. I suggest you undergo a complete transformation. Chen Hao, brimming with indignation, retorted, You, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to say such things? I am her childhood sweetheart. We were innocent companions, having shared a blanket in our youth. Oh, and I forgot to mention, as long as Yang Mi agrees to marry me, I shall demand no dowry, no bridal price of 100 million, nor a villa of 100 million, nor gold ornaments of 100 million. I shall buy whatever my wife desires. This is my own decision, without my mother's influence. I have wealth. I am in charge. Kid, in this world, it is people like Yang Mi and me who end up happily together, while you, lacking in fortune, can only bear witness. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi instantly flushed. Lu Chen's words struck Chen Hao like a blow. He opened his mouth, eager to retort, but realized that whatever he said in the presence of this true magnate would render him a mere insignificant figure with a combat power of -5. To salvage his dignity, the best course of action was to vanish without a trace. After Chen Hao's departure, Lu Chen suddenly heard a voice. Could you please let go of me? Lu Chen was taken aback. His hand was still resting on Yang Mi's head. He quickly released her. Yang Mi straightened up, looking at him with exasperation. Lu Chen shrugged. All right, I admit, I ruined your blind date. But let us agree on one thing. No slapping. Yang Mi raised her hand, and just as it was about to strike Lu Chen's face, she instead placed it on his shoulder. Thank you. For what? Thank you for helping me send away that mediocre man. Lu Chen exhaled in relief. And how will you explain this to your mother? I'll speak the truth. Will Aunt Wenjing come hit me? Perhaps my mother will insist I marry you as compensation. Lu Chen felt a wave of despair wash over him. Did sending away an average man require the compensation of a beloved, charming gentleman who brings joy to elders? Yang Mi looked at him incredulously. Have you become overly narcissistic? Who will want to marry you? By the way, you didn't come here specifically to stalk me, did you? Do you think this is a novel come to life? I am here to sign a contract. It is merely fate that we crossed paths here. I didn't expect to encounter you during a blind date. Almost forgot. I need to go record my single now. Zhao Na approached. Yang Mi, hello. Hello, Zhao Na. Since you both have work to attend to, please go ahead. And you? Lu Chen inquired. Could it be that you are on your way to another matchmaking event? Do you take me for a mere commodity to be peddled from one market to another? I retorted. I am headed to the hospital to visit teacher Lu Dahua. Lu Chen nodded. Regardless, Lu Dahua is a distinguished guest invited to the music festival. His hospitalization provides Yang Mi with ample reason to pay him a visit. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lu Dahua had already regained consciousness. Upon seeing Yang Mi, his first action was to express his sincerest apologies. I'm truly sorry, Yang Mi. For last night, it's quite all right, Teacher Lu. I understand that circumstances warranted your absence. I also heard from my manager that Lu Chen took my place. Indeed, everything went smoothly, and the audience still believes it was Lu Chen's triumphant return. Lu Chen is indeed exceptional, I was his fan 13 years ago. Yami was taken aback. Teacher Liu, you were a fan of Lu Chen? Of course. Lu Dehua chuckled. Would you think so little of me as to assume I dismiss all the fresh talent? 13 years ago, Lu Chen debuted with the song 7 Mile Fragrance, capturing the essence of that summer, infused with the sweet aroma of youthful romance. His lyrics and melodies pioneered a novel style that resonated deeply with the hearts of adolescents. 13 years prior, Lu Dahua had already been in the industry for 30 years, witnessing the myriad of trials and tribulations, the ebb and flow of new and old talents. He had seen it all and understood it profoundly. As a superstar who emerged during a fiercely competitive era, his sustained popularity over 3 decades is a testament not only to his exceptional artistic prowess, but also to his admirable character and sound principles. He has never felt threatened by newcomers encroaching upon his territory. Instead, he has consistently uplifted the next generation, acknowledging that he would eventually step back. He aspires for more talented youth to grace the music scene, delivering better songs to the audience and creating a brighter musical era. In the years when he harbored such aspirations, Lu Chen burst onto the scene, albeit under the scrutiny of being a favored talent, often criticized online for being excessively promoted. Nevertheless, Lu Chen silenced his detractors with an array of remarkable musical works. Just as Lu Dahua envisioned Lu Chen as the next music king, destined to reign unchallenged for a decade, Lu Chen chose to retire gracefully, setting aside his ambitions to savor life. Lu Dahua respects Lu Chen's decision and wonders if there might be a newcomer capable of ushering in a new era akin to Lu Chen's. However, the past decade has seen a decline in the music industry. He has witnessed an influx of capital-backed young talents who, despite their prominence, lack the vocal prowess and quality works to match. Each year, their standards seem to diminish. Lu Dahua inevitably finds himself reminiscing about the Lu Chen who stood at the pinnacle a decade ago. He yearns for this nonchalant individual to return with fresh musical creations, delivering a stunning comeback and proclaiming to the world, I, Lu Chen, am still a force to be reckoned with. Last night, Lu Chen accomplished something remarkable. Although his performance attire was rather difficult to describe, resembling someone leisurely fanning themselves in the courtyard, suddenly called upon to sing, there was no doubt about the success of the performance. His vocal prowess, compared to a decade ago, has transformed. The youthful timbre of his voice has given way to a mature, magnetic resonance. He evoked the irretrievable essence of youth, articulating both the regrets of that era and the harsh realities that compel us to look forward. Young me, I am curious to know, had I not fainted yesterday, would Lu Chen still have graced the concert with his presence? Lu Dahua inquired. Yami shook her head. It is unlikely. Lu Dahua chuckled self-deprecatingly. So, would you say my fainting was perfectly timed? Please, do not frame it that way. This was a song from Lu Chen's repertoire from 10 years ago, brought forth in a moment of need. Lu Dahua's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Are you saying this is a piece from Lu Chen's past? Indeed. Chapter 8. Invitation to the Youth Festival Gala. Oh my. A creation from a decade ago. Yet upon revisiting it after 10 years, it astonishingly feels as fresh as ever. I have always believed that Lu Chen is a musical prodigy. His songs, whether from the past, present, or future, will undoubtedly attract a vast audience. Young me, is Lu Chen staging a comeback, is he not? Surely, he will present more songs to his listeners, won't he? This, Young me found herself in a quandary. I am uncertain as well, but I shall inquire about his intentions. However, deep down, Young mi harbored a glimmer of understanding. If Lu Chen truly wished to return, he would have done so long ago. Alas, this momentary revival may merely be a fleeting revelry. Once that night fades away, the immersion into obscurity shall remain unchanged. At this moment, Lu Chen was already in the recording studio, diligently laying down tracks. Zhao Na observed him from the side. Despite a decade of absence from the industry, when he stood before the microphone, his poise and charisma transported Zhao Na back 13 years to when she first accompanied Lu Chen in recording songs. He is inherently destined for this vocation. He is the type who, even if he abandons his meal halfway, to indulge in revelry. would still find the heavens providing for him upon his return. He seems nothing short of a chosen one, regardless of whether he turns back. The throne of the king of pop remains unassailable by anyone else. This is what it means to be a titan, Zhao Na mused internally. Once the song was recorded, Lu Chen returned home. Jinghua immediately approached him. "Xiao Chun, Mom, I swear I did not intend to sabotage Yang Mi and her suitor. That man was simply unbearable." Jinghua's words caught her off guard. "Sabotage? You went to CAF?" "Indeed, but that is not what I wanted to discuss. I need to tell you about the comeback. Yet right now I am far more interested in that juicy gossip you mentioned earlier." Lu Chen recounted the events to Jinghua in detail. "Ha ha ha." Jinghua erupted in laughter that resonated like a bell. "Well done, son. This is the most impressive thing you have accomplished thus far." "What? Didn't you previously claim that my most remarkable feat was wandering into Yang Mi's house without pants as a child? Consider it upgraded. In any case, you've certainly managed to mess this up." "Wait, did you just suggest I should make a comeback? You must be jesting." "Of course not. The song you performed last night set social media ablaze. The entire internet believes you are staging a comeback. Do you intend to retract now? Do you think you're a turtle?" After a pause, Jinghua earnestly expressed her perspective on Lu Chen's return. "In truth, I contemplated your comeback 3 years ago, not for monetary gain or fame. We have no shortage of those. I yearn for you to rejuvenate the current chaotic music scene. Very few are willing to devote themselves to crafting music nowadays, when the screen is inundated with the cacophony of meowing, akin to a shiver running down one's spine from such insipid music. One cannot help but ponder whether today, as youth, truly comprehend the essence of what music is. Given your talents and capabilities in this realm, why not showcase to the modern generation what authentic music embodies? You have squandered a decade. It is time to engage in something worthwhile. Of course, I shan't impose moral constraints. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. Lu Chen, mother, you certainly possess a knack for brainwashing. When it comes to nurturing talent, you rank second to none. Truly, you are the most formidable manager. Enough of that. I am speaking seriously. There is an urgent task that requires your attention. With Youth Day merely 3 days away, there is typically a commemorative gala at this time. Originally, you were neither on the program list nor among the invited guests. However, last night, the chief director, Sun Haoran, called me. Having seen your video from the concert, he assumed you had made a comeback and wished to invite you to perform at the Youth Day commemoration gala. Just as Lu Chen was about to respond, Jinghua interrupted him. "No refusals allowed." No. Mother, I meant to say that such a positive program absolutely demands my participation. Give me some time. I shall compose a song." Jinghua was momentarily taken aback. "Are you implying that you want to be covering previous inspirational songs?" "Mother, your son is a music king." "What does being a music king entail?" "It necessitates originality. I am not one to rely on past glories." Jinghua retorted, "You certainly know how to boast. Whether it is mere bluster or genuine skill, you shall soon discern." Lu Chen then retreated to his room. Since the theme of the gala revolves around encouraging youth to strive for self-improvement and resilience, he was determined to present an inspirational musical piece. Over the 13 years he had traversed this parallel world, whenever a hit song emerged in his previous life, Lu Chen would have the system update the song library, automatically discarding inferior tracks in favor of quality selections. Now, the song that came to Lu Chen's mind was Youth. This lively and uplifting piece perfectly encapsulated the spirit of motivation and aspiration for the youth. He completed the song in merely 5 minutes and promptly registered its copyright. Upon descending the stairs, he found Jinghua just finishing brewing coffee. "Mother, whether it's a donkey or a horse, I've taken it for a spin." Jinghua's hand trembled as she held a coffee cup. "You're not joking, are you? This was merely the time it took for me to brew a cup of coffee. Are you certain you didn't just hastily scribble something for me?" "I am absolutely certain. Let me see it." "You don't understand music. Showing it to you would be akin to presenting a book to an illiterate." "You cheeky boy. How dare you tease your mother?" "However, I must admit, you make a valid point. Thus, I should seek out director Sun Haoran, who, being a music producer by profession, will undoubtedly recognize talent." With that thought, I took my leave, as Lu Chen departed with the musical score in hand. Jinghua watched his son's silhouette bathed in sunlight, smiling. Indeed, he is my son. Regardless of when he steps onto the stage, he epitomizes exceptional prowess. Half an hour later, Chen arrived at the Grand Theater of the capital, where the Youth Festival commemorative gala was to take place. At this very moment, Sun Haoran was engrossed in a tense rehearsal. Chen approached him, holding the musical score. "Director Sun," he called out. Upon seeing Chen, Sun Haoran was momentarily taken aback, his surprise swiftly giving way to delight. He understood that when the illustrious music king from 13 years ago chose to present himself before him, it signified that Chen had consented to the performance request. Chapter 9, the station director grants Chen an additional 5 minutes. Chen, seeing you here brings me greater joy than achieving record-high ratings. Director Sun exclaimed, "This is a new song I've written, and I wish to perform it on Youth Day. What do you think of it?" As Chen spoke, he handed the sheet music to Sun Haoran. The moment Sun Haoran received the score, he was taken aback. Initially, he had envisioned Chen performing an inspirational song from 13 years ago to motivate the youth. To his astonishment, Chen had composed a brand new piece for this performance. It was evident how much importance he placed on this event. It also showcased Chen's extraordinarily high standards for musical quality. The iconic moment of my appearance on stage must certainly be delivered through original work that will leave everyone in awe. As Chen had previously stated, Sun Haoran, being a music producer, understood the essence of music. Upon hearing the prelude and lyrics, he was utterly astonished, his entire being electrified. From a professional musical standpoint, he could assert with absolute certainty that this was indeed a song of exceptional quality. In the current chaotic music scene, it could easily overshadow all the rising stars. The Music King truly deserves his title. Such a position should be occupied by someone of your caliber. Chen, you have genuinely validated the saying. Your uncle is still your uncle. This song is destined to become a blockbuster hit. I am genuinely curious. How many cores does your brain possess? Just last night, you were delivering a melancholic tune like 10 years. And today, you present something so uplifting. Chen shrugged. Perhaps I might be suffering from a form of split personality? You certainly excel at self-deprecation. This is the song. With just 2 days left until the live broadcast. Chen, we need an accompaniment track and rehearsal. The accompaniment track is manageable. I can record it in my music studio. As for the rehearsal, the program schedule and timing were established from the beginning, right? My sudden inclusion won't encroach upon the other segments, will it? No witties. We can apply for an extension of 5 minutes. There's still ample time. Rest assured. Very well. I shall proceed to record the accompaniment track and come for rehearsal in the evening. Not a problem. After Chen departed, Sun Haoran immediately contacted station director Chen Song. What? You want to extend the program by 5 minutes? Old Sun, if this were merely a live broadcast, an extension would be feasible. Yet, we are simultaneously airing it on television. You are aware that the programming schedule is rigidly timed, every second meticulously accounted for. What kind of program would prompt you to make this call? Fully aware it would likely be declined. Sun Haoran had anticipated Chen Song's response. However, he had an ace up his sleeve. Director Chen, the guest I have invited is none other than that young man you admired 13 years ago, Chen. 13 years prior, Chen Song was 42 years old, and at that time, he was, much like the present-day Sun Haoran, a producer of music programs. Chen made his debut by participating in the music talent show Happy Male Voice. From a moment, he took the stage with 7 Miles fragrance. Chen Song knew that Chen was destined to become the future king of music. Chen's subsequent development did not disappoint him. In fact, it exceeded his expectations. Whether it was the Na'vi love he expressed or the inspirational songs he sang, Chen possessed an extraordinary ability to transform every song into a sensational hit. Even when Chen chose to retire and embrace a laid-back lifestyle, Chen Song felt a pang of regret, knowing that the music industry would lose a potential pioneer capable of ushering in a new musical era. Little did he expect that a decade later, this young man would make a comeback. If one were to assume that he returned for monetary gain, that would be a misconception. Even if Chen were a frivolous spendthrift, the income he would receive from Jinghua in a year would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. If one were to argue that his motivation was not financial, indeed seems so. He was not concerned with gains, losses, or fame. He purely sought to create for love. Aside from wishing to inspire contemporary youth with a positive anthem, Chen Song could think of no other reason. Thus, Chen Song made his decision promptly. All right, let us extend the time by 5 minutes. We can compress the advertising segment without affecting the subsequent program. His response was anticipated by Sun Haoran, who nodded excitedly. Thank you, Qian Tai. Lu Chun soon returned to the basement of the villa. 13 years ago, this space had been transformed into his music studio. Since he had chosen to retreat from the limelight, it felt as if time had stood still here. Jinghua had never suggested clearing out the basement. She always believed that one day her seemingly carefree yet earnest son would reopen that door. When he finally pushed it open, all the long silent instruments seemed to awaken, bursting forth with newfound vitality. Lu Chun was astonished at how clean the room was. He had expected it to be covered in dust. Jinghua walked in and remarked, I have cleaned this place every week for the past 13 years, and I must emphasize that I did it myself. Lu Chun was deeply moved. Mom, before you get too emotional, please settle my cleaning fees for the past 13 years. 10,000 each time. What? So expensive? Are you running a black market here? Have you turned your son into a fool to exploit? All right, I'm just joking. Hurry and record the accompaniment. I'm looking forward to your performance at this year's Youth Day Gala. With that, Lu Chun immediately switched to accompaniment recording mode. Although he had not touched an instrument in 10 years, the moment his hands brushed against the guitar strings, it felt as though the long-dormant blood within him had awakened. He quickly picked up the guitar, tuned it, and began recording the accompaniment. Half an hour later, as Lu Chun prepared to take the recorded accompaniment back to the Grand Theater, just as he reached the entrance, he encountered Yang Mi. Where are you headed? Yang Mi inquired. I'm off to rehearsal. Rehearsal? Yang Mi recalled something. Wait, don't tell me you're participating in some performance. You guessed it correctly. I'm set to perform at the Youth Day Gala in 2 days. Lu Chun waved his accompaniment tape. With my new song, making a dazzling debut. A new song? Have you really written another one? It wouldn't be one of your works from a decade ago, would it? No, this is freshly baked. All right, I'm off then. I must continue to impress. Wait, can I join you? Yang Mi asked. Sure. Lu Chun did not refuse. He was not concerned that Yang Mi might sneak a few photos or videos online, leaking information and stealing the spotlight. After all, they had grown up together as childhood friends. Yang Mi had never let him down. In fact, it was Lu Chun, the old trickster, who had taken advantage of Yang Mi countless times. Sun Haoran, upon seeing Yang Mi at the venue, did not intervene. As an insider, he was well aware of Yang Mi's character. The exact timing of Lu Chun's appearance, arranged by Sun Haoran, had yet to be confirmed. Lu Chun first took to the stage and sang the entire song along with the accompaniment. Chapter 10, titled The Decade, has been released, and there is not a single capable performer in sight. Yang Mi stands beneath the stage, feeling his blood surge with excitement. Indeed, he remains the same youthful figure who graced the stage 13 years ago, forever radiant to the point of being blinding. Meanwhile, a recitation team, initially waiting for rehearsal, could not resist humming along to Lu Chen's song. Each member found themselves inspired with newfound plans. The team leader, Li Lin, approached Sun Haoran and shared their thoughts. Sun Haoran was taken aback. Mr. Li, do you and the other teachers wish to share the stage with Lu Chun to perform this song together? Absolutely, Li Lin replied with fervor. The moment Lu Chun began to sing, this idea blossomed in our hearts. After experiencing the entire song, our resolve to perform together only grew stronger. Of course, we need Lu Chen's consent. Sun Haoran nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall consult Lu Chun, but I am confident he will not decline. Originally, Mr. Li's team of Peking University graduates was scheduled to perform at the prime time of 9:30 p.m. If Lu Chun were to agree to join these esteemed graduates, who have made significant contributions to the nation in the past and present, then the atmosphere would undoubtedly ignite with fervor. Upon descending from the stage, Sun Haoran immediately conveyed Mr. Li's proposal to Lu Chun. Lu Chun recognized that these educators had made remarkable contributions during the most challenging years of the nascent New Long Kingdom. They are indeed the pillars of a nation and the true stars worthy of our admiration. The aspiration to become a celebrity or an internet sensation should never be the pursuit of a young person. Chen reflected that this song was originally composed for the youth. Yet unexpectedly, it evoked memories of youthful dreams and struggles in these venerable masters. Rewinding over 50 years, they too were vibrant and full of ambition. They were young scholars striving for the prosperity and rise of their nation. Even now, their eyes still shine with light. It seems to affirm the saying, "Farewell to youth, draw the bow taut, unafraid of time and the winds." Chen wholeheartedly agreed. Sun Howard felt a sense of relief, marveling at how this seemed like a destined arrangement from the heavens. The recitation time for the esteemed educators was originally 5 minutes, as was Chen's performance time. Now, these 5 minutes would merge into a single program. Can one not call this a divine coincidence? Thus, the program underwent a transformation. The previous recitation was abandoned in favor of a duet with Chen. Sun Howard resolved to introduce these masters in a way that would ignite the audience. Chen would begin with the first half of the song, followed by the grand entrance of the masters as the curtain rose. Together, Chen and the teachers would sing in unison. This was a program, arranged by Sun Howard with utmost clarity. The teachers first familiarized themselves with the song. Once they had mastered it, they began rehearsing according to Sun Howard's earlier instructions. Although these masters were in their advanced years, their hearing and eyesight remained acute, and their singing prowess rivaled that of the youth. Sun Howard knew this would surely be a show-stopping performance that would ignite the audience on the night of the gala. On the way home, it was already 8 in the evening. Chen's stomach began to grumble. "Shall I treat you to dinner?" Yangmi asked with a smile. "Sure, let us keep it light. Aren't you the one who can't live without barbecued food and beer? What else with the sudden change in taste?" Yangmi said, "Of course. It's because the performance is in 2 days. I don't want my throat to be inflamed. I must maintain my best condition for the stage." "All right." Yangmi nodded. "Then I'll take you for some congee. How about century egg and lean pork congee?" Since Yangmi was treating, Chen thought it only fitting to seize the opportunity. The two of them went to a restaurant. Just as their congee was served, Yangmi received a call from Wenjing. "Mom, Mimi, are you with Chen?" "Yes." "How did you know?" "The matchmaker said someone caused a disturbance during your blind date today, and I figured it could only be Chen." "Mom, Chen wasn't causing trouble. He was helping me. You have no idea how disappointing that blind date was." "Disappointing? What do you mean?" "He was a total turnoff." Yangmi recounted her experience with Chen how to Wenjing. Upon hearing this, Wenjing was instantly furious. "How dare they introduce such rubbish to my daughter? Now do you see how much I despise blind dates? Please don't arrange such things for me anymore. I truly don't want to go. But you can't be alone forever, can you? You needn't worry about that. Even if I never marry, I have plenty of money. I can live without a man. But I cannot live without financial security." Chen, seated across from Yangmi, chuckled softly. Yangmi discreetly kicked Chen under the table. "All right, Mom, I have to eat now." After hanging up, Chen remarked lightly, "You certainly are clear-headed. I'm not a peasant foraging for wild vegetables. Why would I forego luxury cars, lavish homes, designer bags, and jewels for a mere man's romantic whims? Vegetables cannot be preserved indefinitely. Why should I expect my love to remain eternally vibrant?" Chen nodded. "You seem to understand everything. So why were you mute in front of that average guy during the blind date?" Yangmi shrugged. "I was giving you a chance to be the knight in shining armor. A knight, or the wicked stepmother. Get lost." Just then, Chen's phone rang. It was a call from Zhao Na. "Director Zhao, have you checked the Penguin Music app? Your song has now ascended the charts, captivating the audience." Alas, I was so absorbed in rehearsals that I completely overlooked this matter. After ending the call, Chen opened the Penguin Music app. On the 3-second advertisement page, there was a clip from his performance last night, accompanied by the text, "10 years have passed. Not a single noteworthy figure in sight. Goodness. This promotion has placed me squarely on the executioner's stage. How much envy must this evoke among the young talents in the industry?" Yangmi chuckled and remarked, "I don't believe it to be an exaggeration. This statement is indeed fitting for you." Chapter 11 Official Announcement. In the past decade, the music industry has witnessed a remarkable absence of talent. The emergence of even a single passable singer has become a rare phenomenon. Throughout these years, Chen's devoted fans have yearned for his return, longing for new music. Yet, Chen has instead embraced a life accompanied by bubble tea, humorously gaining 20 pounds, earning him the playful moniker Chubby Chen. Subsequently, due to elevated blood sugar levels, he was advised by his physician to abstain from bubble tea. Although he has managed to regain his physique through exercise, his career has remained dormant. Now, after a decade of retirement, this long-awaited figure is set to make a triumphant return, and the quality of his work is nothing short of exceptional, capable of overshadowing all the rising stars in the industry. Even the likes of Andy Lau have expressed admiration for him. Despite the passage of time, his fans have aged. Youthful exuberance has given way to the realities of middle age. Yet, when the boy who once left an indelible mark on their youth reappears with his exquisite craft, how could the fans not go wild? How could they resist a wave of nostalgic reminiscence? Moreover, Chen's resurgence is not merely a nostalgic ploy. He has always relied on his undeniable talent. Beneath his songs lie heartfelt comments from tens of thousands of netizens. It's been 10 years. The boy who chose to rest is returning, and the girl I liked is getting married. Only, the groom isn't me. 10 years ago, I didn't know you. You didn't belong to me. 10 years later, we are friends and can still greet each other. Can I say these lyrics reflect my emotional journey? Chen encapsulated regret in a manner that brought me to tears. Our fates entwined amidst the crowd, and as I saw you, a moment of bloom and wither unfolded. You are lost in the sea of people, while I return you to the same sea. Many of us have traversed similar 10 years. Perhaps only through regret can one remain unforgettable. My youth. I never anticipated his return in such a manner. Though clad in a tank top and floral shorts, he still exudes the aura of a musical titan. Chen, do you comprehend why this song has ignited a fervor online? It is not solely because our youth has returned, but because you have salvaged the contemporary music scene. Do you realize how exceedingly challenging it is to discover a captivating song nowadays? To find one that resonates with others is a daunting task. Yet you have managed to achieve both. Perhaps this is what it means to be a true maestro. You remain unparalleled. The music industry is poised for a resurgence. Prepare yourselves. Chen shared the link to this song on his social media, accompanied by a poignant message. Love is separated by mountains and seas. Mountains and seas cannot be flattened. There is a path through the mountains and boats for the seas. Love traverses mountains and seas. Both can be reconciled. May everyone's love find fulfillment. Countless heartfelt comments have been left by netizens. Chen has finally updated his Weibo. And this is not merely a statement confirming he is alive. Chen remains remarkably carefree. Over the past decade, despite facing numerous brushes with death, he has never resorted to issuing a lawyer's letter. This reminds me of Su Kuan, whose basketball dance was turned into a meme, where lawyer warnings became synonymous with ridicule. So, Chen, have you perhaps experienced a profoundly unforgettable love over the past decade, leading to the reflections encapsulated in 10 years? In response to this comment, Chen uttered a single phrase: I have been lying flat for 10 years and single for 10 years. If I were to speak of my only cherished possession, it would be my bubble tea. Ha ha ha. Chen, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death so I can leave my words to you? I always said those photos of you with the crescent moon face that were captured were not photoshopped by paparazzi. When a big shot loses control over his physique, what reason do I have not to indulge? Time for some comfort food. That evening, Chen once again topped the trending searches. Chen 10 years download surpass 100 million. The prowess of music king Chen is truly remarkable. The official announcement from the central station that Chen will perform at the Youth Day Gala upon clicking in. The official microblog for the Youth Day Gala revealed a photo of Chen rehearsing to provide the audience with a sensational surprise. The leaked photo featured Chen performing solo. Although it was not a formal performance, it heightened the anticipation. Being invited to perform at such a commemorative gala as Youth Day by the Central Station is a status that any singer can proudly boast about. It is essential to note that this is a program from the Central Station. The standards for guests are exceedingly high. Both artistic merit and personal character must be impeccable. Otherwise, if it is later revealed that they are subpar artists, the Central Station would also face criticism from netizens for failing to discern talent. Those lacking professional capability and whose character cannot withstand scrutiny are precisely the fresh faces pushed forth by capital. This has been a pitfall for countless brands. Too many stars have been relegated to the ranks of substandard artists due to character issues, prompting collaborating brands to terminate contracts. Some variety shows have even had to pixelate frames from past episodes due to celebrity scandals. In summary, it has been quite disheartening. Naturally, the Central Station is exceedingly cautious in selecting its guests. Chen's talent has always been exceptional. During the 3 peak years following his debut, he has not exhibited the arrogance often seen in those who achieve fame at a young age. He does not surround himself with a wall of bodyguards at music events, treating himself like a rare specimen to be protected. Nor does he, due to his youth, overshadow his peers, believing himself to be the only one worthy of recognition. He remains remarkably grounded, aware of the appropriate conduct for every occasion and the decorum expected from individuals in various contexts. In the eyes of his predecessors, he is merely a music king, seemingly pursued by the heavens to be fed, yet he never stoops to scold or demean in the face of fortune. He does not flaunt his celebrity status, nor does he look down upon others with contempt, and certainly, he does not exploit his fame for profit at the expense of others. Such a paragon of virtue is a coveted endorsement for any brand or television station, not only for the immense traffic he generates, but also for the positive energy his works impart to children. Naturally, during such a pivotal moment, the main station would opt to feature him. Moreover, Chen has never failed to meet anyone's expectations. Chapter 12. He still possesses a youthful voice. Thus, he ascended the stage of the main venue, accompanied by the essence of youth. Meanwhile, Yang Mi successfully acquired a ticket to the live event. The broadcast commenced in earnest, with the theme of the evening being Striving in Youth. Each performance aimed to convey to contemporary youth the significance of hard work and perseverance in life. It also sought to guide some misguided youngsters back onto the right path. Half an hour into the live stream, 30 million viewers were already tuned in. The vibrant faces and the tales of passionate young heroes, while irreplaceable, inspire individuals to carve out their own extraordinary narratives through diligence. At the golden hour of 9:28, Sa Xiaoning stood on stage, earnestly hosting the event. Today's youth are tirelessly forging ahead on their journey. As those of us who have transitioned from youth to adulthood reflect on our formative years, can we still recall the essence of our youthful selves? If given the chance to converse with your younger self, what would you wish to convey? We all yearn to witness. Farewell to youth, fully drawn bow. Unafraid of time and tempest, let us welcome Chen, who will present his song Youth. The audience erupted into applause, and the viewers online were equally exhilarated. Finally, Chen made his entrance. What splendid surprises would this remarkable musical prodigy unveil this time? Initially, Chen stood alone on stage. He was certainly not adorned in a tank top and flamboyant shorts. The main venue would never permit Chen to appear in such a casual manner at such a solemn event. Dressed in a clean and tidy sports outfit, he radiated youthful vigor. There was no sense of incongruity. Time seemed to have left few traces on his face. Were it not for the knowledge of Chen's current age, one might easily mistake him for an 18-year-old. As the lively accompaniment began, Chen's bright voice resonated forth. Change your life, let joy take flight, abandon obsession, and the weather will be bright. Each step forward is a harvest anew. What are you waiting for? Make the right choice, too. Let the past be. Allow it to fade away. Whether it was a jest or a lie, don't let it sway. The path lies beneath you. It's truly not complex. Just remember that you are you, and nothing less. Below the stage, Yang Mi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the voice of a 30-year-old? It would not be an exaggeration to declare it the voice of an 18-year-old. Yet, how has he managed to preserve such purity in his voice over the past decade? The essence of a youthful voice, apart from physiological development, is significantly influenced by one's mindset. The transition from 20 to 30 is a pivotal phase in a boy's maturation, marking his evolution from naivete to sophistication. This period signifies that he will encounter unprecedented challenges in society and the workplace. These challenges will catalyze his growth, whether in mindset, gaze, posture, or demeanor. There will be a notable transformation from the naivety of his youthful 20s. Such changes may influence the purity of his voice, perhaps due to a decade of complacency. Luxuriating in an environment devoid of competition, Liu Chen's mentality remains unchanged from 10 years prior. However, that concert served as a pivotal moment. Yang Mi distinctly perceived a sense of regret in his voice. Could it be that this young man possesses the ability to manipulate his voice at will, altering it as he pleases? On stage, Liu Chen's youthful timbre persisted. Woo, oh, the climax of the song approached. I'm still that boy from before, unchanged in the slightest. Time merely tests the unwavering conviction embedded in my heart. The young man before me retains that original visage, undeterred by the multitude of challenges ahead. Say never, never give up. Like a fire. In the live stream, the audience erupted with excitement. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. Liu Chen remains the same Liu Chen from a decade ago. His inspirational songs rival anyone else's. Incredible, amazing, phenomenal. The king returns. The king returns. Woo, oh, on stage. Liu Chen's face, though aged 30, radiated youthful vigor, drawing the audience back a decade to witness that innocent boy on stage. It is often said that a man at 30 can never recapture his youthful essence. Yet, Liu Chen, through his song, illustrated what it means to bid farewell to youth while embracing the passage of time fearlessly. Yang Mi found herself inexplicably on the verge of tears. She could not articulate whether it was nostalgia for her own bright and innocent youth or a lamentation for her lost youth that stirred her emotions. Mia, 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 Mia. As Liu Chen concluded those lines, the backdrop lifted in synchrony with the forthcoming crescendo. In an instant, those silver-haired yet fervent educators appeared before the audience. Accompanying the rhythm of the crescendo, their seasoned voices resonated in harmonious chorus on stage. I'm still that boy from before, unchanged in the slightest. Time merely tests the unwavering conviction embedded in my heart. In that moment, the atmosphere ignited. Applause erupted. The live stream audience was ablaze with enthusiasm. Oh my, who do I see? Academician Li Lin. Center stage, the illustrious Academician Li Lin. Academician Li Lin. My mentor's mentor. A world-renowned scientist, an aerodynamicist, an esteemed member of the Dragon National Academy, pioneers and distinguished representatives of the aerospace industry in the Dragon Kingdom, the father of our nation's space endeavors, the king of rockets, a pillar of our country. These venerable elders are all renowned scientists and esteemed academicians. They are the pride of our Dragon Kingdom. What impressive assembly! These individuals dedicated their efforts to the frontiers of scientific research during the most challenging years of our nation. A team of national pillars, a team we look up to. This is the star we should aspire to chase. This is who we should be inspired to become. The broadcasting station exemplifies true brilliance, embodying what it means to be the best. It appears as though they have mastered the secret to captivating audiences. A grand chorus featuring Liu Chen and esteemed professors from Tsinghua and Peking University. One must ask, which television station possesses the capability to assemble such a formidable lineup? Even the station's celebrated hosts were once students of these esteemed professors, the kind who bow their heads in respect and refer to them as teachers. Truly remarkable, absolutely extraordinary. Chapter 13. After half a lifetime, the academician returns as a youth. Liu Chen chose not to remain at the center stage. Instead, he opted to stand at the side, graciously ceding the spotlight to the esteemed choral ensemble. Each venerable professor, while singing, was glimmering with tears, reminiscent of their youthful struggles. Once they too were fervent young scholars, devoted to the rise of the Dragon Nation through their studies. In their eyes, there were no accolades or riches to be found. Only the pursuit of knowledge constituted the essence of their existence. Several scientists within the choir were former students of Li Lin. His brilliance shone not merely because of his contributions to the Dragon Nation, but also due to his formidable expertise. Yet, What lingered in memory was the arduous journey he undertook to return home. Li Lin vividly recalled his achievements in America, where a military officer had remarked, "Li Lin alone is worth 10 of our divisions. We cannot permit such a person to return, for he would strengthen the Dragon Nation's technological prowess to a point beyond our reach." Thus, with such malicious intent, Li Lin's path back home became increasingly treacherous. He was apprehended on baseless charges, and even though his mentor endeavored to secure his release, he was compelled to live under constant surveillance. Despite his loss of freedom, his fervent desire to serve his homeland remained unwavering. Meanwhile, America naively believed that after 5 years of house arrest, they could crush the spirit of this ambitious youth, rendering him devoid of aspiration and relegating him to a life of mediocrity. However, they gravely underestimated Li Lin's profound patriotism and the unwavering resolve that pulsed within him. Unaltered by his foreign surroundings, his body may have been on the distant shore, yet his heart had already returned to his homeland, beckoning him like a mother awaiting her child's return. At last, after considerable efforts and more than 5 years of detainment and scrutiny, Li Lin stepped aboard a vessel bound for home. The moment his feet touched the soil of the Dragon Nation, tears of joy streamed down his face. He had finally returned. The youth before him was still the same, undeterred by the trials that lay ahead. He proclaimed, saying never, never give up, like a fire. Having traversed half a lifetime, he returned as a youth once more. Li Lin and his companions embodied this sentiment through their actions. In the face of adversity, when their expertise was obstructed by foreign powers, they persevered with meticulous research and an indomitable spirit, gradually overcoming the seemingly insurmountable technological challenges. From that moment forth, no one dared to underestimate the Dragon Nation again, for within the hearts of its youth resided a profound love for their country. This fervent desire to serve the motherland would never extinguish, ensuring that this spirit would be passed down through generations. Their remarkable achievements could afford them the luxurious lifestyle that many ambitious young individuals today yearn for: exquisite cars, opulent mansions, and dazzling jewels, all within their grasp whenever they desire. Yet, they have devoted their well-deserved rewards entirely to new research and aiding underprivileged students. Though they now walk in the twilight of their years, the youthful elegance of their past has faded, transforming them into venerable figures. However, that spirited elder commands respect, a formidable presence that no one dares to underestimate. The once flourishing young woman has also matured into a beauty of the twilight. Yet time does not diminish true beauty. Even with a head of silver hair, her bright eyes, impeccable demeanor, and graceful stride continue to captivate all who gaze upon her. Even in their twilight years, they remain enchanting figures, far surpassing the superficial allure of ostentatious celebrities who squander vast sums on their appearances. I remain the same youth I once was, unchanged in essence. Time merely serves as a test. The beliefs sown in my heart have not waned. No one disputes that these esteemed elders are still the young souls they once were. Their original intentions have not been altered by the passage of time. Observers cannot help but shed tears at the sight of these venerable academicians sincerely singing together. Why did I find myself in tears while listening? I don't know why, but I wept. These pillars of the nation share their life experiences to remind us why we must study and strive. When the heart is illuminated by the sun, flowers will naturally bloom. The grandmother exemplifies what it means to possess a wealth of knowledge and grace. Remain true to your original aspirations and pursue your dreams throughout life. Cultivate virtue and wisdom, without questioning the east or west. This is the star we should truly aspire to. Children, those celebrities should never be your dreams. Before us stands that youthful face, unwavering in the face of adversity. Say never, never give up, like a fire. As the song draws to a close, the audience feels a lingering sense of fulfillment. Each person moved to tears. Chen's heartfelt messages to the youth resonate deeply within his music. Chase every ray of light that graces your life, allowing the world to shine brighter because of your existence. The journey of growth inevitably entails enduring numerous storms. Trust in yourself, for your triumphs await. Do not let hardships halt your progress. Persevere, and you will possess your own blueprint. One day, you'll grow old. When you reflect on your life, will you still remember that diligent version of yourself? Will you express gratitude to the one who fought tirelessly for their dreams? To those diligent students striving for academic excellence, while you tackle your problems, the cod of Alaska leaps from the water. As you grapple with a mathematical conundrum, seagulls skim the Pacific shoreline. As you toil through the night in fervent study, the distant polar circle shimmers in vibrant hues. Yet, dear youth, the dreams you cherish must be realized through your own efforts. The world awaits your exploration, for it is only through your first-hand experiences that these aspirations hold true significance. The future is indeed promising. Exert yourself to the fullest. When you dedicate yourself to earnest endeavors for what lies ahead, you shall ultimately reap the rewards you seek. The breathtaking landscapes you once believed could only be glimpsed in documentaries will inevitably grace your life. Chen, alongside these venerable professors, extends their encouragement and heartfelt wishes to the youth, smiling and waving at the camera as if to say, "Keep going, young one." Upon returning backstage, the professors burst into applause for Chen. Chen, your performance was exceptional. Your songwriting is remarkable. We feel as if our youth has returned. They exclaim. You truly stand apart from the youthful idols. In the realm of music, it is indeed you who must lead. Chen smiles and replies, "Thank you for your encouragement. Esteemed professors, I shall strive to excel." Chapter 14. The King of Milk Tea. Liberating oneself after the professors departed, Chen noticed Yangmi approaching. "What is up? Are you here to give me another hug?" Yangmi shot him a silent glance. What happened to the serious young man on stage just now? How did you revert to that boastful persona? I am here to congratulate you. Today's performance was a resounding success. I firmly believe this song will become a sensation. Chen basked in pride. Indeed, the professors just mentioned that it was indeed my contribution. Can you not be so arrogant? Yangmi questioned, exasperated. One must revel in their achievements when the moment calls for it. A famous person once said, "Every individual is a king in their domain, commanding with audacity." You need not heed my words, but do not expect me to heed yours. Which famous person said that? Yangmi inquired. Of course, it was I, this renowned figure. Yangmi felt a wave of frustration. You are merely one step away from striking a pose, puffing out your chest, and striding with an air of indifference. And if I truly walked like that, Chen asked, you would likely get punched. So, it's best if you maintain decorum. After Chen concluded his performance, there was nothing further for him to do. Sun Haoran was busy, so Chen refrained from interrupting him. As for the subsequent programs, Chen could watch the live stream on his phone. Thus, he strolled outside, engrossed in his device, only to notice Yangmi trailing behind him. By the way, Yangmi, didn't you buy a ticket? Why not stay until the end? Yangmi was momentarily taken aback by the question, uncertain of how to respond. She couldn't very well admit that she wanted to be by his side. At that moment, it seemed Chen began to comprehend something, his gaze towards Yangmi turning laden with significance. Oh, I see. Yangmi instantly flushed red. What did you figure out? You're hoping to join me for dinner, aren't you? Yangmi was left speechless. I can't believe you, you boastful fool. That is not what I meant. However, I wouldn't mind treating you to dinner. Let us go. Yangmi felt a surge of frustration, but followed along, as if she genuinely longed for the meal. Yet, she couldn't contain herself from tagging along. Nevertheless, Chen had an inkling of Yangmi's feelings. He was no oblivious man. Moreover, Jinghua often remarked on how wonderful Yangmi was, subtly hinting that she harbored affection for him. Chen understood well that Yangmi wished to be in his company. As for that blind date, it was an unavoidable obligation to appease her parents. She had initially approached it with the intent to reject Chen Hao, only to be taken aback by his lack of charm. Luckily, Chen had come to her rescue. Yangmi secretly yearned to ask Chen, is it true, what you said last time, that we, the wealthy, will ultimately unite? Or could we possibly amend that to say, lovers will ultimately be together? However, she ultimately refrained from asking. The barbecue stall left Yangmi somewhat bewildered. Are you really going to eat this? How so? I recall you had no aversion to street food. Chen remarked. Of course, I have no aversion. I merely recall your insistence on maintaining a fit physique. Eating barbecue at night is not exactly a prudent choice, she replied. I had to prepare for tonight's performance a few days ago, so I naturally aim to look camera ready. Now that the performance is over, I can certainly indulge in my diet again. Boss, please bring me a cup of pearl milk tea. Make it double pearls. Mimi, would you like some? I'll stick with lemon water, Yami responded. While she appreciated the allure of milk tea, she was acutely aware of its propensity to contribute to weight gain. As a female celebrity, she was stringent in her body management and inevitably paid close attention to it. In stark contrast, Chen embodied a carefree attitude. He controlled himself when necessary, but when the moment called for it, he indulged in milk tea with double pearls. Watching Chen enthusiastically sip the pearls, as if determined not to miss a single one, Yangmi couldn't help but tease, "Do you truly adore milk tea this much? It is my elixir of life. You wouldn't understand the joy of milk tea, and the bliss of double pearls is beyond your comprehension." Chen exclaimed, "Are you aware that netizens have discussed your figure?" Yami inquired. Chen shrugged. "Of course. People often say I fluctuate between chubby and slim. You see, being happy and joyful naturally leads to weight gain, right? If I were to restrain myself, I would lose my happiness. When I'm unhappy, I crave milk tea, and if I indulge, I gain weight. So it's a cycle of gaining weight regardless, so I might as well not overthink it. Enjoying milk tea is what truly matters." Yami was momentarily taken aback by Chen's peculiar logic. "You do realize this is a serious absurdity, don't you?" Chen nodded. "Indeed, but even so, you cannot deter me from my companionship with milk tea, right?" Yami gazed at this eccentric individual in silence, then quietly took a sip of her lemon water. At that moment, the grilled rabbit heads that Chen ordered arrived. "Will you partake?" Chen asked. Yami shook her head. "I have filming tomorrow. Tonight my limit is this cup of lemon water." Chen shrugged. "Your life seems rather arduous, doesn't it? What is the purpose of earning money if not to achieve a state of leisure and enjoy life? You ought to learn from me. Once you achieve a small goal, you can retire. As long as you don't recklessly venture into entrepreneurship, 100 million is certainly enough for you to live a carefree life." Yami shook her head. "But I do not wish to stop. I still want to work." Chen pondered for a moment. "So, you mean to say your small goal leaves you with no time to spend it? Why not let me spend it for you?" "No way. That is my dowry." "A small goal is a dowry. How much bride price will be necessary to match your 100 million? Chen queried. "That is inconsequential. If one truly loves, a bride price is not essential." Chen playfully tapped her forehead. "One might jest about not becoming a forger like Wang Baochuan. Yet who would dare to forego a bride price of 100 million as a dowry? Is this not a display of utter foolishness? Or have all of one's wits disappeared too?" "Yang mi rubit had fordehat. What are you doing? That hurts. I am merely trying to enlighten you. Do not become a naive girl devoid of wisdom, lest you find yourself sold off by your in-laws without a clue." Yangmi muttered under her breath. "Anjinghua would never sell me." Just as Chen was about to take a bite of the rabbit's head, a voice from beside them exclaimed, "How can one eat a bunny?" Chapter 15. The first outburst at Mimi Chen was taken aback and turned his head. Beside him, a dramatic girl lamented to the boy seated next to her. "How could anyone eat such a cute bunny?" These two remarks silenced all the patrons, their gazes fixated upon her. Anyone with a sound moral compass could discern that she was a scheming individual poised to stir trouble. However, Chen was no pushover. He was well aware of how to counter such a green tea type. Thus, he shouted, "Boss, bring me 3 rabbit heads. I want them spicy." It was as if Chen's words ignited a rebellious spirit within the patrons, prompting them to place their own orders. "Boss, I'll have a spicy rabbit leg." "Boss, give me 5 spicy rabbit heads." "Boss, I do like a grilled rabbit rack." Seeing the other customers' orders, the green tea girl realized that they were deliberately targeting her. Yet, it mattered little that others were not swayed by her antics. What truly mattered was whether those around her were. "Darling, look how cruel everyone is. I don't want to eat here anymore." After they left, Yangmi quietly remarked, "So, you boys can really distinguish between green tea types? What is so hard to discern?" Chen replied, "Those who can't are merely playing a part. If 2 girls are vying for his attention, he is enjoying the attention too much to expose them. Thus, The ability to discern relies entirely on whether one harbors any ambiguous feelings towards the other. Chen nodded. Exactly. A typical male is just like that. Yangmi then inquired, so, all those starlets who approached you over the past decade, trying to ride your coattails, you must have driven them away, right? Why else? My status as a musical icon is not something just anyone can latch onto. Yangmi teasingly asked, and now that you're with me, aren't you worried about being photographed by paparazzi and having netizens accuse me of riding your fame? As he munched on a rabbit head, Chen replied, You're different. Yangmi paused. Am I special in your eyes? Indeed. Chen nodded. Curious, she pressed on, In what way am I special? She longed to hear words that affirmed her significant place in his heart, akin to the declarations found in romantic novels, where the male lead professes his unique affection for the female lead. However, Chen responded, My phone only has 2% battery left, and I didn't bring my wallet. You'll have to pay for this meal. Is that your definition of special? She thought, exasperated. It seemed she had been reduced to the role of the unwitting financial supporter. Despite her internal grumbling, Yangmi willingly settled the bill. Meanwhile, other patrons recognized Chen and eagerly requested photographs, to which he graciously obliged. Joyful group photos, delightful barbecues, and sweet sips of milk tea. Upon returning home, it was already 11 in the evening. Jinghua was absent due to work commitments, and Chen retreated to his room. He took out his phone and opened the trending topics. As expected, he had indeed made it to the trending list. Chen new song Youth, Chen youthful voice, Chen still, that young boy Chen singing about youth. These hashtags had consistently garnered significant discussion. Simultaneously, Chen and Yangmi enjoying barbecue and Chen drinking milk tea also surged onto the entertainment trending list. Internet users eagerly shared candid photos. When they saw Chen earnestly sipping the last pearl from his milk tea with a straw, laughter ensued. You're still that boy who loved milk tea. Unchanged in the slightest. Stop deceiving yourself. I can still see you've gained weight in tonight's camera shots. Chen, clearly, it's because your photos aren't well taken. I am not fat. It's all the camera's fault. Chen, I'm not fat. I'm just robust. My apologies. I can vividly imagine Chen holding a water gun, bare-chested, in shorts, wearing sunglasses, running on the lawn while singing. Come on, let us enjoy. As if time were abundant. No worries, Chen. Regardless of how many pounds you've gained, you will always remain our beloved little prince. Is no one curious why Chen and Yangmi are having barbecue together? It seems we might be in for some ambiguous gossip. Ha ha ha. They were childhood friends who grew up together. Going for barbecue is perfectly normal. ISNT it. Yangmi debuted 10 years ago, precisely when Chen retired at his peak. It's true they Haven T shared the stage together, but should we ship this couple or not? The topic raised by netizens reminded Chen of his 18-year-old self. When Chen was filling out his university application, he chose the Dragon Country Conservatory of Music, which Yangmi originally intended to apply to as well. At that time, Chen couldn't comprehend why Yangmi, who had no musical talent whatsoever and struggled with basic musical instruments, would choose a music academy. Was she joking with her future? It was Yangmi's close friend, Yin, who quietly informed Chen that she was doing this to be in the same university as him. What a silly girl. With her charming face and expressive eyes. She was born to act, yet she insisted on studying music. Even Chen, though somewhat naive, eventually understood her motives. Naturally, he persuaded Yangmi to change her application to the Drama Academy. Initially, she was reluctant, insisting that she wanted to study music. You, a musical novice, studying music? Are you out of your mind? Throughout their lives, Chen had pulled her into mischief countless times. However, he had never spoken harshly to Yangmi before. That was his first reprimand. Yangmi was taken aback by Chen's sudden sternness and immediately lowered her head. Chen softened his tone, suggesting that if she had an interest in music, it could merely be pursued as a hobby, as there was no need to squander her talent for acting. He acknowledged her unfamiliarity with the new environment and her desire for companionship. But it's all right. The two schools are not far apart, merely a kilometer. Should you need anything, feel free to call me, and I shall assist you. Yangmi lifted her head and inquired, What if it rains or the wind howls? I will come even in the harshest weather. She replied, And what if you happen to have a girlfriend? It is impossible for me to have a girlfriend. Yang Mi froze upon hearing this. You like men? Chapter 16. What it feels like to have endless money, pray tell. Are you jesting? I mean, I have little interest in pursuing a romantic partner. Nonsense. The Music Academy is teeming with beautiful girls. It would be peculiar if you were not moved. No one compares to your beauty. This was what Chen silently pondered, choosing to keep his thoughts to himself. During his 5 years at university, Chen graduated in just 3. His professors felt they had imparted all they could teach and encouraged him to explore his own path. While there were girls who pursued him, Chen's heart remained unyielding. He lacked the desire to protect someone else. On the contrary, he often rode his bike to Yang Mi's school. When he saw her, he would smile, and she would return the gesture. Thus, a decade passed without either of them engaging in a romantic relationship, as if they were both waiting for the other to speak up. Suddenly, a ringing phone interrupted his reverie. Chen glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhao Na. It seemed they were discussing another collaboration. Indeed, Penguin Music sought to acquire the music rights to Chen's song Youth. Naturally, Chen had no objections. He followed the necessary procedures, and the funds were deposited. Thus, this collaboration was concluded satisfactorily. Chen checked his bank account. The royalties from his song were settled monthly. The 10 million in copyright fees for 10 years had already been credited. His balance had reached a modest target. Over 10 years, he had only spent 20 million, averaging 2 million a year or 5,500 per day. This amount was merely the interest accrued from the money Jinghua had saved for him. Chen had little desire for consumption. After all, he already possessed luxury cars and opulent homes, and his expenses were limited to food and drink. Adhering to the most frugal eating habits, he would have a bowl of beef noodles with minimal meat for 100, a lavish lunch for 2,000, and a barbecue with a milk tea for 500. In total, he barely spent half of his daily allowance. However, Chen did not always indulge in such expenses. There were days when he barely spent 1,000. Yet, another 5,500 in interest would be credited the next day. What is it like to have endless money? Alas, how vexing. I long for someone to help me spend it. Ultimately, it was only after inadvertently wrecking his car that he managed to part with some funds. In truth, even if he were to spend 100 million in a year, he could effortlessly earn it back whenever he wished. Yet, Chen was simply too lazy. He preferred to be a tranquil gentleman sipping milk tea. Nevertheless, the music industry had no intention of allowing Chen to recline in complacency. What a jest. After all, they had finally witnessed the return of a genius. It was imperative that he alter the current chaotic state of affairs. However, as Chen rose to fame, he also faced resentment from many up-and-coming stars, one of whom was Yu. As a young, idle boy by capital, he was among those displeased. At first, netizens did not pay much attention to this young heartthrob emerging from the plastic surgery assembly line, often scrolling past videos without a second thought. However, it was his self-introduction video that truly catapulted Yu into the spotlight. Dressed in overalls and clutching a basketball, his feeble and effeminate mannerisms drew ridicule from viewers, propelling him to viral fame through memes and parodic videos. Ordinarily, such fame would be considered a blessing. However, the manner in which Yu rose to prominence left him feeling utterly vexed. Why was it that Chen gained recognition through his vocal prowess and artistic contributions, while Yu's notoriety stemmed from public mockery? This seemed illogical, yet in reality, it was quite the opposite. A face sculpted by surgery, devoid of genuine talent, had no grounds to expect the audience to remember him. Had he possessed the wit to embrace his meme status with a touch of self-deprecation, he might have garnered some goodwill from the netizens. Instead, Yu chose to send a cease and desist letter, a move that only invited further ridicule, with the letter itself becoming fodder for memes. As netizens continued to deride him, he found himself powerless to pursue legal action against them, a predicament that only served to complicate matters further. Ultimately, the situation fizzled out without resolution. Presently, Yu's memes continue to circulate as humorous imagery online, compounding his troubles. Chen, the prodigy who burst onto the scene at 17, has made a triumphant return. In comparison, Chen Yu now pales in significance to Liu Chen from 13 years ago. Initially, one might have assumed that Liu Chen's revival was merely a ploy to cash in. Yet he has returned with music of such quality that it eclipses the current industry standards, exuding a sentiment of invincibility. You could not defeat me 13 years ago. And you cannot now. Chen Yu himself finds this astonishing. Despite his lengthy hiatus, 10 years, one would think that in the rapidly evolving entertainment landscape, only exceptionally talented stars could maintain relevance. In this industry, if a celebrity has not been in the news for 10 months, let alone 10 years, they risk fading into obscurity. This incessant need for publicity through stunts, romantic pairings, or media feuds serves to keep them in the limelight. Yet Liu Chen, even after a decade, can command a fervent response from fans simply by appearing on stage in a tank top and floral shorts, prompting exclamations of "My youth has returned." This phenomenon is utterly beyond Chen Yu's comprehension. As a young star reliant on external resources rather than innate talent, he will never grasp that it is not sensationalist gossip that etches a name into the hearts of audiences, but rather genuine skill and character. 13 years ago, Liu Chen left an indelible mark on many hearts, and even today, a multitude still chooses to indulge in his timeless melodies. His steadfast demeanor, unpretentious and unambitious, allows him to remain true to himself, eschewing the trappings of fame. Indeed, even if he desired to seek the limelight, his mother would orchestrate everything for him. Yet he holds such pursuits in disdain, and thus, Jinghua remains uninvolved. After a decade-long hiatus, Liu Chen's musical prowess remains formidable. What reason could listeners possibly have to withhold their support? My new song is set to debut tomorrow, and I am determined to surpass Liu Chen's achievements, even if it means resorting to artificially inflated numbers to present an appealing facade. My manager, Dong Jia, nodded in agreement. I have already mobilized a team of online promoters, poised to flood the data with support as soon as the clock strikes noon when the song is officially released. However, at noon the following day, Liu Chen's new single, Youth, is also slated to premiere on music platforms. The clash between genuine talent and youthful exuberance promises to be a spectacle that captivates the audience's curiosity. Chapter 17. A resounding slap in the face. The power of genuine fans overpaid promoters, with Liu Chen announcing the release date of his single on Weibo the following day. The online community erupted into a frenzy of commentary. Goodness! Liu Chen Yu is also set to release a new song at noon today. The title is Hello, Hello, Hello. Is that name intended to make me laugh? I can clearly sense Chen Yu's insincerity. What on earth is Chen Yu thinking? Does he not realize that 13, 12, even 11 years ago, singers would deliberately avoid releasing their albums at the same time as Liu Chen, knowing they could not compete? They would gracefully step aside to avoid stealing his spotlight. Chen Yu must be overly confident. What makes him think he can confront someone whom even the likes of Andy Lau would avoid clashing with? A spectacular showdown is about to unfold. I can't wait to witness how Chen Yu will falter at 12 noon today. How dare you speak of my Gigi like that? Do you know how hard he has worked to purchase data? Little detractor, you've revealed your true colors. After reading these comments, Liu Chen shook his head. Just as the netizens had pointed out, what right did a mediocre student have to believe he could surpass a brilliant scholar in an examination? Whence came his audacity and confidence? From Liang Jingru? Even she would not bestow such courage upon him. As the comments polarized, noon arrived. Both Liu Chen's Youth and Chen Yu's Hello, Hello, Hello were released simultaneously. However, the 5-second advertisement before entering the main page prominently featured Liu Chen's Youth. The poster depicted a young man in a suit, holding a briefcase, quietly observing a small boy in shorts and a tank top, drenched in sweat as he kicked a soccer ball. In the upper right corner were the words, "May you journey through half of your life, yet return still a youth." Upon entering the main page, it was no surprise that Liu Chen's Youth claimed the top spot on the new song chart. What a farce! In the face of absolute strength, what was Chen Yu? Even with abundant financial backing, Zhao Na would never allow Chen Yu's name to overshadow Liu Chen's. Such an act would be an affront to her position as the director at Penguin Music and a disgrace to the current music market. When the subpar music of a fleeting celebrity could rank higher than works of genuine artistry, the essence of music would be irrevocably lost. This reality would deter the passionate youth from ever stepping foot into the realm of music again. If all efforts were destined to be overshadowed by capital, what was the point of striving when hard work goes unrecognized and is dismissed by the whims of finance? Who wouldn't want to give up? Chen's emergence has instilled immense confidence in countless young individuals who cherish music. Look, the music market is gradually improving with Chen's return. Those substandard songs will inevitably be overshadowed by Chen's new creations. The listeners who once drifted away will, fueled by their love for quality music, return with the influx of traffic, all thanks to Chen's resurgence. And all of this, it is all due to Chen and his remarkable works. However, Chen is unwilling to concede defeat so easily. He aims to elevate his streaming rankings. This is the only course of action available to him. The charts for streaming and the daily new song rankings are the sole lists that fluctuate based on listener counts. The higher the number of listeners, the better the ranking. Naturally, this creates an opportunity for the financial backers of the young idols to manipulate the data. Chen has ample funds to recruit online bots. Upon the release of Hey Hey Hey, these bots immediately sprang into action, amassing 10 million streams in under a minute. Within a minute, he temporarily climbed to the 5th position on the chart. Chen observed these two charts with calm and composure. His song 10 Years still remains on the listener count chart. Remarkably so, the listener count chart reflects the total number of streams a song has garnered since its release. The page displays a total of 5 songs, with Chen's old classic Sunny Day from 13 years ago taking the top spot. Following closely is another of his timeless tracks, 7 Mile Fragrance, also from 13 years prior. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions are occupied by his songs Flower Sea, Snail, and Dream Launch, released 12 years ago. This indicates that Chen's songs from a decade ago have utterly dominated the total listener count chart. What an extraordinary feat. 13 years, a full 13 years. The music industry has witnessed countless changes, with numerous artists emerging and being eliminated. Yet, not a single individual has managed to ascend this chart with their songs over the past decade. Yet, Chen accomplished this with just one song from 13 years ago. Not to mention, he occupies all 5 top spots. If this isn't a testament to his undeniable talent, then it must surely be a result of data manipulation. However, everyone knows that a powerhouse like Chen would never stoop to such tactics. The public, both within and outside the industry, understands exactly who stands behind him. If he desired, it would take but a second to achieve it. Yet, despite having the option to rely on his connections, he chooses to depend on his own capabilities. His prowess illustrates what it means to possess genuine talent that surpasses mere connections. One must ask, who in the entire music industry would dare to challenge this? Only Chen, an arrogant young newcomer, would entertain such notions of rivalry. Meanwhile, on the daily listener count chart, 3 positions are allocated for new songs. The audience has instinctively dismissed the 3rd-ranking newcomer, focusing instead on the competition between Chen and Chen. Presently, Chen holds the 2nd position with 8 million streams. Although he currently trails, this 8 million is authentic, untainted by bots. In contrast, Chen seemingly impressive numbers are the result of financial investments to inflate his data. The audience is not naive. They see through the charade and have taken to mocking him in the comments. Chen, how much do you pay per stream? I do like to earn that 5 cents too. I find myself craving spicy snacks. Let me boost the data for you. How dare you mock my dear Gigi? Are you aware of how many bots were purchased to generate such impressive statistics? Gigi, keep up the great work. Your bots are the best. I'm off to listen to Chen's songs. Chen, your piece, youth, is truly delightful. I shall support you forever. What surprise! Cheering for Chen beneath Chen song. I simply want to exclaim, what a splendid performance. Chen, upon reading these comments, was utterly infuriated. Where are the bots to boost the data? Let us elevate those positive reviews. Support my brother and let us rally for him. Chapter 18. Chart-topping extravaganza. The Sunset Red fan club takes action. 5 minutes later, as the hired support began flooding the platform with favorable reviews, Chen's song Youth had already eclipsed Hey 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 amassing an astonishing 50 million listeners, while Hey 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 languished at a mere 10 million. The online community was in stitches over the statistics. Ha ha ha. Let Yu see what it means to have magic defeat magic. Yu must be fuming. After spending so much on hired support, they vanished after cashing in, leaving behind a stagnant 10 million. Yu, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and bring in new support. Die-hard fans, your idol is faltering. It's up to you now. Brother this, brother that. Do you think you're a mother hen? Clucking away all day. Yu was not one to miss such a golden opportunity, even if it meant buying support and inflating numbers. He was determined to bring Lu Chen down. Then he could release a wave of press releases, proclaiming himself superior to the musical titan Lu Chen. Lu Chen would be yesterday's news, and he would claim the title of the current music king. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The number of listeners for Lu Chen's new song soared beyond Chen Yu's wildest expectations. How incredible was Lu Chen's musical prowess? Being a singer who had retreated for a decade, that within a mere 10 minutes of releasing a new song, he reached 60 million online listeners? The fans Chen Yu had previously observed were merely fickle. Why would they choose to support a 30-year-old over a younger pop star? Why were Lu Chen's fans so unwavering in their devotion? From debut to present, they remained steadfast listeners. Why? This was an emotional connection that Chen Yu, who relied solely on data manipulation, would never comprehend. It was akin to that unforgettable person from 1's youth, irreplaceable. 24 hours later, Lu Chen's youth had amassed a staggering 300 million listeners, while Chen Yu's figures were a mere 500 million, artificially inflated by hired support. This contest of capital versus talent ended in a decisive victory for Lu Chen, who triumphed effortlessly with his genuine abilities. In the comments beneath Lu Chen's post, netizens shared their thoughts. Lu Chen, do you realize how you utterly outclassed Chen Yu on the single-day listener chart? Just to clarify, we didn't T-inflate your numbers. We genuinely tuned in to enjoy the music. I heard Chen Yu spent 100 million on hired support. He must be weeping in the restroom, having spent so much only to be outshined by someone who spent not a penny. This is akin to Chen Yu laboring tirelessly on a construction site, finally earning 10,000 at the end of the month, only to discover that Lu Chen's daily interest alone equals that amount. It's enough to crush the spirit of any hardworking soul. Lu Chen's fans, don't get too smug. What does it matter if you have more listeners? In the trending discussions, my brother is still number one. As a representative of the brand, my esteemed brother possesses an undeniable charm. These fervent fans, if they possessed a modicum of self-awareness, would confine their support for their idol to Chen Yu's microblog. However, they audaciously choose to provoke on Lu Chen's microblog instead. Such actions are nothing short of self-sabotage. It seems we are genuinely embarking on a contest of numbers. While they are eager to showcase what it truly means to manipulate data, Lu Chen's fans find themselves utterly bewildered. What is voting? What is a super topic? As a middle-aged individual, I am at a loss. How does one even vote? In a moment of confusion, Lu Chen's fans began seeking guidance from their younger siblings. After a period of inquiry and learning, they finally comprehended that a super topic involves elevating a person's discussion, akin to trending on microblog. Consequently, the discussion volume surges, and so too does the ranking. Thus, they rallied together. This cohort of fans, now entering their 30s, embarked on their inaugural journey of data manipulation. And the best part? It was free. In no time, this endeavor trended on the hot search list. Lu Chen Yu's Super Topic PK competition. Celebrities from the entertainment industry joined the discourse. After Lu Dehua shared a guide on how to find super topics and vote for stars, he successfully cast his support for Lu Chen, leaving words of encouragement, expressing the need for a talent like Lu Chen in the music industry. Yang Mi, having grown up alongside Lu Chen, naturally could not remain passive during such a pivotal moment. She continuously shared the supportive microblogs of many friends within the industry, while also leaving messages of encouragement for Lu Chen. As a devoted fan, my support for Lu Chen mirrors that of everyone else. After voting, Yang Mi intended to inquire if anyone was a fan of Lu Chen, only to discover that everyone was quietly engrossed in their phones. Yang Mi rose discreetly and approached Xiaomai, only to find her screen displaying Lu Chen's super topic page. Xiaomai was indeed voting for Lu Chen. The other staff members were similarly engaged. Of course, some individuals of Yang Mi's age were unfamiliar with the voting process and were diligently learning from online tutorials. Yang Mi intentionally cleared her throat loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately set aside their phones, feigning intense focus on their work. Yang Mi chuckled, "All right, I know what everyone is up to. I don't mind you all using work hours to support Lu Chen's voting. Moreover, I would like to implore everyone to vote for Lu Chen more frequently." Xiaomei playfully inquired. "Oh, Mi Jia, is this a special privilege for you? Do you harbor other feelings for Lu Chen?" Yang Mi feigned a stern expression. "Xiaomei, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you jest with the boss? Do you wish to forfeit this month's bonus?" No. Mi Jia, I definitely want the bonus." Yang Mi smiled and said, "All right, everyone, let's get back to work. I too must continue to support Lu Chen." Within the fan community, countless netizens left heartfelt comments in support of Lu Chen. "As a mother expecting my second child, I am tirelessly voting for Lu Chen in the dead of night." "Lu Chen, do you know?" Lu Chen, of course, was aware. He replied, "Baby knows, but baby won't say." Chen Yu's fans always speak through data, so let us show them what true data looks like. Lu Chen's fans may be older, but we are not dead. We simply wish to quietly enjoy his music. Yet, if you insist on forcing us out of our comfort zone, we shall demonstrate the patience and tenacity we possessed in the days before the internet was as advanced as it is today, when we painstakingly sent our support votes to the television station one text at a time, to speak a harsh truth, as long as Lu Chen's fans are willing. They can easily cut off the pocket money of Chen Yu's delusional fans. 10 hours later, Lu Chen's fan community surged from 99th to 3rd place. Remarkably, Lu Chen had not employed any paid promoters. These were all genuine fans who voluntarily elevated him. The top position remained with Chen Yu. However, after 12 hours, Lu Chen's community successfully claimed the second spot, displacing Chen Yu. The Sunset Red Fan Club was ecstatic upon witnessing Lu Chen's ascent, using this celebration to convey to Chen Yu's delusional fans that when it comes to strength, your idol cannot compete. When it comes to data, as long as we make an effort, your idol still cannot prevail. How does it feel? Are you thoroughly defeated? If not, we wouldn't mind humiliating your idol once more. Following the conclusion of the voting frenzy, the jubilant fans fell silent on the internet, embodying the spirit of draping my robe and departing, concealing my accomplishments and fame. This celebration showcased Lu Chen's immense appeal. Whenever Lu Chen is in need, those Sunset Red fans, who have been lying in wait across the land, will be ready to rally for him at a moment's notice. In this moment, Lu Chen's fans also discovered. Chapter 19. The Invasion of Live Streaming. Platforms competing for entry qualifications. It turns out that the so-called upscale brand endorsed by Chen Yu is merely an imported product. In an era where domestic goods are steadily rising, many netizens no longer hold foreign brands in high esteem. They prioritize price, practicality, and quality. The mindset of idolizing foreign products has become a relic entirely dispensable in the eyes of increasingly enlightened netizens. Only a handful stubbornly cling to the antiquated belief that foreign products are inherently superior. The brand Chen Yu represents is a trendy label, although it originates from abroad. Netizens have uncovered issues regarding the product's quality. I'm not intentionally disparaging. Everyone take a look. This is what I spent 2,000 yuan on. The so-called foreign trendy brand endorsed by Chen Yu. Observe the untrimmed threads, the chaotic stitching, and the wrinkled fabric. Even a garment from Yiwu's small commodity market priced at 9 yuan and 9 jiao surpasses this in quality. Think bigger. The clothes my mother bought 30 years ago still hold better quality than this endorsed product. This is nothing but a scheme to exploit consumers. I am among the first to be taken advantage of. Here I am, pulling back the curtain, hoping others are more discerning than I was, and do not become mere fodder for capitalists. Due to the immense attention and shares from netizens, pressure swiftly mounted on Chen Yu and the brand. Reluctantly, they collaborated to issue a response. If there are any issues, returns can be processed through the purchasing channels. Our trendy brand will always adhere to the principle of prioritizing customer service. Yet, not a single word of apology to the customers for their trust was uttered, which significantly tarnished their reputation. Meanwhile, Chen, who had never endorsed any brand or appeared in advertisements, was inevitably drawn into comparisons. Who possesses a broader vision? Who lacks a sense of perspective? The distinction was evident. As someone who has never viewed his fans as mere commodities to be exploited, Chen was determined to take action in support of his followers. Simultaneously, he aimed to strike a blow against those who worship foreign brands, believing that endorsing them elevates their own status. Thus, Chen confined himself to his room for 10 minutes. Upon emerging, he held a new musical score, already registered for copyright. Next came the task of recording the song. In what manner should it be released? Chen pondered. Merely streaming it on music platforms seemed too monotonous, failing to capture the essence he wished to convey. After much contemplation, Chen resolved to present it through a live streaming format. A decade ago, live streaming had yet to gain traction. In recent years, many streamers have ventured into this domain, with the pioneers reaping substantial rewards. Chen had received invitations from various streaming platforms, yet he was unwilling to act like a lunatic, shouting in a live room to entice unwitting consumers. Nevertheless, to embark on a live streaming journey, one must inevitably register for a streaming account. For live streaming companies, the arrival of any prominent celebrity signifies an influx of substantial traffic. Thus, in their pursuit of attracting viewership, many streaming platforms impose exceptionally high entry requirements. In the years when gatherings were minimized, Andy Lau sought to engage with his fans through a virtual concert. At that time, major streaming companies such as Douyin, Kuaishou, and Huya extended exorbitant offers, amounting to hundreds of millions, to entice him to join their platforms. Ultimately, Douyin secured Andy Lau's participation with an astounding fee of $130 million. During that virtual concert on Douyin, he successfully interacted with his fans, who were thoroughly delighted to hear their idol sing. And some were even fortunate enough to join him live. Undoubtedly, Andy Lau's presence attracted immense traffic to Douyin, showcasing the magnetism of a superstar. Naturally, since the night of Chen's return, efforts to invite him to join have never ceased. Since his debut, Jinghua has been managing Chen's career, and any invitation for him to participate would necessitate a discussion with her. Initially, she dismissed the idea without a second thought, fully aware of Chen's temperament. He had little interest in live streaming for profit. However, on that particular day, Chen took the initiative to express his desire to stream. What? You wish to go live? Have you been brainwashed by those influencers on Douyin with their incessant promotions? Focus on your singing. Avoid tarnishing your reputation with such nonsense. Mom, I want to stream precisely to sing. This time, it's to vent my frustrations. Venting? Jinghua pondered. Are you intending to target Chengyu and his fervent fans? Truly, she was the most astute manager, never missing a chance to glean gossip from the industry. And those who fawn over foreign trends. What is the song called? The Compendium of Materia Medica. Jinghua's interest was piqued. She was well aware of the nature of this esteemed medical treatise. She pondered how Chen could possibly intertwine the profound work of Li Shizhen with a song. She struggled to envision any feasible connection. It would be far too convoluted to sing the names of traditional herbs. This only heightened her anticipation, leaving her eager to uncover how Chen managed to craft lyrics that could transform a medical text into a harmonious song, all while maintaining an absence of vulgarity in his criticisms. I must see the lyrics first. Allow me a glimpse. All right, but after reading, do not forget to express my brilliance with a more sophisticated term. You cheeky boy, brimming with pride. I haven't even looked yet, and you are already certain of my praises. Yet, as Jinghua perused the initial lines, she could hardly suppress the urge to give a thumbs up. No way. Jinghua clenched her fist tightly, determined not to reveal her admiration for this remarkable young man. She must maintain an air of composure while observing him, lest he become overly arrogant. Thus, after feigning calmness throughout the performance, Jinghua handed the score to Chen. Quite commendable, she mused. Mother, your evaluation of a song that adapts medical texts into a melody, while simultaneously promoting the essence of traditional Chinese medicine and countering those foolish individuals enamored with foreign trends, is merely quite commendable. It seems you share the same musical ineptitude as Yangmi. How dare this insolent boy belittle his own mother? At that moment, Jinghua's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and noted the caller, Li Xiaomu, the operations director of Douyin. "Prepare yourself for a hefty entry fee," she remarked as she answered the call. Chapter 20. No merchandise. No merchandise. No merchandise. Greetings, Sister Hua. It is I, Li Xiaomu. I would like to discuss the possibility of having Lu Chen join our live streaming platform. Such negotiations have become second nature for Jinghua, a seasoned fox in the industry. With decades of experience, she certainly knows how to maximize her own benefits. Even if Lu Chen relents, Jinghua is well aware that Douyin is backed by a formidable conglomerate, ensuring that there is always a premium piece of the pie to be had. I have spoken with Chen about this, but as you know, he lacks ambition. Now that he has grown, he has spread his wings, making it difficult for me to manage him. Li Xiaomu immediately replied, "Sister Hua, the entry fee is not an issue. 200 million. I hope you can have a thorough discussion with Lu Chen. We genuinely wish to collaborate with him." Feigning difficulty, Jinghua said, "Very well. I shall give it another try." After hanging up, Lu Chen observed her with the gaze of a cunning fox. "Ah, truly a veteran in the circle. This art of feigned restraint is executed flawlessly. I am securing benefits for you. In this game of strategy, one must not shy away from deception, understand?" "Understood. My dear mother, all of this is for my future financial freedom, to lead a life of leisure and ease. I am profoundly grateful. Enough with the banter. When do you plan to go live?" "The sooner, the better, while the traffic and buzz are high," Jinghua replied. "Let us aim for 8 o'clock tonight. That is when viewership peaks. However, even if you start at 4 in the morning, there will be fans setting their alarms to watch." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen beamed with pride. "Mother, you are well aware of my inherent draw. Ah, this wretched charm." With a swift motion, a cushion was hurled in his direction. 2 hours later, Jinghua returned Li Xiaomu's call to inform him that Lu Chen had agreed to join. Li Xiaomu was ecstatic. "Really, Sister Hua, this is monumental news. It feels even more exhilarating than winning the lottery, as if I could soar amongst the heavens." Jinghua understood the implications, and Li Xiaomu did too. Lu Chen's participation heralded an influx of traffic, a surge in advertisements, and a whirlwind of excitement. All of these elements could be transformed into substantial wealth. In the realm of commerce, who bears ill will towards money? It is only natural to treat Lu Chen like a revered ancestor. After finalizing the contract, Lu Chen registered his live streaming account and announced on Weibo, "Tonight at 8 o'clock, I will be live on Douyin, unveiling a new song. No merchandise. No merchandise. No merchandise. Important things are worth repeating thrice." The followers who kept a keen eye on his updates promptly rushed to the provided link to make their reservations on Douyin. Lu Chen's live streaming page was prominently featured on Douyin's homepage, firmly occupying the top spot. The other popular streamers have been pushed to the next page. The last time such fervent promotion occurred was during Andy Lau's online concert. Lu Chen, as the music king of the new era, has even gained the acknowledgement of Andy Lau himself, who humbly admits he is willing to be Lu Chen's subordinate in terms of creativity and vocal prowess. Naturally, no one perceives Lu Chen's dominating promotional presence as overreaching. Rather, it is a testament to his formidable talent. Simultaneously, Lu Chen's announcement has garnered a wave of positive feedback from netizens. "Oh my, when I saw Lu Chen's live streaming announcement, I had an ominous premonition. Is he planning to abandon his singing career to join the e-commerce army? I clearly underestimated his vision. Impressive. A top-tier star who dares to outright refuse to sell products. If it were any other celebrity, they would have long been addicted to selling. If we were to speak of the refreshing streams in the entertainment industry, it must be you, Lu Chen. Is Lu Chen compensating for the decade of inactivity that has left us, his fans, in a drought of music? The speed of his recent releases is astonishing. One song after another, his songwriting pace is reminiscent of a whirlwind. I adore it." Yami immediately called Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, what made you decide to join the streaming army?" Lu Chen shrugged. "Money is a powerful remedy, with an overt effect. The shallow and joyful me would never miss an opportunity to indulge in something so mundane. While money may not be omnipotent, what else comes close?" As Lu Chen casually expressed his affinity for wealth, Yang Mi retorted in disbelief. "Come on, If it were purely for money, you and T have waited until others finish the feast of live streaming before entering the scene. An Jinghua has already informed me that you intend to use singing as a means to vent your frustrations. Lu Chen pouted. My mom truly enjoys sharing everything with you. It's as if she is on the verge of revealing my bank card password. Oh, that? I learned the password 10 years ago. It's 342783, right? Lu Chen was utterly flabbergasted. But why will my mom tell you that? I asked Annie the same question. She said you have more money than you can spend. So she let me help you spend it. Ah, what an irresistible reason. Lu Chen lamented. Why the tension? I haven't even swiped your card. I'm not tense. I'm merely astonished by my mom's audacious actions. By the way, I do have something I'd like your assistance with. Yang Mi smiled. You want me to help you spend money? I have absolutely no reason to refuse. Tell me, how much shall I spend? Now, it was Lu Chen's turn to be speechless. Let us get my career sorted first before discussing spending. All right, go ahead. I hope to perform in the backdrop of a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. I remember your grandfather is quite a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. May I record in his clinic? Let me ask my grandfather first, and I'll get back to you. Yang Mi immediately sought out her grandfather, Yang Jingtian, and conveyed Lu Chen's request to him. Initially, Yang Jingtian was quite skeptical. Are you joking? Since the time of Hua Te, aside from the famed prescriptions crafted by distinguished physicians, no one has succeeded in seamlessly integrating traditional Chinese medicine with music without a hint of discord. Yang Jingtian was well aware of the deep bond between his beloved granddaughter and Lu Chen, who had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, akin to a betrothal. While Lu Chen possessed remarkable talent in music, he was undeniably a novice in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. If the names of the herbs were misappropriated inappropriately within the context of certain ailments, it could lead to grave misunderstandings among listeners, potentially endangering lives. Grandfather, rest assured, Lu Chen is not the type to mislead others. He simply wishes to use your traditional Chinese medicine hall as a backdrop for his live broadcast after your work hours. And I assure you, he has no intention of riding on your coattails. Moreover, Lu Chen has never needed to capitalize on anyone else's fame. He aims to present his music in its most exquisite form, down to the finest detail. Observing that Yang Jingtian remained unconvinced, Yang Mi resorted to her charms. Grandfather, I implore you. Chapter 21. The Materia Medica. Very well. My precious granddaughter has spoken. How could I possibly refuse? However, you must answer your grandfather honestly. You have never pleaded with me for a boy before. Are you assisting Lu Chen because you harbor feelings for him? Upon hearing this, Yang Mi blushed. Grandfather, what are you saying? I merely hope this song can be accompanied by a more fitting background to showcase its deeper significance. Despite her denial, Yang Jingtian discerned the truth from her evasive demeanor. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further. Yang Mi quickly relayed her grandfather's agreement to Lu Chen. Mimi, rest assured, I am not one to take advantage without reciprocation. I shall bring a grand gift for your elder. Yang Mi retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Do you genuinely believe that? Haven't you already taken enough from me? At 7 o'clock in the evening, while Yang Mi assisted in tidying the clinic, she awaited Lu Chen's arrival. Soon, Lu Chen entered, clad in a gray coat, carrying a box, reminiscent of attire from the Republican era. Yang Mi was momentarily taken aback by his appearance. Are you cosplaying? This is to harmonize with the atmosphere here. Lu Chen then greeted Yang Jingtian. Grandfather, greetings. I feel somewhat guilty for imposing today. This is a gift I have prepared for you. As he spoke, Lu Chen placed the box on the table. Yang Jingtian inquired with a smile. Is this a gift for me? What lies within? 1,000-year-old ginseng. 1,000-year-old ginseng. Yang Jingtian Chocolate, Lu Chen. I began my medical studies at the tender age of 13, and after over 60 years of practice, I have never encountered such a rare treasure. Do not speak so boastfully. Then please, grandfather, enlighten me. Yang Jingtian opened the box, initially wearing an expression akin to that of an ordinary ginseng observer. But upon glimpsing the contents, he was rendered speechless, his face a canvas of disbelief. Yang Mi had never witnessed such an expression from her grandfather, his eyes reflecting shock, astonishment, incredulity, yet also delight. Yang Mi glanced at the ginseng, Though she was not well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, she could discern its exceptional nature. This ginseng possessed an aura unlike any ordinary specimen, seemingly infused with a spirit that had traversed through millennia. Yang Jingtian, trembling, reached out to gently touch the ginseng's roots, only to withdraw his hand immediately. Lu Chen, where did you acquire this ginseng? I purchased it many years ago from a rural area. Lu Chen was, of course, spinning a tale. It was actually obtained through the system he now commanded. After all, he was the system's master, and it provided him with whatever he desired. All right. You mentioned you were going to live stream. Go ahead and record it. I shall observe from over there. With that, Yang Jingtian carried the box aside. Grandfather, you might accidentally appear on camera. Yami cautioned. Whatever. Yang Jingtian waved his hand, his thoughts consumed by ginseng. Yami glanced at the time. It was 7:30. Shall we prepare? She suggested. I'll let the team in. There's much to be done before the live broadcast. Just cooperate. Once everything was in order, the clock struck 8. Lu Chen's live stream commenced punctually. He greeted the audience with a wave. Hello everyone, I am Lu Chen. Delighted to meet you all in the live stream. In this session, he intended to perform his new song, Compendium of Materia Medica. The live stream room had already attracted 1 million fans. After just a couple of sentences, the comments began to flood in. I can't believe you're wearing a Republic-era gown in a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. This is the first time I've heard someone turn a classic Chinese medical text into a song. If it were anyone else, they would just be seeking fame off renowned doctors. But since the creator is Lu Chen, it's worth anticipating. So, is this a promotion of our Dragon Kingdom's traditional medicine culture? Wait, I just realized I can't tip. Why has the tipping function been disabled? I was all set to shower you with gifts. Lu Chen responded with a smile. I think it's better for everyone to spend their money on themselves. I don't lack for money. I can buy what I need. Your tips don't hold much significance for me. Just being willing to pay for my song is enough to help me achieve a small goal. This is winning over so many hearts. What? Your song costs just 1 yuan to download. Even with a 20% cut, you only earn 80 cents per song, yet you've made 100 million. That implies over 100 million people have paid to download your songs. Terrifying. While other streamers are begging for tips, Lu Chen has straightforwardly turned off the tipping option. Now, it's us who are hoping he LL enable it. Lu Chen, you must realize just how extraordinary your earning potential is. Don't you wish to achieve financial freedom and live a life of leisure? Don't even mention leisure. I fear that upon seeing those words, he might just shut down the stream and go home to sleep. Lu Chen chuckled. Tonight, leisure was out of the question. Get ready. I'm about to show off. If any other young star dared to say such a thing in a live stream, they would have faced a barrage of criticism. However, in the face of Lu Chen, his fans exhibited remarkable tolerance. Instead of feeling annoyed or overconfident, they found it amusing. All right, let us see you show off. Lu Chen's demeanor shifted to seriousness. He sat before the drum set, holding the drumsticks in both hands. With the first resounding beat, the exhilarating prelude of the song commenced. Initially, viewers anticipated a traditional piece befitting Lu Chen's caliber. Yet when the contemporary accompaniment emerged, this can undoubtedly be characterized as modern music. How can Lu Chen weave the lyrics to merge this astonishing ancient text with contemporary melodies? As the drums reach their crescendo, Lu Chen begins to sing. If Hua Tuo were to return, the obsession with foreign ideals would be healed. Foreigners would come to learn our characters, igniting my national consciousness. From the seeds of Strychnus nux vomica to the seeds of Cassia obtusifolia, from the seeds of Xanthium sibiricum to lotus seeds and the bitter beans of Huang Yaozi, I seek dignity. In my own way, I shall rewrite history with no other purpose than to recite a few lines alongside me. Yam, Angelica, goji berries go. Watch as I grasp a handful of traditional Chinese medicine, taking pride in my heritage. Upon the unveiling of the first verse, the viewers in the live stream were utterly captivated. Lu Chen seamlessly integrated the names of traditional Chinese medicines into his lyrics without a hint of dissonance. If merely crafting songs in this manner could overshadow the superficial pop stars of the music industry, it is even more significant that behind these lyrics, Lu Chen aims to convey a profound worldview. He resists the allure of foreign admiration. While many extol foreign goods, convinced that the moon abroad shines brighter than our own. They forget their roots. In contrast to the earnestness of academician Li Lin, who faced numerous hardships to return to his homeland, many modern individuals have become forgetful of their heritage. They have lost the pride that comes with being a child of the Dragon Nation, discarding the essence of our national treasures as if they were mere rags. Instead, they flock to those who openly disparage our culture. Chen wishes to impart to every citizen of the Dragon Nation that Chinese characters and traditional medicine are the precious legacies bequeathed to us by our ancestors. These are the cultural treasures that we, their descendants, must cherish and pass down through generations. Hey, foreigners, do you comprehend the magnificence of our traditional Chinese medicine? Do you recognize the confidence we hold in our cultural heritage? Listen, as Chen uses his lyrics to enlighten you. Chapter 22. The sensation of being insulted without evidence. I dance with a carefree expression, my movements graceful and relaxed, something you cannot replicate. Neon signs adjust their allure as I await the awakening in this splendid city. My demeanor remains light-hearted as I inscribe the essence of my culture with elegant strokes, expressing boldness in every word I convey. In the end, I recline to witness who possesses true prowess. The audience is utterly captivated by the performance. Remarkable. It feels like a provocation, yet it undeniably reflects our pride and uniqueness in the culture of the Dragon Nation. Chen declares, "Let me be clear. Our cultural confidence is an intrinsic pride of the people of the Dragon Nation. These elements are lessons that foreigners will never master, no matter how long they try. If you wish to provoke, so be it. We, the people of the Dragon Nation, have never been afraid. You, a latecomer, dare to challenge the cultural genes embedded in my DNA? Are you not inviting retribution? My word, from Chen's lyrics, I discern a profound cultural pride. Kung Fu, Wuxia, calligraphy, traditional Chinese medicine, the Chinese language. Each aspect, when presented, is singularly unparalleled globally. Even if others aspire to imitate, they can only produce a pale imitation. Only we, the people of the Dragon Nation, innately embrace this culture, naturally revealing its soul. I sense that Chen is taking aim at the mindless fans who idolize Korean culture and other foreign influences, yet I find no evidence to substantiate this. Chen, express your thoughts freely. I will maintain my watch and a live commentary. Let me see who dares to counter your words. Everyone, flood the screen with disdain for cultural imperialism. Instantly, the screen is filled with a resounding chorus of copy-pasted words. Disdain for cultural imperialism. Disdain for cultural imperialism. Disdain for cultural imperialism. At that moment, the staff at the live event also joined in, raising their phones to echo the sentiment. Each person supporting Chen in their own way, championing the traditional culture of the Dragon Nation and the spirit of our ancestors. Amidst this overwhelming support, Chen's voice soared higher. Practice transforms elixirs into pills. Dear antler slices must not be too thin. A master's technique cannot be carelessly imitated. Turtle jelly, Yunnan Baiyao, and cordyceps. My music is my medicine, perfectly balanced. Listen closely. Traditional Chinese medicine may be bitter, but plagiarism should be even more so. Quickly, consult the Compendium of Materia Medica and familiarize yourself with reputable texts. The toad venom and earth dragon have traversed the rivers and lakes. We must not let our ancestors' hard work be in vain. Yang Mi listened intently, understanding that Chen was using his song to vehemently criticize those so-called original musicians. In the turbulent decade of the music industry, some young stars, eager to break through, have waved the banner of originality, producing what they claim to be original music. However, the audience is not so easily deceived. They can discern it. A song is stitched together with fragments copied here and there, pieced together into a composition that is falsely heralded as original. This phenomenon is not new, as Chen's songs from a decade ago have also been appropriated by several young idols. Initially, it was presumed that after 10 years, Chen's music would have faded into obscurity, making any form of imitation go unnoticed. However, these young idols underestimated Chen's influence in the music industry and the profound familiarity his devoted fans possess with his works. As soon as the song was released, netizens swiftly identified it as a derivative of one of Chen's tracks. At first, the young idols insisted their creation was entirely original, devoid of any plagiarism, until the evidence was laid bare for all to see. Only then did they sheepishly concede to their wrongdoing, followed by the song's removal and obligatory apologies. Typical of public relations tactics. At that time, Chen's fans were indignant, urging him to publicly denounce these young idols. Nevertheless, Chen recognized that responding would merely grant these young idols the attention they sought. Today, with his song Ben Chao Gongmu, he delivers a scathing rebuke to those who have plagiarized him, all without uttering a single curse word. This is the pinnacle of subtle rebuke. While some might argue he is insulting others, he does so with an unblemished vocabulary. In the live stream, his fans cleverly resurrect the incident, mocking the young idols for their audacity. Which idol that has plagiarized Chen's song is being reprimanded now? Oh my, is this what you call a sophisticated insult? Chen quips, I never openly insult. I express my grievances through my music, subtly yet powerfully. If you have the capability, write a song of equal caliber to engage in a lyrical duel. Did you hear that? Traditional medicine is bitter. Plagiarism is even more so. Do you think Chen would allow you to ride on his coattails without consequence? Do not jest. This fellow has a grand surprise waiting for tonight. Delightfully cunning. Yet I admire it. Did you hear? To certain plagiarists, Chen suggests you immerse yourselves in classic literature to salvage your warped perspectives that even the most skilled photo editors cannot rectify. What the netizens articulate is precisely what Chen wishes to convey. In unison, they sing, "Let me offer an unconventional remedy to cure your inward affliction of sycophancy towards foreign ideals, rooted in millennia of Chinese herbal wisdom, endowed with a power unknown to others." I hear this as a rebuke. Yes, indeed. Let us all join in. Laughter and tears. Quickly, Chen, where's that remedy? I can hardly wait to share it with those misguided fans to awaken their senses. Oh, this overwhelming sense of pride and cultural confidence. Chen's song inspires me to learn traditional medicine. Indeed, our nation's traditional medicine is remarkably profound. Yang Mi observes Chen earnestly performing, his eyes seemingly ablaze with light. Whenever he immerses himself in music, one would hardly imagine that in daily life he is quite the unassuming individual. Indeed, the seemingly frivolous man, when earnest, surpasses all in seriousness. Through his songs, he endeavors to convey a worldview imbued with abundant positive energy. Such a musician, who possesses profound cultural confidence and pride, inevitably earns admiration. My demeanor is relaxed as I express this sentiment. Chen champions cultural confidence and asserts his musical prowess. His effortless grace is unattainable for many. The essence of our Dragon Nation's cultural heritage is not something foreign entities can merely replicate. The legacy left by our ancestors can only be truly comprehended by those of our lineage, allowing for mastery that ensures its eternal transmission. Chen's music embodies this spirit. While pretenders may emulate, they have yet to surpass. With calligraphy, he channels historical strength, boldly delivering his lines. The climax unfolds as we lay down, witnessing who prevails. Should you doubt, let's engage in a contest. Observe our fervent dedication to preserving millennia of culture against your insidious attempts to appropriate it. Will my songs emerge as hits, or will your lackluster offerings gain validation from netizens? Who holds the upper hand? Unquestionably, we, the guardians of our indigenous culture, have never allowed our fervor to be extinguished by outsiders. My compositions have never been eclipsed by those who rely solely on data manipulation for recognition. The strength is evident. We, the people of the Dragon Nation, embody greatness. I, Chen, am the epitome of a musical sovereign. Should you dispute this, come forth and challenge. Inevitably, you shall be convinced. Chapter 23. A pulse reading after 12 years of singleness as the final notes of the song lingered in the air. Chen gently set down the drumsticks. This melody had reached its conclusion, and he expressed his gratitude for the unwavering support of his audience. Within the live stream, the likes and emojis cascaded like confetti. Lu Chen, do you believe it? If live streaming were akin to television bullet screens, we would be inundated with a flurry of Chinese characters and punctuation. Lu Chen shrugged, responding with confidence. Of course I believe it. Why wouldn't I? I am undeniably impressive. This captivating charm of mine. Are you not the least bit modest? Lu Chen, be honest when you penned this song. Did you not contemplate expressing your disdain for those superficial admirers of foreign culture? Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You truly understand me. It seems you're a longtime fan. Lu Chen, if you were to encapsulate the musical ethos you wish to convey through this song in a single sentence, what would it be? His demeanor shifted from jovial to solemn as he replied earnestly. I recognize that in recent years, the Korean wave has surged. I wish to convey to everyone not to let it overshadow us. Our Chinese music is the pinnacle. We must champion our own songs. If we neglect our own music, we shall inadvertently grant the Korean wave an opportunity to invade. Lu Chen, you speak the truth. Thus, it is imperative for artists like you to compose more songs. We cannot promote the insipid tunes of those so-called young idols. Are those even songs? If foreigners were to discover that we idolize such rubbish, would it not provide them with grounds to undermine our culture? That is why we need extraordinary singers like you to elevate the status of Chinese music. Lu Chen, do not rest on your laurels. Our nation's musical heritage requires individuals like you to gain international recognition. Let the world see that our musical titans are not inferior to those they venerate. The fans were not merely showering Lu Chen with flattery. Each sentiment expressed was genuine. In the current music landscape, it is only through the formidable talent of Lu Chen that salvation may be found. Take, for instance, this song, Compendium of Materia Medica, which serves as an excellent opportunity to promote the traditional Chinese medicine passed down from our ancestors. Let those foreigners take notice. Look, our Chinese musicians can intertwine traditional medicine with music. Can you foreign musicians meld Western medicine with your melodies? Only we, as Chinese, can truly appreciate the stunning beauty that arises when the names of traditional herbal medicine harmonize with music, culminating in a piece such as Compendium of Materia Medica. You foreigners cannot fathom the depth of our millennia-old cultural heritage. At that moment, Yang Jingtian approached, presenting Lu Chen with a cup of goji berry-infused water. Lu Chen, taken aback by the gesture, promptly stood to express his gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Yang. Yang Jingtian offered the water, knowing that goji berries are renowned for their health benefits. What began as a simple act of kindness was soon recognized by netizens. Isn't this Yang Jingtian, the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? My father's ailment was cured by him. So the location of this live stream is Yang Jingtian's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Lu Chen pointed towards the camera, sharing the moment with his audience. Grandfather Yang, some netizens have recognized you. Yang Jingtian glanced at the camera. I'm merely passing by, he exclaimed. Do not focus on me, but rather on Lu Chen. The netizens were utterly charmed by Yang Jingtian. Perfect timing, Lu Chen. May I connect with you? I truly wish for Mr. Yang to provide me with an online consultation. Yang Jingtian waved his hand dismissively. Oh no, that won't do. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. You must come before me for me to diagnose you. Lu Chen shrugged in resignation. It seems I must make a personal visit. However, Yang Jingtian cast a glance at Lu Chen. You seem to have quite a few issues. Lu Chen was taken aback. Me? Indeed. Allow me to show you. As Yang Jingtian began to take Lu Chen's pulse, laughter erupted from the netizens. The atmosphere had shifted unexpectedly. Lu Chen's inaugural live stream had transformed into a medical consultation. Nevertheless, the fans were genuinely concerned about Lu Chen's health. After checking Lu Chen's pulse, Yang Jingtian's expression turned grave. Lu Chen, noticing this change, felt a twinge of anxiety. While one may not fear the cheerful demeanor of Western medicine, the solemnity of traditional Chinese medicine is quite unsettling. Yang Jingtian's sudden seriousness left Lu Chen feeling as though he should prepare for the worst. With a deep sigh, Yang Jingtian plunged the live stream into a heavy silence. The atmosphere was equally tense. Everyone held their breath. Yang Mi anxiously fixated on her grandfather, fearing he might announce that Liu Chen needed to be admitted to the ICU. Liu Chen cautiously inquired, "Grandfather, do I have an illness?" Yang Jingtian shook his head. "Alas." "Oh dear, Mr. Yang, please do not frighten me. I still have plenty of money left to spend. Are we already preparing for the end?" "Not all." Yang Jingtian released Liu Chen's wrist and asked, "Have you, since the age of 17, never been in a relationship?" "Huh." Liu Chen was bewildered by the question. "You could deduce that from taking my pulse." Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Yang Jingtian intended to suggest that Liu Chen was still a novice in matters of the heart. Yang Jingtian continued, "However, your functions appear to be quite robust. 3 hours is no issue at all. Oh dear, you're 30 now. It's high time you find a partner." Puffed. The staff present erupted into laughter. The netizens in the live stream also caught on. Instantly, the screen was filled with "Ha ha, I'm dying." "Mr. Yang Jingtian, do you even know what you're saying?" "I suspect Dr. Yang is driving the conversation into risky territory, yet I lack evidence." "Oh my, Dr. Yang. Speaking this way makes it seem like the live stream could be shut down at any moment. So, how has Liu Chen survived these past 13 years? Could it be that he's been in a loving relationship with bubble tea? Wow, if 3 hours is no problem. The fortunate lady who marries Liu Chen will be quite blessed. At 30, still performing so remarkably. How many men must envy him?" "Liu Chen, when will you find a partner? Don't shortchange yourself. You can endure, but I certainly cannot." Liu Chen felt as though he was on the brink of social demise. He never anticipated that the typically solemn and earnest Yang Jingtian would brazenly make such a suggestive remark during his inaugural live stream. Had it been any other celebrity, they would have hastily shifted the conversation. Liu Chen, however, decided to embrace the moment. With remarkable confidence, he proclaimed in the live stream, "This underscores the significance of regular fitness. My abs are certainly not the result of mere luck. Isn't your stomach already resembling a lump? I refuse to believe you possess abs, much like I refuse to believe I could win the lottery. I won't be convinced unless you shed your clothing to prove it. If, beneath that long coat, you truly have abs, I will believe you can endure for 3 hours. Eager to see, are you? Just wait." Chapter 24. I Am a Singer invited Liu Chen, who stood up and left the frame. When he re-entered the shot, a piece of paper was affixed to his shirt, adorned with 8 large squares. He grandiosely referred to it as abs. Liu Chen wore a proud expression. "Did you see that? I have as many as I desire. Don't be surprised by 8. I could showcase 80 if I wanted to. I don't believe you, you cunning old man. It ups. Do you think you're go bored? This is hilarious. What an amusing soul. Is this still the bright young lad from 10 years ago? He now resembles a middle-aged man. Liu Chen, you have changed." On one side, Liu Chen's livestream was bustling with energy. On the other side, Cheng Yu, with a grim expression, abruptly shut down Liu Chen's stream. It was merely a new song, so why did the response resonate so profoundly? It had escalated to the heights of national culture. He refused to believe that Liu Chen could have penned such a piece. Someone must have ghostwritten it. He was unwilling to acknowledge that Liu Chen's musical talent surpassed his own. 13 years prior, when Liu Chen debuted at the pinnacle of youth at 17, Cheng Yu was merely a 12-year-old elementary student. As Liu Chen's popularity soared among their classmates, Cheng Yu began to entertain thoughts of pursuing a musical career. However, rather than a passion for music, it was the allure of basking in the adoration that fame brought that captivated him. He yearned for the brilliance of stardom. He aspired to be a myth in the eyes of his peers at such a tender age. He wanted to surpass Liu Chen. Yet, the harsh reality was far crueler than he had envisioned. By the time he turned 17, Liu Chen had already declared his intention to take a step back. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu found himself unable to produce works that could even remotely compare to Liu Chen's groundbreaking contributions to the music scene at 17. The only aspect in which he could rival Liu Chen was the backing of capital. However, unlike Liu Chen, whose dazzling career was only marginally influenced by Jinghua, Cheng Yu found that without financial support, he would generate no ripples, let alone be remembered by name. Later on, when he finally managed to capture some attention, it was through a meme that infuriated him, rendering him a laughingstock across the internet. To this day, he remains the subject of ridicule online. In stark contrast, Chen, who had lain dormant for a decade, returned to the spotlight and continued to achieve results that overshadowed Cheng Yu's efforts. Cheng Yu's jealousy was palpable. I refuse to believe he hasn't had a single romantic encounter in the past 10 years. I must uncover his dirt. I will expose him as a subpar artist. While Cheng Yu defined Chen in such a manner, his manager revealed a harsh reality. There were no scandals, no romantic pairings. Throughout university, aside from Yangmi, he had not engaged in any intimate interactions with women. After graduation, he either traveled or stayed at home, leaving no trace of scandal to be found. Thus, it can be said that this path to undermine him is futile. A direct confrontation cannot lead to victory, and covert maneuvers yield no traceable origin. Cheng Yu's inner turmoil has reached an unbearable level. Must I simply watch him ascend to greater heights? There is no need to compare yourself to Chen. Within this circle, no young star has ever dared to do so. In my opinion, you should treat Chen as if he were air. Focus on marketing yourself, as you did before. The agent's persuasion did not lead Cheng Yu to acquiesce. He still clung to the belief that he must seize any opportunity to dethrone him. After the live broadcast concluded, Yang Mi first escorted Yang Jingtian home before returning with Chen. Chen noticed that Yang Mi was stifling laughter. What could possibly be so amusing? Blushing from her suppressed mirth, Yang Mi replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to applaud the song you performed tonight, just like your fans." Do you genuinely believe that? I don't trust a single punctuation mark of your statement. All right, let me be honest. Have you truly never had a single one in these 10 years? As a solitary individual, how could I have? Unless, of course, you have. Yang Mi immediately waved her hands. Of course not. I've remained single until now. How could that even be possible? I must reserve my affections for my favorite person. Chen teasingly inquired. And who, pray tell, is your favorite person? Yang Mi longed to express that the one she adored was both distant and near, but given the timing and atmosphere, even if she voiced it, Chen would likely think she was being absurd. Thus, she simply replied, "That's my secret. I shan't reveal it." However, she scrutinized Chen from head to toe, asking, "Can you truly endure for 3 hours? Would you like to find out?" Chen queried. No. I was merely asking out of curiosity. Such matters are not trifles. You genuinely wish to know, don't you? Just then, the car came to a halt at the villa's entrance. Chen leaned closer to Yang Mi, and as her heart raced uncontrollably, she felt unable to restrain it. "If you come any closer, I shall scream." Chen gazed at her, bemused. "Please, that's a cliché line from television dramas. Could you conjure something fresher? Then may I retort, go ahead, scream. Even if you cry out until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid." Yang Mi remarked, "You certainly know how to navigate the tropes." Returning to the matter at hand, Yang Mi announced, Penguin Music is hosting an original music talent show titled I Am a Singer. Chen shrugged. "What? Do you wish for me to be a judge?" "No, I want you to participate." Chen regarded her as if she were foolish. What difference does that make from predetermined victory? We might as well send the newcomers home in the first episode and let me stroll off with the champion's trophy. Let us not insult those aspiring talents with such farce. Please allow me to finish my thoughts. The platform has set a requirement for the contestants this time. They must be established singers. Thus, the individuals competing alongside you may very well be legendary figures from the illustrious era of the last century. Oh, Chen's interest was piqued. So, this is indeed a contest among singers within the industry. Precisely. The program is set to commence live recording in 3 days. And producer Sue Ran has been eager to invite you. However, she understands that you've been rather inactive and unlikely to return to the spotlight. Yet, having observed your recent surge in activity, she is particularly keen to have you on the show. Chen pondered for a moment. Who are the contestants? There are a total of 10 guests, with 8 already confirmed. Ziqi, Zhou Xiaoshun, Su Song, Chen Xiaosun, Ruo Ying, Jing Yi, Sun Nan, and Cheng Yu. Upon hearing Cheng Yu's name, Chen furrowed his brows. Competing on the same stage as someone who dismissively approaches song titles feels like an affront to my career. Does it not? Chapter 25. Zhang Xiuyo is Chen's little admirer. I am aware that someone like Cheng Yu is unworthy of being your rival. In fact, You could entirely disregard him. As for the remaining two guests, aside from myself, who else is the production team in discussions with? Currently, they are negotiating with Master Liu Dehua and Master Zhang Shuyo. However, Master Liu is still recuperating in the hospital, so he is unlikely to attend. Negotiations with Master Zhang Shuyo are still ongoing, although he appears somewhat indifferent to participating in a music variety show. The production team is already preparing to reach out to others. So what are your thoughts on this? Yami Inkuiret, aside from Chengyu, the tone-deaf youth who fancies himself a big shot, and Jing Yi, the head-swapping oddity. Lu Chen is well aware of the standing of others in the music industry. Some are powerhouse singers who emerged during the legendary battles of the last century, while others are contemporary talents who achieved fame through their vocal prowess and remain formidable in the new era. Competing on the same stage with such individuals is akin to the camaraderie found in martial arts novels, where heroes toast to one another, a truly exhilarating experience. However, Lu Chen does not possess the carefree spirit of a wandering hero. In the harsh light of reality, he remains a superficial yet contented commoner. "What's my appearance fee?" he asked. "I knew you would be concerned about that." Su Ran replied, "For someone of your stature, it would start at 1 billion, with no upper limit." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen beamed with pride. "I knew I was valuable. In that case, grant me the entirety of the universe." Get lost. If Su Ran truly had such power, she might as well become the cosmic sovereign Zeus. Without your appearance, she could extinguish you with a mere finger. Upon learning that Lu Chen was willing to join the recording of I Am a Singer, Su Ran's joy soared to new heights. "Young me, can you believe it? Without gravity, I might have already soared into the galaxy. That's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? If I don't exaggerate, I fear you won't believe me." "All right, then it's settled." As for Zhang Shuyo, his manager, Xiao Shui, fully understood his disposition. Among the 4 heavenly kings, his vocal ability and timbre are unparalleled. It is precisely due to this strength, combined with his integrity and character, that each of his concerts is met with full houses. In today's landscape of vibrant music reality shows, where various styles abound, he has been invited more than once to serve as a judge. Yet, Zhang Shuyo has chosen to decline. I believe that every individual has their own unique singing style. Perhaps I do not favor his. However, to eliminate him simply because I do not appreciate his style would be unjust to the contestant. He may shine brilliantly on another stage, in the eyes of other judges. Thus, I cannot serve as a judge. I fear I might stifle the musical dreams of a promising young talent. Moreover, I do not wish to be critiqued by other judges on stage. To be honest, even though they sit in the audience, they may not truly grasp the essence of music. I am uncertain where they derive their confidence. Unless the judge is Lu Chen, I would undoubtedly be willing to participate, for I firmly believe that Lu Chen's critiques will be nothing short of exemplary. Upon hearing the name Lu Chen, Xiao Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. In a new century, following the era of celestial beings clashing, the music industry has yet to witness a singer who could earn the admiration and respect of Zhang Shuyo. Although formidable newcomers like Chen Xiaoxuan have emerged, Zhang Shuyo's appraisal of him was merely that his vocal skills were commendable, yet he lacked versatility. Songwriting remained his Achilles heel. It wasn't until Lu Chen burst onto the scene that everything changed. That year, Lu Chen was merely 17, yet he garnered Zhang Shuyo's profound admiration, transforming her into a fervent fan. In all my years since debuting, I had never encountered such a youthful artist. His creativity, vocal prowess, and charm were all exceptional. Most remarkably, he was just 17. At that age, I was enduring rigorous training in a boot camp, while Lu Chen was already sweeping the music world with his flawless works. This young man, if he remains humble, shuns arrogance, and resists the temptations that often ensnare youth, will undoubtedly become a perennial figure in the music industry. Lu Chen's performances did not disappoint. The entertainment industry, a veritable cauldron of chaos, did not lead him astray into the realm of youthful arrogance, disdain for others, scandals, or sensationalist antics. On the contrary, he consistently produced songs that resonated deeply, imbued with the pure emotions of youth and the spirit of relentless striving, embedding himself firmly in the hearts of that generation. Even if he were to lay low for a decade, long enough for the music scene to undergo countless transformations the moment he reappears. He remains the same figure capable of shaking the industry to its core from 10 years prior. With such accolades and validation, Xiao Shui suddenly felt emboldened to persuade Zhang Xueyou. Teacher Xueyou, Su Ran just informed me that Lu Chen will also participate in I Am a Singer. Zhang Xueyou was momentarily stunned, looking up in disbelief to ask Xiao Shui, "Really?" "Absolutely. It has been confirmed. In 3 days, Lu Chen will undoubtedly grace the stage." Teacher Xueyou, haven't you always wanted to share the stage with Lu Chen for a proper exchange? This is a splendid opportunity. No need to elaborate. Zhang Xueyou interrupted Xiao Shui. "Call Su Ran immediately and inform her that I will participate." "All right. I shall call Su Ran right away." Zhang Xueyou's reaction was anticipated by Xiao Shui. Indeed, the sole means to coax Zhang Xueyou onto the stage was to present him with the very person he longed to compete against. On Su Ran's end, she had nearly lost hope for Zhang Xueyou's participation. With only 3 days left before recording, if a confirmation did not materialize soon, they would be compelled to consider alternatives. Suddenly, the phone rang. Su Ran glanced at the caller ID. Xiao Shui. Su Ran felt an overwhelming surge of tension. To accept or to decline. It all hinged on that phone call. Su Ran promptly answered. "Xiao Shui, Su Ran. Teacher Zhang Xueyou has agreed. He can participate in the first season recording of I Am a Singer." "Really?" Su Ran felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. On the same night, the musical kings from a decade ago and the legendary divas from 30 years past had all consented to appear on this program. It was akin to winning the grand prize in 2 consecutive lottery draws. One could only surmise that her extraordinary fortune in this life was a reward for saving the galaxy in a previous existence. Chapter 26. The true stars of the show. After hanging up the phone, Su Ran could hardly contain her excitement. She immediately began to gather her team for a video conference. "I am here to announce some splendid news. Teachers Zhang Xueyou and Lu Chen have confirmed their participation in I Am a Singer." Initially, the team, already weary from a long day, harbored considerable resentment at the sudden meeting. However, upon hearing this monumental piece of news, their grievances transformed into fervent motivation to excel in their work. "Goodness, boss, are we certain I am not dreaming? They are 2 colossal icons. Boss, what method did you employ to persuade them to join our program?" Su Ran proudly declared, "Sincerity is the ultimate weapon of communication, coupled with the catalyst of financial incentive. In any case, everyone must be invigorated by tomorrow. We must present the show in its finest light." "Understood." Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lu Chen found Jing Hua seated on the couch, perusing a contract. The moment she saw him, she burst into hearty laughter. "Son, you're back." "Ha ha ha. Mom, your laughter sounds rather unfriendly." "Indeed, you heard correctly. I am mocking you. What is it like for a distinguished music king to remain single for 12 years since adulthood?" "Ha ha ha. Comrade Jing Hua, I must solemnly inform you that it is not that my romantic prospects are scarce, but rather that this iron tree is simply disinclined to blossom. So, are you waiting for the opportune moment to bloom, or are you merely fishing? How vast is your fishing pond? Can the ocean contain it? Others may speak of the 3,000 weak waters, yet I only take a sip. Where is your sip?" Lu Chen rolled his eyes. "Let us not delve into that. I have a question for you. Why did you disclose my bank card password to Yangmi? She is your future wife. Knowing your bank card password is a normal procedure. ISNT it? Mom, you truly are quite carefree. Well, I'm going to rest now." "Wait, have you changed the password?" Jing Hua inquired. "No." Lu Chen tossed back the words as he ascended the stairs. "I knew it. You are not averse to this matter at all." The following day, Lu Chen was set to shoot a poster for I Am a Singer. According to the program's protocol, each singer must have their own manager. Since Yang Mi had acted as the intermediary, Lu Chen chose her as his manager. Su Ran welcomed Lu Chen with open arms. Prior to his arrival, Yang Mi had informed him, Su Ran is a decisive and formidable woman, holding a significant position in the industry. Zhao Wen was nurtured by her own hands. Even though Su Ran was initially rebuffed, she relentlessly pursued connections with Lu Chen and Zhang Xueyou. Young talents seldom receive such treatment. Not even an assistant call is guaranteed, let alone an active invitation from the producer. Once the contract was signed, it was time for the poster shoot. Photographers particularly relish collaborating with individuals like Chen. Firstly, that face and height are entirely natural, not products of an assembly line. Captured from every conceivable angle, the photographs require no retouching and could effortlessly serve as posters. Each singer has varying schedules, leading to different timings for the photo shoots. However, on site, Chen made his appearance. Upon his arrival, Chen was concluding the photography session. Chen distinctly heard the photographer, while shooting, genuinely praising Chen. "Thank goodness you didn't undergo cosmetic surgery. Otherwise, I would have struggled to find a right angle, fearing the telltale signs of artificial enhancements. It is your natural visage that allows for distinctive photographs. Otherwise, after editing, the audience would be left unable to distinguish one from the other." Although this was directed at Chen, it struck a painful chord within Chen. Everyone present understood the unspoken truth. Chen's face was a manufactured creation. Relying solely on his innate features, he would undoubtedly fall into the category of unattractiveness. Moreover, netizens have repeatedly pointed out that he resembles many other young idols, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. The only impression I retain is of his basketball meme. This stark contrast undoubtedly fuels Cheng's animosity towards Chen. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of indifference. After Chen completed his shoot, the photographer's demeanor towards Chen was far less congenial. For those emerging from cosmetic surgery, the greatest challenge lies in finding the right angle. Otherwise, the telltale signs of alterations become evident to netizens. Furthermore, the post-production editing is quite a technical endeavor. The photographer was perplexed as to why Su Ran would invite a contentious young idol like Chen to the program. Su Ran certainly had her own strategic motives. The success of a show in garnering views and attention hinges not only on the quality of the program itself, but also on the performance of its guests. It is unquestionable that a talented contestant like Chen can significantly boost viewership. Beyond that, there is a need for controversial figures to ignite discussions among netizens. Chen embodies that contentious presence, often trending for the wrong reasons. With such a clear dichotomy between good and bad, it serves to educate the misguided fans of those imitating the Korean wave on what constitutes true music. As Chen aptly stated, "Let us not allow the Korean wave to be too arrogant. Our Chinese wave is the most impressive. I Am a Singer does not impose strict requirements for contestant song selections. Covers and originals are both permitted. The sole stipulation is that one cannot perform their own songs, as that lacks intrigue. Conversely, covering other songs offers a refreshing novelty for the audience, allowing for comparisons to determine whether the rendition surpasses the original, but the original remains superior." Yang Mi inquired what song Chen planned to sing in the first episode. With unwavering confidence, Chen replied, "Of course, I will sing an original." To which Yang Mi responded, "Oh, have you already composed it?" "Not yet. I'm merely boasting for now." Yang Mi looked at him, exasperated. "Pray, today every singer's agent must submit their set list. Are you uncertain on your end? Am I to submit nothing but air? Fear not. Greatness shall soon manifest. Allow me to retreat to my chamber and compose a song." From these words, Yang Mi discerned a clue. Could it be that Chen possesses a repository of melodies within his mind? Whenever he desires, can he simply select a lyric from his notebook to enter his ostentatious mode? Driven by curiosity, Yang Mi stealthily approached the door of Chen's study on the second floor. Indeed, she peered through the crack of the door and beheld Chen retrieving a lyric book from his drawer. Then he commenced to write. His pen flowed as smoothly as water, and his speed was astonishing. Yang Mi gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Chapter 27. Not merely our youth, but our entire lives. She understood that for a musician, inspiration is of paramount importance in the completion of song. Yet, this elusive essence cannot simply be summoned at will. It requires the perfect confluence of time, place, and circumstance to give birth to a remarkable piece of music. Nevertheless, Chen claimed that when he decided to write, he truly set pen to paper without hesitation. Yang Mi peered through the crack of the door. her eyes wide in astonishment as she witnessed Liu Chen effortlessly compose a song. Once he finished, he tore off the sheet music, silently sang it in his heart, and nodded in satisfaction. Yang Mi was unwilling to be discovered in her act of eavesdropping and quickly turned to leave, but in her haste, she inadvertently bumped into a flower stand positioned by the door. The pot teetered perilously, and she instinctively steadied it. In that moment, Liu Chen opened the door and, upon seeing Yang Mi's flustered demeanor, grasped the situation. Was spying truly such an amusing endeavor? Why not observe openly? Yang Mi withdrew her hand from the flower stand, embarrassment flooding her cheeks as she mumbled, "I was afraid of disrupting your creative flow." "So what song did you write?" Liu Chen briefly showed her the sheet music. Xiao Chou. From the title alone, it was apparent that this was a profoundly melancholic piece. Yang Mi's curiosity piqued as she wondered about the themes the song encapsulated. Although she could not decipher the musical notation, the lyrics resonated deeply with her, stirring her emotions. This song was destined to become the breakout hit of the year, embodying a warm and healing spirit. Liu Chen, shedding his usual air of arrogance, gently remarked, more than aspiring for it to be a hit, "I hope that every listener finds encouragement to persevere." That evening, the official WeChat account of I Am a Singer announced the complete list of participating guests, accompanied by promotional posters featuring the artists. The online community erupted with excitement. Wow, what a lineup! Aside from Cheng Yu and Jing Yi, it feels like witnessing a celestial showdown. What kind of conditions were offered to persuade someone like Zhang Xiuyo, who has never willingly participated in music variety shows, to relent? The production team has truly outdone themselves, securing two of our most esteemed musical titans. Even one would suffice to create a sensation. Yet they managed to bring both on board. If this doesn't become a hit, I'll eat my phone. The anticipation is palpable. Whether it's Zhang Xiuyo or Liu Chen, this marks their debut in a music variety show. But why include Cheng Yu and Jing Yi? They seem to lower the program's caliber. Oh, just ignore it. The program had already generated significant buzz even in its prelude. Su Ran eagerly awaited the day of the live broadcast, envisioning a spectacular online explosion. 2 days later, the inaugural episode of I Am a Singer officially commenced its live airing. Following the order of guest appearance drawn from a lottery, Liu Chen was slated to perform sixth, while Zhang Xiuyo was the first to take the stage. The program commenced with a remarkable display. Zhang Xiuyo performed a rendition of his friend Liu Dahua's Forgetful Water. One cannot deny that the song God remains unparalleled. Even when covering another song, he does not falter compared to the original, infusing it with his distinctive style. Naturally, netizens have showered him with praise. Following him were Zhou Xiaoshen, Chen Xiaoxuan, Ruoying, and Ziki. Among them, Chen Xiaoxuan and Ruoying have garnered audience acclaim since the dawn of the new millennium through their sheer talent. Zhou Xiaoshen and Ziki, on the other hand, emerged through music competitions, distinguishing themselves with their vocal prowess and singing skills. While they may not yet hold the same status as their predecessors in the music industry, they have certainly captivated audiences far more than those younger idols who lack genuine talent, yet are surrounded by scandals. While waiting for his turn to perform, Liu Chen found the guests seated in a spacious room, where they could express their opinions while watching the live broadcast backstage. Zhang Xiuyo turned to Liu Chen and said, "You probably don't remember me, do you?" No. Senior, you are a song god. Of course, I have a deep impression of you." Zhang Xiuyo chuckled. "That's not what I meant. I was referring to 10 years ago when I specifically attended your concert." "Huh?" Liu Chen was taken aback. During that concert a decade ago, Zhang Xiuyo quietly purchased a ticket and remained a devoted listener among the fans. He was so low-key that the cameras failed to capture him. "I have a photo," Zhang Xiuyo remarked, pulling up the image on his phone. It clearly depicted Liu Chen on stage, earnestly singing into the microphone. This revelation astonished Liu Chen. The legendary song God from over 30 years ago had discreetly attended his concert and captured a moment in time for posterity. Liu Chen understood how discerning Zhang Xiuyo's evaluations of his juniors could be. Unlike Liu Dahua, who is known for his leniency, Zhang Xiuyo is unflinchingly candid in pointing out flaws, much like a strict teacher holding high expectations for his students. Zhang Xiuyo once stated, "In the entire music scene, Aside from the kings of my era, there is not a single concert worth my personal attendance. If one day I truly attend a newcomer-esque concert, it can only mean one thing. I believe they surpass me, and Liu Chen is the only individual Zhang Shuiyo has deemed superior. The other guests also caught sight of the photograph. Chen Xiaoxuan was left in shock, exclaiming, "Teacher Zhang, I debuted many years before Liu Chen, and my fanbase exceeds 10 million. I believe I will be the first artist you'd willingly attend live. Yet unexpectedly, you chose Liu Chen." Zhang Shuiyo smiled. "Xiaoxuan, you are indeed remarkable, but in comparison to Liu Chen, you fall short. Originality is your weakness, yet it is Liu Chen's greatest strength." Chen Xiaoxuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I fully admit to this." Chen Xiaoxuan harbored no trace of jealousy towards Liu Chen. Instead, he wore a visage of admiration. He had previously endeavored to create, yet his efforts were dismissed by renowned musicians within the industry. Your strengths lie in your vocal prowess and singing ability. Forsake your weaknesses and amplify your strengths. This is the path that will lead you far. As for Liu Chen, he possessed no discernible shortcomings in the realm of music. If there were to be a flaw, it would solely be the absence of any flaws. Chen Xiaoxuan eagerly anticipated the kind of songs that such a flawless musician would present this evening. Prior to the singer's entrance, the agent would deliver an introduction in the VCR. Young Mi Statet. Anyone who has listened to Liu Chen songs during their youth can never forget those memories associated with their adolescence. Sevenly Fragrance. You are my sole confidant. Clear Sky. At 18, you confessed to the one graduating. Yet at 28, you could not prevent her from donning a wedding gown to marry another, heading north, leaving behind a season that included you. I hope Liu Chen's existence transcends our youth and becomes a part of our entire lives. A lifetime of listening to Liu Chen's songs. Moreover, Liu Chen has never failed to deliver on our musical expectations. This evening, I will quietly join everyone in listening to Liu Chen's new song, Dispelling Sorrow, and discover the warmth and strength it brings us as we move forward. Chapter 28. Drowning Sorrows moves the audience on stage. Liu Chen stands alone amidst the warm, golden light, resembling a solitary figure wandering through the night. As the gentle accompaniment begins to play, the audience, whether present in the venue, guests backstage, or listeners in the live stream, holds its breath, fearing the loss of any melodious note. When you step into this joyous gathering, burdened by dreams and aspirations, the myriad faces adorned with diverse expressions seem to forget your visage. After several rounds of drinks, you find yourself in a corner, stubbornly singing a song of bittersweet reflection, its melody drowned out by the surrounding clamor. At that moment, the audience's inner loneliness and tenderness appear to awaken. Indeed, each of us toils daily in this world, striving to realize our pursuits. Yet, the path to success is seldom straightforward. Upon leaving the shelter of our parents and transitioning from school to society, we discover that many burdens must be borne alone. No one is there to catch us if we fall, nor to guide our steps forward. The only navigators are road signs and GPS. And in the absence of a guiding hand, who can avoid feeling lost? When the pursuit of dreams clashes with the harshness of reality, the once heroic declarations of leaving our mark in the bustling city seem to morph into mere jest. Raising a glass, you toast to the dawn and the moonlight, awakening aspirations that soften the harshness of your struggles, enabling you to soar against the wind without looking back. Unafraid of the storms in your heart or the frost in your eyes, you raise another glass to your homeland and the distant horizon, cherishing your kindness and urging your growth. Thus, the roads from north to south no longer feel interminable, and your soul find a place to rest. Upon recognizing that your abilities do not align with your dreams, and realizing you are but an ordinary person, some choose to compromise, resigning themselves to a lackluster existence. Others, fully aware of their unremarkable nature, still opt to walk the path they have chosen, albeit alone. Is the struggle exhausting? Indeed. Have you contemplated giving up? Certainly. Yet, why do you persist? Because it becomes clear that whether one leads an extraordinary life or a mundane one, both ultimately culminate in death. Given this truth, why not strive fervently instead of succumbing to complacency? Even if the path is fraught with challenges, Observe how many continue to grit their teeth and press on, persevering through less than glamorous times. Chen's voice flows like a gentle breeze, offering courage to all those navigating the tribulations of life, encouraging them to continue their efforts. A toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past, bolstering my body and weighing heavily on my shoulders. Though I have never subscribed to the notion of lofty mountains and boundless rivers, life is too fleeting to dwell incessantly on what has been. A toast to freedom, a toast to death. Forgive my ordinariness, for it dispels my confusion. After all, dawn always arrives with a hasty departure. The sober often find themselves in the most absurd of situations. On a night bus, a couple, Li Ming and Wang Xian, have just concluded a late shift. Wang Xian rests her head on Li Ming's shoulder, while the glow of the phone screen illuminates Chen's performance in the live broadcast of I Am a Singer. His voice encapsulates the struggles they have faced since arriving in this city. Initially, they believed that transitioning from a small town to this bustling metropolis would render their dreams effortlessly attainable. Yet, amidst the myriad of talents, they have come to recognize their own ordinariness. When resources and abilities fall short of others, should they strive or succumb? They have chosen to press on. 2 glasses of wine, one in honor of the sunrise. Amidst that vibrant energy, they embark on their daily endeavors. The second glass honors the moonlight. After a day fraught with fatigue, they remain resolute in their confidence for tomorrow. Li Ming once posed a question to Wang Xian: if, after all your efforts, you find yourself the most ordinary of individuals, would you regret it? Wang Xian always responds with a smile. Being a striving ordinary person is quite wonderful. This cheerful girl consistently infuses her optimism and positivity into Wang Xian during her moments of uncertainty. It is precisely this spiritual companion that encourages him to strive diligently for a small haven in this city. If they lack the means for grandeur, they will settle for a cozy abode. As long as it is well lit and sheltered from storms, warm and secure, with loved ones by their side, then all their efforts will bear significance. Wang Xian shares this sentiment. Their pursuit of a clear future has always been a shared endeavor. This unwavering goal fortifies them, enabling them to rise resolutely after countless falls, hand in hand, moving forward without hesitation. As the song concludes, it is neither marked by triumphant orchestration nor awe-inspiring high notes. It resonates like a storyteller, articulating the inner worlds of those who strive onward. You say this is the life you are experiencing. I say this is also the life I am living. The lives of ordinary people share common threads. We are neither chosen by fate nor blessed by fortune, unable to ascend to the pinnacle of life like protagonists in novels. Ultimately, our journey leads us to the essence of ordinariness. Yet, this ordinariness can gain significance through varied efforts. In the background, Zhang Shuiyo reflects on her own past filled with diligence. In an era where celestial beings engage in fierce battles, he has occasionally pondered whether his strength could sustain him to venture even further. In his youth, he was fiercely competitive. Even when confronted by formidable opponents, he resolutely chose to forge his own path. Ultimately, he adorned his head with the crown of a king, a testament to his journey through life. This reflects his existence and mirrors the genuine experience of exceptional artists like Chen who have traversed a similar path. Zhang Shuiyo could not help but express his amazement. It is difficult to fathom that such poignant songs could emerge from a child born with a silver spoon, one who has never endured the tribulations of the human condition. Chen Xiaoxuan nodded in agreement. Those who understand, understand. Without the trials of earthly suffering and the exposure to the myriad of ordinary lives within a city, such profound insights would remain elusive. A person raised in affluence should possess thoughts that transcend the limitations of the impoverished imagination. Yet, among the wealthy, nurtured in opulence, how many are willing to lower their self-perceived, noble heads to witness the destitution that festers in the unseen corners of existence, where sunlight scarcely penetrates, and which they will never experience? Yet, Chen accomplished this. He, who could easily look down upon the masses from his elevated status, chose instead to adopt the perspective of the common folk, crafting a song that resonates deeply within their hearts. Chapter 29. A young idol covers Chen's song. Who gave you the courage? The audience in the live stream has already been moved to tears. I truly wish to understand what Chen has experienced to compose such a profoundly touching song. This song, Xiao Chou, resembles a simple home-cooked dish. It lacks intricate seasoning, yet its unpretentious flavor captivates everyone. This marks Chen's first song devoid of high notes. The entire performance was understated, yet it resonated deeply within me. My interpretation is this: one cup to toast the morning sun, another to honor the moonlight, a tribute to one's youthful self. One cup for the homeland, another for distant places, a homage to the struggles of youth. One cup for tomorrow, another for the past, a salute to the tribulations of middle age. One cup for freedom, another for death, a respect for the twilight years. In total, 8 cups of wine symbolize a person's journey from birth to death. It seems only those who have aged and reflected upon their lives can pen such simple yet resonant lyrics. However, Chen is merely 30. He possesses the wisdom of one who has traversed a lifetime. Perhaps this is the essence of greatness. Following the performance, he conducted an impromptu interview. Chen, during your rendition of Xiao Chou, many listeners in the live stream were curious. Have you endured suffering that inspired such a relatable and poignant song? Chen scratched his head. Suffering? Oh, I've never faced hardship. My mother is the strongest agent in the industry, and as her only son, she would never allow me to suffer. I've only tasted sweetness. Yao was instantly rendered speechless by this response. You big old six. This is not how one should respond in an interview. This is utterly a Versailles-style answer. Nevertheless, it was true that Chen had not experienced the hardships of life. It would be unreasonable to expect him to fabricate a tale of woe. Consequently, curiosity among the audience intensified. What could have inspired Chen to create such a masterpiece? He posed a question to Chen, who scratched his head, pondered briefly, and then replied, "If one has never seen a pig, how can one witness a pig run?" Yang Mi was momentarily at a loss for words. The audience was equally disheartened. This response is simply too outrageous. He compared us, ordinary folks, to pigs. I want to strangle you. How brutally honest. Chen is truly the Terminator of interviews. According to the standard formula, Chen's expected response should have been, "Because I have witnessed the sufferings of the world, I understand the lives of ordinary people, and I merely articulate the efforts of those striving for a simple, mundane existence." Although this response makes one want to punch him, one must admit, unless one has genuinely observed, interacted with, and listened to such experiences, how could one comprehend that our lifelong efforts are merely in pursuit of becoming an ordinary, unremarkable person? In contrast to those aloof newcomers who look down upon others and remain oblivious to the struggles of the human condition, the sincerity with which Chen crafts his music is truly commendable. He possesses an acute awareness of the melodies we yearn to hear and the solace we seek through song. While one might argue that he occasionally adopts a rather unrefined persona, it is undeniable that he captivates when he pours his heart into his performances. When asked by Teacher if he believes he can advance tonight, Chen scratched his head and candidly replied that it depends on whether the audience consists of his devoted fans or those supporting other contestants. Teacher, he felt a sense of disbelief at this unconventional approach to an interview. Nevertheless, the possibility of advancement hinges entirely on the audience's voting results. As long as he does not receive the least votes among the 200 attendees, he will successfully progress to the next phase. Su Ran has already considered the scenario Chen mentioned. The audience members were carefully selected from a pool of modest online followers. They are genuine music enthusiasts, devoid of any extreme favoritism or orchestrated support, ensuring that the voting outcome remains fair and transparent. Upon returning backstage, Yang Mi handed him a glass of water, expressing appreciation for his efforts. "It's not difficult to earn money through this show," she remarked. Zhang Shuiyo nearly spit out his drink upon hearing such straightforwardness. Such candor is a rarity in today's music industry, where many artists feign noble intentions while chasing lucrative contracts and soaring popularity. Lu Chen's honesty reveals a refreshing authenticity. If I fail to advance, I will withdraw from this program, Zhang Shuiyo declared, voicing his suspicions of possible manipulation. The other contestants waiting in the wings shared similar sentiments. Zhang Shuiyo's unwavering support for Lu Chen was evident. Wherever Lu Chen went, he followed. After all, this is a revered music icon, a titan in the industry whose mere presence commands respect. It is remarkable that such a legendary figure would have a devoted admirer in Lu Chen, unwavering even after a decade of inactivity. This speaks volumes about Lu Chen's exceptional musical talent and admirable character, which resonate deeply with the legend himself. Without these two, the show's appeal would undoubtedly diminish. Yet, Lu Chen remains humble, never allowing the adoration of a music deity to inflate his ego. He continues to embody the sunny disposition and playful spirit of a youthful dreamer. Following Lu Chen's performance, Chen Yu took the stage to cover Lu Chen's song Hair Like Snow. The audience and guests were left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing the announcement of his chosen piece. The song Hair Like Snow occupies a prestigious position within the musical repertoire, a veritable masterpiece that resonates with anyone familiar with it. Not only did this composition enable Lu Chen to pioneer a unique style of ancient-inspired music that only he could create, but its soaring high notes also present a challenge that ordinary singers cannot hope to conquer. Throughout the years, no one has dared to attempt a cover, as the song's vocal demands are exceptionally high, making it difficult for average vocalists to master. Even renowned figures like Zhang Shuiyo and the other three kings of that era have openly expressed their reluctance to take on this song, fearing it would be a futile endeavor and a public spectacle. In the entire music industry, only Lu Chen's vocal timbre could deliver this song to perfection. Back in his prime, with a mere tilt of his head and without any additional techniques, he could effortlessly reach those high notes. Yet now, Chen Yu, a young artist who has faced considerable criticism regarding his vocal abilities, audaciously aspires to cover one of the masterpieces of this musical titan. Is this not akin to a preschool child attempting to achieve a perfect score on a graduate school examination? Chapter 30, Emotional Intelligence. I couldn't discern that he was singing my song. Low emotional intelligence. What utter rubbish. The guests in the background were keenly observing Lu Chen's expression. Chen Yu's choice to cover Lu Chen's song, particularly one of such high difficulty, was not lost on Lu Chen. He was acutely aware that this young performer, who was more puffed up than proficient, was merely a jester seeking to draw attention. Ultimately, Chen Yu wished to swiftly validate himself. Look, I can cover Lu Chen's song with effortless ease. I might even surpass the original. This is irrefutable proof of my vocal prowess being of a superstar caliber. Stop incessantly boasting about Lu Chen's extraordinary singing. My true strength, Chen Yu, is by no means inferior to his, you know? However, the stage soon transformed into a grand spectacle of humiliation. Su Ran demanded exceptionally high standards for the live broadcast, insisting on authentic vocals without any audio enhancements. For seasoned singers, this posed no challenge. Yet for Chen Yu, who typically relied on sound effects to mask his inadequacies, this became a catastrophic disaster. Brimming with confidence, Chen Yu soon detected a jarring dissonance. If Lu Chen infused Hair Like Snow with an unparalleled essence, then Chen Yu had effectively mangled it into an unrecognizable rendition. The timbre was absent, the pitch lost, the high notes non-existent. He had utterly ruined the song. Nonetheless, he was determined to uphold the promise he had made and insisted on finishing the performance. The online audience began a collective mockery. Is this truly a rendition of Hair Like Snow and not Snowstorm? Who on earth granted Chen Yu the audacity to unveil his most embarrassing moment on such a serious stage in front of so many talented vocalists? Does he not care about saving face? Lu Chen's heart sank. Chen Yu, perhaps you should return to singing Hey Hey Hey. Honestly, being a young performer who relies on hired bots to inflate data and harvest gullible fans is far superior to making me cringe to the point of digging my toes into the ground. Thank you, Chen Yu, for making me realize just how exceptional Lu Chen's vocal skills are. Back in the day, Lu Chen could tilt his head and hit high notes without needing to catch his breath. Now, Chen Yu struggles to reach them even after taking a deep breath. Truly, one should not attempt tasks beyond their capabilities. Not everyone can become Liu Chen, but with enough resources, anyone can be the next Chen Yu. Finally, Chen Yu concluded his torturous performance that had inflicted agony upon the audience. Backstage, no one dared to inquire about Liu Chen's thoughts on Chen Yu's cover. Anyone with ears would refrain from asking such a foolish question. What else could be said? It would be disingenuous to claim it was satisfactory when it was clearly a mere platitude. However, Su Ran had always been unconventional. She arranged for an interview to ask Liu Chen for his opinion. Simultaneously, this moment was captured for the live broadcast. As the original artist, how do you evaluate Chen Yu's recent cover of your song Hair Like Snow? Liu Chen replied nonchalantly, "Did he cover my song? I couldn't tell." The other guests stifled their laughter. What a bold statement. That's quite a sharp retort. The viewers in the live stream erupted into laughter. High emotional intelligence. I couldn't recognize that he covered my song. Low emotional intelligence. What garbage is he singing? It's an insult to my song. Do you have any advice for Chen Yu? Liu Chen, my suggestion would be to choose songs that suit his style. The live stream was once again flooded with laughter. High emotional intelligence. It's advisable to select songs that fit one's own style. Low emotional intelligence. Get lost, you trash. You don't deserve to cover my song. At that moment, Chen Yu had already retreated to the backstage. He had overheard Liu Chen's assessment of his cover. There was no doubt that the cover was a failure. This would directly affect his performance that evening. If there were any supporters among the audience, it would be easy to remedy the situation. However, these spectators were not there merely for a petty reward. In the face of impartiality, he had no chance of cheating. As all the performers concluded their performances, it was time to announce the results. Su Ran, as the producer, would face the guests to reveal the audience's voting results. Naturally, Su Ran wanted to create a sense of suspense. Tonight, there would be one singer who would not appear on the next stage. The answer lies in my hands. Liu Chen. Everyone froze at this statement. Su Ran's words seemed to imply that Liu Chen was to be eliminated. However, that could not be the case. Liu Chen's new song could easily outshine all the other performers today. Could there truly be some hidden agenda? Zhang Shuiyo furrowed his brow. If this were indeed the outcome, there would be no reason for him to remain on this stage. Like the finest swordsman who had lost his greatest rival, there would no longer be anyone in the realm worth drawing his sword against. Nevertheless, Su Ran continued, "You are the champion of today's competition. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced." Only then did the crowd comprehend the situation. Chen Xiaoxuan commented, "So it turns out you were just playing with words. Is this how you will announce everyone's results tonight?" Su Ran did not respond to this inquiry. Instead, she proceeded, "Now I will announce the fifth-place singer. As long as one is in the top 9, it means advancement." However, Su Ran skipped directly over the second, third, and fourth places, heightening the tension among the other performers. The fifth place went to Ziqi. Ziqi let out a sigh of relief. Achieving this rank was, in fact, within her expectations. She knew she could not possibly surpass veterans like Liu Chen, Zhang Shuiyo, and Chen Xiaoxuan. So securing fifth place was already a point of pride for her. The audience harbors their own rankings. I believe it should be Liu Chen, Zhang Shuiyo, Chen Xiaoxuan, Ruo Ying, Su Song, Sun Nan, Zhou Xiaoxin, Ziqi, Chen Yu, and Jing at random. After all, those two will undoubtedly be at the bottom. I did not expect Ziqi to stage a comeback today, securing the 5th position. I am quite curious about which formidable singer she has outperformed. In the first episode, I sensed a lack of suspense. It is only after the elimination of the lesser singers that the true contest of champions will unfold. That will certainly be a spectacle to behold. Now, let's announce the 6th place Su Song. Chapter 31. All foxes, what are we chatting about? Su Song Juka. So, I was defeated by Ziki, right? It seems that I truly ought to put in more effort for the next round. Su Ran shook her head, no. What I meant to say is Su Song, as one of the singers who debuted after Liu Chen's hiatus, many netizens claim that your music bears Liu Chen's signature style. What are your thoughts on that? Su Song replied with a smile. Can I say that Liu Chen is also a part of my youth? My musical style is indeed heavily influenced by Liu Chen, but I have never plagiarized. Liu Chen nodded. I have listened to Su Song's songs. The one he just covered was quite impressive. Ziki interjected. Let us not stray off topic. Who's in 6th place? Reveal it quickly, Su Ran announced. It is teacher Sun Nan, who ranks just behind Su Song and Ziki. This statement revealed two pieces of information. Not only is Sun Nan in 6th place, but it also confirmed Su Song's 4th position. Su Ran continued, "Now I will announce the 2nd and 3rd places. There's really no suspense, just as the netizens have said. Teacher Zhang Shuiyo is in 2nd place, and teacher Chen Xiaoxuan is 3rd. This indicates that among the remaining 4 contestants, one will be eliminated." The already secured singers quietly awaited the final results. Su Ran said, "First, I will reveal the 9th place. The netizens know that this position must fall between Jing, Yi, and Cheng Yu. In truth, the audience was not particularly concerned about who it would be. Regardless of which one remained on stage, it signified they would become cannon fodder for the next round. 9th place is Jing. Upon hearing this, Jing Yi breathed a sigh of relief. She had initially debuted as part of a group, but had always been the least remarkable one. Eventually, after spending a considerable sum on cosmetic surgery and tirelessly promoting her 5,000-year beauty persona, she gradually gained attention, albeit amidst a plethora of criticisms. Yet, in the realm of the black and red entertainment industry, where notoriety is still recognition, she garnered substantial traffic. Jing Yi was aware of the high visibility of this music variety show, thanks to the participation of Lu Chen and Zhang Shuiyo. Regardless of how long she could remain on this stage, she could seize the opportunity for publicity, issuing press releases to prove herself as a capable singer. Naturally, if she could create a romantic narrative with a musical titan like Lu Chen, it would be even more advantageous for her career. With this thought, she cast a gaze toward Lu Chen that brimmed with flirtation. However, Lu Chen completely ignored her. This glance did not escape Yang Mi's notice. Having struggled in this industry for many years, Yang Mi might not be a timeless fox, but she was certainly capable of handling any tricks others might try to play. Outwardly, Yang Mi remained silent, yet internally, she began preparing her countermeasures. 3 singers still awaited their rankings, but everyone was already aware of the likely outcomes. If either Zhou Xiaoxin or any member from Ruoying lost to Cheng Yu, no one would believe it was without ulterior motives. This audience was not easily deceived, and indeed, Su Ran turned to Cheng Yu. "Cheng Yu, it is with great regret that today you must depart from this stage." Cheng Yu furrowed his brow. His initial intention for participating in this program was to seize the opportunity for fame. He believed that with sufficient backing, he could undoubtedly secure a place in the next round. However, he was acutely aware that the might of capital alone could not eliminate icons such as Lu Chen and Zhang Shuiyo, nor could it overshadow accomplished vocalists like Ruo Ying, Chen Xiaoxuan, and Sun Nan. Thus, he could only target those with less formidable backgrounds. For instance, Zhou Xiaoxin, as a singer who emerged from a music talent show without any substantial connections. Zhou Xiaoxin's vocal prowess and skills were indeed remarkable enough to stand out amidst the chaotic music industry. Yet, without the backing or financial support, sheer talent alone could not suffice. To his astonishment, capital exerted no influence on Su Ran's side. The discerning audience, with their refined musical taste, swiftly returned Cheng Yu to his original state. Failure is failure. Mediocrity remains mediocre. Do not delude yourself into believing you can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the titans of music. There remains a considerable distance to cover. You are merely one vote away from the distinction between victory and defeat. I hope you may carve out a path more suited to your musical journey in the future. The online mockery from netizens was rampant. As expected, Cheng Yu has been eliminated. This incident confirms that the program has no hidden agendas and cannot be manipulated by capital. Otherwise, Cheng Yu would surely have triumphed over Zhou Xiaoxin to advance. High emotional intelligence. You can find a path that suits you better. Low emotional intelligence. Our prestigious music program is not a place for someone of your caliber. Cheng Yu must be furious. Why, of all times, did capital fail to exert any influence? It said that capital can control everything. Cheng Yu's team had prepared a press release that they were compelled to abandon due to the outcome of this elimination. Nevertheless, the hired supporters still took to the stage to praise Cheng Yu's vocal abilities. Yet, this was merely a desperate attempt to salvage dignity, which only resulted in a wave of ridicule. After the conclusion of the first episode, Yang Mi drove Lu Chen out for a late-night meal. They indulged in hot pot, with Lu Chen opting for an exceptionally spicy broth. Aren't you concerned about damaging your vocal cords? Yang Mi inquired. Indeed, as singers, we avoid any food that could inflame or harm our throats. I even ensure that my potato strips are rounded on both ends before consuming them, fearful of injuring my throat. Yang Mi loket utterly disenchanted. On a serious note, you must be cautious of being taken advantage of. Are you referring to Jing Yi? You noticed? Lu Chen pointed to his own eyes. Eyes? Yes, they are not mere holes. With my mother, a cunning old fox of 1,000 years, and a young fox just emerging from the mountains, her little schemes are transparent to her. As her son, I have inevitably absorbed her keen perception of others. What do you plan to do? Just avoid being touched. With that, Lu Chen handed a shrimp ball from the clear broth pot to Yang Mi. Yang Mi glanced at Lu Chen's bowl, which was brimming with lamb rolls, and frowned. This hot pot is the last line of defense in my capacity as your temporary manager. Beyond this, you are not permitted to consume any other high-calorie foods, especially milk tea. You must diligently prepare for the second episode of the recording in 5 days. Absolutely. As a model artist adhering to the virtues of propriety, I shall certainly heed my manager's advice. Yet, I can't shake off this lingering doubt. How about this? If you catch me secretly drinking milk tea tonight, I will perform 100 push-ups in front of you. I wouldn't dare to go back on my own word, would I? It's a deal. Chapter 32. A flag set for oneself. Crying while completing push-ups, there is a saying. The resolution made at the beginning of the year to lose 10 pounds often culminates in a gain of 10 pounds by year's end. This was precisely the case for Lu Chen after returning home from a late-night snack. The promise he made in front of Yang Mi had swiftly crumbled upon his return. Lu Chen retrieved his phone and opened the food delivery app. Just because I'm not drinking in front of Yang Mi doesn't mean I can't indulge in secret. After all, Yang Mi hasn't installed surveillance in my home. As long as I sneakily consume it, she will remain blissfully unaware. Delighted with his little scheme, Lu Chen swiftly ordered 2 cups of milk tea with double servings of pearls. He then waited quietly in the yard. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang suddenly. Lu Chen was taken aback. That was quick. However, it was Yang Mi who entered. Lu Chen felt a tinge of anxiety. Why are you here so suddenly? I'm here to keep an eye on you. I'm worried you might order milk tea behind my back, so I'll stay until I see you asleep before I go home. Upon hearing this, Jing Hua understood. Mimi, aren't you concerned that once you leave, he might wake up in the middle of the night to order milk tea? The best solution would be for you to stay the night with Lu Chen, making it easier for you to monitor him. Yang Mi's cheeks flushed at the implication of spending the night with Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at his phone's delivery page, realizing the delivery was already on its way. There was no option to cancel. If he waited for the delivery, everything would be exposed. The best course of action now was to persuade Yang Mi to leave immediately. Thus, Lu Chen promptly suggested, it's quite late. Your parents will worry if you stay here. How about I come to your house and spend the night in the living room? It would allow you to monitor me more conveniently. Yang Mi nodded. That works. Let us hurry. Lu Chen urged Yang Mi to leave quickly. As long as they weren't both at home, Jing Hua could receive the milk tea on his behalf without Yang Mi ever knowing. However, just as they stepped out the door, a delivery motorcycle halted before them. Hello, is this Villa number 3? Villa number 3 happened to be Lu Chen's residence. Upon seeing the delivery person's yellow uniform, Yang Mi immediately grasped the situation. She feigned innocence. Yes, this is Villa number 3. Are you delivering to this address? Yes. I have an order for a customer named the King called me to patrol the mountain, who ordered 2 cups of milk tea. Lu Chen exclaimed. That must be my mom's order. I can't believe she is also jumping on the trend with such a ridiculous name. Huh? Yang Mi glanced at the delivery slip and remarked. The phone number is yours. You ordered this milk tea, didn't you? Let me explain. No, listen to me. This milk tea is for my mom. ISNT it for yourself? Jing Hua interjected, approaching them. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Mother, at such a crucial moment, couldn't you assist me with a little deceit? How could you lack such insight? Jing Hua, of course, was fully aware. She merely wished to observe how Yang Mi Lu Chen's wife, would respond after his blunder. Mimi, does this mean we should prepare for Lu Chen to kneel on durian? Lu Chen was taken aback. Kneeling on durian? Mother, how could you conceive of such a brutal punishment? When my father erred, the worst he faced was kneeling on a washboard. Why has my situation escalated? Yang Mi was equally startled by Jing Hua's proposed method of punishment. Aunt Hua, Lu Chen still has to continue with his music program. Kneeling on durian could injure his knees. Jing Hua felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this. Indeed, this precious daughter-in-law has her son's best interest at heart. So, Mimi, what do you propose as his punishment? Yang Mi replied, let him adhere to the flag he previously set. Completing 100 push-ups should suffice. The delivery boy, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. Ahem, do you still want this milk tea? It's mine now. Jing Hua claimed it. Didn't he, my son, just say this was ordered for me? Thus, I shall graciously accept it. Rest assured, I shall leave a positive review. After the delivery boy departed, Jing Hua turned to Lu Chen. What are you still dawdling for? Prepare to begin your push-ups. 100 of them. I'll enjoy my milk tea while watching you complete them. Mimi, here is a cup for you. As she spoke, Jing Hua handed Yang Mi a cup of milk tea. Though Yang Mi usually refrained from such high-calorie beverages at night, the invitation was too tempting to decline, especially with the intent to punish Lu Chen. Reluctantly, Lu Chen crouched down and prepared to commence his push-ups. For Lu Chen, who had upgraded to peak physical condition after binding the system, 100 push-ups were but a trivial task, akin to a leisurely stroll for an ordinary person. The greatest challenge lay in witnessing his mother and Yang Mi seated before him, sipping the pearl milk tea he had purchased while he was denied even a taste. Listening to the sound of Jing Hua enthusiastically slurping the pearls, Lu Chen felt utterly despondent. My double pearls. There was no alternative. He had set this flag himself, and he had to endure it, even if it meant tears. At long last, he completed 100 push-ups, and Yang Mi finished her milk tea. Well, with the lesson learned from earlier, I trust you one tea secretly order milk tea again. Aunt Hua, I'm heading home now. All right, goodbye. After Yang Mi left, Jing Hua tossed the milk tea cup into the trash. Well then, you can prepare to rest. Why do I feel like I'm your adopted son? And Yang Mi is your biological daughter? Is that so? Jing Hua feigned ignorance. I believe that's merely your misconception. Lu Chen pouted and retreated to his room to shower and rest. The following morning, as Lu Chen rose and entered the living room to prepare for breakfast, he noticed a thermos placed on the dining table. Aunt Wu, what is this? Lu Chen inquired of Aunt Wu, who was busy in the kitchen. This is the milk tea that Yang Mi personally prepared for you this morning. Where is she? She mentioned she had to shoot a scene and went to the film set. Lu Chen picked up a thermos and opened it. A rich aroma of milk tea wafted towards him. This girl, didn't she say she wouldn't let me drink? Jinghua approached. This is the caramel milk tea meticulously brewed by Mimi using milk and black tea. Not the kind made with tea powder from commercial shops. Absolutely healthy. Is this meant to compensate for last night's missed opportunity to indulge in milk tea? Lu Chen remarked as he took a sip. He frowned slightly. Not very sweet. Of course, Mimi wouldn't have added that much sugar. Just look at that bulge on your belly. You ought to express your gratitude properly. Lu Chen picked up his phone and sent a message to Yang Mi. The milk tea has arrived, thank you. Yang Mi quickly replied. Consider it a remedy for your missed milk tea last night. Lu Chen, where are you now? Yang Mi, at the film studio, I'm shooting the translator. Lu Chen, I'll come by to take a look. Yang Mi, what are you going to look at? Lu Chen, just to see you. Yang Mi, all right then, come on over. Chapter 33. A cameo by the eccentric CEO. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Lu Chen set forth towards the filming location of the translator, carrying with him a thermos filled with milk tea. At the site, the filming was progressing smoothly, and Lu Chen's arrival brought immense joy to the cast and crew. Many of the actors and staff had grown up listening to his music, and seeing their idol appear before them elicited elation. The male lead, Huang Tao, also approached for an autograph. Yang Mi stood on the periphery, observing the scene. She had become accustomed to such spectacles. Wherever Lu Chen appeared publicly, recognition inevitably led to a similar frenzy. Desiring not to disrupt the shooting, Lu Chen graciously stepped aside after signing. At that moment, Yang Mi was taking a break, and Lu Chen approached her with his thermos in hand. How did you brew this caramel milk tea? Is there a recipe? Yang Mi was taken aback. Please don't tell me you came to this set just to inquire about my milk tea recipe. That would be too pragmatic of me. So what is the recipe? You claim you aren't after the recipe. Suddenly, Yami had a thought. If you assist me with something, I might divulge it. What do you need help with? Yangmi teased, you could do a cameo in a scene, and then I will tell you. Isn't that a bit too mercenary? Yangmi shrugged. We're engaging in an equal exchange. What do you say? Will you do it? Lu Chen glanced at the milk tea and, without further deliberation, declared, forget it. I'll do it. His consent surprised Yangmi. Is the allure of this milk tea truly so potent that it could serve as leverage against you? Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Whereas the script, hand it to me. Upon learning of Lu Chen's cameo in the production, director Chen was elated. After all, he was a musical titan, inherently bringing substantial popularity and attention. Since his debut, countless drama productions had sought him for leading roles, eager to mold him into a dual-threat superstar in both film and music. Yet, Lu Chen had declined each invitation, citing one simple reason: laziness. He was too lethargic to diversify his career, too disinterested to capitalize on his fame, and too unmotivated to commit to daily filming. Thus, a super idol, plagued by profound laziness, had not appeared in a single film throughout his illustrious career. Nevertheless, a decade later, Lu Chen still boasted striking looks, retaining the visage of a leading man in romantic dramas. He continued to achieve remarkable success, with new singles garnering millions of listens upon release, a feat enviable by even the freshest talents in the industry. In this era where popularity reigned supreme, which director would not wish to collaborate with Lu Chen? Even a minor cameo within a production would be considered a tremendous boon. And now, such an opportunity had arisen. How could Chen possibly let it slip away? What role do you wish to play? Yami inquired. If one must perform, let it be as a cataclysmic, formidable antagonist. The moment I appear, the audience shall know the nefarious villain is about to wreak havoc. Yami listened with a disapproving expression. The character you describe belongs to the realm of martial arts dramas, does it not? This is a modern idol drama. You cannot possibly mean for me to portray one of those alluringly arrogant tycoons, can you? Lu Chen inquired. Such a character does not exist in this drama. However, there is a wealthy second-generation heir involved in a blind date with a female lead, though his role is minimal and lacks any noteworthy attributes. Let me peruse the script. Yangmi handed the script to Lu Chen. According to the original script, the character of Jack, the affluent heir, was conceived as someone who looks down upon others, constantly lamenting that the moon is rounder abroad than at home. Naturally, he is merely a supporting character. The blind date scene is fortuitously interrupted by the male lead. In a fit of rage, confronts the female lead, leading to the revelation of their feelings, facilitated by this supporting character. I wish to modify this role. How do you intend to alter it? Once Lu Chen articulated his thoughts, Chen consented without hesitation. Very well, let us implement your changes. Thus, Lu Chen commenced his revisions to the script. Once all was prepared, Yangmi and Lu Chen arrived at the CAF to film their first scene. They began with introductions. Lu Chen, portraying Jack, declared to Yangmi, I shall be blunt. You, wretched woman, are so beguilingly sweet that I find myself enamored with you. I permit you to be my woman. The crew, overhearing such ludicrous lines reminiscent of romantic novels, struggled to suppress their laughter. You traverse the halls of high-end office buildings daily. It must be exhausting. Why not open a CAF? Rest assured, as a tycoon, I shall ensure the entire world knows that this CAF, once I acquire it, is a gift for you. With that, Jack snapped his fingers. A waiter promptly approached. Jack produced a bank card and handed it to the waiter. This card contains 5 million. I wish to purchase this CAF. The waiter accepted the card and replied, I apologize, sir, but when this CAF was acquired, it cost a total of 10 million. You are still 6 million short. Would you prefer to pay in full or in installments? Yangmi raised her coffee cup to shield her face, already stifling laughter. Jack was momentarily taken aback. Is this an extortionate establishment? I shall not proceed with the purchase. You may leave. After the waiter departed, Lu Chen remarked to Yangmi, Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. In 3 minutes, I demand your complete information. Did not my introducer relay my details to you? Yangmi countered. This, this is not an appropriate venue for such discussions. Let us proceed to my villa. Yang Mi frowned. What purpose would there be in going to your villa? Do not feign ignorance, woman. You are playing with fire. Though she verbally declined, her body betrayed her sincerity. Yang Mi shook her head. I believe you are misunderstanding. This is merely our first encounter. Woman, are you attempting to engage in a game of seduction? As Lu Chen grasped Yang Mi's hand, he declared, Woman, this is of your own making. Do not dare to challenge my limits. You little tormentor, I shall take you back. Just as Yang Mi attempted to extricate herself, a man approached. Sir, are you aware that taking someone to your residence without their consent constitutes unlawful restriction of personal freedom and illegal detention? I now have serious suspicions that you're either a trafficker or an individual recently released from a mental institution. Jack, taken aback, exclaimed, How dare you speak to me, the esteemed CEO, in such a manner? Very well, you have successfully captured my attention. In the next moment, the man seized Lu Chen's arm. You have also captured the attention of law enforcement. Should you refuse to cooperate, I will employ forceful measures. Impertinent. I am the illustrious CEO of the Wong Corporation. And yet you, with a clang, the man fastened handcuffs around Jack's wrist. I apologize, but I am a police officer. As Jack struggled, he shouted at Yang Mi, Woman, you will eventually be mine. Chapter 34. The head-swapping starlet seeks to ride the wave of popularity. Lu Chen's scenes had concluded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Once the handcuffs were removed, he settled into a chair. Yang Mi approached him. Without a decade's worth of cerebral thrombosis, one could hardly conceive such absurd plot lines and the ludicrous utterances of domineering characters. But let us not dwell on these trivialities. The most pressing matter is whether you might share the recipe for caramel milk tea with me. Absolutely. Simply combine rock sugar or white sugar with black tea and saute them over low heat until they reach a caramel hue. Then, introduce milk and simmer gently until the delightful aroma of milk tea wafts through the air. And there you have it, a cup of caramel milk tea. Is it truly that simple? Did you think it overly complicated? Well, I've learned something. I shall certainly give it a try when I return. Meanwhile, Jing Yi's team was brainstorming ways to latch onto Lu Chen's fame. I propose we invite Lu Chen out. He has a penchant for milk tea, does he not? Under the guise of treating him to a drink, we can capture some moments together. I've already coordinated with Gozai to ensure all our photos together are taken. This strategy was a common maneuver among insiders to stir up public interest. Oftentimes, the photographs released by paparazzi are, in fact, orchestrated by the stars themselves. Otherwise, prior to their public release, the images would have been purchased by the stars who were photographed, leaving no opportunity for exposure. Upon receiving Jing Yi's invitation call, Lu Chen readily agreed. Of course. Which milk tea shop? How about 99 Milk Tea near Times Square? I highly recommend it. It's truly delectable. Sounds good. Let us meet at 6 this evening at Times Square. All right, Lu Chen, I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Jing Yi gazed at her phone, triumphant. Indeed, his 10 years of complacency have rendered him oblivious to the inner workings of this circle. He has unwittingly become a pawn in my game. However, unbeknownst to Jing Yi, Lu Chen had already seen through her ploy. Just moments after their call ended, he phoned Yang Mi, recounting the entire affair. Free milk tea? Why not indulge? Come along and witness what antics she might devise. You're not as daft as I thought. I assumed you would jump at the chance upon receiving an invitation from Beauty. Please, I didn't grow my head just to appear taller. At 6 in the evening, as Jing Yi adorned herself in her meticulously crafted look, complete with a makeup style that appeared eternally fixed, she felt her expression freeze upon seeing Lu Chen and Yang Mi together. Would you mind if I brought Yang Mi along? She has been filming all day and is quite exhausted. She wishes to enjoy a cup of milk tea to unwind. What else could Jing Yi say? She certainly couldn't express her annoyance or demand Yang Mi leave. Thus, she was left with no choice but to feign a cordial smile. Not at all. Welcome, welcome. Lu Chen, Yang Mi, what would you like to drink? I'll have my usual double pearls and milk tea, Lu Chen replied. I only want honey lemon water. Yang Mi declared. The hidden observer, Gozai, was taken aback upon witnessing this scene. What was happening? Wasn't it supposed to be just her and Lu Chen? Why was there an unexpected third wheel? Should they proceed with the shoot or not? Given that they were being compensated, it was evident that they should continue shooting. But now they could only wait for Jing Yi to find an opportunity to be alone with Lu Chen, so they could capture candid moments. However, unbeknownst to these observers, another group had already arrived at the location, intent on capturing photos of Lu Chen, Yang Mi, and Jing Yi together. This was to ensure that if Jing Yi attempted to crop the images to create a narrative featuring only herself and Lu Chen, they would have evidence to clarify the situation at hand. This effectively dismantled Jing Yi's attempts to ride the wave of attention. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Yang Mi had consistently denied Jing Yi the chance for solitude with Lu Chen. Jing Yi was persistently devising ways to create such conditions. Mimi, I noticed some clothing over there that suits our styles perfectly. Why don't we go choose? Absolutely, Yang Mi responded as the two made their way to the boutique. Jing Yi selected a piece for Yang Mi. This one is perfect for you. Go try it on. Sure, Yang Mi replied, clutching the garment as she headed to the fitting room. The moment the door closed, Jing Yi immediately sought out Lu Chen. However, unbeknownst to her, Lu Chen had already vacated the boutique some time ago. Where's Lu Chen? Jing Yi wondered, perplexed. Unbeknownst to her, while she had been persuading Yang Mi to try on clothes, Lu Chen had slipped into the adjacent men's clothing store, casually picked a garment, and entered the fitting room. He then messaged Yang Mi. Are you ready? Yang Mi replied, almost. The clothes she picked for me are too ugly. Wait for my signal from inside the fitting room. Lu Chen quipped. What is this, a secret rendezvous? Yang Mi teased back. This is your chance to see if you can navigate the traps set by the enemy. After emerging from the fitting room, Yang Mi handed the garment to the sales clerk. I'm sorry, this isn't quite right for me. I'll look again. She then deliberately addressed the untested Jing Yi. Jing Yi, aren't you trying anything on? Jing Yi shook her head. There are no sizes here that fit me. I'm too thin. This statement was undoubtedly a display of humble bragging. It was akin to a girl standing at 168 centimeters and weighing 45 kilograms, lamenting, ugh, I'm too fat, easily inciting disdain from her peers. Yang Mi feigned sympathy. When I tried earlier, I found I couldn't fit into this size. Oh, Jing Yi inquired, did you gain weight? Yang Mi smiled and shook her head. No, it's just that my chest is too ample. It simply won't fit. Alas, finding something that fits perfectly is so challenging. Customization seems to be the only option. Jing Yi's frustration peaked instantly. Their previous exchange had clearly resulted in her defeat. On the surface, it appears she has triumphed due to her slender figure. However, in reality, for a young woman, the fiercest competition lies in allure. Otherwise, why would so many female celebrities strive for a pronounced décolletage when Yang Mi insinuates that the sizes here cannot accommodate her curves? Is she not subtly mocking Jing Yi for her lack of assets? Jing Yi can only muster an awkward smile. Sister Yang Mi, your figure is truly magnificent. At that moment, Lu Chen entered upon receiving Yang Mi's signal. Yang Mi deliberately inquired, where have you been? I just visited a menswear brand store, hoping to find an outfit that suited me, but nothing caught my eye. Oh, Yang Mi responded with a smile, then perhaps you should take another look. Forget it. I'm a bit tired after wandering around. Moreover, I need to prepare for the upcoming competition. Jing Yi, I think we should call it a day. I'll head back now. Thank you for the milk tea. Jing Yi, lacking the motivation to continue, realized she could hardly find an opportunity to be alone with Lu Chen. Her plans to capture intimate photos had all fallen through. Given this, she saw no reason to squander any more time here. Thus, Jing Yi replied, no need for thanks. I hope we can enjoy milk tea together again sometime. Lu Chen smiled and said, of course. One must take full advantage of free milk tea. Chapter 35. Magic defeats magic. On the way home, Lu Chen could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. I can vividly imagine the furious expression on her face. He added, oh dear, who would have thought you could be so unyielding at times? With a nonchalant shrug, Lu Chen remarked, yet, it must be genuine jade. This pale imitation hardly qualifies as anything more than a synthetic material. His metaphor was simply exquisite. However, are you not concerned? If Jing Yi regains her composure and realizes we have orchestrated this entire scheme to ensnare her, how might she retaliate? Lu Chen replied, if you put it that way, I'm even less worried. Is she unaware of my standing? Setting aside my identity as a musical prodigy, my mother, The most formidable manager is enough to instill dread in her. With just a few words from my mother, she could easily intercept all the resources Jingyi hopes to acquire. Yami nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is essential to be formidable oneself. She is unlikely to stir any significant trouble. As the saying goes, a thief fails and loses his grain. She can only swallow her humiliation. Your analogy implies that I am akin to a chicken, Chen retorted, exasperated. Could we perhaps select a more fitting descriptor? Then how about a fox that invites trouble? Yang Mi suggested. Why am I being likened to a fox? Isn't that a staple of the female protagonist in strange stories from a Chinese studio? Chen protested. All right then, what do you wish to be? The chosen one. Yang Mi sighed. Well, this is precisely what happens when one seeks to usurp the fortune of the chosen one. It only leads to their own depletion of vitality. I find that description delightful. Now back to business. Have you completed your original song for the next competition? I shall commence writing once I finish my mental nourishment. Yang Mi felt no apprehension regarding Chen's ability to meet the deadline. His confidence assured her that he was well prepared. Meanwhile, Jingyi had regained her composure following her thwarted plans. Chen had originally designed this to counter my strategies. I have fallen into his trap. Jingyi, are you contemplating revenge? The team cautioned. This is not a prudent choice. Given Chen's status in the music industry and the influence of his mother, we are not in a position to provoke them. It would be wise to remain passive and cease any attempts to curry favor. He clearly does not respond to such tactics. Instead, let us focus on how to triumph in the next episode of I Am a Singer. This was precisely what troubled Jingyi. Among all the contestants, she was the only one lacking in professional skills. In the first episode, she had advanced through sheer luck. However, in the second episode, fortune was unlikely to favor her again. Unless unforeseen circumstances befell other singers during their performances, her only fate would be elimination. Upon returning home, Chen found Jinghua engaged in a video call with Lu Qingshan. Perfect timing. Our son has returned. You should converse with him, Jinghua suggested, handing the phone to Lu Chen. Hey Dad, was your business trip successful? Everything is well on my end. I heard you've made a comeback and your performance has been commendable. Indeed, netizens have remarked, your uncle remains your uncle. How dare you speak like that? All right, I'll be less impudent. Father, when will you return? In a few days. While I'm away, you must take good care of your mother. Is the money sufficient? Chen chuckled softly. Father, what prompted you to inquire such a question? What could lead you to think my finances are inadequate? If it's sufficient, then I have peace of mind. Well, I must return to my project. That will be all. Take care of yourself, Father. You too. After hanging up, Jinghua remarked, these past few days, every time your father calls, he first asks about your well-being. Then why doesn't he just call me directly? Jinghua poked Chen's forehead. He, being a grown man, would naturally feel awkward asking. You, having never been a father, failed to comprehend a father's concern for his child. All right, son, I'm going to rest now. You should sleep early too. After Chen returned to his room, he took out paper and pen, writing 2 characters on the lyric sheet. Father. The following morning, a topic emerged on trending searches. Jingyi Chen date milk tea, given Chen's involvement. It was evident that the traffic and hype surged straight to the top of the entertainment charts. This was a clever maneuver orchestrated by Jingyi and her team. Since they couldn't successfully promote a couple-S narrative, they decided to market the notion of a close relationship between her and Chen, thereby leveraging his popularity. Naturally, the topic was not framed that way. Jingyi outright eliminated Yang Mi from the equation. Only their names remained. This malicious editing was quite distasteful. The team acted swiftly. The photos were promptly leaked by the so-called Guzi. Upon clicking, it revealed images of them in a shopping mall. The hired commenters soon flooded in with remarks. So Chen and Jingyi are this close privately. I feel Jingyi and Chen have great chemistry. Yami seems like a mere third wheel. Jingyi and Chen could team up for a milk tea advertisement. As the hired commenters fervently attempted to stir up a couple's narrative between Chen and Jingyi, some netizens became instantly agitated. I absolutely refuse to believe Chen would be interested in a starlet like Jingyi. Lu Chen's standards for a partner cannot possibly include a plastic surgery factory product. Birds of a feather flock together. If Lu Chen genuinely wanted a pair with Jingyi, why is there not a single photo of them alone together? Something must be amiss. One cannot deny that the netizens possess keen insight. They were able to detect discrepancies from the leaked photos. Upon seeing the trending topic, Jinghua erupted in anger. How audacious! How dare she resort to such despicable tactics to capitalize on my son's fame? Jinghua certainly would not permit such an occurrence. She promptly inquired about the circumstances from Lu Chen. Lu Chen had also underestimated Jingyi's audacity. The lengths she would go to for attention were utterly shameless. Indeed, a lack of beauty often accompanies a penchant for mischief. I shall resolve this matter. Since she has employed such a base strategy, I will retaliate with an even more audacious approach. At that moment, Yang Mi's call came through. She informed Jinghua of Jingyi's attempts to gain notoriety and shared her own plan for addressing the situation. Upon hearing this, Jinghua realized that this was precisely what she had in mind. Indeed, her daughter-in-law shared a strikingly similar approach to her own. Chapter 36, as the performance of father brought tears to the audience. Jinghua smiled and remarked to Mimi, "You know, our thoughts have aligned perfectly. We shall proceed as you suggested. Whatever unfolds shall follow suit." Of course, Yang Mi could not descend to the stage and clarify the true circumstances on social media. In such a scenario, a reliable entertainment journalist was required to take the stage. Yang Mi recounted the events to her journalist friend, Wu Qiong. Wu Qiong swiftly disseminated the photographs, accompanied by a statement. The reality is a chance encounter. Lu Chen and Yang Mi merely happened upon Jingyi. It was fortuitously captured by Go Zai, leading to this sensationalized piece of gossip. Everyone disperse. Wu Qiong's stature within the industry was well understood by her peers. She was mentored by Jinghua and was regarded as the leading figure among entertainment journalists. Any entertainment news, she clarified, would face no challenge. Jingyi certainly dared not contest. If she attempted to retaliate by claiming Lu Chen had accepted her invitation, it would be tantamount to slapping Wu Qiong in the face. Indeed, I deliberately distorted the truth, portraying your orchestrated rendezvous as a mere coincidence. But what can you do to me? Dare you issue a statement? Wu Qiong would then be emboldened to expose Jingyi's scandalous past. At that juncture, Jingyi would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. As Yang Mi previously articulated, attempting to stoke public interest in a relationship with Lu Chen would result in her own downfall. Jingyi could only suppress her frustration and retweet Wu Qiong's clarification, adding, "It truly was a chance encounter. Meeting my idol is an honor." Yang Mi and Lu Chen had no need to retweet or clarify anything. The potential sensationalism that could have arisen was thus dissipated, and within 3 days, the online community had forgotten. The loss was borne by Jingyi, as the funds spent on bribing Go Zai and purchasing trending topics went to waste. Yang Mi's maneuvering had left Jingyi infuriated yet powerless. Yang Mi had imparted a lesson to Jingyi. In the future, do not harbor illusions of riding on Lu Chen's coattails. What standing do you possess to deserve the attention Lu Chen commands? On the day of the second live recording of I Am a Singer, the performance order, determined by lottery, was as follows: Jingyi, Zhang Shuiyo, Lu Chen, Zhou Xiaoshen, Sun Nan, Ruo Ying, Ziki, Chen Xiaoxuan, and Su Song. As the first performer, Jingyi internally vowed to present her best self. However, in a purely competitive sense, she felt she could not hold a candle to the other singers. From the moment she opened her mouth, the audience discerned that Jingyi was destined to falter. Nonetheless, her eventual outcome was not what the audience was primarily concerned with. In the realm of martial arts novels, the onlookers were always eager to witness the epic clash between the two titans, Shimin Chui Shui and Yi Gucheng. They had no interest in a nameless individual attempting to challenge Shimin Chui Shui at the pinnacle of the Forbidden City. Naturally, the audience overlooked the unknown contender entirely. Awaiting the moment of the grand duel on the night of the full moon, the competition among the masters is imminent. Zhang Shuiyo and Lu Chen are undoubtedly titans within the realm of martial arts. Their pinnacle clash will surely ignite a frenzy across the internet. This time, Zhang Shuiyo has chosen to perform the vibrant love song Endless Love for You, a cherished piece by a renowned friend. Although he has surpassed 50 years of age, his rendition of this lively romantic ballad resonates with youthful vigor. In the background, Chen cannot resist humming along. Indeed, teacher Zhang Shuiyo is a treasure trove of musical talent. This cover is certainly on par with the original. Curious, Chun Xiaoxuan inquires whether Chen has composed an original song this time as well. Yes, Chen nods affirmatively. Wow, your creative output is astonishing. One song a week. Such prolificacy and the quality remains exceptional. As a fellow original artist, Su Song holds Chen in the highest regard. It is akin to a reclusive martial arts master emerging from solitude after a decade, still a formidable legend in the world. Perhaps this is the essence of greatness. Chen smiles, confident that the song he is about to perform will become a sensational hit. When it is Chen's turn to take the stage, teacher, he introduces him with these words. The term father is familiar to us all. Each of us carries our own interpretation of this word's significance. How does Chen perceive the title of father? Please welcome Chen as he presents his song Father. The audience, upon hearing the title, is not taken aback. 13 years ago, Chen burst onto the scene with the lively and non-sentimental song Listen to Your Mother, standing out amidst a sea of romantic ballads. Now, 13 years later, he returns with Father, expressing his understanding of paternal love in a similar yet distinct manner. The audience harbors no doubts about the positive energy Chen's music conveys. They are prepared, ready to listen attentively to this inevitably heartwarming piece. As the gentle and warm prelude begins, the music unfolds like a portal to the past, ushering each listener into their childhood memories. Within that realm, one can see their younger self alongside a father who has yet to gray. He is vibrant, his eyes sparkling with dreams, and you are cradled in his embrace. Chen's voice gradually emerges, always seeking from you, yet never saying thank you. Only after growing up do I understand your struggles. Every departure feigned with ease, smilingly suggesting I return, yet turning away, my eyes brimming with tears. How I long for the days of yore, to hold your warm hand, but you're no longer by my side, sending my wishes for your well-being on the breeze. Chen embodies the role of a reminiscence, reflecting on the cherished moments spent with his father during his childhood. This nostalgia resonates with the memories many netizens hold of their own fathers during their formative years. In our early days, we were unaware of the true essence of familial love. Each time I requested sweets from my father, he would graciously oblige with a smile. We never uttered the words, "Thank you, Dad," as if his generosity was an inherent right. Yet, no one bestows kindness without reason. Behind this apparent normalcy lies a father's unwavering love for his child, simply because you are his offspring and he is your father. As we grow, transitioning from babbling infants to attentive students in classrooms where we learn the true essence of fatherhood, our fathers occupy a monumental place in our hearts. Akin to a steadfast mountain, in times of sorrow, we find solace in their strength. When yearning to gaze upon distant horizons, we climb upon their shoulders. In moments of joy, we nestle into their embrace, playfully seeking affection. We naively believe that we would remain forever young and that our fathers would always stand as that unwavering mountain. However, time relentlessly marches on. We grow each day while our fathers age alongside us. We venture into broader worlds, striving and toiling, while our fathers remain in our hometown, gradually aging with the changing seasons, their decline visible to the naked eye. No longer can we hold our fathers' warm, sturdy hands as we skip along sun-drenched paths, as we did in our childhood. Now, we can only connect through video calls, gazing into the eyes of our fathers, who have begun to show signs of gray. What may seem like simple, mundane lyrics wield the power to pierce the hearts of the audience, evoking tears that well in their eyes. Chapter 37. Time. Please slow down. Chen's voice began to choke with emotion. Time, oh time, please slow down. Do not allow you to age any further. I would offer all that I have for your years to be preserved. To my steadfast father, what can I do for you? Please accept this humble concern of mine. At that moment, all the audience members were in tears. I weep, for I miss my father. Time, oh time, please linger. I do not wish to witness my father grow old. It is not that I dread caring for him in his twilight years, but rather, I fear the day he must depart from this world. I cannot bear the thought of losing him. Life and death are cycles we cannot evade. Be it father or son, the only thing I can do is care for him as he once cared for me in my youth. While he is still here among us, I envy those who still have time to walk alongside their fathers, for since my childhood, I've been without mine. I recall the days when my father took me to pray for peace. I adamantly declared, "Father, I shall not go. Such is mere superstition, and I do not believe in it." Yet when my father fell ill, I found myself kneeling at the foot of Guanyin, praying fervently for his recovery. That year, my father held me, weighing 7 jin and 2 liang, and on that day, I held my father, and I weighed less than 7 jin and 2 liang. The one who once took me to pay respects at the grave is now the one I honor, and in the moment I ignited Joss paper. I suddenly realized I had grown up. I could no longer shelter beneath the eaves. It was time for me to become the eaves. I read somewhere that father's flowers have fallen. I am no longer a child. In my youth, my father brought me to the doctor, urging me to stay put. Now, my father has aged, and I lead him to the doctor, instructing him to remain still. When I turn to see my father patiently waiting, I understand that I have now become his support. In the live stream, tens of thousands of netizens shared their moments with their fathers and their reflections on the concept of father. No one felt this was mere sentimentality, nor did anyone perceive it as an exploitation of familial affection. Did Chen need to resort to such marketing tactics to maintain his relevance? He did not. He simply chose to narrate the moments shared with his father in his own way, ensuring that netizens would forever remember the essence of the word father. With no ulterior motives, he remained the same innocent singer from 13 years ago, who sang from the heart and listened to your mother. Thank you for all that you have done. With your hands supporting our home, always giving your utmost to provide the best for me. Am I your pride? Do you still worry for me? Your child, who you cared for, has grown up. In childhood, the father is the mountain in our hearts. In youth, he is our guiding light. As we enter adulthood, it is our turn to become our father's support. Yet, not everyone can, upon reaching maturity, become a source of pride for their father. The term nepotism is one we are all familiar with. When burdened by these two characters, many young individuals with strong self-esteem feel guilt and shame. This drives them to strive harder, yearning to live the life they desire independently. They wish to become a pillar of support for their fathers, just as their fathers once were for them. In a corner of this city, 35-year-old Zhou Qing listens to the song Father, tears streaming down her face. She envies the online users in live broadcasts who share their daily lives, traveling with their elderly fathers. Although she has achieved considerable success in her career, she once had the means to do the same. She had meticulously planned a trip with her father. However, her father no longer remembers her. Alzheimer's disease has robbed him of all memories of his daughter, his birth, her growth, and the moment he relocated from a small county to enjoy a better life in this city with her. It is as if a powerful eraser has wiped everything clean. The father who once gently called her Ching Ching now looks at her with unfamiliarity, asking, "Who are you?" Each time, Zhou Qing replies, "Dad, I am your daughter." Yet, he cannot recall. He has forgotten he has a daughter and how deeply he once cherished her. Occasionally, fleeting fragments of memory surface, only to plunge him into profound remorse. "I have burdened you, and I am so sorry," he often laments. Zhou Qing always smiles and reassures him, "It's all right, Dad, as long as you remember me." She holds on to the memories of how he once guided her through adventures, lifted her onto his shoulders to witness festive celebrations, and accompanied her in her journey to adulthood. As long as these memories remain etched in her mind, she will never forget how to care for her father as a daughter. The sky has not yet fallen. The bond of kinship between them is something she strives to preserve. This steadfast belief has been Zhou Qing's guiding principle, an unwavering commitment shared by many who wish to honor their fathers. Grateful for the journey alongside him, Liu Chen finally expressed the deeply buried words he had held in his heart for years. "Thank you." And what of those who have yet to voice these sentiments? Whether choosing to express gratitude through action or uttering those two simple words, it remains a personal choice to honor their fathers. In the background, the singer, moved to tears, wipes his eyes, declaring, "My emotions are all over the place right now. I don't know if I can compose myself and perform on stage." Ziki Rengax. Chen is so mischievous. He has ruined my makeup with his singing. Su Song adds, they say it takes 10 years to sharpen a sword. A good song requires extensive time for repeated creation and revision. Yet, Chen has shown me what it truly means to be an original artist. And I now understand why I have never been able to surpass him all these years. Netizens are not mistaken. The music industry may indeed witness the emergence of a second Su Song, yet it is certain that a second Chen will never arise. His prowess is unparalleled, making him exceedingly difficult to surpass or emulate. Zhang Shuiyo. I just received a text message from my daughter in which she expressed, Dad, thank you for your unwavering dedication over the years. That sentiment fills me with greater joy than winning a music award. Chen Xiaoxuan nodded in agreement. I comprehend that feeling. My daughter once created a drawing featuring me, my wife, and herself. Though it may be deemed mere scribbling through a professional lens, to me, that artwork is a priceless treasure. Ruiying, indeed, nothing is more precious than the treasure of familial love. Chen is truly a gem of a singer, while the contemporary music scene is replete with songs about love. Compositions celebrating family ties are seldom encountered. Yet, Chen possesses the remarkable ability to move everyone to tears with his performances. At this moment, Chen has returned to the backstage area. The guests immediately erupted in applause for him. Zhang Shuiyo, today, you are undoubtedly the champion. I even feel there is no need for a competition. We should simply award you the championship trophy. Everyone would agree it is well-deserved. Chen chuckled. That would not do. What if another singer stages a comeback? Chen Xiaoxuan. That would be even more challenging than winning the lottery. Yamihanda Luchen at Dermos. Upon unscrewing the lid, he discovered caramel milk tea. Did you brew this? Yangmi nodded. It is sugar-free. Ziki smiled. Yangmi is indeed a diligent and responsible manager. Chapter 38. The standard answer to who to save first if you and your mother fall into the water. Jingyi quietly observed everything unfolding before her. She dared not interject or utter a single flattering word about Chen. The lessons learned from previous experiences on Weibo were still fresh in her mind. Maintaining a respectful distance from someone of Chen's stature was the most fundamental principle for a minor character like her. She had no intention of leveraging his fame for personal gain. As all the singers concluded their performances, the announcement of the results for this episode was about to commence. Once again, led by Su Ran. First, I shall reveal a result that holds no suspense. Everyone is already aware of it. The champion of this episode is none other than Chen. The guests immediately erupted into applause for Chen. Zhang Shuiyo, smiling, remarked, I anticipated this outcome. So I suggest the production team should directly award Chen the trophy. The rest of us can compete for second and third place. Chen understood that Zhang Shuiyo was not joking, but rather acknowledging his talent. Sometimes, when certain individuals take to the stage, you know without them uttering a word that they have already triumphed. Chen responded with a smile. If I were to take the champion's trophy home now, my subsequent new songs would have to be showcased on different platforms for the audience. Chen Xiaoxuan perked up at this revelation. So, does this mean you will present new songs in every episode of I Am a Singer this entire season? Chen nodded affirmatively. Chen Xiaoxuan was exhilarated. Finally, we won't experience a shortage of songs. Su Ran then announced, next, Ruoying, you can pack your things and head home. The crowd was taken aback. Ruoying had been eliminated? It seemed implausible. She was a powerhouse vocalist, on par with singers like Chen Xiaoxuan. How could she possibly lose? If anyone were to be eliminated, it should have been a minor character like Jingyi. Jingyi, however, felt a secret thrill of joy. If Ruoying was out, it meant she could remain. Moreover, she could boast that her singing prowess surpassed that of this little diva. Surely, there would be a twist? Chen recalled the first episode when Su Ran revealed the results amidst various suspenseful and misleading tactics. It was likely that this episode would follow suit. Indeed, Su Ran continued, Ruoying, upon returning home, please prepare well for the next episode of I Am a Singer. The crowd quickly grasped the situation. Su Ran was indeed playing a trick. Ruoying had successfully advanced. With a smile, Ruoying remarked, could we have a little less trickery and a bit more sincerity? The emotional roller coaster of announcing results is quite intense. Su Ran then added, Chun Xiaoxuan, you may start booking your plane tickets for the next episode of I Am a Singer. This indicated that Chun Xiaoxuan had also advanced successfully. Su Ran employed this clever method to announce the results for each singer. However, this episode, only the 9th place remained unmentioned after the announcement of the top 8, and the sole artist omitted was Jingyi. Undoubtedly, she secured the last position in this round of competition, signifying her elimination from the stage. Jingyi felt her heart bleed. Following her successful advancement in the previous episode, she had heavily promoted her vocal prowess, confident in her ascent towards stardom. Yet, she faced a harsh reality in the second round. Nevertheless, she feigned composure and graciously stated, I will continue to strive. I hope my seniors achieve great results in the upcoming rounds. I am also grateful to the stage of I Am a Singer for providing me with such a splendid opportunity to showcase my talent. After delivering her courteous remarks, Jingyi bid farewell to the platform. With the departure of a star lacking in professional skills, the competition shifted to the remaining artists who possessed genuine talent. The ensuing episodes promised intense rivalry, yet no one doubted who would ultimately claim the championship title. Looking out at the night scenery, Lu Chen remarked softly, I have never doubted my ability to win the championship. My original intention in pursuing music has transcended mere ambition. Yami pondered for a moment before asking, So, do you aspire to use music to rescue the current music scene? Lu Chen chuckled, What do you think? Do I resemble a savior in a tumultuous martial arts world, where the entire realm awaits my ushering of a new order and dawn? Your description is rather fitting. So, what will be your first act upon becoming the leader of the martial arts world? To marry multiple wives. Yami abruptly hit the brakes upon hearing this. Lu Chen was startled. What are you doing? Is this the proper way to approach being the leader of the martial arts world? Remember, this is modern society. The practices of polygamy are no longer applicable. Lu Chen shrugged, Not necessarily. I could hold weddings with several women on the same day without registering, just to make many men envious. Is that even permissible? Yami inquired. Absolutely. Some have done it. Who? The outlaw Zhang San. Yang Mi was left speechless. I don't believe you would actually dare to do that. Nobody believes it, not even I. Yang Mi reconsidered and posed another question. Let me ask you differently. If your mother and your girlfriend fell into a river simultaneously, who would you save first? Of course, I would save my mother. Lu Chen replied without hesitation. But do you know why? Yang Mi responded, Because a girlfriend can be replaced, but a mother is irreplaceable? Lu Chen shook his head. Where did your thoughts wander? The outlaw Zhang San once said, rescuing one's mother is a legal obligation, while saving a girlfriend is a moral one. Naturally, the legal obligation takes precedence. If I were to save my girlfriend first, I would be violating the law. I must certainly strive to be a law-abiding and exemplary young man. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi came to a realization. Therefore, if both your mother and your wife were to fall into a river simultaneously, should you not prioritize saving your mother? Lu Chen shook his head. No. In such a scenario, both are legal obligations, and one may choose to save either. Thus, this age-old dilemma imparts a crucial lesson. The significance of obtaining a marriage certificate. Yang Mi chuckled at this revelation. In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered such an answer. It is indeed the standard response, articulated by the notorious Zhang San, whom I greatly admire and frequently follow for his insightful commentary. Yang Mi playfully inquired, if you were compelled to choose between saving your mother or your wife, whom would you select? My wife. Why? Chapter 39. Do you think you could defeat the king of music with ancient-style melodies? After all, he is the progenitor of this genre. Years ago, my mother learned to swim to preemptively avoid the day when my wife might pose such a silly question. Without needing to wait for me to dive in for a rescue, my mother had already fished my wife out. Alas, such an admirable mother-in-law. I wonder which girl will eventually benefit from her. Yang Mi cast a silent glance at him. You possess a remarkable talent for resolving such monumental dilemmas. Why don't you compose your next song centered around this incident, entitled When My Mother and My Wife Fall into the River Simultaneously? I guarantee it will become a sensational hit. Get lost. According to the rules of I Am a Singer, The copyright of original music belongs to the artist. Zhao certainly would not miss such a golden opportunity to acquire online music platform rights. Lu Chen's song Xiao Chou and Father were swiftly launched simultaneously. Just the song Xiao Chou alone surpassed a staggering 100 million downloads. According to the program's revenue-sharing model, Lu Chen stands to gain a pre-tax remuneration of 80 million. Moreover, the download figures continue to soar. Just as Lu Chen had previously stated, with each song, a small goal is achieved. Furthermore, in a mere span of 2 weeks, Lu Chen introduced 5 new songs. 5 small objectives, all effortlessly attained. This sum of money is what an average family might struggle to accumulate over 10 lifetimes. For him, money is merely a figure. As Lu Chen articulated, his pursuit of music is no longer motivated by financial gain. Such an impressive achievement, unattainable by others in the entertainment industry, is bound to incite envy among the younger generation. Chen remains the one most unsettled within himself. Whether it is the contrasting outcomes of the newly released songs or the humiliation of performing Lu Chen's compositions on I Am a Singer, both are sufficient to spur him to devise any means necessary, even resorting to underhanded tactics, to bring an end to the myth Lu Chen has created. Yet, there are no shadows to uncover regarding Lu Chen's character. Thus, the only avenue left is to focus on the music. Chen Yu made a resolution to delve into ancient-style music. Observing Lu Chen's recent musical endeavors, it was evident that his concentration lay on modern compositions. Moreover, following the inaugural episode of I Am a Singer, Chen Yu was criticized online for his inability to perform ancient-style music. Therefore, Chen Yu resolved to make a grand statement in this genre. You claim I cannot sing ancient melodies? Then I shall demonstrate it to you. I will also prove that I, Chen Yu, can usher in a new era of ancient-style music. To this end, Chen Yu immediately instructed his team to begin promoting new song previews, releasing press statements to build hype. The release date of the new song coincidentally aligned with the live broadcast of the 3rd episode of I Am a Singer. However, unbeknownst to Chen Yu, who was meticulously preparing for all of this, Lu Chen had already penned a new song entitled Blue and White Porcelain. As Lu Chen idly scrolled through Weibo, he happened to come across the preview for Chen Yu's new song. Chen Yu's team certainly was not lacking in effort. Various praises have been heaped upon Chen Yu. Having established his own era with modern music, Chen Yu is now set to unveil a song steeped in traditional aesthetics. This Saturday, on the Penguin Music platform at 9 o'clock, fans will be treated to Chen Yu's The Silence of Maple Leaves. This marks his inaugural foray into ancient-style music, and it is believed that Chen Yu will continue to traverse an increasingly remarkable path in his musical journey. Lu Chen glanced at the time. Excellent. Everything aligned perfectly. If fortune smiled upon him, the draw would place him in the performance order for Saturday night at 9. In that case, the situation would become rather intriguing, reminiscent of the time when he and Chen Yu simultaneously released new songs. With effortless ease, Lu Chen had previously outdone Chen Yu's legion of online supporters through his genuine talent. Before the 3rd live recording of I Am a Singer commenced, each artist participated in a draw to determine their performance order. Lu Chen drew the number 5, which meant his stage time coincided precisely with 9 o'clock in the evening. Could this be fate? Yang Mi was equally astonished, realizing that tonight the online arena would once again ignite with the fervor of a musical duel between him and Chen Yu. Lu Chen maintained an air of calm. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Yang Mi retorted. That question is as simplistic as asking what 1 + 1 equals. Please refrain from posing such childish inquiries. Lu Chen pondered. If only there were a program capable of intercepting those online supporters. What are you thinking? The programmers at Penguin wouldn't waste their time on such matters. Not necessarily. Lu Chen had a system at his disposal. He was akin to the system's creator. Whatever he desired, his loyal son would dutifully provide. System. I require a program that can intercept online supporters. Ding. A program of this nature has been detected within the system. Would the host like to exchange it immediately? Yes. Ding. Programming is currently being exchanged. 1050-100. Exchange successful. It has been sent to the host's mobile email. Please check. Lu Chen promptly opened his email to find an extensive array of programming code waiting patiently. He immediately called Zhao Na to explain the situation. Zhao Na listened, bewildered. Are you saying that by embedding this code into the software, we can successfully intercept the online supporters? Indeed. So, this code was written by you? Let us not dwell on the details. After all, your Penguin Music platform surely wishes to present the audience with authentic data. Zhao Na affirmed this notion. Ever since the emergence of youthful idols, the prevalence of online supporters had skyrocketed. Various methods of data purchasing and manipulation had ensued, leading to considerable headaches during every traffic summary conducted by operations. It is evident that those young idols could not possibly attain such favorable data, yet, paradoxically, they dominate the charts. Zhao Na yearns to witness an authentic prosperity, one that reflects the untainted musical landscape of a decade ago, before it was sullied by capitalistic influences. If genuine data were presented before us, truly melodious songs would emerge into the public eye. The music industry would not remain perpetually under the control of these young idols. This is precisely the significance of Penguin establishing a music platform to deliver exquisite songs to the audience. Chapter 40. The Enchantment of Celadon Blue Porcelain. Zhao Na immediately reached out to the head of the technical department, He Xiao, somewhat bewildered, responded Director Zhao. Sending me a programming code to be directly implemented into the software like this is against our company's protocols. At the very least, we should conduct some tests before it can be officially utilized. Old He, Zhao interjected, if this code were authored by someone unknown to me, I would certainly adhere to the proper procedures. However, this is Lu Chen, and I cannot conceive of any valid reason to doubt his capabilities. Director Zhao, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no suspicions regarding Lu Chen's intentions. His character is beyond reproach. How about this? You mentioned the system needs to go live before 9 o'clock. I shall conduct a preliminary test, and upon confirmation of its integrity, we can proceed with the launch. Very well, it must be done expeditiously. We must ensure everything is resolved before Chengyu releases his new song. He shall promptly commence the programming code tests. While he never questioned Lu Chen's musical talents, coding was not within Lu Chen's area of expertise, and his reservations were entirely justifiable. However, 5 minutes later, He Xiao was astounded by the seamless flow of the code before him. It was hard to believe that such intricate programming could emerge from a singer who had not undergone formal training in the field. Could it be that Lu Chen had been concealing the extent of his abilities from us? Had he truly been idle these past 10 years? Perhaps he had been diligently honing his skills in secret, preparing to astound all. His staff members were equally perplexed. Thank goodness Lu Chen chose to pursue a career in singing. Otherwise, he would have surely taken our jobs. He Xiao shook his head. It's not merely that. I fear my own position may be at stake as well. The words of netizens rang true. Some individuals are indeed chosen by fate, endowed with remarkable talent, abundant resources, and an unwavering work ethic. Such fortune must surely come from having saved the universe multiple times to warrant such divine provision. Boss, the test has been successful. Shall we proceed with the official system update? Of course. We cannot afford to waste a single moment. It must be completed before Chengyu launches his new song. Simultaneously, netizens noticed that the Penguin Music app had undergone an update. Initially, they did not perceive any anomalies. Updates were a routine matter, typically occurring automatically. However, as the clock struck 9, Chengyu's new song, Lonely Maple Leaves, officially debuted. As the online trolls prepared to engage, they found themselves unable to leave comments. The page displayed a message, username anomaly detected. At first, the trolls assumed it was merely a routine software glitch and attempted to refresh the page. Yet, regardless of their efforts, they could not successfully submit their comments. Each attempt resulted in the same unyielding message, username anomaly detected. The trolls were utterly confounded. Without the ability to comment, how could they manipulate the data? Meanwhile, on the stage of the third episode of I Am a Singer, Teacher, he began to ceremoniously introduce Lu Chen's appearance. 13 years ago, Lu Chen heralded the era of ancient-style music with his song Hair Like Snow, and few would dispute his title as the progenitor of this genre. Today, 13 years later, Chen returns with his new work in the same vein. Let us welcome Chen and his latest creation, blue and white porcelain. Instantly, the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, 13 years ago, Chen introduced me to the idea that ancient-style songs could be composed in such a manner. It felt like a gateway to a new world was suddenly opened. Since then, countless musicians have rushed to emulate him, as if writing ancient-style music were a grand and noble endeavor. Yet none have succeeded in crafting ancient-style songs with the refreshing charm that Chen brings. The whole world knows Chen's ancient-style music is incredibly powerful. I believe it will still resonate 10 years from now. Wait, over at the Penguin Music platform, Chen Yu's first ancient-style song, Lonely Maple Leaves, has already launched. Is this a deliberate provocation towards Chen? What Lonely Maple Leaves? It's clearly just baseless lamentation. Ancient-style music must be left to Chen. At that moment, Chen graced the stage with his new ancient-style work, blue and white porcelain. Adorned in traditional Han attire, he appeared as if he had stepped straight from the annals of history, captivating every maiden who passed by, compelling them to linger and admire. As the melodious prelude resonated, the audience envisioned Chen as a calligrapher, deftly sketching a soft-hued landscape painting before them. The raw canvas delineates the strokes of blue and white. The vase adorned with peonies reminiscent of your initial beauty. The faint scent of sandalwood wafts through the window, revealing my innermost thoughts. The brush glides to a pause on the rice paper, half-finished. The glaze renders the lady's portrait, its essence discreetly cherished. Your enchanting smile blooms like a bud awaiting to unfurl. Your beauty drifts softly to places I cannot reach. At this moment, the audience was enveloped in the ancient ambience conjured by the song, captivated and entranced. Chen remains the music king who never disappoints his fans. Even as he ascends to heights unattainable by former kings, he never neglects his supporters. In contrast to the poignant resonance of dissolving sorrow and the comforting warmth of father, blue and white porcelain embodies the subtlety and gentleness of a Jiangnan maiden. At the moment of parting, it expresses the complexities of inner sorrow with exquisite delicacy. Akin to a quietly blooming gardenia by the roadside, its fragrance lingering, compelling passers-by to reminisce. Chen's voice masterfully unfolds this feeling of longing before every listener, allowing them to envision a scene from an ink painting. A Jiangnan woman with an oiled paper umbrella walking serenely by. The raindrops from the eaves gently cascade onto her umbrella, dispersing into droplets, yet she remains oblivious. Her thoughts are enveloped in a deep shroud of melancholy. The azure sky awaits the misty rain, while I await your presence. The curling smoke rises, spanning thousands of miles across the river. At the bottom of the bottle, I inscribe the elegant Han script, reminiscent of a bygone era, as if to foreshadow our encounter. The azure sky anticipates the misty rain, just as I yearn for you. The moonlight has been retrieved, blurring the conclusion. Akin to the timeless beauty of blue and white porcelain, self-contained in its allure. Your eyes sparkle with mirth, and the audience's gaze is imbued with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, those who possess knowledge of porcelain have already begun to appreciate this song within the confines of the live broadcast. Chapter 41. The data of the Water Army can no longer be updated if you're familiar with Ruware. You must marvel at the beauty of the lyric "The sky blue awaits the misty rain" by Chen. Allow me to elucidate. This phrase does not refer to blue and white porcelain, but rather to the exquisite Ru porcelain, known by the enchanting name sky blue after rain. The most striking characteristics of Ru porcelain are its heavenly blue hue, a surface as smooth as jade, the sparse twinkling of morning stars, and the delicate cicada wing patterns. Such a rarefied shade of sky blue can only be achieved on a misty, rainy day. This improbable occurrence is akin to the rarity of waiting for you. Thus, you can comprehend the brilliance of Chen's lyrics. While one might assume he is writing about ceramics, he is, in fact, composing verses on love. I appreciate the insights shared here. Indeed, such exquisite lyrics are beyond the reach of despairing literary novices within the circle. Chen remains as he has always been. His musical talent has never disappointed, even after a decade of inactivity. Upon his return, he continues to outshine others effortlessly. Therefore, I find it perplexing why Chen would choose this moment to release ancient-style songs to compete with Liu Chen. Has he become so inflated with confidence that he believes he can rival a musical titan like Liu Chen? The embarrassment brought by hair like snow should have been sufficient to deter him from pursuing the ancient music genre. Does he truly believe he can partake in this particular niche? A white koi, adorned with flowers, leaps gracefully at the bottom of the bowl. As I attempt to replicate the song-style signature, I cannot help but think of you. You, who have concealed your secrets in the kiln for a millennium, are as delicate as a needle falling to the ground. Outside the curtain, the banana leaves stir in the sudden rain, while the door fittings tarnish with verdigris. As I pass through that Jiangnan town, I become entangled with you. In the ink-wash landscape painting, you are obscured in the depths of the ink. The audience gazes at Liu Chen with infinite tenderness, as if beholding a scholar emerging from scroll. Only such a well-read nobleman could compose ancient-style songs that linger in the hearts of listeners. Whether it be the white koi adorned with flowers or the ink-wash landscape, whether it is the sounds of the guzheng, pipa, and flute, or the guqin, these beauties, intrinsic to the classical culture of the Dragon Kingdom, can only be appreciated by its people. Liu Chen has crafted this ancient world through his music, a realm that only he can enter. Those who wish to gain entry through deceitful means will inevitably be barred from the door. Just like Chen Yu, can he truly pen such beautiful and melancholic ancient-style lyrics? The sky blue awaits the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke rises gently, traversing thousands of miles across the river. In the bottom of the vase, I inscribe the elegance of Han inscriptions, as if I were foreshadowing our meeting. The sky blue awaits the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight has been retrieved, blurring the conclusion. Like the timeless beauty of blue and white porcelain, you smile as the song concludes. And thus, this landscape painting slowly closes. Liu Chen, with such a concluding style, conveys to every listener, this is where the story ends. Inside the live stream, Liu Chen has been praised to the heavens. This is not merely the adoration of a delusional fan. Rather, is a testament to Liu Chen's musical talent, which is indeed deserving of such accolades. When an individual's abilities and prowess are of a commendable caliber, any laudatory expression directed towards them is entirely justifiable. Acknowledging the excellence of others is not as arduous as it seems. Moreover, this is someone who has been pioneering his own musical era for the past 13 years. In stark contrast to the live stream, where likes soar to extraordinary heights, Chen Yu's new song has garnered but a desolate array of comments. Initially, it was all part of his strategic plan. Upon the arrival of the hired supporters, he anticipated a flood of positive reviews. Chen Yu invested significantly, purchasing 100,000 favorable ratings, with the intent to rival Liu Chen's musical acclaim. With Liu Chen's evaluation standing at 90,000, he aimed to elevate his to 100,000. If sufficient capital is injected, there is no review that cannot be fabricated, nor any chart that cannot be ascended. However, beneath the song's silent maple leaves, there are merely a handful of forlorn comments, all stemming from Chen Yu's most fervent admirers. Only those whose minds are akin to a constantly flowing pipe would idolize Chen Yu. Chen Yu is perplexed. According to his usual modus operandi, the hired supporters should have already infiltrated the scene. The data ought to have materialized by now. Yet, why does it appear as though the supporters have been thwarted, unable to leave comments? Furthermore, the notification indicating an abnormal username is unprecedented. Chen Yu begins to worry. Could it be that the platform has implemented countermeasures to automatically intercept the hired supporters? If this is the case, then all of his meticulously arranged plans would amount to naught. Meanwhile, netizens have also discerned this anomaly. Liu Chen's fans sense that something is amiss. Following the release of the new song, the scant comments do not align with the expected data for a rising star. Moreover, some netizens have begun to disclose screenshots of the abnormal username on social media, prompting many to take action. Could it be that the music platform has encountered a system vulnerability? Consequently, they flock to Liu Chen's song to leave messages. Yet, comments are effortlessly posted. This contradicts the reports from netizens. Some users venture to Chen Yu's song to leave their remarks, only to be astonished that no abnormal username notifications appear. Feedback is easily submitted as this matter gains traction and more netizens take notice. And upon discovering their ability to comment freely on Chen Yu's song, a realization dawns upon them. Is it possible that the music software has instituted an automatic interception feature? Upon detecting hired supporters, it prevents comments from being posted? There is indeed such a possibility. Otherwise, why have the hired supporters yet to enter the fray to boost Chen Yu's new song? This is the only explanation. It remains to be seen whether the Penguin will make a statement. The Penguin certainly will not explicitly admit to having implemented a function to intercept malicious bots. Publicly, it will claim that the system has been upgraded to eliminate harmful users and their malicious comments. As long as no window indicating abnormal username pops up, everyone can continue to use the platform. We hope every user engages in civil discourse, fostering a positive online environment. Upon reaching this point, users will understand. High emotional intelligence. We have upgraded the system to prevent harmful users from leaving malicious comments. Low emotional intelligence. We have established a system to intercept bots, rendering those young celebrities unable to inflate their data. Impressive, isn't it? The Penguin has indeed cut off the path for young celebrities to buy data at a crucial moment. Today, the young celebrity releasing a new song is crying in the restroom. Chen Yu gazes at the few comments in the section of his new song, lost in thought. What did I become so unpopular? Where have my more than 50 million fans gone? The Penguin has done a splendid job. Which programmer is so remarkable that they could write such earth-shattering code? They certainly deserve a bonus. Chapter 42. Do you know what a solitary hero is? At this moment, a celestial being who had provided programming code languidly sipped milk tea in the background. Su ran arranged for someone to interview Liu Chen. In the decade you have laid low, an abundance of ancient-style songs has emerged in the music scene. What is your perspective on this phenomenon? Liu Chen shrugged. I haven't listened to a single one. All I know is that some singers, in an attempt to make these so-called ancient-style songs sound grand, piece together fragments from historical texts, drawing from a multitude of sources, creating a hodgepodge of references that culminates in a subpar song. I wonder, can you truly distinguish between what constitutes music and what is mere rubbish? Lyrics are not mere historical narratives. They are catalysts of emotion. Therefore, they must embody personal pronouns. Without them, one cannot comprehend whether the song tells my story, his story, or our collective tale. Take my song Blue and White Porcelain, for instance. The sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I await you. It is imperative that I and you emerge, weaving the events while immersing us in the narrative. Zhang Shuiyo, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of enlightenment. This is the artistry behind songwriting. Liu Chen smiled and shook his head. This is not mere technique. It is genuine expression that flows from heartfelt emotion. In the realm of pop music, the ultimate competition transcends popularity and fanbase metrics. It is about cultural depth. When a singer truly immerses themselves in knowledge rather than remaining a desperate illiterate, the songs they compose will undoubtedly resonate with listeners. The audience erupted into applause. Liu Chen articulated these thoughts with calmness, yet his words struck a blow to many young idols. When these idols mistakenly believe they can inflate their popularity through hired bots and data manipulation, such success proves fleeting. It is not merely about sustaining a decade of fame, nor even a year, but even maintaining a month of heat. Once the bots depart, all will be rendered void. Conversely, when one possesses genuine literary and cultural substance, crafting songs that reveal beautiful, sorrowful, or poignant stories to the audience, listeners may find themselves entranced, as if hearing their own life story unfold. At that moment, a profound resonance naturally arises. Such songs and such artists leave an indelible mark on the hearts of people, just like Liu Chen, who, despite having lain low for a decade, still holds a place in the industry. Upon his return, the fans who had aged alongside him can still relish his music as they did in their youth. This is what truly defines a musical titan, someone worthy of being referred to by netizens as a cherished memory of youth. In contrast to the success of Blue and White Porcelain, the solitude of Maple Leaves faced a dismal reception in the scant reviews. Chen Yu's frustration reached a boiling point. Why is it that every time I think I am about to win, Chen emerges unexpectedly. Is he intentionally thwarting me? What must I do to defeat him? The manager, observing Cheng Yu on the brink of madness, felt utterly helpless. How can he make Cheng Yu understand that Zhang Shuiyo, a veteran superstar, is merely a junior compared to Lu Chen? If he is inferior to Zhang Shuiyo's younger idols, how can he possibly deserve to share the stage with Lu Chen? Yet, Cheng Yu remains oblivious to this reality. The data manipulated by his online supporters has led him to a delusion of grandeur, making him mistakenly believe that he is as remarkable as the artificially inflated reviews suggest. His manager can only persuade him with patience. But whether he can come to terms with this truth depends on the breadth of Cheng Yu's perspective. In the previous 2 elimination rounds of I Am a Singer, the audience was not surprised by the eliminations of Cheng Yu and Jing Yi. It was only natural for a young performer lacking in professional skills to be eliminated. The remaining singers are the true contenders, and regardless of which singer is eliminated, listeners will not perceive it as a reflection of their inadequacy, but rather as a testament to the formidable strength of their competitors, evoking a sense of celestial conflict. In this round, Ziqi was ultimately eliminated, departing with blessings for the remaining singers. The forthcoming elimination rounds promised to intensify the competition. Su Ran also sensed that if the current format continued, the audience might grow weary of the lack of innovation. Thus, prior to the 4th episode of I Am a Singer, Su Ran devised a new rule. All performances must revolve around a singular theme. Singers are still permitted to cover songs or showcase original compositions, but this time the theme is remembrance. The meaning of this term is well understood by the audience. A person is only truly remembered after achieving something that commands genuine admiration, indicating that they must have made significant contributions. Heroes, in particular, are the individuals most deserving of commemoration in this new era. Lu Chen, what are your thoughts? Yummy inquiret. Can I reminisce about the weight I can no longer reclaim? Lu Chen replied. Yang Mi looked at him with exasperation. No. How about mourning my lottery tickets that never won? No. Could you please take this seriously, you big goof? You can't possibly perform the dream of my lost lottery on stage. Can you? Haven't you written many inspirational songs in the past? Why not try composing a tribute to heroes in their honor? As Lu Chen pondered the red traffic light before him, he fell into deep thought. Just then, a fire truck's siren blared from behind. Despite the red light, Yang Mi chose to run in order to yield to the emergency vehicle. She drove past the stop line and positioned the car in the left turn lane. The fire truck sped past, racing toward its rescue mission. Watching the fire truck disappear into the distance, Lu Chen listened as the siren gradually faded from earshot. With the green light illuminating, Yang Mi resumed driving. As Lu Chen gazed out at the passing night scenery, he suddenly spoke. Do you know what it means to be a solitary warrior? Yang Mi paused, then responded, Isn't it someone who recklessly charges into danger, fearlessly leading the way? Lu Chen nodded in agreement. He gazed down the road ahead and solemnly uttered a phrase. We must return home safely. Yang Mi understood that Lu Chen's words were not merely directed at them. They also served as a blessing for the firefighters, wishing for their safe completion of the task and a joyful reunion with their families. Fortunately, that night, Lu Chen witnessed the news of the inferno being extinguished without any casualties. He inscribed the song The Solitary Brave on paper. He was acutely aware that each expedition did not guarantee a safe return. Not every hero is destined to be among the fortunate who reunite with their loved ones. He held deep admiration for those courageous heroes who march into danger and mourned those who would never return home again. Chapter 43. Keyboard Warriors. How much have you donated? At this moment, within the confines of a burn treatment hospital, firefighter Li Ran has been undergoing treatment for a week. In that devastating inferno, he valiantly battled against death with his own flesh and blood. Ultimately, he succeeded in rescuing 3 children, yet his arms were severely burned in the process. He is still in the midst of rehabilitation. The media has reported on his heroic deeds. Although he need not worry about medical expenses, many compassionate netizens have begun to voluntarily contribute funds. Li Ran, however, declined to accept the donations, instead directing the funds to the fire brigade to assist those who suffered burns in the fire. He does not wish to become a mere spectacle, nor does he desire to profit from such attention. Netizens, too, prefer not to disturb the hero during his recovery, leaving messages online expressing their hopes for his swift recuperation. Some ardent supporters, driven by their admiration for the hero, strive to offer their modest assistance. Naturally, during such times, keyboard warriors inevitably emerge, questioning why celebrities do not donate fire trucks to the fire brigade beneath star-studded posts. As this moral coercion proliferates online, it is the prominent celebrity Chen who first falls victim. Within Chen's comment section, critics abound, asking why he does not contribute fire trucks to the brigade, insinuating that he is merely idling away his time. Such comments are incessant, with some individuals too lazy to type, opting instead to copy and paste their moral indignation. Chen has never responded to these accusations. What the netizens are unaware of is that he had already donated 2 fire trucks in the past. Yet, he has never treated such acts as fodder for conversation or a means to enhance his popularity. However, as the online criticisms escalated and Chen found himself at the center of controversy, the fire brigade chose to break their silence, publicly revealing the list of donors. To everyone's astonishment, Chen's name was prominently featured. For 2 consecutive years, he had donated 2 fire trucks. In that moment, netizens understood the reason behind Chen's silence. His fans were inevitably filled with sympathy. The keyboard warriors have been proven wrong. The official records have confirmed it. Chen has donated 2 fire trucks. What have you keyboard warriors contributed? They have donated nothing. Merely possessing a keyboard suffices for them. As one netizen aptly stated, even with the official acknowledgement, keyboard warriors continue to express their discontent. If he truly had a heart and wished to perform good deeds quietly, why would he allow his name to be known? Genuine philanthropists would not reveal their true identities. Chen merely seeks to capitalize on this situation for publicity. The ignorance of the keyboard warriors has left netizens both amused and outraged. The fire brigade is willing to maintain records. Chen is prepared to take responsibility for future inquiries. You keyboard warriors haven't even donated a single tire. What right do you have to speak here? Do you believe it? When genuine rescue is required, it is often the keyboard warriors who scream for help the loudest, eager to be the first to be saved so they can continue their online antics. Do you recall that devastating earthquake? Chen quietly donated 20 million. Yet the internet was flooded with criticism of him for earning so much without contributing. Ultimately, the national broadcaster intervened, exposing Chen's donation records to silence his detractors. The keyboard warriors, left with no retort, had to retreat in embarrassment. Meanwhile, while the online discourse raged on, Chen maintained an air of calm, posting a status update. Oh, the keyboard warriors are flooding my comment section? I had no idea. I hardly look at comments. The netizens were in stitches at Chen's response. This is hilarious. The keyboard warriors are desperately trying to drag Chen down, but he is utterly indifferent to them. It was the epitome of you are flailing before me. Yet I am blissfully ignorant. Truly, I could die laughing. Chen is toying with the keyboard warriors' emotions. If I were one of them, his words would infuriate me to the point of smashing my keyboard. Yami had previously posed this question to Chen. Nowadays, many celebrities leverage charitable acts to enhance their visibility and popularity, crafting a persona of kindness while secretly engaging in dubious deeds. Indeed, Gigi, I stand out in this regard. Gigi inherently attracts attention. Dare I ask if you fear this? While this candid reply left Yangmi feeling somewhat melancholic, it also revealed Chen's seemingly unassuming character paired with a unique vision. At this moment, Chen had completed his song The Lone Brave. Feeling a bit stifled at home, he opened the door and sauntered down the tree-lined avenue. After a few steps, he spotted a familiar figure. Mimi. Upon hearing her name, Yangmi turned around. Chen, it's 11 o'clock. Why are you still awake? Aren't you concerned about your safety? Being out at this hour? Yangmi smiled. Our community security is quite reliable. What about you? Why aren't you asleep? I just finished my song and thought I'd take a stroll. Shall we walk together? Of course. Allow me, your white knight, to be your guardian. Yami chuckled. White knight, you don't strike me as having a princely demeanor. You resemble a monk. I refuse to be a monk. No drinking, no meat, and most importantly, I wouldn't get to marry a delicate queen. When you finally encounter your queen, I shall reveal your childhood photos to her. Let us see if she faints and drops her crown. Lu Chen was taken aback. Wait, you have those childhood photos that could ruin my reputation? Indeed, I await the day of your marriage to unveil them. Oh no, that would turn into a grand social embarrassment. So how many do you have? Plenty. Aunt Jinghua provided them all. Indeed, I'm not my mother's biological child. It seems necessary for me to undergo a paternity test. How outrageous. This is utterly exasperating. Although we exchanged playful banter, Yaomi understood that the young man before her was someone she could unequivocally rely upon. The very fact that he has never resorted to marketing a persona nor treated charity as a mere tool for gaining popularity made her yearn to walk alongside this remarkable young man for the long haul. Chapter 44. The opening performance of The Lone Brave moved the audience to tears during the 4th episode of I Am a Singer. Due to the theme of remembrance, the artists were quite thoughtful in their song selections. Zhang Shuiyo chose the piece Patriotism to honor the heroic Yu Fei. Chun Xiaoxuan opted for a Sea of Stars as a tribute to a once popular band. Among those who chose to cover classic songs, only Lu Chun ventured into original composition. Upon hearing the title The Lone Brave, netizens understood that Lu Chen's song was a homage to heroes. Each individual harbors a personal hero complex, and such empathy allows us to be moved to tears when witnessing heroes who bravely tread against the light. We also pray for their safe return home. It is this sincere blessing, coupled with deep respect for heroes, that led Lu Chun to make such a choice and supportively ran. On stage, he expressed his boundless gratitude to those bearing burdens through music. All are courageous. Your wounds, your differences, your mistakes need not be concealed. Your tattered dolls, your masks, your true self. They say to carry the light and tame every beast. They say to mend your wounds. No one loves a clown. Why should solitude be devoid of glory? Only imperfection merits song. Who says that those covered in mud are not heroes? In the hospital room, Li Ran rested with closed eyes. Yet the sound of Lu Chen's voice filled his ears. He had already discerned who stood behind the entrusted wheat that night. At 30, Li Ran, in his youthful days, was also a fan of Lu Chen. He relished listening to songs that resonated with the regrets of youth, and he was inspired by the indomitable spirit of striving youth. This spirit accompanied him through adolescence and into his young adulthood. Becoming a firefighter was a steadfast choice from the outset. He never envisioned himself adorned with glory. He merely hoped to shoulder every task with his own strength, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead or the perils he would confront. Even if standing alone amidst raging flames, he would bravely charge into the inferno. This was his conviction, an unalterable belief, and an unwavering commitment. Such faith sustained him as he rescued 3 children from the fire. He had prepared himself for sacrifice, bracing for the possibility of never returning home. Fortunately, he was spared. Despite being battered and bruised, he was still able to open his eyes and behold the presence of his family. In solitude, I traversed the dim alleys, cherishing your unwavering spirit. I admire your defiance in the face of despair, refusing to shed a tear. I appreciate your tattered garments, yet you dare to confront the bullets of fate. You and I share an uncanny resemblance, our flaws mirroring one another. Shall we proceed? Are we deserving of this tattered cloak? Shall we battle? Indeed, let us fight with the most humble of dreams, dedicating our struggle to the sobs and roars that echo in the night. Who decrees that only those standing in the light are deemed heroes? In that moment, Li Ran wept. Tears streamed down his face, soaking the pillow. He raised his hands to shield his eyes, wishing to conceal this vulnerable scene from the world. The audience, both present and virtual, were overwhelmed with emotion, their tears flowing freely. At that instant, each heart recalled a hero, perhaps the valiant souls who rushed into the inferno, or those who fought bravely on the battlefield, or the dedicated individuals at the front line, healing the wounded. Among the virtual audience was a 20-year-old girl, Mu Ting, having just completed a rigorous day of training at the police academy. She made her way toward the dormitory. Lu Chun's melody transported her back to a spring 2 years prior. She vividly recalled that April, a time of blooming flowers and youthful vigor. On that day, after an intense morning of exam preparations, she returned home, only to be met by a gathering of her father's colleagues, her mother weeping over a photograph of her father. and the sorrow etched on the faces of the uncles. At 18, she had already matured beyond her years. This unexpected visitation made her comprehend the devastating truth. Her proud police officer father had perished in the line of duty, never to return home. From that moment forward, she was left without a father to lean upon. Her father's badge was sealed away, yet his unwavering faith and commitment to safeguarding the community were bequeathed to Mu Ting. Driven by a desire to honor her father's legacy, she diligently enrolled in the police academy, training and studying with fervor. Her steadfast resolve to become an exemplary officer like her father became her guiding principle. This conviction fueled her perseverance through trials and tribulations, propelling her to remain resolute and optimistic, never relenting in her pursuits. She harbored a belief that one day she would inherit her father's badge, allowing her mother to witness the day it was revived, as if her father had returned, smiling amidst a garden in full bloom, reminiscent of an idyllic April day. On stage, Chen remained oblivious to the audience's tear-streaked faces, absorbed in his heartfelt performance, paying tribute to the heroes in his heart. They urged him to temper his fervor, as if to erase the stains of passion. They implored him to ascend the ranks, but at the cost of humility. Thus, he declared, "Let me not be subdued by the winds. Let me stand proud in my solitary courage." Who says that those who engage with the mundane are not heroes? If only Mu Ting could resurrect her father's badge, carrying forth the indelible faith that binds them. However, Zhang Haoran and his father, Zhang Lingquan, can no longer pass on a police badge. Zhang Lingquan's colleague, Sun Haiyang, still vividly remembers that fateful day 2 decades ago when Zhang Lingquan was struck down by enemy fire during a narcotics operation, sacrificing his life in that fierce battle. At merely 6 years of age, Zhang Haoran wept heartbreakingly at his father's funeral. After enduring such sorrow, he chose to follow in his father's footsteps. Sun Haiyang became both his mentor and a guiding figure in his life. Finally, after a span of 15 years, Zhang Lingquan's badge was reinstated. While the legacy of faith was being carried on, Sun Haiyang harbored a lingering concern. Zhang Haoran had opted for the most perilous branch of the police force, reminiscent of his father's choices in years past. In a profession where danger lurked at every corner, would he ultimately return home safely? Though Sun Haiyang was not a superstitious man, he found himself praying for Zhang Haoran's safe return each time he embarked on a mission. Alas, the harshness of reality is unforgiving. Chapter 45. People remember you. What Sun Haiyang ultimately awaited was not the calm and valiant youth like his father, but rather the lifeless body of his son. His blood brothers, his disciples, all perished on the front lines. The blow struck Sun Haiyang profoundly, turning his hair white overnight. The sirens resumed, the alarms forever silenced. This esteemed police officer, who had accomplished great feats and faced perilous situations with unwavering composure, wept into unconsciousness at the moment of his son Sun Haoran's cremation. Subsequently, photographs of Zhang Lingquan and Zhang Haoran were released. As netizens expressed concern for their families facing potential retribution, many wept as they left comments. When one could see the faces of the anti-drug police online, it signifies that they have no family left. This heart-wrenching revelation resonated throughout the internet, further elevating the reverence for the spirit of these heroes. At this very moment, Sun Haiyang listened to the lone brave. In a live stream, the names of Zhang Lingquan and Zhang Haoran were mentioned repeatedly by netizens. Sun Haiyang lifted his gaze to the portraits of Zhang Lingquan and Zhang Haoran hanging on the wall, tears streaming down his face. "Old Zhang Haoran, look, people remember you. Your imperfections set you apart, your silence deafening. Love springs from the wilderness, a life illuminated by no one else's light. You shall construct your city upon the ruins. Shall we go? Yes, with the most humble of dreams. Shall we fight? Yes, with the most lofty of dreams. To the whimpers and roars in the dark night. Who says that only those standing in the light can be deemed heroes?" As this tribute to heroes concluded, the music faded, yet the faith conveyed through the song would not cease. Whether present at the venue or tuning in online, the audience was moved to tears. The guests backstage were equally affected. Ruo Ying remarked, "Without a pure heart and without faith in heroes, how could one compose such a positive anthem?" Zhang Shuiyu reflected, I recall the heart-wrenching moments I saw online of heroes returning home. They were truly overwhelming. Chen Xiaoxuan added, "Indeed, without their burdensome strides forward, how could we enjoy such a luminous life?" Su Song shook his head. "The heights of Lu Chun are unattainable for me, no matter how hard I try. His vision is vast, something I can never hope to reach." Zhou Xiaoshan stated, "I've loved listening to Lu Chen's songs for 13 years. 13 years later, he remains unchanged, never disappointing his fans." Yang Mi nodded. "Thus, when fans say Lu Chun embodies their youth, it is by no means an exaggeration." In a backstage interview segment, when Su Ran asked Lu Chun, "What inspired you to create such a song?" Lu Chun replied, "There are many reasons. Firstly, it is a tribute to heroes, and secondly, I hope today's children understand that heroes are the stars they should pursue. I am aware that many people regard me as their youth and idol. However, I must express that no matter how high I ascend, I cannot compare to those true heroes. I hope that the children of today do not aspire merely to become internet celebrities or stars. Their future should radiate with brightness and vitality." This uplifting proclamation earned him greater admiration from those present. In an era where popularity reigns supreme, young talents are relentlessly devising ways to enhance their visibility, engaging in competition, vying for resources, generating buzz, and vying for attention. They exploit live streaming to maximize their gains, wishing fervently for all netizens to be their unwitting pawns. Yet, how could one utter the words, "I should not be your idol"? Nevertheless, Lu Chun did just that. A person capable of such a statement undoubtedly possesses a remarkable vision. He is indifferent to his own status and would never stoop low for the sake of achieving an exalted position in the music industry or resort to gimmicks for attention. What is there not to admire about such an artist? What rank do you believe you will achieve in this competition? Su Ran inquired. Is your question any different from asking me what 1 + 1 equals? There is certainly no suspense. I shall be first. Wow, isn't that a tad too arrogant? Su Ran chuckled. This is not arrogance. It is confidence. So after today's live stream concludes, what is it you wish to do most? Go home, sleep, and enter into a mode of lethargy, he replied. Su Ran was momentarily disheartened. Shouldn't the appropriate response be that he intends to replenish his energy in preparation for the next competition? Is there anything you would like to say to your supporters? Young people, refrain from staying up late. It leads to hair loss, baldness, weight gain, and acne. Su Ran was momentarily speechless. He had initially responded to the first question with heartfelt emotion. Why did the tone shift so dramatically thereafter? This enigmatic character oscillates between earnestness and adolescent whimsy. After the live stream concluded, as Lu Chun was about to depart, teacher, he extended an invitation to him. Would you like to appear on the life we long for? Indeed. Teacher, he nodded. We have wished to invite you for several years, but you were in a state of retreat at that time. Now that you have made your comeback, both Huang Laoshu and I are eager to invite you to experience a more leisurely pace of life. Am I the only one invited? Lu Chen asked. He was not well acquainted with the members of the Mushroom House, and a lack of familiarity could lead to an awkward atmosphere. Who would you like to accompany you? Teacher, he inquired. Yang Mi. Lu Chun glanced at Yang Mi beside him. Teacher, he chuckled. Mimi has already participated once. If she is willing, we would be delighted to have her join. I can do it. Yang Mi smiled. The recording for the program will take place the day after tomorrow, so both of you should prepare in advance, all right? Understood. On the way home, Yang Mi asked Lu Chun, why do you want to bring me along? Aren't you the social butterfly? Easily navigable in any situation. When did you become socially anxious? I fear that I am simply too charming, and the young ladies of the village will be vying for my hand in marriage. At that point, I could use you as a shield. Lu Chun jested. How do you plan to introduce me as this shield? Pretending to be a couple? Is that not a testament to your emotional intelligence? Being able to see through my thoughts in an instant. Spare me. I have no intention of pretending to be your partner. No worries. I harbor no disdain for you. My dear old maid, I do find you rather distasteful. I certainly do not wish to be associated with a decrepit old man like you. Decrepit old man? Please. I am currently in the prime of my career. How could you possibly describe someone as dashing and affluent as myself as a decrepit old man? Yang Mi was instantly left speechless. Can you, for once, speak a word of sincerity? Chapter 46. Yangmi became a guinea pig upon returning home. Lu Chen immediately began to pack his belongings. Jinghua appeared somewhat bewildered. What are you up to? Are you planning to move out on your own? Not at all. I have to fly to the mushroom house the day after tomorrow, so I'm just preparing my luggage in advance. Going on a variety show? Aren't you averse to such things? Indeed, I am typically cast as the aloof character in scripted variety shows. However, this unscripted format allows me the freedom to express myself as I please, which makes it worthwhile. Are you going alone? No, I'll be going with Yangmi. Did the production team invite her? No, I suggested it myself. Jinghua's face brightened instantly. So, why did you extend the invitation to me? Because I'm not very familiar with the other members of the Mushroom House, while Yangmi has known them for many years. I need her to lighten the atmosphere. Otherwise, it would just be a case of everyone staring blankly at each other, resulting in a rather awkward silence. What? I thought you had other reasons for inviting me. Other reasons? Well, there are some. Lu Chen replied. Jinghua immediately inquired, what reasons? More hands to help out. I know that guests of the Mushroom House are expected to pitch in. Jinghua was momentarily speechless. I'm starting to worry a bit. With someone like you who can't even distinguish between salt and sugar, will you accidentally set the Mushroom House ablaze due to a mishap? Isn't that perfect? I'd instantly make headlines. The first and only guest to arrive and set the Mushroom House on fire since the recording of Aspirations of Life. Jinghua was left utterly speechless. Get lost. The following morning, before Lu Chen had even opened his eyes, he heard a knock on the door. Xiao Chen, time to get up. We need to discuss something. Lu Chen buried his head under the blanket and groggily turned over, muttering, You can decide for me. Very well. I'll arrange for you to go on a blind date with the 200-pound heiress from the Li group. What? Lu Chen sprang out of bed, slipping on his shoes in haste, and rushed to the door, exclaiming, Mom, please don't. Why are you so opposed to blind dates? You came running here barefoot. You can't be serious about setting me up, can you? Haven T, you always wanted me to be your daughter-in-law? Have you changed your mind so quickly? I can't handle a 200-pound heiress. Finally willing to get up. Get dressed. I have something important to tell you. Come to the living room in 5 minutes. Lu Chen, feeling the urgency, quickly got dressed and freshened up before hurrying downstairs. All right, let us get to the point. This morning, the fire brigade where Li Ran works called my studio. They want to adopt The Brave One as one of their official songs. Lu Chen nodded. Sound good. There won't be any royalties involved. Their budget is tight and needs to be allocated for training and upgrading rescue equipment. Are you okay with that? Mother, although your son has the potential to become a descendant of wealth or even an ancestor of the affluent, this does not imply that I must prioritize monetary gain above all else. The song The Lone Brave was originally composed in honor of heroes, and it is indeed a privilege for it to be officially recognized. Very well. I shall make the decision on your behalf. However, it is essential to acquire the rights for streaming on the music platform from Penguin Music. This does not conflict with the song being cherished by the fire department, as they never intended to use it for commercial purposes. All right, you may handle it. Yet, I find it hard to believe that the individual before me is truly the son who initially sought financial freedom and chose to recline in ease. When has your motivation for undertaking endeavors ever strayed from the pursuit of wealth? One need not always focus on money. I can also aspire towards jewels, gold, diamonds, and antiques. Jinghua was momentarily at a loss for words. Leave. Jinghua, originally Lu Chen's manager, found handling work-related matters to be second nature. The official account swiftly released a new post. With the consent of the original artist Lu Chen, The Lone Brave has been officially archived, and we hope that all citizens may live their lives free from calamity, also wishing for the safe return of each hero who charges into danger. This official post was promptly shared by Lu Chen. Upon seeing it, netizens flocked to witness the event. The comment section was naturally filled with praise for Lu Chen's actions. Wow, Lu Chen's song has actually been archived by the authorities. I ask, in the entire music industry, whose work has ever been valued and archived by the officials? Lu Chen is indeed the first among musicians. I am eager to see which naysayer dares to claim that Lu Chen is merely engaging in publicity stunts. No star would be foolish enough to exploit official recognition for hype unless they wish to be branded as subpar artists. Indeed, Exceptional songs resonate not only with audiences, but also convey profound meaning that is acknowledged by the authorities. Beneath the official post, thousands of netizens left heartfelt blessings for firefighters. May you always find your way home after each mission. You are heroes. You are role models. Thank you for your selfless dedication. When you remove that uniform, you are young individuals walking on sunlit paths. When you don that uniform, you bear responsibilities far heavier than your own weight. Every time I see them on duty, my heart aches. They're the bearers of responsibility, yet also husbands, sons, and fathers, wishing for a fulfilled life. Lee Ran, witnessing the sincere wishes from netizens far and wide, was moved to tears. He steadfastly held onto his unwavering conviction. He must recover. He must be discharged. He must return to his team. If he could turn back time, countless times, he would never regret his choice to charge headfirst into the flames. Even if he could foresee the injuries he would sustain during that rescue mission, he would still resolutely choose to be among those who march against the tide. This unwavering belief is as solid as rock within his heart. The day before departing for the mushroom house, Chen secluded himself in the kitchen, diligently learning the rudiments of culinary arts from Aunt Wu, and invited Mi to his home as a taster. Initially, Mi declined the offer, fully aware of the horrors that Chen's so-called dark cuisine could unleash. 13 years ago, a single bite of his shredded potato dish had nearly sent her to the brink. What grievance could possibly warrant enduring such torment once more after 13 years? Chen presented a plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes before Mi. One must always strive for progress. You must trust that I will not remain stagnant. This dish was crafted under Aunt Wu's careful guidance. While it may not reach the level of a master chef, I assure you it won't induce the same despair as it did 13 years ago. And what if this still qualifies as dark cuisine? Yummy inquiret. I shall cover the cost of a gastric lavage. What? So, I am still your little guinea pig? Mi retorted, exasperated. No way. My stomach is a priceless treasure that will require a premium. Chapter 47. The peculiar gifts from straight men never disappoint. Go ahead. Name any price. Just give it a try first. Mi gazed at the plate of evenly shredded potatoes, adorned with vibrant red and green pepper strips. Although she had yet to taste a morsel, the rich aroma of Sichuan pepper and sesame oil wafted towards her. The visual appeal and fragrance had already passed the test. Next, it was time to assess the flavor. With utmost caution, Mi lifted a piece and delicately placed it in her mouth. In the blink of an eye, she frantically grabbed her water cup and began to gulp down water. Chen was taken aback. Was it too salty? It's not salty, it's spicy. How much chili did you put in? Mi's forehead glistened with sweat, and her voice trembled. I only added a spoonful of chili powder. Chen scratched his head in confusion. Is it really that spicy? Why don't you try it yourself? Mi retorted, pushing the plate of potato strips towards him. Chen casually picked up the chopsticks Mi had just used and sampled the dish. He immediately began to chug water as frantically as Mi had. What kind of chili is this? It's so hot. As Mi regained her composure, she noticed the chopsticks Chen had placed on the table. They were the very ones she had just used, and he had directly employed them. This left her momentarily stunned, yet a sense of joy bubbled within her. Could this be considered an indirect kiss? The thought caused her cheeks to flush. Chen hastily poured her another glass of water. Your face is as red as a monkey's backside. You should drink more water. That's not from a spice. Mi silently protested in her heart. Once Chen collected himself, he exhaled deeply. It appears I truly lack culinary skills. I'm starting to worry. When I go to the mushroom house tomorrow, will I inadvertently set the place ablaze? Then you'd better keep your distance from the fire. We don't want to end up sleeping outdoors tomorrow night. However, setting aside the spiciness, the shredded potatoes were quite well prepared. Next time, just use less chili. It might become a delicious cold dish. Really? Chen asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Of course, why would I deceive you? I wouldn't want you to naively believe it to be a culinary masterpiece, only to replicate it at the mushroom house and have everyone end up in the hospital. Then I shall attempt it once more, Chen announced as he stood up. This time, I'll use less chili. Don't rush home. Be my guinea pig again. What did I ever owe you in my past life to be treated as your test subject in this one? Mi quipped. All right. How about I give you a gift as a token of gratitude? Sure, let me see what a man with several small goals can present me. Lu Chun quickly retreated to the kitchen. 15 minutes later, he emerged with a plate of sweet and sour shredded potatoes. I just tasted it in the kitchen. I guarantee the flavor is extraordinary. Extraordinary? Is that an expression used to describe food? It sounds more like a scene from a cooking show, Yang Mi remarked as she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. Lu Chun gazed at her with eager anticipation. After a few moments of chewing, Yang Mi immediately nodded, her expression affirming. Delicious. This could definitely serve as an appetizer in a mushroom house. Lu Chun knew that Yang Mi would not deceive him. After all, this dish was meant for the members of the mushroom house. Yang Mi would not approach the evaluation of this delicacy with an intent to send them to the hospital. I knew it. Cooking is merely a matter of practice. I can manage it without any shortcuts. Shortcuts? Never mind that. What about the gift for the little guinea pig? Yang Mi inquired. I'll go fetch it. Lu Chun replied as he returned to his room. While Yang Mi munched on shredded potatoes, she awaited eagerly. When Lu Chun descended, he held a shoebox in hand. Surely, he has not gifted me shoes? Yang Mi murmured to herself. With a flourish, Lu Chun opened the shoebox. Look, I specially customized these for you. They're simply stunning. Once you wear them, you will undoubtedly be the most stylish person on this street. Yang Mi cast a glance at the knee-high green stilettos, her heart sinking into despair. Having lived for 30 years, she had encountered luxury brands, budget-friendly options, heels costing hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, even thousands and hundreds. Beautiful ones, ugly ones, what hadn't she seen? Yet this was the first time she laid eyes on something so grotesque. Have I become colorblind? She thought, incredulously confirming. Are these truly green knee-high heels? Indeed. Is there a problem? Lu Chun asked. I must say, I can hardly believe that such an ugly thing exists in this world. It should be launched to Mars to perish there. Lu Chun was taken aback by Yang Mi's critique. But I spent 30,000 yuan on these custom shoes. The price speaks for itself. How could they possibly be ugly? Thus, I say you've paid an intelligence tax. Is the aesthetic sense of straight men always this bizarre? If I wear such hideous shoes outside, I'll be apprehended by urban management. Lu Chun remained perplexed. So you don't like them? Who could possibly like such an ugly thing? What sin have I committed to receive such a gift that makes me want to vomit blood? Don't be angry. I have another gift for you. What is it this time? Lu Chun quickly retrieved a square gold bar, roughly the size of a laptop, from his study. Engraved upon it was a line of text. May Yang Mi's beauty shine as brilliantly as this gold. The letters of her name were deliberately enlarged for prominence. Yang Mi felt a new wave of despair wash over her. What is this? Gold. I used 20 pounds of gold to forge this. Yang Mi was momentarily stunned. That is 1,000 grams. Based on the current gold price of 420 yuan per gram, this square-shaped gold piece holds a market value of approximately 2 million. Is this truly the kind of gift that a thoughtless, straightforward man would present? You may call it ugly, yet its worth is undeniable. You might argue it's beautiful, but it is indeed quite unattractive. You may assert that Lu Chun embodies a typical masculine aesthetic. Yet no woman can resist the allure of a hefty 2 million gold gift. You might contend that Lu Chun possesses a sense of taste. But this hardly reflects the sensibilities of a typical aesthetic judgment. So what are your thoughts? Setting aside the value of the gift, would you craft it in this manner? I believe it suits you well. It certainly holds more enduring value than diamonds. Should you ever face a financial crisis, it can easily be sold. Lu Chun smiles with carefree abandon. In his view, this substantial gift far surpasses the worth of sparkling diamonds. Is this not the way a gift ought to be presented? Chapter 48. Am I your shield? When Yang Mi returned home, cradling the heavy, square gold ingot and the hideously unattractive green high heels, she explained the situation to Wen Jing. Unable to contain her laughter, Wen Jing exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Indeed, only a straight man would present such a gift. Truly ostentatious. Mom, stop mocking me and help me think of a solution. How am I to deal with these atrocious high heels? I can't possibly wear them out, can I? Perhaps I should just keep them as a collector's item at home." Yang Mi suggested. What about this gold ingot? Wen Jing inquired. Hang it in your room. The first thing you see upon waking each day will be a reminder of Lu Chen's blessing for your eternal youth. Mom, You're starting to tease me too. But in all seriousness, Mimi, I sense that Chen genuinely cares about you. Regardless of whether the gift is ugly or not, he is wealthy, yet not foolish. He is willing to customize a brand for you and has presented you with 2 million in gold. I have never seen him this generous with any other girl. But you haven't seen how he bullies me every day. Today, he even used me as a guinea pig for his experiments. Yet you seem to comply willingly. If you truly didn't want it, why not refuse from the start? This left Yangmi blushing. Let us not discuss this any further. I need to pack my luggage. I'm visiting the mushroom house tomorrow morning. Upon returning to her room, Yangmi hung the gold ingot, although it resembled a sign for a workplace. She couldn't help but smile as she gazed at it. I must find an opportunity to present Chen with a gift in return. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Chen and Yangmi set off for the countryside where the mushroom house was located. Before their arrival, they began to order food. The audience in the live stream remained unaware of the identity of the mysterious guest. On the other end of the call was Teacher Huang. Chen deliberately altered his voice. I want to have scallion oil noodles for lunch. Also, some stir-fried shrimp and Westlake beef soup. Teacher Huang took note. No problem. Is there anything else you require? Of course, there are things I need, but the show's production team is unlikely to provide you with any exquisite ingredients. So ordering is almost futile. Upon hearing this, Teacher Huang's expression turned serious. It seems you have done your homework and are well aware of our director's tricks. Indeed, that's why I brought extra pairs of slippers. If you wish to throw slippers at the director, I have plenty. Huang couldn't help but laugh. This is quite amusing. I'm very curious about your identity. What kind of person are you? I am someone who stands with my hands in my pockets, not knowing what a rival truly is. The live stream erupted in laughter. I'm dying of laughter. This is a classic guest. I love this quirky guest. The show is bound to become entertaining. Let's guess the identity. Who could this male guest be? From the voice, I truly can't discern. Could he be a small celebrity? It is also possible that he intentionally used voice modulation software to create suspense, keeping us guessing. 5 minutes later, the production team began to unveil the identity of the guests. When Chen and Yangmi appeared on screen, netizens were utterly astonished. Oh my, Chen, Yangmi. To think they could invite the music king, Chen. He has never been willing to participate in variety shows. Chen remarked, initially I declined, but the offer was simply too generous. The production team, acting on behalf of the audience, posed a question. Chen, why did you agree to come on our show? Chen retorted, aren't you the ones who paid to have me here? This response instantly left the production team speechless and had the audience in stitches at Chen's candidness. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon in communication. So, your life principle is to strive for money? Chen challenged. Aren't you? He continued. Are you suggesting that working on this show is for the love of it? Once more, the production team found themselves at a loss for words. Could he not be so brutally honest? Even a simple statement like, I came for the beautiful countryside, would have lightened the mood. Chen then added, however, it's not just the remuneration that brought me here. The production team perked up. Was there a twist in the narrative? Were they about to delve into heartfelt sentiments? Yet, Chen continued, aside from the pay. I can enjoy free food and drink at the mushroom house. It's as if I'm earning money while having fun. Who could resist such a tempting opportunity? The production team instantly felt deflated. Yangmi was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, she had anticipated Chen's unconventional responses, knowing he would not adhere to the standard interviewee expectations. The production team shifted their focus to Yangmi, hoping for a semblance of comfort. You've visited before. How does this second experience at the mushroom house compare to the first? Yangmi pondered, well, it feels a bit different. Oh, in what way? Last time, I came alone, without a big old six beside me. The production team was left speechless by Yangmi's reply. Had she been influenced by Chen? It seemed the usually high emotional intelligence Yangmi had engaged in a playful jab. Shouldn't she be feeling happy? Chen questioned Yangmi. You and I appearing together on screen could generate significant buzz and discussion. I've even thought of a trending topic. Chen Yangmi Mushroom House. Just look at that title. It could attract so much traffic. Yangmi, exasperated, used a cushion to obscure Chen's face. Could you please pixelate his face throughout the broadcast? The audience in the live stream erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. Yang Mi simply cannot tolerate this big old six. If the production team really pixelates Liu Chen, then the money spent would be wasted. Liu Chen is the ultimate terminator of heartfelt moments. I advise all media outlets. Do not expect Liu Chen to provide the answers you desire. There's nothing he can't say that you wouldn't expect. Upon reaching the entrance of the mushroom house, as Liu Chen alighted from the vehicle, he glanced around, admiring the picturesque scenery. Let's be on our way. Teacher Huang and the others are awaiting us, Yang Mi said. You go ahead of me. Yang Mi furuit herburuth. Why? I fear that the Huang might leap out and bite me. So you intend to use me as your human shield to ward off disaster? Yang Mi inquired, exasperated. No. What I meant to say is that since you have been here before, De Huang must have a memory of your scent. Rest assured, as a token of gratitude, are you going to present me with some absurdly cliché gift for men? No, I merely wish to assist you with your luggage. Liu Chen seamlessly took hold of Yang Mi's suitcase. Yang Mi shot him a silent glance before proceeding toward the entrance. Upon pushing open the door, Yang Mi peered inside the courtyard. There, teacher, he was chopping firewood. Teacher Huang was watering the vegetables. Peng Peng was arranging the freshly picked produce. And Sister Zifeng was quenching De Huang's thirst. Greetings, everyone. Yang Mi cheerfully entered. Mimi. Chapter 49. A grand star spotting event upon her arrival. An atmosphere of jubilation enveloped the crowd. They paused their tasks and flocked towards the entrance. To their astonishment, the enigmatic guest turned out to be you. Sister Zifeng exclaimed. Surely, you must have used a voice changer to communicate with us? Yang Mi chuckled and shook her head. In truth, the one who placed the call to order was not I, but another. With that, Yang Mi swung open the door, revealing Liu Chen standing behind her. At the moment he appeared, aside from teacher He, who had been informed beforehand, the rest were utterly astonished. Zifeng immediately urged Yang Mi, Sister Mimi, pinch me quickly. I need to know this is real. Liu Chen has truly come to our mushroom house. Naturally, Yang Mi refrained from such antics. Liu Chen greeted everyone. Hello, I am Liu Chen. The excitement in Peng Peng's eyes sparkled like those of Zifeng. To have the fortune of inviting you to be our guest is more thrilling than the production team gifting us a giant lobster. No, it's a month's worth of exhilaration. Is it truly that outrageous? Liu Chen asked with a smile. May I confess that my entire playlist is filled with your songs? Had it not been for the program crew confiscating my phone, I would demonstrate it to you right now. I have been listening to your music for 8 years, and since then, I have been utterly captivated. 8 years. At that time, I believe I was already taking it easy, wasn't I? Indeed, 8 years ago, I was merely 15, immersed in tunes like Sunny Day and 7 Mile Fragrance. I had hoped for new songs from my idol, never expecting you would take a break, nor that you would one day make a comeback. The more Peng Peng spoke, the more fervent his excitement became. Liu Chen's fans understood this sentiment well, but Zifeng understood it even more. She too was a devoted fan of Liu Chen, having fallen for him since Sunny Day, evolving into an ardent supporter. Teacher Huang chuckled. Liu Chen, did you know? You are the only one in the mushroom house who has caused both Peng Peng and Zifeng to lose their composure, transforming our space into a grand star-spotting event. Liu Chen scratched his head. In that case, how about I prepare a dish of spicy and sour shredded potatoes for lunch to whet everyone's appetite? Yes. Zifeng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Did I perhaps save the galaxy in my past life? To see my idol in person and savor a dish he prepares is simply extraordinary. Please tell me this is real. Liu Chen replied with a smile. It is indeed real. So, where are the potatoes? Teacher Huang laughed. Liu Chen, you are the first to arrive at the mushroom house and immediately request to dive into cooking. Teacher, he added, there are some potatoes stored in the basket under the eaves. All right, let us get to work. As Liu Chen rolled up his sleeves and headed to fetch the potatoes, Yang Mi looked on in bewilderment. You haven't even unpacked your suitcase or toured the mushroom house yet. Are you here to be a sous chef or a guest? Take a moment to consider where you shall rest tonight. With a sigh, Yang Mi could only huff and puff as she dragged 2 suitcases towards the mushroom house. Peng Peng and Sister Zifeng incessantly buzzed around Liu Chen, resembling an exuberant fan gathering. Liu Chen, I have been following I am a singer religiously. I never miss an episode, they exclaimed. Thus, the championship is undoubtedly yours. The trophy is destined to be in your hands. Lu Chen smiled, responding, the outcome is no longer of significance to me. What truly matters is the message the songs convey to the audience. That is my true calling. Truly, an idol who has adopted a Zen-like attitude towards fame and fortune. Lu Chen shook his head. My perspective on wealth remains unchanged. I continue to cherish it with unwavering devotion. Just like the oft-repeated line from the over-the-top CEO archetype, woman. You cannot escape my grasp. Sister Zi Feng chuckled. Is this the correct way to embody the over-the-top CEO? At that moment, Yang Mi, under the direction of Teacher He, placed Lu Chen's luggage in his room before finally retreating to her own. Teacher He smiled at her, saying, I get the impression that Lu Chen is akin to a child, while you, tirelessly attending to every detail, are the responsible adult. Yang Mi retorted helplessly, if anything, he is the big trickster, and I am but the unsuspecting fool he constantly ensnares. Oh, so, has Lu Chen tricked you these past few days? Indeed, it is a tale filled with bitter tears. The countless times he has duped me throughout our lives could easily fill a book titled My Life as the unwitting victim of my childhood trickster. How amusing. Mimi, you tidy up for now. I shall assist outside. All right. As Teacher He stepped out of the mushroom house, Lu Chen was busy shredding potatoes. Sister Zi Feng and Peng Peng obediently followed Lu Chen's instructions, chopping garlic and slicing chilies. The young fans, one a devoted admirer and the other a fervent supporter, resembled well-behaved children in the presence of their idol. Teacher Huang, who was mincing beef, chimed in Jiong when I previously asked these two to help. They were never this enthusiastic. Teacher He chuckled, allow me to lend a hand. Once the shredded potatoes were ready, Lu Chen faced the stove with a furrowed brow. How on earth do I get this delight? I'll do it. I'll do it. Peng Peng instantly transformed into a fiery warrior, eagerly taking on the task of kindling the flame. Lu Chen squatted nearby, observing intently. Is this how you cook every day? Yes. Peng Peng nodded. Food cooked over an open flame tastes far more delightful. It has that rustic charm. However, one thing astonished me. Idol. You possess the means to have everything done for you, yet you choose to cook for yourself. Could it be that those who are more capable than I am even more versatile? Lu Chen did not hold back. The spicy and tangy shredded potatoes were a culinary achievement I accomplished just yesterday. Prior to that, my cooking ventures were nothing short of culinary disasters. My mother, fearing that I might hasten her departure from this world, vehemently forbade me from stepping into the kitchen. The only dish I could manage was the spicy and tangy shredded potatoes. Any other attempt left me apprehensive about incinerating the precious ingredients that Mushroom House had so painstakingly sourced. Ha ha ha. Peng Peng chuckled. You're quite humorous, my idol. Let us change the title, shall we? Constantly calling me idol feels rather awkward. May I refer to you as Brother Chen? Certainly. Brother Chen, the fire is ablaze. We can commence cooking. All right. I shall showcase my culinary prowess. Once the water in the pot reached a boil, Lu Chen added the shredded potatoes, cooking them briefly before swiftly transferring them to cold water. He then poured oil into the pot, sought minced garlic, ginger, scallions, and small chili rings until fragrant. Following this, he added vinegar, soy sauce, salt, Sichuan pepper oil, and sesame oil, tossing them for a few seconds before drenching the previously drained shredded potatoes in the mixture. With a thorough stir, a vibrant dish of spicy and tangy shredded potatoes was ready to be savored. Give it a taste. I assure you, this is far from a culinary disaster. Chapter 50. Did you come here to buy local specialties? Peng Peng eagerly took a bite. Delicious. Truly, my idol can achieve perfection in everything. Upon tasting, Zifeng immediately gave his approval. It was delectable, tangy, and spicy, a perfect accompaniment to rice. It could be mastered in a day. How impressive. In truth, I had invited Yami to be the taste tester. Her stomach had endured the torment of dubious cuisine the previous day, and to express my apologies, I had prepared 2 gifts for her. However, she remarked that she had never seen such hideous presents. Curiosity piquait Zifeng. What could possibly be so ugly as to warrant such a description? When Lu Chen requested the program team to retrieve his phone to showcase the green high heels and gold ingot he had gifted Yangmi, Z Feng felt despondent. Is this truly the legendary aesthetic of a typical man? The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter upon witnessing the bizarre high heels and the resplendent gold ingot. Indeed, in the eyes of a typical man, the expensive is synonymous with the beautiful, without regard for actual aesthetics. However, that dazzling gold ingot is undeniably captivating. I too wish to receive such plain, yet magnificent gold on my birthday. Ah, those painfully glaring high heels. They make the brick my husband gifted me, engraved with "We will always be together," seem infinitely more beautiful. Help! What kind of divine male aesthetic is this? No wonder Yang Mi was driven to despair by Lu Chen. Lu Chen discerned something amiss among Zi Feng's relatives. From a female perspective, was it truly that unattractive? Teacher Huang interjected, stating, from a man's viewpoint, it is indeed rather unsightly. However, that gold ingot holds value. Lu Chen pondered and asked Zi Feng, what kind of gifts would girls appreciate? At the very least, it should be a beautiful bouquet of roses or perhaps something that evokes warmth. Are you suggesting a hot water bottle? Lu Chen inquired, prompting Zi Feng to fall silent. Why not suggest a hand warmer while you're at it? What I mean is, as long as the recipient feels loved upon receiving the gift, it signifies success. Oh, Lu Chen mused thoughtfully. He and Teacher Huang exchanged knowing glances. He quietly remarked, Lu Chen has begun to reflect. He is genuinely concerned whether Yang Mi will like the gifts he presents. Teacher Huang nodded in agreement. Yes, there is potential between this childhood pair. At that moment, Yang Mi emerged. Upon seeing the prepared sour and spicy shredded potatoes, she smiled. This fellow is so eager to showcase the skills he has just acquired. Teacher Huang, is there anything I can assist you with? Lu Chen asked. What are you capable of? Well, I excel at making a mess of things. Teacher Huang's expression darkened. Lu Chen, why don't you tidy up your belongings? Yummy suggested. By the way, I still don't know where my room is. I'll show you. Yummy replied, leading Lu Chen to the mushroom house where his room was located directly across from hers. The room is rather small, yet impeccably clean. What luggage did you bring this time? Yummy inquired. Not much. Lu Chen replied as he opened his suitcase. Yang Mi then beheld a massive suitcase containing merely a toothbrush, a tube of toothpaste, 2 towels, and a couple of changes of clothes. Isn't this a bit excessive? Such a large suitcase for so little luggage? Since I chose to do this, I must have my reasons. He retorted. So, is the space you freed up useful? Indeed. For what purpose? To hold local specialties. Since we are in a village, there must be local delicacies to purchase and savor. Yang Mi was rendered speechless upon hearing this. The live stream erupted in laughter. Ha, this is hilarious. While other celebrities come to the mushroom house to enhance their popularity, Lu Chen is here to buy local specialties. Is it necessary to be this straightforward? Don't you consider marketing at all? Does Lu Chen even need marketing? It seems others are merely leveraging his popularity for their own gain. Lu Chen truly exhibits no semblance of a superstar's demeanor. He is incredibly down-to-earth. Mimi, Lu Chen, lunch is ready. He Jiong announced as he entered. Is it ready so soon? Yes, I feared you might be hungry. Let's go have lunch. All right. The meal consisted of scallion oil noodles, Westlake beef soup, and spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Under the cool awning, everyone enjoyed their meal heartily. Teacher Huang posed a question to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I have a question for you. I know that, considering your current status and the material comforts your mother can provide, you could lead a more comfortable life than any other artist in the industry. So, do you still work for money? Lu Chen shook his head. No. Oh. Teacher Huang's interest was piqued. Assuming Lu Chen was about to dispense some wisdom, he immediately asked, then what is it for? For gold, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and anything else that could be exchanged for money. The group was left momentarily speechless. Yang Mi was not at all surprised by this answer. It was typical of this old six behavior. He Jiong remarked, I also have a question for Lu Chen. Over the past decade, you haven't written a single song. Yet upon your return, your achievements are remarkable, rivaling the brilliance of your past self. So, did you spend those 10 years quietly honing your craft to astonish everyone? Lu Chen shrugged. Why would I need to toil in silence? I can create remarkable songs without effort. Is that an expression of ample confidence? Or perhaps a case of being too proud? Perhaps it is a blend of both. Although Lu Chen's candid reply nearly left He Jiong speechless, his impressive accomplishments since returning are undeniable. Even when praising himself, Lu Chen possesses ample justification. Sister Zifeng, after hearing Lu Chen's previous response, I hesitate to pose my question. Lu Chen smiled and said, no worries. As long as it's not your bank card password, feel free to ask. In that case, I will ask. Over the past decade, have you truly remained single? This inquiry is not only posed by Zifeng, but also by the devoted fans of Lu Ken, who are equally curious. Throughout these 10 years, there have been no revelations regarding Lu Chen's romantic entanglements. Has he genuinely been alone all this time? Lu Ken did not shy away from addressing this question. He remarked lightly, this is the joy of a wealthy, single man, an experience beyond the imagination of others. Zifeng chuckled, witnessing an intriguing soul of an idol in such close proximity. Just then, the village broadcast resonated through the air. Chapter 51. The stage, the great fire, and the national spirit of the old gentleman this afternoon at 5 o'clock, Mr. Pei is scheduled to perform at the Yanji stage, and the villagers are encouraged to attend spontaneously. Upon hearing this, Teacher Huang was filled with excitement. Wonderful. Is Mr. Pei's opera performance? Others looked at him in confusion. Teacher Huang, who is Mr. Pei? He patiently explained. He is the disciple of the esteemed Mr. Pei Yanji. Yet, the crowd remained perplexed, having never heard of Pei Yanji. Teacher Huang continued to enlighten them. Do you know? Half a century ago, just 6 months before the victory in the anti-Japanese war, pirates invaded this region, threatening the lives of the entire county's populace and demanding Mr. Pei Yanji to perform on stage. Mr. Pei seemingly agreed, but secretly made meticulous preparations. He blocked all the exits and windows of the theater. And once the performance concluded and the pirates were lulled into complacency by the opera, he ignited a great fire. In this manner, Mr. Pei chose to perish alongside the enemy. To commemorate him, the charred stage was rebuilt, and his disciple, Pei Shaochuan, inherited his legacy, becoming a contemporary master of the Dan role. This village was once the residence of Mr. Pei Yanji. Mr. Pei Shaochuan later restored it and occasionally returns to pay homage. If he has the energy, he performs on stage to honor his master. The crowd listened, captivated. It turned out that behind such a master of opera lay a poignant tale worthy of song. What hero! Exclaimed Lu Chen. Many artists of the Republic era possessed a strong national spirit. Indeed, Teacher Huang nodded. Let us go and see in the evening. Agreed. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the Yanji stage was already filled with an audience, mostly elderly individuals. The elders who had lived through that era cherished opera as much as today's youth admire Lu Chen. Mr. Pei Shaochuan had changed into his costume, ready to take the stage. In the live stream, the viewers were also eagerly awaiting the performance. I searched for the story of Mr. Pei Yanji, and just as Teacher Huang said, though he was an actor, he had a profound national spirit. Look at today's actors, who only think about tearing apart roles, seizing resources and profiting. What a stark contrast. That is why Mr. Pei Yanji is remembered by us, while those modern actors, I've scarcely even remembered their faces. The time for the performance arrived, and Mr. Pei Shaochuan took the stage. Now, at the venerable age of 90, his voice had diminished compared to his earlier days. Yet, the audience continued to support him wholeheartedly. Lu Chen listened as Mr. Pei Shaochuan sang the piece The Drunken Concubine. Though he was not well versed in opera music, he could discern the uniqueness of the old gentleman's voice. As singers age, they often experience vocal decline, making it challenging to reach high notes. Furthermore, the requirements for vocal quality in opera are inherently much higher than in modern music. Moreover, the tool employed for livelihood and sustenance necessitates a more stringent selection of disciples, devoid of any leniency. Otherwise, it tarnishes not only the theater's reputation, but also jeopardizes everyone's means of survival. At the venerable age of 90, Pei Xiaochuan continues to sing melodies that, to Lu Chen, appear exceedingly challenging to master. One can only imagine the remarkable prowess of Mr. Pei's voice during his prime. During the intervals of Pei Xiaochuan's performances, it is the apprentices who take the stage. Lu Chun excused himself to the restroom. Upon his return, he heard a series of coughs emanating from behind the stage. Pei Xiaochuan's assistant gently patted his back, expressing concern. "Master, your health is deteriorating. Why not relish your retirement years? Each performance demands immense physical exertion from you." Cough, cough, cough. "It cannot be said so. I am aging, and my visits to see you will diminish with time, while I am still able to walk and sing. I wish to return whenever I can. Someone must tend to the master's grave. After I depart, you must remember to visit your esteemed master annually." "Yes, master. I will remember." Coughing again, he lamented, "It is truly regrettable that I have not grasped the essence of your singing technique, nor have I achieved your artistic stature. When I am gone, I shall not know how to face you. Master, you are already remarkable. You are now a nationally renowned dance performer, and many wish to take you as their mentor." Pei Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively. "Such accolades are but fleeting. My accomplishments pale in comparison to those of my master, who once risked his life to safeguard the peace of thousands. Regardless of my notoriety, it cannot surpass the profound national spirit embodied by my master. Remember, fame and fortune are mere illusions. What truly matters is retaining your original intent." "Indeed, master, I understand." Lu Chun departed quietly, returning to the audience. Yet, he found himself unable to appreciate the opera, which was frequently applauded by the audience. His mind was consumed by the resonant words spoken by the venerable Pei Xiaochuan. Though simple, they resonated with strength. Lu Chun recognized that this is the essence of a true artist, one who does not pursue fame or fortune, nor seeks to climb over others for resources, but maintains their original intent and focuses on their craft. The motivation is not for personal gain, but to honor the profound gratitude owed to the mentor who nurtured them. Reflecting on the story of Mr. Pei Yanji, who sacrificed himself in a noble act of defiance against the enemy, Lu Chen's heart was tumultuous. That evening, upon returning to the mushroom house, he secluded himself in his room. The others were unaware of the happenings and assumed Lu Chun was merely experiencing a fleeting emotional moment. However, Yao Mi asserted, "Lu Chun must be writing a song. There's no need for concern. He requires his own space." "Ah, I see." Teacher Huang nodded. "You startled me. I thought Lu Chun was unhappy. I eagerly anticipate what kind of song he will compose," He Jiong remarked. "I prepared some lemon tea for Brother Chun." And Peng Peng immediately said about brewing it. "We must also commence preparations for dinner." Teacher Huang said to Yang Mi, "I shall make you some pumpkin millet porridge." "For me?" "Yes, this was entrusted to me by Lu Chun. He mentioned that your stomach was troubled yesterday after consuming such spicy shredded potatoes. Yet he cannot prepare porridge himself. Thus he requested my assistance." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's heart blossomed like a flower. Indeed, this seemingly frivolous fellow possesses a heart capable of healing her. Meanwhile, Lu Chun emerged after finishing his song. Peng Peng promptly approached him. "Brother Chun, what song have you written?" "Huh? How did you know I was composing inside?" Lu Chun inquired. "It was me, Jie, who suggested you might be sequestered in your room, writing music. That girl truly understands me well. Indeed, I was composing, but I fear I will require several days to warm up my voice to perform this piece adequately." "Your voice is already formidable. Do you really need to practice?" Peng Peng asked. Chapter 52. The stunning master of opera. Talent triumphs over effort in this song. I have infused elements of traditional operatic singing. Yet I am not a professional performer in this art form. Thus, I require time to hone my skills. Teacher Huang discerned something. "Lu Chun, could it be that you drew inspiration for your songwriting from Mr. Pei Xiaochuan's performance today?" Lu Chun nodded. "Indeed." Peng Peng exclaimed, "That's incredible. Just from a single listening of the opera, you found inspiration. Is this what it means to be a master?" Lu Chun noticed Teacher Huang preparing to cut pumpkin. He approached. "Teacher Huang, are you making pumpkin millet porridge?" "Yes, as you requested. I am preparing porridge for Mimi. Let me help with the pumpkin." "All right." Yang Mi, who was washing pumpkin nearby, felt elated upon hearing Lu Chen's offer to assist. She placed the pumpkin onto the cutting board. Lu Chun picked up the knife. Gazing at the pumpkin, which was larger than a football, and struck down with force. In the next moment, the knife became stuck in the pumpkin. No matter how hard he tried, Lu Chen could not free it. Mimi, come help. Hold the pumpkin while I pull the knife. Yami was speechless. Are you assisting or merely complicating matters? I didn't anticipate the pumpkin would be this tough. Lu Chen, you might injure yourself. You should do it this way. Teacher Huang instructed, pressing down on the pumpkin with one hand while wielding the knife with the other, gradually prying it free. The pumpkin is too large. You can cut along the edges little by little. Teacher Huang guided Lu Chen as he earnestly learned. Although the final result was somewhat chaotic, they managed to cut it successfully. As Teacher Huang prepared the porridge, Lu Chen diligently copied notes beside him, and Teacher Huang patiently taught him. Yang Mi observed silently. Seeing Lu Chen so earnest, she wondered if he was envisioning a future where he would personally prepare porridge for her. If that were true, it would warm her heart far more than a pair of green high heels or a hefty gold bar. After dinner, Lu Chen stood in the courtyard, reminiscing about the operatic vocalizations of Mr. Pei Xiaochuan. He understood that without professional training and the accumulation of time, achieving such heights was unattainable. Even the heights deemed insurmountable by the world could be viewed by Pei Xiaochuan as merely a fraction of his master's prowess. One could only imagine how refined Master Pei Yin Ji's singing must be. At this juncture, Lu Chen could only turn to the system for assistance. System, I wish to exchange for the operatic vocal skills of Master Pei Yin Ji. Ding! The system has detected the presence of divine operatic vocal skills. Since the system's creator requires it, the system will gladly proceed with the exchange. Ding! The divine operatic vocal skills are currently being exchanged. Successful synthesis. Please check, esteemed creator. Clearing his throat, Lu Chen began to sing. The island's icy wheel begins to turn. Behold the jade rabbit, rising bright at dawn. Teacher Huang, who had been resting inside the mushroom house, was instantly captivated upon hearing this voice. Who was performing? Teacher Huang immediately stepped out. Under the moonlight, he saw Lu Chen quietly standing in the courtyard. The large dog lay quietly to one side, reluctant to disturb Lu Chen. With his back to Teacher Huang and facing the full moon, Lu Chen began to sing softly. The icy orb shone brightly above the island, illuminating the world. Teacher Huang was struck by the melody. His father was a master of opera, and having grown up in a scholarly family, he had been deeply influenced by traditional music from a young age. He could discern the quality of a singer's craft merely by listening to their voice. In that moment, Lu Chen's voice was unmistakably that of a master in the realm of opera. Not only Teacher Huang was moved. In a small house 300 meters from the mushroom house, Pei Xiaochuan was resting in the residence he had restored for his master. He had intended to sleep, but upon hearing Lu Chen singing, he was suddenly awakened. Master, Pei Xiaochuan exclaimed excitedly. Have you returned? He quickly exited the house, and with the support of his disciple, made his way step by step toward the sound outside the mushroom house. In the courtyard, Lu Chen continued to sing under the bright moon. The bright moon hangs high, just like Chang'e departing from the moon palace, floating gracefully down from the celestial abode. Pei Xiaochuan extended his trembling hand and gently pushed open the door. The moment he saw Lu Chen, a fleeting disappointment crossed his gaze. Indeed, it was merely an illusion. His master had truly left this world. Yet, the voice of this young man was reminiscent of the unparalleled melodies that only his master could produce in years past. Pei Xiaochuan had devoted his entire life to replicating his master's drunken concubine, hoping to reveal to the world the existence of such heavenly melodies. However, despite his lifelong efforts, he had only found disappointment in himself. Now, witnessing such hope embodied in a young man, tears streamed down his face. At long last, in his twilight years, he was fortunate enough to hear his master's voice once more. Although the person before him was not the master of Yer, when Pei Xiaochuan closed his eyes, he could almost see his master in full costume, earnestly performing on stage. As the final notes of Drunken Concubine resonated, Pei Xiaochuan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascading down his cheeks, rendering him speechless. Had it not been for his disciple Zheng Jing supporting him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Chen had not failed to notice Pei Xiaochuan's entrance, but he was lost in the emotions of the song. Once the performance concluded, he quickly approached to support Pei Xiaochuan. The elder reached out with a trembling hand, firmly grasping Chen's. "Young man, what is your name?" "Mr. Pei, greetings. I am Chen." Reality awakened Pei Xiaochuan to the truth. It turned out that it was indeed not his master. Yet, Pei Xiaochuan stubbornly convinced himself that his master had returned to him in a different form. Teacher Huang approached as well. "Mr. Pei, please take a seat inside." "No, I shall not intrude," he replied. "I am content to sit in the courtyard for a while." Under the shade of the pergola, Pei Xiaochuan persistently held onto Chen's hand, inquiring about his well-being. As one of Chen's admirers, Zheng Jing was equally astonished. How could Chen, who typically embraced modern musical styles, possess such an extraordinary operatic singing voice? He had clearly not undergone formal training, even if he had indeed apprenticed under a master. How could he possibly master such a challenging repertoire in such a brief span of time? This level of proficiency was something that a master might spend a lifetime striving to attain. Could it truly be a quintessential example of innate talent triumphing over effort? Chapter 53. The fusion of traditional opera and modern music. Upon this realization, Zheng Jing's admiration for Chen deepened profoundly. Indeed, he was the idol she had pursued during her youth, never failing to impress. Pei Xiaochuan was equally astounded by Chen's journey. "So, you debuted at 17, reaching the pinnacle of your career only to retire in your third year at the height of success, and yet upon your return a decade later, you remain an extraordinary vocalist." Chen chuckled. "These accolades are merely the opinions of netizens. As you know, at times they tend to exaggerate." "No, this is not an exaggeration. This is reality. In fact, what I have witnessed surpasses the netizens' claims. My master once conveyed to me that there are two types of individuals who can become masters of traditional opera. The first possesses extraordinary talent, a gift from the heavens, and the second, though of average ability, achieves greatness through relentless dedication, embodying the notion of late bloomers. I have always believed my master to be the embodiment of both exceptional talent and diligent effort. Yet I never imagined that there exists someone who, despite minimal training in traditional opera, could produce a vocal style that rivals my master's finest performances. This is a realm even beyond my master's prowess. What talent can eclipse effort? Today, I have truly witnessed this. If my master were aware of such a remarkable individual, he would undoubtedly feel immense pride." Teacher Huang interjected. "After listening to your opera today, Chen sequestered himself in his room to compose. He mentioned that his new song incorporates elements of opera, which is why he was practicing his vocal technique in the courtyard." "A new song?" Pei Xiaochuan's interest was piqued. "Could it be a synthesis of modern music and traditional opera?" Chen nodded affirmatively. "May I take a look?" "Certainly. Allow me to fetch it." Chen quickly emerged with the sheet music. To safeguard Chen's copyright prior to the song's release, the production team refrained from focusing the camera on the score. Teacher Huang felt a twinge of anxiety. He understood that Chen's prowess in modern music composition was of a celestial caliber. However, he struggled to envision how a contemporary song, melding modern music and traditional opera, would manifest. Would it not be a jarring amalgamation? Modern music not resembling modern music, and opera not resembling opera, perhaps creating an indistinct hybrid? Yet, Teacher Huang swiftly dismissed such thoughts. After all, this was Chen. One could not perceive him through the lens of ordinary musical reasoning. Since Chen had undertaken this endeavor, it was destined to be a classic hit. Indeed, Pei Xiaochuan's hands trembled as he held the sheet music. What is this divine creation? In my lifetime, I have never encountered someone who could seamlessly intertwine modern songs with theatrical elements, devoid of any sense of dissonance. Truly, while contemporary artists often fall into the realm of monotony, Chen stands alone in his uniqueness. Zheng Jing and Teacher Huang refrained from encroaching upon the sheet music. Respecting Chen's copyright, only the esteemed Pei Xiaochuan was granted the privilege to behold it. They would have to wait until the new song was unveiled to experience its beauty. The expression on Pei Xiaochuan's face offered a glimpse into the song's magnificence. The anticipation among the viewers in the live broadcast room has reached unprecedented heights. I recently delved into the background of the esteemed Master Pei Xiaochuan, and indeed, he is a legendary figure in the world of traditional opera. The fact that Master Pei Yinji's disciple was so profoundly moved by Lu Chen's talent undoubtedly signifies the excellence of this song. Lu Chen's ability to elevate modern music to unparalleled heights is already remarkable. What is even more astonishing is that he has seemingly mastered a singing style comparable to that of Master Pei. Despite having little formal training in opera, I firmly believe this is not merely a scripted arrangement. The popularity of Mushroom House stands on its own merit, with no need to ride on anyone's coattails for attention, especially considering that he is the beloved disciple of Master Pei Yinji, embodying his mentor's pride and integrity, and would never utter insincere praise for a celebrity. My eagerness for Lu Chen's new song grows exponentially. I am eager to hear how he seamlessly merges modern music with operatic vocal techniques, devoid of any sense of dissonance. As someone who has devoted my life to the study of opera, I would stake my career on the assertion that Lu Chen's vocal artistry reaches heights that even my master, not to mention Master Pei Xiaochuan, could scarcely attain. This is not a reflection on my master's abilities, but rather a testament to the uniqueness of Lu Chen's talent, akin to a rare gem that cannot be replicated. Yang Mi and He Jiong, unable to bear the thought of intruding, leaned against the entrance of Mushroom House to eavesdrop on the conversations outside. Peng Peng quietly remarked, "An idol is indeed an idol. Their talent is unmatched. Just listen to that vocal style. Even a master like Mr. Pei Xiaochuan would struggle to reach such heights after a lifetime of practice, let alone those young singers devoid of any vocal skills." Sister Zifeng added thus, "Even if Lu Chen were to take a 10-year hiatus, upon his return, he would still shine as the brightest star in my heart." He Jiong responded, "I truly feel fortunate to be the host of I Am a Singer, allowing me to witness Lu Chen's brilliance firsthand. The experience of listening live is entirely different from that of watching in the broadcast room." Peng Peng inquired, "Teacher He, can I be a live audience member?" He Jiong shook his head. "Peng Peng, our requirement for the audience is that they cannot be fans of any singer, as it could lead to subjective emotional bias that influences the voting results." Sister Zifeng lamented, "What a pity. I had hoped to experience it live." He Jiong smiled. "If one day Lu Chen holds a concert, you can certainly attend. It would be absolutely electrifying." As Yang Mi absorbed the effusive praise for Lu Chen from those around her, her heart swelled with joy. He truly is the childhood companion I have cherished for many years, excelling in both talent and character, far surpassing all those young pop idols. Moreover, this seemingly oblivious childhood friend, who often treats her as if she were an unfortunate victim, reveals a serious and warm-hearted side at critical moments. Although the pumpkin was cut haphazardly, the sentiment behind it was perfectly intact. After bidding farewell to Master Pei Xiaochuan, Yang Mi, Peng Peng, and Sister Zifeng emerged from Mushroom House. "Brother Chen, I am particularly eager to interview you," Peng Peng exclaimed excitedly. "What does it feel like to receive such praise from Mr. Pei Xiaochuan? It evokes a profound sense of validation for one's talents. To be acknowledged by such an extraordinary artist is indeed a privilege." He Jiong emerged, holding a cup of freshly brewed lemon tea. "Let us enjoy some tea and engage in conversation," he suggested. Certainly, the group settled beneath the pavilion, reminiscent of cherished childhood memories shared by many netizens. After dinner, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The family sat together, indulging in relaxed conversation, far removed from the clamor and opulence of the city. Instead, they were accompanied by a sky adorned with countless stars, creating a uniquely serene atmosphere. Chapter 54. I suspect you're driving, but I have no evidence. Teacher Huang poured a cup of tea for Lu Chen. From the very beginning, I was captivated by Lu Chen's singing style. I initially thought I had misheard, for until now, it seemed improbable that anyone could rival the enchanting voice of the esteemed Pei Xiaochuan. Yet, this delightful surprise unfolded before my very eyes. I am certain that my father will be profoundly moved upon hearing Lu Chen's theatrical performance tonight. Teacher posed a question that tested one's character. Lu Chun, just now, Mr. Pei remarked that your vocal prowess surpasses even that of Mr. Pei Yinji. Do you believe you could replace Mr. Pei Yinji and become a formidable master of opera? He was not intentionally trying to put Lu Chun in a difficult position or coax a humble or arrogant response. He merely wished to ascertain the artistic realm this young man, who had lain dormant for a decade yet still shone on stage, had achieved. Lu Chun understood that teacher he bore no ill intent. Without haste, he articulated his genuine thoughts. No era can extinguish your own brilliance, yet you cannot overshadow another's light. Mr. Pei Yinji, in such tumultuous times, forged a unique artistic legacy imbued with a profound sense of national pride. I am merely a humble disciple continuing along this path. I must choose to carry forward both Mr. Pei Yinji's artistic achievements and his deep-seated love for this land and its people. I dare not presume otherwise. Upon hearing this response, teacher, he displayed an expression of deep admiration and respect. Lu Chen's answer was impeccable, neither inflating the stature of his predecessor to diminish his own accomplishments nor asserting himself as superior. Furthermore, due to historical circumstances, the self-sacrificing spirit and profound national pride of Mr. Pei Yinji would not lead to a fate where Lu Chun would find himself at odds with adversaries in such peaceful times. Yet, Lu Chun did not forget history. He remained acutely aware that even in peaceful eras, one should maintain a profound love for their homeland and fellow countrymen. He consistently positioned himself in a space of learning from and paying homage to his predecessors, diligently fulfilling his responsibilities. Such a response epitomizes emotional intelligence. How could teacher he fail to appreciate such an answer? Teacher Huang shared the same sentiment. This young man harbors a deep passion for music, coupled with a commendable worldview. Through his songs, he conveys these values to every listener. Adolescents, still in their formative years, greatly require Lu Chen's music to impart positive energy, nurturing them into individuals with fervent hearts. Beneath this vast starry sky, the individuals in the mushroom house were not the only ones moved. The audience in the live stream shared in this sentiment. Indeed, the one I admired throughout my youth has never disappointed in the realm of art. The reason why Lu Chen's concert tickets are so difficult to obtain is quite evident. We require such artists to cleanse the current music scene, and we also need them to enlighten the impressionable youth about the true essence of music. Sister Zifeng, although reluctant to emerge from the profound atmosphere of emotion, could not resist the temptation to indulge in some gossip. You wouldn't be inquiring about Lu Chen's romantic affairs, would you? He Laosher asked with a smile. Indeed, I am rather curious, Sister Zifeng admitted, scratching her head as she posed the question she had long contemplated. Lu Chen, what type of girl do you fancy? Lu Chun chuckled. So this has now transformed into a gossip session, has it? If you find it challenging to respond, we could certainly change the topic. Not all. This question is one I can address. Lu Chen replied with a grin. Firstly, I prefer my potential partner to be attractive. After all, I am quite particular about appearances, and I insist on natural beauty without any signs of cosmetic surgery. That seems reasonable. As a naturally handsome man, seeking a naturally beautiful woman is hardly excessive. What else? Sister Zifeng inquired. Additionally, she shouldn't be excessively impoverished. I'm not one to engage in charity work, Lu Chen remarked. And what if she is wealthier than you? Peng Peng interjected. Are you one to admire strength? Lu Chen burst into laughter. Peng Peng, you might as well directly ask if I would accept being supported financially. I am not Chao Dahua. I lack the ability to thrive on such support. He Jiong nodded in agreement. I perceive that you adhere to the principle of matching social standings. The old adage holds significant truth, not merely in terms of financial disparity, but also in one's upbringing, values, spending habits, and general outlook on life. These alignments are crucial. Otherwise, after the initial romance fades, when faced with the mundane realities of life, conflicts are bound to arise. Huang Laosher concurred. Indeed, I support this notion. If the background and living conditions are too disparate, even the strongest love may be shattered by life's contradictions. Lu Chun shook his head. Beyond the visible aspects, the invisible ones must also align. If I am akin to a treasured sword, I hope to find a fitting scabbard. The adults present instantly grasped the underlying meaning of Lu Chen's words, eliciting laughter from the audience in a live stream. Ha ha ha. I suspect Chen is making innuendos. Yet I have no proof. Is Chen truly unafraid of being banned from the live stream? Shocking. The music king Chen brazenly makes innuendos in the live stream. Stop. This is not a vehicle for kindergarten. Sister Zifeng and Yangmi both blushed profusely. Such unseen matters likely require experience to determine their suitability. However, what if, after such experiences, one finds it unsuitable? Should one simply part ways and seek another scabbard? The atmosphere momentarily descended into an awkward silence. Hejiong promptly suggested, "Let's have some tea." The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Chen and Yangmi were preparing to depart from the mushroom house. Before their departure, Peng Peng presented a large bag of sour jujubes. "Chen, these are the ones I picked this morning with Zifeng in the village. They're delightfully sweet and sour, a local specialty." "Thank you, Peng Peng. I was just contemplating what local delicacies to bring back. Your gift is indeed timely." "Chen Ge, you're too kind. This is a gift for everyone." Yangmi then revealed a drawing she had created the previous night, inspired by the memories of their shared meal and conversations. It was a cartoon-style rendition, showcasing her remarkable artistic talent, with each person's distinctive features captured beautifully. "Oh dear, I didn't prepare a gift." Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. "Your presence here at the mushroom house is the best gift of all." Chen smiled, expressing his gratitude. "This is my debut on the variety show, and it has been an honor to meet Mr. Pei Xiaochuan here. I look forward to our next encounter." With a sense of reluctance, Chen and Yangmi bid farewell and left the mushroom house. Chapter 55. The gift that makes you envy others upon returning home. The evening had already descended. Yangmi's parents were away on a business trip, and Jinghua was preoccupied with work matters. Initially, Yangmi had no intention of having dinner. However, Chen called, inviting her over for some pumpkin millet porridge. "Are you cooking it yourself?" Yangmi inquired. "Yes, and I prepared some simple side dishes, sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Just a modest meal." "Great. I look forward to your pumpkin millet porridge learned from Teacher Huang." Yet, she mused, sometimes the greater the anticipation, the deeper the disappointment. As Yangmi stepped into Chen's home, an unmistakable burnt aroma permeated the air. Clearly, the evening's pumpkin millet porridge was a failure. When Chen emerged, disheartened, carrying a pot of charred porridge, he suggested, "Shall we just order takeout?" Yangmi stood and glanced at the pot. Despite the burnt smell, the top layer still gleamed with a golden hue. "No need to waste it. Let us just eat the top layer," she proposed. "Are you not afraid of ending up in the hospital?" Chen asked. "During those years when my mother's cooking was less than stellar, I've eaten such porridge without ever needing hospitalization." Yangmi took a spoon and served herself a bowl. Although it was evident that it contained burnt bits of pumpkin and millet, she didn't mind slowly sipping it. There was a burnt taste, yet it was not intolerable. "It's quite palatable. If it weren't burnt, this would surely be a delightful porridge," Yangmi remarked. Chen sighed. "In this world, perhaps only you would be willing to be my guinea pig." Upon hearing this, Yangmi's nerves tensed. "Wait a moment. Don't tell me you intend to gift me something again. Let me be clear, I do not want anything." She still vividly recalled the terror instilled by those green high heels. She feared that under such influence, her aesthetic sense would undergo a complete reversal, mistaking hideous items for exquisite treasures. "Are you so averse to my gifts?" Chen asked. "Your intentions in gifting are commendable, yet I truly lack the capacity to accept." She continued, "Upon returning home today, the first thing I noticed was that dazzling golden sign hanging on my bedroom wall. My immediate reaction was, from where did you draw inspiration for such a gift?" "I found it online. Previously, a girl received a heart made of gold for Valentine's Day, which left many girls envious. I thought, I cannot let you envy her. I must present a gift even more precious than a heavy heart of gold. Hence, I conceived this idea. It's large, radiant, and extravagant. Any girl who receives it would certainly not envy that girl's golden heart. I thought my approach was rather clever, yet apparently, you perceive it as foolish." Hearing this, Yangmi felt a warmth in her heart. It turned out that behind what seemed to be an absurd gift from a seemingly oblivious male, there lay a depth of thought from Chen. In an instant, the golden sign appeared much more pleasing to the eye. All right, I must confess, I truly adore that golden sign as well. If you genuinely liked it, you would have complained earlier, Chen remarked, exasperated. No, complaining is one thing, and liking is another. If you don't believe me, tonight when I return home, I shall take a photo with that golden sign while wearing those striking green heels. However, I do have a question to pose to you. What is it? When you mentioned your criteria for a partner in the mushroom house, do you have a specific image in your mind? Of course. Who is it? Shi Shi, Yang Yuhuan, Wang Zhaojun, Diao Chan, Chang'e, the Seven Fairies, and all other beautiful women. Are you aiming for a harem of 3,000 beauties? Wake up. The Qing dynasty has long perished. We live in an era of monogamy. No concubines allowed. Just mention someone plausible from reality. Is there anyone? Yes. Who? I shan't tell you. Yang Mi was momentarily speechless. The more Chen insisted, the more she yearned to know. So, do you care about a woman as financial standing? Yang Mi inquired. If I truly like her, with a wealth of 1,000,000, I would marry her. If I don't, then with 100 small goals, I would still marry her. Isn't that a tad too pragmatic? Indeed, I intend to live in this realistic world with clarity. I'm starting to learn from Chow Dahua to thrive on soft rice. But what if she possesses 100 small goals and weighs 200 pounds? Daily presenting you with a bowl of chicken soup, urging you to drink it, saying, Chen, have your soup? Then I would hastily flee. I fear steel wool. Chuckle. Yang Mi couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Unbeknownst to them, as they chatted, their dinner came to a close. On a serious note, regarding the upcoming I Am a Singer, although you are confident of victory, you still need to prepare well. Chen nodded. I shall return and rest properly. Before resting, Yang Mi made a promise to Chen. Dressed in those eye-catching green knee-high heels, she stood before the resplendent golden sign, capturing 5 consecutive photos. She then sent them to Chen. Upon seeing the pictures, Chen scratched his head. I can't help but notice that these green heels seem rather unappealing. Your taste has finally returned to normal. Yang Mi replied. I shall keep the high heels, but the golden sign will remain in my room, sparing me the envy of other girls receiving golden hearts. Compared to gold, Yang Mi treasured the thoughtfulness behind Chen's gift. It is this thoughtfulness that she cherishes. Yet, she remained oblivious to what Chen envisioned as his ideal partner. How wonderful it would be if I resembled that ideal. Yang Mi musetu herself. Chapter 56. The stunning aria of Red Troop on the day of the 5th live broadcast of I Am a Singer. The viewership skyrocketed to 10 million within a mere 5 seconds of its commencement. Su Ran was taken aback by the record-breaking numbers. Previously, it would take at least 15 minutes for the viewership to reach such heights in the first 4 episodes. Was this episode truly that electrifying? The director was busy scrolling through comments on his phone, noting that the viewers had gathered to support Chen. Inside the mushroom house, Chen had previewed the song he would perform, a fusion of modern music and traditional opera. Such a musical blend had never been seen before in the industry, and the anticipation was palpable, drawing netizens to rally in support. Su Ran remarked, however, Chen's performance is slated for the 3rd act, so the audience may need to exercise a bit more patience. Viewers commented that they had already waited 2 days and were unbothered by a little more waiting. Producer Su confidently stated that tonight's episode would undoubtedly be exceptional. Su Ran smiled and added, which episode of our show isn't exceptional? However, this is all thanks to Chen. He is truly a magnet for viewership. He can completely elevate the ratings of a program, just as Su Ran had predicted. When it was Chen's turn to perform, the live viewership had surged to 200 million, all within just half an hour. Teacher, he was also aware of the viewers' expectations. Prior to the recording of the episode, many fans had likely learned about the unique style of Chen's performance. The melding of traditional opera and modern music was unprecedented, truly unparalleled. Chen was the sole pioneer of this musical style, and it was believed that he would bring forth an extraordinary surprise tonight. Please welcome Chen to present his song, Red Troop. The live chat erupted with excitement. Finally, we await Chen's enchanting voice. The operatic tones that astonished me in the mushroom house can now be relished once more. Chen, as the prelude, accompanied by classical instruments, filled the air. Chen began to sing. The first verse was delivered in a modern musical style. The play unfolds. The flowing sleeves rise and fall, singing of joys and sorrows, of partings, of reunions indifferent to me. The drums beat, the silence reigns. Who is to judge the emotions of the play, or those outside of it? All joys, anger, sorrow, and delight are absorbed in the painted fade. What does it matter if the words pierce through the skin, while the bones remain gray? In a chaotic world, I can only endure the flames of war consuming the land. In my humble position, I dare not forget my concerns for my country, even if no one knows of me. At that moment, Pei Xiaochuan, fixated on the live stream, felt tears welling in his eyes. Though he was already familiar with the lyrics and melody, he could not help but be moved to tears as Lu Chen's voice resonated. He was reminded of his master from half a century ago. In those days, the status of performers was not as exalted as it is in today's entertainment industry. Truly privileged families would never subject their children to the arduous life of following a traveling opera troupe, enduring the harshness of relentless training like drifting weeds. The master, too, endured considerable trials and tribulations before ascending to the esteemed position of a renowned artist. Yet, despite being elevated to such heights, the master remained steadfast in his original intentions. He lived a life of simplicity, consuming meager meals, solely to amass silver coins to aid the suffering populace. Possessing an undeniably splendid voice, coupled with a charitable spirit, had it been a time of peace, Pei Yinji would undoubtedly have emerged as a remarkable master of opera, enjoying a serene old age. Alas, he was born in tumultuous times. In such an era of warfare, no individual could escape the devastation of conflict. As the nation plunged into chaos, Pei Yinji, while performing on stage, could not shake the anxiety in his heart as he witnessed the ebb and flow of performers. When the flames of war encroached, how many families and children would find themselves ensnared in the sorrow and disarray of a nation in turmoil? He yearned to protect this land, to witness a sky unblemished by the shadows of warplanes and the echoes of artillery. He envisioned a tranquil existence for the people, free from the ravages of warfare and oppression by foreign powers. However, powerless and with his hands tied, in the face of a crumbling homeland, he could only discreetly donate his accumulated wealth to the soldiers on the front lines. In this manner, he safeguarded the land he cherished deeply. Such experiences profoundly instilled a strong sense of national pride in Pei Xiaochuan, who aspired to emulate his master. As the audience faded into oblivion, the performers on stage sang poignant farewell songs, with emotions too profound to be captured in ink. The curtain rose and fell. Who, indeed, was the true guest? Lu Chen suddenly shifted his vocal style, embracing the operatic tones. With heartfelt sincerity and a retrospective vision, he sang, "Whom do I face?" The audience was instantly captivated by this kunku performance. The singers backstage were left in awe. Zhang Shuiyo exclaimed, "My goodness, is this truly operatic singing? How remarkable! It must take an extraordinary voice to transition into such a style so seamlessly." Chun Xiaoxian remarked, "I finally understand why Pei Xiaochuan, the elder, stated that Lu Chen had surpassed his master. Why he claimed that a lifetime of effort couldn't match the youthful brilliance of Lu Chen." Zhou Xiaoxian noted, "This is what it means when fate serves you on a silver platter. I have witnessed it firsthand. The singing is truly exceptional." Ruo Ying added, "In an era where talent flourishes in the music industry, there is no shortage of gifted singers. In the realm of opera, there are also many skilled artists, but none can transition so effortlessly between the two realms as Lu Chen." Su Song emphasized, "The key point is he sings kunku. This is no easy feat. While a female voice may possess a certain delicacy and sharpness, a male voice often lacks this advantage. If not executed well, it could come off as inept and overly delicate. However, Lu Chen's transition to a female voice carries no sense of dissonance." Zhang Shuiyo shook her head, expressing her initial indifference towards traditional opera. Yet, Lu Chen's exceptional talent left her astounded, truly remarkable, as she was overwhelmed by his brilliance. She also felt a sense of joy, in her lifetime, to have encountered someone as impressive as Lu Chen in the music industry. Her sentiments mirrored those of Mr. Pei Xiaochuan. In the face of Lu Chen's remarkable prowess, there was no room for jealousy, only profound admiration. Witnessing a younger generation surpass her, leaving her, the former star, humbled and thoroughly impressed, was a gratifying experience. Amidst this praise, the inevitable interference of keyboard warriors ensued. A grown man singing in a feminine voice, isn't that effeminate? You criticize my Chengyu for his delicate basketball style, yet your Lu Chun is even more effeminate. No, he is not effeminate. He is your father. Even if Lu Chun sings in a feminine voice, he possesses far more masculinity than your brother. While Lu Chun receives widespread acclaim for his feminine singing, your brother is met with scorn for his masculine vocals. Tell me, are you not infuriated? Are you not? It brings me joy to see you delusional fans utterly exasperated. Unbeknownst to Lu Chun, the heated debate unfolded in the live stream. He remained focused on one thing: to sing this song with heartfelt dedication and excellence. Chapter 57. In a lowly position, yet I cannot forget my country's sorrow. Habitually concealing joy and anger beneath makeup. What does it matter if my words and songs are worn thin? All that remains are bones and ashen gray. Yet I endure the chaos of war and witness flames devouring the land. In a lowly position, yet I cannot forget my country's sorrow, even if no one acknowledges me. Pei Xiaochuan vividly remembers how the flames of war extended to that county town thereafter. The Japanese invaders forcibly invaded the theater, demanding that Pei Yinji perform a private show for them to appease all the invaders. Should he dare refuse, they would set ablaze the entire theater and even the county town, leaving no one to escape death. Pei Xiaochuan presumed that his fiery-tempered master would choose to decline. However, his master made a decision that left him perplexed. Not only did he refuse to decline, but he also acquiesced. Consequently, Pei Xiaochuan ignored him for the entire day. He could not fathom why a master, so patriotic and principled, would forsake his beliefs before the enemy, becoming so spineless. That night, adorned in theatrical attire, Pei Yinji, with the finest makeup, stood before Pei Xiaochuan and laid bare his entire plan. In that moment, Pei Xiaochuan finally comprehended that his master had long prepared to perish alongside the enemy. Since it was impossible to protect the citizens with armed resistance when the enemy was threatening the lives of the entire county, he would employ a strategy of delay to first stabilize the invaders. At the critical moment, he would sacrifice himself to eradicate the Japanese and safeguard the populace. Pei Xiaochuan wept, overwhelmed by guilt for misunderstanding his master, for the imminent separation that heralded life and death, and for the sorrow of never meeting again in the realms of the living and the dead. Pei Yinji entrusted all his belongings to Pei Xiaochuan. Tonight, you must leave here, take these possessions, and deliver them to the soldiers at the front lines. For they are the true guardians capable of expelling the invaders from our sacred land. With tears streaming down his face, Pei Xiaochuan nodded heavily. That night, the county town lay in eerie silence, contrasting sharply with the theater's bright lights. The enemy, seated beneath the stage, indulged in drink and feasting, reveling in their ill-gotten gains. On stage, the gongs and drums resounded, the curtain was drawn, and Pei Yinji made his entrance, his singing voice as astonishing as ever. Pei Yinji never once acknowledged the invaders. They were wolves, tigers, and malevolent spirits. This performance was for himself. He knew it would be his final appearance, and he must render this melody a swan song. Yet, he did not forget the other purpose of this night. The drums beat urgently, and his voice echoed with righteous fury. Pei Yinji bellowed, "Set fire!" By the time the enemy realized, the flames had already spread. In their attempt to escape, they found the doors and windows tightly sealed. The entire theater had been doused in oil unbeknownst to them. Amidst the raging flames, Pei Yinji laughed maniacally. "You pack of wolves and tigers. Today, none of you shall escape. The lives of my 30,000 compatriots in Central Plains shall be avenged with your blood." The enemy finally comprehended why the illustrious master of the Dan roll, renowned for his national spirit, chose to bow before their bayonets. It was not due to his cowardice, nor was it a desire to cling to life, and certainly not a betrayal of his beliefs. Rather, it was because he had resolved to embrace a fate of mutual destruction. He was willing to sacrifice his own life to secure the safety of the people in his charge, avenging the 30,000 compatriots who had suffered. In a fit of rage and humiliation, the enemy aimed and fired a shot at Pei Yinji, striking him in the chest and causing blood to gush forth. Yet, Pei Yinji stood resilient, refusing to collapse. He was determined to witness the demise of those wolves before his very eyes. As the flames consumed the enemy, their anguished cries echoed relentlessly, ultimately yielding to silence, leaving behind a charred landscape strewn with smoldering corpses and the crackling sounds of the inferno. At last, Pei Yinji could no longer endure and fell to the ground. The fire blazed towards the heavens. The theater collapsed, yet the performance was far from over. Though of lowly status, he never dared forget his concern for the nation. While many dismiss actors as heartless, Pei Yinji demonstrated through his self-sacrificial act that even performers possess a profound love for their country. As the curtain fell, he expressed a hope. "I yearn for the day when our compatriots awaken, united in purpose to expel the invaders with the strength of our nation. I hope that my descendants will witness a transformed world, that the Central Plains may don a new visage. I long for the people to be free from the ravages of war, to enjoy peaceful lives, nurturing their grandchildren and enjoying their twilight years." Now, over half a century has passed, and all that Pei Yinji once wished for has thrived upon the land of the Dragon Nation for many years. This prosperous era, this splendid scene, resembles the dreams of his master. Pei Xiaochuan wept profusely, unable to contain his sorrow. "Master, I miss you." As the final note resonated, Chen departed the stage, leaving the audience with an indelible aftertaste. Cried, truly moved to tears, sobbing, "The Pei Yinji of your possessed such national integrity. Compare this to the present-day performers who elevate themselves so highly, scrambling to endorse foreign luxury brands. Where is the essence of an artist in them? An actor is an actor. An artist is an artist. Mr. Pei Yinji truly deserves the titles of both artist and national hero. If it were indeed possible to meet in dreams, Pei Xiaochuan would surely convey to his master, 'Master, the world you long to see is even more splendid than you could ever imagine. We have grown formidable enough that the pirates no longer dare to invade. The tumultuous years of warfare shall not be revisited upon us. Though this world remains fraught with conflict, we are fortunate to reside in a peaceful nation, free from the burdens of strife, allowing us to live and thrive in tranquility.' In the background, the singers, upon catching sight of Chen, erupted into heartfelt applause. This was a manifestation of their admiration, respect, and reverence for Chen. They appreciated his vocal prowess and musical gifts, lauding his ability to encapsulate the life of a patriotic artist in a song to enlighten the world. Such a singer is truly a gem among artists. Chen Xiaoxuan voiced her curiosity. "Chen, is it true that you have never undergone systematic professional training in singing traditional opera?" Chen shook his head and replied, "Do you believe me when I say I haven't?" Chapter 58. The king was once a troubled youth, I believe it. You can debut at the tender age of 17 and ascend to the status of a king. Why should I doubt your extraordinary talent? Yet, I must admit I was taken aback. In my understanding, even those with innate theatrical gifts must undergo years of rigorous training and refinement to become a master of the craft. Take, for instance, teacher Pei Xiaochuan. Despite benefiting from the esteemed mentorship of Mr. Pei Yinji, spent countless years honing his skills to achieve success. However, you opened your mouth and effortlessly delivered a perfect operatic tone. This is akin to my arduous journey of education, studying diligently from elementary school through to my postdoctoral studies. A nearly 3-decade endeavor to attain the highest academic credential. Yet here you are, a mere elementary school student, showcasing astonishing aptitude for learning while others are still struggling to keep up, achieving what I have only after years of perseverance. It feels like a classic case of survivor bias, a sensation akin to being a chosen one. Su Song nodded in agreement. According to the plot of the novel, this is akin to having a cheat code. Chen graciously accepted the accolades from the singers, although I hesitate to diminish anyone's efforts. It is true that sometimes talent can indeed overshadow hard work. Nevertheless, this does not imply one should relinquish their endeavors. Zhang Shuyo nodded thoughtfully. I can relate deeply. My dear friend, Liu Dahua, was once deemed devoid of acting and musical talent. Yet, with an indomitable spirit, he managed to shine amidst the fierce competition of his era, a truly inspiring testament. After all the singers concluded their performances, Su Ran prepared to announce a rather unfortunate result among these exceptional talents. Last episode, it was Sun Nin who left the stage. This time, it was Zhou Xiaoshan. Zhou Xiaoshan accepted the outcome with grace, aware that among the remaining singers, his abilities were the least formidable. In a realm where the strong prevail, he understood that his task was to strive for self-improvement. To share the stage with such remarkable singers was already an honor. Once again, the top honor went to Liu Chen, a result that surprised no one and resonated with undeniable legitimacy. Zhang Shuio's rendition of Once Upon a Time evoked a wave of nostalgia, prompting netizens to reminisce about many figures from that golden era. Each person possessed their unique charm, unlike the uniformity often seen in contemporary appearances. On the way home, Liu Chen listened to Zhang Shuio's song and mused aloud. Perhaps I should compose a nostalgic piece as well? Can I say that your song from 13 years ago is considered an oldie in the eyes of the audience now? Has it truly been so long? So long that my songs have become oldies. As Liu Chen gazed out at the twinkling stars, he sighed, time passes so swiftly. I am already 30 years old. Isn't your intelligence only that of a 3-year-old? Yang Mi inquired. Liu Chen shot her an exasperated glance. Who says my intelligence is merely that of a 3-year-old? I am clearly just 1 year old, innocent, naive, and adorably simple-minded. Get lost. Do you have time tomorrow? Yang Mi asked. What for? Our high school wishes to invite some outstanding alumni to return and inspire the current students. The school is eager to extend this invitation to you and is curious to know if you would be interested. In Liu Chen's mind, a vivid memory emerged from 14 years ago of a strict homeroom teacher, Chen, who sported a Mediterranean hairstyle. In Liu Chen's recollection, Chen was an exceedingly stern and traditional figure, often wielding a ruler to discipline him during his most rebellious age of 16. At the age of 17, Liu Chen found himself traversing into a parallel dimension. The original persona was characterized by mischief, rebellion, truancy, examination cheating, and defiance towards teachers, a quintessential problem student. Chen frequently ventured into internet CAFS to retrieve him and often summoned his parents for consultations. Yet, Liu Chen remained unyielding. In his exasperation, Jinghua could only offer Liu Chen an alternative path, studying abroad. Just as Liu Chen believed he had finally escaped the burden of the college entrance examination and was on the verge of achieving complete freedom, he slipped on the stairs and struck the back of his head against the steps, plunging into a deep coma. Upon awakening, Liu Chen's demeanor transformed dramatically. He became earnest in his studies, dutifully attended classes, and adhered strictly to examination protocols. It was as if he had morphed into an entirely different individual, shedding the identity of a problem student to emerge as an ambitious and diligent youth. Everyone assumed that Liu Chen had undergone a profound realization of life's essential truths after a brush with death, grasping the significance of cherishing the present and striving in the vigor of youth. However, unbeknownst to them, Liu Chen was no longer the same. During his coma, his soul had exchanged places. The 17-year-old boy who had traversed dimensions was now the epitome of the ideal student, mastering high school subjects with effortless ease. Akin to the simplicity of 1 + 1 = 2, he was capable of taking the college entrance examination as early as his first year and successfully gaining admission to prestigious universities. With academic burdens lifted, Liu Chen aspired to venture into the music realm. This world lacked the superstar who had accompanied him throughout his youth. Thus, Liu Chen naturally became a literary scribe, introducing the maestro's music to this parallel universe. Utilizing Jinghua's connections, he debuted at 17, reaching the zenith of fame, and subsequently became a new generation's music king. Yet, he did not neglect his studies, consistently ranking first in his class, thus commanding respect and admiration. In a flash, Liu Chen became a legend at Beijing No. 1 high school. With striking looks, remarkable academic prowess, extraordinary musical talent, and substantial wealth, he epitomized the chosen one, embodying beauty, intellect, talent, and affluence. Grateful, Chen never forgot Qian Cheng's earnest efforts from years past. When Qian Cheng witnessed his former student's remarkable turnaround, he felt a sense of joy for Chen's achievements, but never contemplated leveraging his student's success for his own gain. He remained the same stern figure, ready to chastise students when they faltered. Reflecting on Qian Cheng's past reprimands, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. His original self believed it to be a hellish era, yet it was a paradise that could never be returned to. In this society, everyone is exceedingly busy. Not everyone is willing to pause, to pull you back from a misguided path in a timely manner. Very well, let's go to school together tomorrow. Then you should prepare your speech, as the students have always taken pride in you as their senior, many of whom are your admirers. Chen shook his head. No need to prepare. I shall speak whatever comes to mind at the moment. Yang Mi felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing this. You must not act foolishly during such a crucial speaking engagement. You need to inspire these college entrance examination candidates and give them encouragement. Do not worry. Although I may be unreliable at times, I am dependable for the most part. You had it backward. Yang Mi retorted. Chapter 59, Old Man. You shouldn't be a class teacher anymore. It's too exhausting the following morning. Yang Mi and Chen appeared on the playground of Beijing No. 1 High School. The principal was elated upon learning of Chen's willingness to return, and the students, brimming with youthful vigor, were even more ecstatic. To witness their idol re-entering the campus during such a pivotal season of striving was truly exhilarating. Chen, amidst the fervent cheers, Chen approached the podium. Gazing at the youthful faces before him, he was reminded of his rebellious self 13 years ago. In this moment, Chen felt no inclination to deliver the usual platitudes urging them to work hard and become the masters of their own lives. Instead, he sought to unveil the unruly version of himself from years past. In truth, at the age of 16, I was the least deserving of standing on this podium. Back then, I was a typical problem student, reckless and defiant. I can vividly recall the wearied and disheveled appearance of teacher Qian Cheng when he found me at an internet CAF at the stroke of midnight. Teacher Qian paused momentarily, surprised that this music king, now etched in the youthful memories of countless individuals, still remembered his former self from so many years ago. During my youth, I committed many mistakes, one of which was failing to comprehend the good intentions of my teachers. I recklessly chose to squander my potential, obscuring my vision with books that could have aided my college entrance examination, all to avoid the gaze of my educators. I am certain there are students on this playground who share similar experiences. You may think those stacked books shield you from your teachers, but in reality, they obscure your future, a costly lesson that you alone must pay for. Chen refrained from flaunting his current achievements in the music industry as a source of inspiration. Instead, he laid bare the darker chapters of his life before the students, hoping they would understand that the complacency they might now romanticize would ultimately require them to face the consequences. Unless one hails from a wealthy background that can pave a future with money, one must bear the burdens of their choices. I once held a similar mindset, believing that since my mother was affluent, even if I failed academically, I could still study abroad and return gilded. Even if I couldn't secure a job, I could live a lavish life, relying on the fortune my mother had amassed. It may sound profoundly unfair, but such is the nature of the world. Children of the wealthy and those from ordinary families inherently possess different paths. The endpoint for children of ordinary families is merely the starting point for those of wealth. However, have you ever considered that, as a small-town student, you could one day orchestrate a remarkable reversal in your life? Look, even I, once unruly and reckless, ultimately chose to strive. Many assert that my debut was a stroke of luck, granting me musical accomplishments that others toil a lifetime to achieve. I wish to convey that I am a survivor of a bias. The majority must labor with their own hands to forge a future. Do not always presume that you are the chosen one. Life does not grant such ease, nor does fate allow for effortless victories. 13 years hence, I continue to compose melodies. You see, I could have settled for a meager existence, content with a handful of modest aspirations. Yet I remain steadfast on the path of music. Do not resent your teachers for their sternness. One day, you will comprehend that the lashes of life inflict far greater pain than the ruler of your instructor. On the podium, Lu Chen did not deliver impassioned oaths nor dispense syrupy platitudes. He merely shared his experiences. The choice between surrender and diligent effort lies beyond Lu Chen's influence. Those who are self-disciplined will still choose to strive earnestly at the critical juncture, while those who wish to wallow in despair, even if forced to endure hardship, will remain unsteady. In the end, Lu Chen gazed at Qian Cheng and uttered, "I wish to tell you, my friend, it is time to retire from being a homeroom teacher. It is too exhausting, sitting quietly at the back of Class 2 in the final year." Qian Cheng's eyes glistened at that moment. The once troublesome student who had caused so much distress now shone as brightly as a star. Look, the rebellious youth has transformed the visage of a 16-year-old into something magnificent, and the passage of time has restored the essence of his soul. Can you believe that the boy, who once fought and skipped classes during his tumultuous years, now evokes memories for an entire generation? On the playground, students have begun to weep. Lu Chen's reflections on that vivid youth resonate deeply. He, too, conveys to every student that they should not abandon their efforts simply because their beginnings were less opulent than those from affluent families. Being a diligent student from a small town is not shameful. A student from a modest background can indeed achieve remarkable success through perseverance. Yang Mi stands quietly on the playground, observing the young man on the podium, clad in simplicity and radiating warmth. It is as if time itself has allowed her to glimpse the rebellious youth who once donned his school uniform with defiance, reading his reflections aloud on that very stage. Now, the young man has been tempered by time, no longer proclaiming that his fate is solely in his hands. As a youth, he has come to accept destiny while diligently fulfilling his responsibilities. He remembers those who left their marks on his youthful days. When Lu Chen descended from the podium and embraced the aged Qian Cheng, the entire playground erupted in applause. Lu Chen said to Qian Cheng, "My friend, once this year's college entrance examination concludes, I shall treat you to a drink." Qian Cheng gazed at the mature and self-assured young man before him, his face brimming with contentment. The determination he once held to guide Lu Chen back on the right path now holds profound significance in this moment. Chapter 60, Stars Lighting Up. A profound sense of nostalgia enveloped the journey home. Yang Mi kept her gaze fixed on Lu Chen, who furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something on my face?" "Oh, no," she replied. "I merely didn't expect you to divulge your past misdeeds. Those were merely existing blemishes. I cannot evade my former unruliness, yet I embrace the remarkable person I am today." Yang Mi laoliu, you once again are being boastful. This segment of Lu Chen's speech was recorded and, with his consent, shared on the school's official social media. Soon enough, the video sparked a wave of shares and comments from netizens. "I never imagined Lu Chen had such a rebellious past. He is so genuine, unashamed of his history. Can you envision that a once unruly youth could blossom into today's music king?" Everyone strays at times. What is truly commendable is when a young person chooses to turn back, for it is never too late. Lu Chen is right. What I once perceived as a hellish struggle during the Gaokao, upon entering society, I realized was an irreplaceable paradise. That year, my desk was piled high with books, and I thought I was blocking the teacher, yet I was in fact obstructing my future. This cost was steep, and I have yet to repay it. In my student days, when I erred, I faced the teacher's ruler. In my youth, when I faltered, I faced the boss's reprimand and the pressure of a mortgage stemming from lost bonuses. Lu Chen is indeed correct. Life's slaps are far more painful than the ruler's sting. Strive, young ones. A little effort during your student years can elevate you by a single point, surpassing thousands. The subsequent chain reaction leads to better schools, superior qualifications, and ultimately, a brighter future. I remember the earnest words of a girl at the Gaokao pledge ceremony. The sky at 6 in the morning is dark, yet a score of 600 is truly beautiful. Aside from the mundane keyboard warriors, netizens did not cling to Lu Chen's past in an attempt to diminish his influence in the music industry or undermine his resources and popularity. However, Lu Chen unabashedly shared the darker moments of his life, earnestly advising contemporary youth, with a sincere heart, learn from the teachings of time, respect youthful fervor, and may the future surpass the past, forever cherishing passion. This heartfelt blessing profoundly resonated with students. prompting fans who once adored Chen during his high school years to show his speech to their children. Look, the idol your parents devoted their youth to still radiates positivity. You may endlessly watch videos of those youthful singers singing you are so beautiful, yet you must acknowledge one truth. If Chen's fans are willing, they can easily sever the pocket money of Chungyu supporters without the financial backing of Chen's admirers. What do you possess to be a fervent fan of Chungyu? Know your place. The 6th episode of I Am a Singer will commence its live broadcast in a few days, prior to Chen's appearance. The guests in the live room engaged in conversations revolving around his previous speech. Chen Xiaoxi remarked, "Have you all seen Chen's speech video? He truly embodies the archetype of a bad student who triumphantly transforms into the exemplary child." Zhang Shuyo nodded in agreement. "I showed this video to my daughter. Although she can avoid many pitfalls due to my influence, I still hope she will strive diligently during her formative years and not become complacent, believing she can take life easy because of my connections." Ruoing nodded thoughtfully. Chen still remembers that dedicated teacher from his past. It is hard to imagine that the rebellious boy who once defied authority has now grown into a warm-hearted young man who appreciates his mentor. Su Song inquired, "I am curious, what were you all doing at the age of 16? Zhang Shuyo chuckled. "At that age, I was working at street stalls, delivering newspapers, washing dishes, enduring various laborious jobs." Ruoing added, "I was still focused on my studies." Chen Xiaoxuan scratched his head. "Let me think. What was I doing at 16? I was dreaming. Indeed, I dreamed of winning the lottery and moving into a mansion, driving luxury cars, living a life of leisure. I also dreamt that all the girls in the world adored me, especially those who were both wealthy and beautiful, showering me with affection." Zhang Shuyo laughed. "Such dreams. I too have dreamt, and I believe many boys share similar fantasies." On stage, he addressed the audience. "I believe many of you have witnessed Chen's speech at his alma mater. Chen's youth radiates like sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the yellowed pages inscribed with youthful exuberance. I understand that many once rebellious youths have had their share of unruly pasts. Yet, if one day you come to realize that the romanticism of the universe and the warmth of humanity are worth pursuing, would you not wish for a guiding light in the night sky to lead you back home, allowing you to return as the youth you once were? Now, let us welcome Chen as he presents his song, Stars Lighting the Way." Soon, Chen graced the stage. The moment the rhythm commenced, the audience was instantaneously astounded. Not merely astonished, but also engulfed in a wave of nostalgia. Regardless of how one perceives it, the prelude resonates with the musical style of the 1990s. It is so melodious, so distinctive, capable of stirring ripples in the heart. Amidst this rich, nostalgic accompaniment, Chen began to sing. In the previous episode, he had commenced with a dramatic flair. In this episode, as Chen's voice resonates, it evokes the enchanting vocal styles reminiscent of an era where celestial beings seem to duel through song. Effortlessly, he transports the audience back to the golden age of music. Under the vast expanse of the sky, a young man's dreams once flourished amidst the twinkling stars. Unaware of the height of the heavens or the breadth of the seas, he vowed to journey far with you to the ends of the earth, heedless of the weight of his promises. In my youthful folly, I became lost in the shadows, only to discover my own fragility as I gazed upon your tear-streaked face, pondering the distant threshold of home. Oh, myriad stars, please ignite a beacon of hope for me. Let the stars illuminate my doorstep, guiding the wayward child back to the path of origin. Let the stars shine brightly, lighting my future, warming the hearts of children with a glimmer of light. The audience's thoughts are instantly drawn back to their own school days. Chapter 61. Once upon a time, boys who played together, one as the judge, the other as the convict, do you know? Each year, the desks are etched with love words deeper than the ocean. The one you cherished during your school days could bring you joy for an entire day merely by sharing the same homework. Accidentally finding an elastic band that slipped from her hair could prompt you to secretly tuck it into your pocket. 13 years ago, Chen expressed the bittersweet and naive regrets of youth through either sweet or melancholic love songs. Youth is indeed youth, in the fervent years of adolescence. One can engage in myriad acts deemed rebellious by adults. The flutter of young hearts is akin to a midsummer night's wasteland, often without resolution, mirroring the unrequited love that marks many youthful experiences. When those girls reminisce about that boy from years past, they cannot help but associate him with the essence of youth. He evokes images of a cerulean sky and the soft light of dawn. He possesses tousled, soft hair, a radiant smile, and a gentleness akin to the refreshing breeze under the moonlight. He embodies both the chivalry of youth and a tender heart. Though he appears carefree, he harbors a passionate spirit. If he were to smile at me, my heart would surely flutter. Even if this clandestine affection ends without fruition, it remains a foolishly cherished chapter of youthful days. Zhang Shuiyo was utterly captivated by the opening lines of the song. Have you ever felt such a thing? It's as if we've been transported back to the musical era of the 1990s. Chen Xiaoxuan nodded vigorously. I thought I was alone in this sentiment. Yet it seems the divine singer shares this conviction. Su Song remarked, if I were an adult now, I would believe I was still that child from the 90s. Sitting in front of the television, listening to songs from Hong Kong, Ruiying was completely astounded. How did Liu Chen manage to compose such nostalgically styled music in this modern musical era? It's simply incredible, Zhang Shuiyo declared. Liu Chen's song could undoubtedly stand out in any era, even amidst the most exquisite musical competition, and become a sensational hit. Indeed, remarkable individuals shine brightly in any time period. Liu Chen is truly my idol. Chen Xiaoxuan was taken aback by Zhang Shuiyo's words. The esteemed singer actually regarded a musician who debuted over 20 years later as his idol. What extraordinary musical talent must one possess to utter such humble words? On stage, Liu Chen, having journeyed from youth to young adulthood, narrates his past in his own way, sharing the stories of many rebellious youths. Yet, he also advises those still lost to open their eyes and discern the right path, urging them to return from their waywardness. No one is exempt from making mistakes. It is what you choose to do after erring that truly matters. The present sky is a polluted expanse, where the stars have become invisible amidst the canopy of civilization. In truth, the heavens are not lofty, nor is the sea distant. Yet, the human heart soars higher than the sky and stretches further than the ocean. Having learned the art of deception, I, in pursuit of fame and fortune, find myself lost in reality, only to recognize my own fragility as I watch you depart with tears in your eyes, contemplating the vast uncertainties of the future. O distant stars, I beseech you to ignite a beacon of hope for me. In a modestly furnished apartment in the capital, a 35-year-old man named Wu Yong, enveloped by the melodies of Liu Chen, is transported back in time to 7 years ago. At that moment, he was just 28, standing on the cusp of his 30s, a time of potential and promise. Yet, he chose the path of thievery, leading him to the courtroom. He has long forgotten how many times he has stolen, or how many trials he has faced. At the age of 18, he committed his first theft, receiving a sentence of 1 year. Yet he did not choose to reform. At 20, he was caught again, this time sentenced to 8 years. He never contemplated living in the light. Instead, the shadows became his refuge, and a life of petty crime his creed. At 28, he found himself once more in the act of theft, seamlessly transitioning into yet another trial. On the day of his judgment, he offered no rebuttal to the charges read by the judge. Instead, he regarded the judge with a defiant gaze that seemed to say, I did it. What will you do to me? The worst that can happen is imprisonment. In his eyes, prison had morphed into his home, and he resigned himself to the thought of returning to a life of crime upon his release. However, as the proceedings drew to a close, the judge posed a singular question. Did you attend junior high at Anchuan County in Class 2, Section 3? At that instant, a torrent of memories from his youth surged through Wu Yong's mind. He focused intently and finally recognized the judge before him, Wang Bo, a former classmate from junior high. They had shared the same school and the same class, yet their paths diverged dramatically after graduation. Wang Bo, looking at him earnestly, expressed, I am deeply saddened to see you here. I long to understand what transpired in your life. You were the brightest student in our class. I remember playing basketball with you. Your three-point shot could outshine all the boys in our school. You once told me that you aspired to become a remarkable athlete. Time rewinds to the summer when they were both 14, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Two young boys, drenched in sweat, had just concluded an intense basketball match. As they rested on the sidelines, they shared their dreams for the future. Wang Bo spoke earnestly, "I wish to become a great judge, to pass judgment on the evils of this world and ensure that wrongdoers face their just consequences." Wu Yong, clutching the basketball, declared, "I aspire to be a phenomenal athlete, to have my fans scattered across the globe." That was the year. Two youths, once united in the pursuit of their dreams, never anticipated that 14 years later, they would reunite in such a manner. Wang Bo truly fulfilled his aspirations and became a judge, while Wu Yong succumbed to temptation, descending into the life of a thief. After pledging their dreams, does one feel guilt for adhering to his ideals while the other strays from them? Is it not a source of humiliation to encounter a former friend, once a companion on the basketball court, in the role of a judge presiding over a fallen soul? Does the sight of this hardened visage evoke memories of the spirited, sunlit youth they once were? While everyone is quick to condemn him as a villain, only Wang Bo, who knows his past, recognizes that he was once a kind-hearted individual. Wu Yong is at a loss regarding his emotions at that moment. He shifts from disdain to despair, weeping in anguish. Wang Bo, too, is eager to understand what transpired to transform this once radiant youth into a criminal. Chapter 62. When the years have grotesquely marred my visage, only you remember the essence of my soul in its nascent form. In the courtroom, Wu Yong candidly recounted that unbearable past, his parents' divorce, the unkindness of his stepmother, and the emergence of the child born to his father and stepmother. These tribulations transformed him from a character imbued with a fervent love for life into one steeped in hatred. He descended into self-destruction, adopting a resigned attitude towards life. The once sunlit youth had vanished, replaced by a suspect ensnared in criminality. Now, memories of his dream-chasing days surged forth, overwhelming him with emotion. At that moment, it seemed that the entity judging him was not the judge, but rather the once kind and exemplary version of himself. Wang Bo, in the courtroom, offered words of encouragement to Wu Yong. "We cannot foresee the tribulations that life may present, but we can choose the paths we tread. I hope you find your way to righteousness and lead a normal life. Best of luck, old classmate." While others branded him a villain, recoiling in horror, only Wang Bo remained willing to regard him as a former peer. On that day, Wu Yong's conscience and spirit were rekindled. He earnestly began his journey of redemption, bidding farewell to his past and the wretched self he once was. Similarly, at the age of 16, Chen, upon awakening, also renounced his former unruly self and chose to pursue a righteous path. Years later, a torrential rain awakened my dormant spirit. Suddenly, the city's neon lights ceased to flicker. A faint star tentatively peeked from the horizon, reminiscent of your gaze, still waiting for me from afar. The stars illuminated my doorstep, guiding the lost child back to the path he once traversed. The stars shone brightly, illuminating my future, warming the hearts of children with a glimmer of hope. If Chen achieved his extraordinary life through a system, then Wu Yong, through his own diligence, displayed commendable behavior, earning an early release from prison, and subsequently created a life basking in the sunlight with his own hands. On that fateful day, the sun shone brightly. Wu Yong made a solemn promise before Wang Bo. He vowed to walk the righteous path and earn money that was entirely clean, free from the stain of his past. He resolved never to retrace his steps, nor to return to the place he once believed was his lifelong sanctuary. His remaining years should not be confined to a prison, but rather spent in a humble abode offering shelter from the storm. Those setting lofty aspirations may easily lead to disappointment. Wang Bo found solace in the fact that Wu Yong truly fulfilled his promise. Today, he owns an auto repair shop, earning a livelihood through hard work, and has acquired a modest apartment. He understands the arduous journey and the hardships he has endured to reach this point. Wu Yong runs forward with fervor, striving to catch up with the dreamer of yesteryears, who once thrived under the sun. Although the dream of becoming an exceptional basketball player may no longer be attainable, finding the resolve to correct his course in his 30s is a worthy tribute to his youthful self. Wang Bo, much like a beacon of light, illuminated his path during the darkest moments of his life, guiding him to discern which road led to righteousness and which led to despair. He has always held a deep gratitude for this former friend, as time has etched harsh lines upon my visage. Only you remember the essence of my soul in its nascent form. That fateful trial, which lacked decorum, ultimately culminated in a gratifying resolution. This tale has become well known among netizens. In the comment section of the live stream, some users mentioned Wu Yong and Wang Bo. Has anyone viewed the video of the judge's trial, where he encountered an old classmate? It is not the trial, but the redemption of the soul that allows one to bid farewell to their wretched self. Reflecting on my past self, I am grateful that I chose to change. Life is so long. Why must I endure a miserable existence? The city generously gleamed through the night, reminiscent of the fearless youth unperturbed by the passage of time. To those lost youths, can you see the stars illuminating your journey home? May you remain forever wild, forever romantic, and eternally pure, wishing you wander for half a lifetime, yet return still as a youth. Returning from 1,000 miles, my visage grows ever youthful, a smile, fragrant with the essence of mountain plums. Liu Chen is not merely singing. He is vocalizing the shadows of his misguided youth, a time when he could hardly have imagined that one day he would become a celebrated figure of immense acclaim. Backstage, Yangmi gazed at the radiant Liu Chen on stage, reminiscing about that summer when she was 16. After school, at the entrance of the classroom building, as torrential rain poured down, she lamented her lack of an umbrella and the prospect of being drenched on her way home. Suddenly, a school uniform jacket enveloped her head. Startled, she turned to see Liu Chen gazing at her with a bemused expression. "Oh, you fool, forgot your umbrella?" Yangmi retorted defiantly. "Aren't you without one as well? In times like this, a backpack comes in handy. Then why did you throw your jacket at me? I know you're a diligent student, unwilling to use your backpack as an umbrella, so I, the academic underachiever, shall reluctantly come to your rescue, on the condition that you assist me in cheating on the next exam." Before Yangmi could respond, Liu Chen raised his backpack above his head and dashed towards the school gate. However, during the exam, Liu Chen did not solicit Yangmi's assistance in cheating, despite her seat being directly in front of his. Merely slipping a note would have ensured his passing grade. Yet, he refrained from such antics, and Yangmi completed the exam with calm assurance. Later, when she inquired about his reasoning, Liu Chen shrugged. "I simply did not want you to face repercussions for helping me cheat, risking my mother's wrath." At that time, Liu Chen was perceived as a troubled student by many parents, yet in Yangmi's eyes, he remained a compassionate youth. She always believed that his waywardness was but a temporary lapse, and that one day he would find his way to righteousness. Therefore, she never wavered in her desire to assist him, even when faced with repeated disdain for being a bookworm. Yangmi chose to copy her class notes for him without hesitation, even when Liu Chen was repeatedly punished by the teacher to stand until the end of class. Yangmi was willing to wait for him to return home together. Later, that troubled student transformed into a model child, yet Yangmi never considered seeking anything from him. She felt a pure joy at his transformation and sincerely wished for his future path to be bright. Just like now, even after lying low for a decade, upon returning to the stage, he remains a shining star. Chapter 63. The 150-pound baby and the guardian Mimi headed to the beach as Liu Chen walked to the backstage. Yangmi posed a question she had long pondered during her student days. That time, why did you only give me your school uniform to shield me from the rain, but not the other girls? Liu Chen shrugged. Well, I wasn't close to them, and besides, my uniform reeked of sweat. I was afraid it would faint them. And you weren't concerned about fainting me? Yangmi retorted. Back then, I didn't even regard you as a girl. Weren't you the tough girl? Tough girls don't mind a little sweat odor. How pretentious. Yangmi shot him a speechless glance. And what about later, when my studio faced a crisis? Why did you help me resolve it? At that time, Yangmi's studio was yet to turn a profit, perpetually in the red, to the extent that they were on the verge of not being able to pay the team as salaries. It was Liu Chen who provided her with a modest goal, aiding her through the tough times. From start to finish, he never asked her for a promissory note, nor did he mention repayment. Once Yangmi began to earn money, she promptly returned what she owed, along with interest double that of the bank's rates. Of course, I aim for that double interest. Just lying there doing nothing and suddenly earning millions. Who wouldn't relish such an effortless way to make money? However, the Liu Chen of that time took not a single penny in interest. Weren't you afraid I might squander that small goal? Indeed, I did contemplate that, but I had my means of tackling crises. What? Offering yourself in return? That 100 million goal can be considered my bride price. In this deal, I'm not at a loss. You're like Yang Bailao. Do you take me for Shia? While Yang Mi feigned disdain, her thoughts took a different turn. What if she had truly failed in her entrepreneurial endeavors? Would she have become Lu Chen's wife by now? Did that small goal signify her substantial worth in Lu Chen's eyes? The thought made her inexplicably joyful. Didn't you ultimately succeed in your venture? Joshing Studio has flourished so much that I, as a young Bailao, no longer need to come and take you away. Nor do you need to hide in the mountains waiting for rescue. Get lost. Upon returning to the singer's lounge, Zhang Shuiyo could no longer contain his curiosity and asked the question that had been on his mind. Lu Chen, have you studied the style of nostalgic songs? Lu Chen shook his head. Not really. I just enjoy listening. Inspiration strikes as I listen. Chen Xiaoshu interjected, but under modern musical styles. Such nostalgic songs can only be heard from past videos. No one can compose melodies as pleasing as those anymore. Yet you managed to do it. Su Song added. If this were the 90s, the 4 heavenly kings would have to include you, turning into the 5 heavenly kings. Zhang Shuiyo chuckled and shook his head. No, it would still be the 4 heavenly kings. I just wouldn't have a place among them. Zhang Shuiyo remained modest. The singers continue to hold a profound admiration for Lu Chen. In this episode, it is with regret that Ruo Ying bids farewell. Next, a decisive battle unfolds among 4 men, the competition growing increasingly fierce. Yet, Lu Chen remains remarkably unperturbed. When he expresses a desire to travel, Yang Mi appears somewhat bewildered. Are you jesting? Shouldn't he be preparing for the upcoming performances? With a casual shrug, Lu Chen munches on cherries, embodying a serene demeanor. In moments of uncertainty, one should remain calm and perhaps indulge in a few cherries. As he speaks, he offers Yang Mi a bowl. I purchased these this morning from the fruit market. 1,000 yuan per jean, the finest quality. Observing his nonchalant attitude, Yang Mi can't help but quip, does Aunt Jingwen know of your laid-back nature? Being her offspring, she is well aware of my character. In her eyes, I am an extraordinary person who rarely makes a sound, but is remarkable when I do. Is that so? Yet, Aunt Jinghua mentioned you seem like a person who merely eats and waits for death, showing no interest in starting a family. Oh dear, who isn't a child at heart. This 150 gene big baby has yet to fully enjoy the scenery. So, where does this 200 gene big baby intend to explore? Yami inquires. I already said I'm 150 gene. I wish to gaze upon the stars in the Milky Way. Yang Mi struggles to contain her frustration, fighting the urge to kick Lu Chen. She hesitantly poses a question. So how do you plan to get to the Milky Way? Naturally, in my dreams. Tonight, I shall tell my mother, farewell, dear mother, for I am setting sail. Do not worry for me. I possess the oars of joy and wisdom. I must depart, or else your meddling will diminish my intellect. All right, enough jesting. I truly wish to visit the seaside, though I fear getting lost alone. I must enlist a travel agency. I can take you. Yang Mi offers. Are you capable? We might end up lost together and have to call for a rescue team, wasting public resources. I often arrange outings for my artists, managing all aspects of food, lodging, and travel. Fear not. With me, there will be meat to eat. However, I have one condition. What condition? Lu Chen inquires. If I take you out, I shall be your guide, and you must pay me a guiding fee. Lu Chen nods in agreement. Indeed, that is reasonable. So, how much do you charge? A small goal. What? Lu Chen is taken aback by this figure. Such exorbitant guiding fees would bring tears to the eyes of even the most unscrupulous guides. Why not resort to theft? Precisely, I am the thief. So tell me, will you pay, or will you pay, or will you pay? I choose to dismiss you as my guide and find someone truly capable of leading me on an adventure. Very well, no more jokes. I will take you on a complimentary excursion. Lu Chen chuckles. Oh, how can I partake in such sheep shearing schemes? Have you not engaged in such practices yourself? Yang Mi retorts, speechless. The next episode of I Am a Singer will commence its live broadcast in just 5 days. The itinerary must be concluded within this time frame. Yang Mi has chosen a seaside destination in the southern region for this spontaneous journey. Departure is set to occur in 2 hours. Lu Chen, like a playful child, bounces along beside Yang Mi, the matriarch of the group. Yang Mi finds herself periodically admonishing this hefty 150-pound baby. Stay close to me. Don't wander off. Don't let others watch your luggage. And refrain from consuming anything offered by strangers. I know. You sound just like my mother, nagging incessantly. This is merely my duty as your guide. What would I tell Aunt Jinghua and your fans if you truly got lost? Chapter 64. You flew for 3 hours just to dig for seafood by the seaside. 3 hours later, Yang Mi and Lu Chen arrived at the beach, just as the tide was receding. As Yang Mi reveled in the sensation of walking freely upon the soft, yielding sand, she noticed Lu Chen sprinkling a bag of salt over the beach. She paused, intrigued, and approached him. Suddenly, from the spot where Lu Chen had scattered the salt, a clam emerged, which Lu Chen promptly pulled out. Wow, there really are some. Yang Mi exclaimed, furrowing her brow. What are you doing? Gathering seafood. These are fresh catches. Lu Chen replied enthusiastically. Please don't tell me you flew for 3 hours just to dig for seafood. With a playful grin, Lu Chen offered Yang Mi another bag of salt. You should give it a try. It's quite fun. Of course, if we happen to unearth gold, then we'd be set for life. Come on. Do you think this is a gold mine? Gold isn't something you can just dig up at will. Yang Mi retorted. Yet, as she witnessed clam after clam surfacing, her surprise grew. So this is how clams come about. Tonight, we shall enjoy clam freedom. Lu Chen declared joyfully as he continued to dig. But clams aren't expensive. If you want to eat them, you could just go to the seafood market anytime, right? Yang Mi inquired. The experience of digging them up yourself is incomparable to buying them from a market. Lu Chen remarked, glancing around. Look at all these people live streaming their clam gathering. Of course, some seafood is pre-buried as part of the show. Yang Mi nodded in understanding. Yes, it's all for the attention and views. After filling a bucket to the brim with clams, Lu Chen gazed out at the distant ocean and proposed, shall we rent a boat to search for treasure? The sun is setting. Do you really want to search for treasure in the dark waters? Aren't you afraid of sailing straight into the mouth of a sea monster? Let us wait until tomorrow. Lu Chen laughed, patting the full bucket of clams. You must know where we can have them processed, right? Why are you so certain that I know? Yang Mi asked. Because you're a regular here. That much is true. The hotel we're staying at offers free processing. Free? Lu Chen exclaimed, incredulous. Would a hotel actually do something so unprofitable? No, because I'm a super VIP, and the hotel uses this method to attract guests. Is this what they mean by money solving 99% of problems? At that moment, a fellow clam digger spotted Lu Chen and Yang Mi, rushing over with a phone in hand. Hey, everyone, I think I see Lu Chen and Yang Mi. In an instant, Lu Chen draped his sun protection jacket over Yang Mi's head, donning his sun hat and mask, before pulling her towards the roadside. Initially, I intended to gain insights into the trending live broadcast through Lu Chen, but upon witnessing the scene, I could only shake my head in resignation. The viewers in the live stream expressed their thoughts fervently. Where is it? Please don't tell me that the person with the sun protection suit over their head is Yang Mi. Filming a passerby and claiming their celebrity is utterly distasteful. Once back in the car, Yang Mi yanked the sun protection suit from her head. Is this truly how you intend to safeguard my identity? What alternative do you propose? Shot on a silk scarf or a sock over my head? Or perhaps a bucket? Yang Mi gazed at him in exasperation. I have a sun hat, a mask, and sunglasses, you know. Yet, at least my method proved effective. You weren't swarmed by attention. That may be true, but it feels rather peculiar. It typically only the wrongdoers who cover their heads after being apprehended. Exactly. And my sun protection suit isn't even black. Ah, you make a compelling point. I find myself at a loss for words. Yang Mi was left bewildered, unsure of how to respond. They could only return to the hotel. After delivering the razor clams to the kitchen, she retreated to her room for a shower. That evening, the duo savored a delectable meal of clams at the hotel. Of course, Lu Chen didn't feel satiated and ordered more. However, his thoughts were not centered on the meal. He inquired of Yang Mi, do you know where one might rent a boat? You wish to venture out to sea? Indeed, you seem quite fixated on the treasures of the ocean. What if I uncover a relic from the last century? This trip to the seaside would truly be worthwhile. It's not that simple. The local fishermen frequently set sail and yet seldom discover such valuable treasures. Are you truly expecting to strike gold on your first outing? That's precisely why I say I'm the chosen one. Perhaps I really could unearth something extraordinary. All right, it appears that without experiencing the harsh realities firsthand, you grasp the ocean's cruelty. I'll assist you in finding a boat. However, we must be accompanied by local fishermen. Otherwise, losing our way at sea could prove perilous. Agreed, no problem. Although Yang Mi managed to arrange a boat for Chen's excursion the following day, her heart was in turmoil. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. She had envisioned a romantic stroll along the beach with Chen at sunset, leaving behind footprints and elongated shadows, with seagulls swirling overhead and waves kissing her feet. Such a scene would be undeniably picturesque. Yet, Chen's beachcombing antics had obliterated that vision. Instead of a beautiful tableau, she was left with the image of a large child digging for clams on the beach. What was the purpose of bringing Chen here? Was it merely to witness him as a 150-pound toddler scavenging for clams, or to embark on an adventure at sea? What if they encountered a colossal creature reminiscent of a film? This journey would feel like a profound loss. Indeed, I am a fool, thoroughly deceived by Chen. Nevertheless, despite my inner grievances, the following morning, Yang Mi set off alongside Chen. Before their departure, Yang Mi diligently applied a generous layer of sunscreen and began to spritz herself with sunscreen spray. Observing this, Chen requested a bottle for himself. When Yang Mi noticed that Chen had nearly emptied the once full spray, she was left utterly astonished. Are you treating sunscreen like water? This is primarily due to my larger face. I must admit, those with smaller faces truly conserve skincare products. Seeing Yang Mi's face puffing up in indignation, Chen quickly reassured her, saying, all right, I shall purchase a whole box to compensate you. Naturally, Yang Mi would not genuinely harbor anger towards him. Captain Li Jian and crew member Wang Ping watched the playful banter between the two, feeling as though they'd been fed a mouthful of dog food. Chapter 65, Target Locked. Setting sail to retrieve the advanced sonar, the vessel swiftly embarked. Chen inquired with Li Jian about the most valuable items fishermen have salvaged from the sea, which were the sonars discarded by the Americans. This occurred several years prior. Although it was not the most advanced sonar, the Dragon Kingdom rewarded our fishermen for such endeavors. Thus, during the fishing moratorium, we eagerly pursued those American vessels intruding into our waters, collecting whatever they cast aside. In doing so, we not only earned a reward, but also assisted our Dragon Kingdom in acquiring advanced sonar technology. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could retrieve the most advanced sonar in these waters today, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. However, he knew it would not be an easy task. The Americans were notoriously cunning. Chen squinted, gazing at the vast expanse of the sea. For other fishermen, such endeavors relied heavily on luck. Yet for someone like him, endowed with a unique advantage, retrieving the advanced sonar discarded by the Americans in his own waters was merely a matter of enlisting the system's assistance. System, I have arrived. Please locate any advanced sonar discarded by the Americans nearby. Beep. System is currently searching. 3 seconds later. Beep. Target locked. Located in the northeast direction, 5 nautical miles away. Coordinates confirmed. In an instant, precise data materialized in Chen's mind. However, he could not directly inform Li Jian to head towards the designated coordinates. Otherwise, both Li Jian and the authorities would grow suspicious. How could Chen possess such detailed knowledge? Naturally, he had to resort to a seemingly fortuitous method to locate the sonar, which was crucial for the Dragon Kingdom's weapon research. System, I wish to acquire the skills to operate a fishing vessel. Beep. Detected that the system possesses integrated boat navigation skills. Synthesizing with the host. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You can now proficiently navigate the fishing vessel on the sea. In an instant, Chen unlocked the means to command the ship. He then approached Li Jian. Allow me to take the helm. Do you know how to operate it? Li Jian inquired. Of course. With that, Chen began to steer. Initially, Li Jian felt a twinge of concern. This was not a simple electric boat in a park, where one merely needed to turn the wheel. It involved a plethora of specialized boating skills. However, as Lu Chen operated the vessel with finesse and adeptly utilized the radar, Li Jian couldn't help but think, this is what one calls professionalism. Yang Mi was equally astonished. She recalled how Lu Chen had once collided with other boats while piloting an electric boat in the park. Now, he effortlessly commanded a professional fishing vessel. Well, had he secretly mastered these skills and left her in awe? Upon observing Lu Chen pinpointing a latitude 5 nautical miles away, Li Jian curiously questioned him. Why have you chosen this direction? I merely set it arbitrarily. Can we actually reach that location? It is indeed possible. Yet that expanse of sea is seldom frequented by fishermen, as it has yielded little of value in the past. Perhaps this time I might stumble upon a hidden treasure? Lu Chen chuckled. By the way, Mimi, could you initiate a live stream? When did you develop an affinity for streaming? Oh, I simply felt a sudden surge of enthusiasm. I wish to share my maritime journey with the online community. Very well. I shall activate a live stream on my account for you. With that, Yang Mi clicked into her streaming account and began broadcasting Lu Chen's adventure. Yang Mi already possessed considerable popularity. The moment she commenced her stream, numerous viewers flocked to witness the event. Upon seeing Lu Chen's figure materialize in the live room, the audience was astounded. No way, is that Lu Chen at the helm? If I'm not mistaken, that appears to be a professional fishing vessel. How can Lu Chen operate it so adeptly? What skills has he unlocked? He clearly did not grow up by the sea, yet he navigates it with such finesse. What intrigues me more is how Lu Chen came to be in Yang Mi's live stream. Did they embark on a journey together? Yang Mi directed the camera towards Lu Chen. While steering the boat, Lu Chen posed a question. Dear viewers, do you think I can retrieve the treasures cast away by Laoliu today? The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. That would be quite the challenge. Though I sincerely hope Lu Chen succeeds. I feel that only the chosen ones can achieve such a feat. I've seen live streams of fishing, but never one for retrieving treasures. The viewers were well aware of a peculiar phenomenon within the waters of Long Country. Fishermen from Long Country remain unfazed in the presence of Laoliu, who swiftly retreats in his vessel upon their emergence. This prompts the fishermen to pursue him with their small metal boats, determined to showcase their advanced technology. Time and again, Laoliu's newly developed equipment, having just been launched into the sea, is swiftly snatched away by the fishermen's nets. In their minds, Laoliu, who would never tolerate disrespect, finds himself thoroughly disoriented by the audacity of Long Country's fishermen. Yet, he dares not confront them directly. After all, behind a fisherman lies a formidable nation for protection. Laoliu can only grit his teeth and inscribe on his ship in Chinese characters, Sheng Na Wu Jin, Lao Ji Wu Yon. Despite it being his own vessel, he must etch Long Country's characters upon it. Laoliu's spirit is shattered, yet he feels utterly powerless. His plight is so dire that he exclaims, "The fishermen of Long Country are a maritime organization with a combat prowess surpassing that of ordinary beings." Indeed, they do not exaggerate. There is no need for hyperbolic language to depict the fighting capabilities of Long Country's fishermen. These seemingly diligent fishers are, in truth, capable of instilling fear in even the grandest ocean vessels, sending them speeding away while their souls lag behind in terror. There is simply no remedy for this. The intrepid fishermen of Dragon Country possess the remarkable ability to instill fear in the hearts of foreign adversaries with their ironclad boats. When it comes to safeguarding their homeland, they have seemingly offended every foreign force in existence. Initially, they led simple lives, catching fish and hoping for a modest annual surplus. However, their tranquil existence was disrupted by the scheming of certain foreign entities. These outsiders began to roam the waters of Dragon Country, discarding heaps of refuse once they believed no one was watching. Upon witnessing this disrespectful act, the fishermen resolved to protect the marine environment and create a splendid underwater world for the ocean's creatures. Consequently, they sprang into action, casting their nets and retrieving a multitude of foreign debris. As they beheld the ocean returning to its former beauty, smiles illuminated the faces of Dragon Country's fishermen. Simultaneously, the discarded foreign waste submitted to the authorities was found to contain the most advanced data. What a stroke of fortune. This was an opportunity not to be missed. In recognition of the fishermen's diligent efforts to clean the ocean, the government rewarded them with financial compensation, embodying a spirit of Dragon Country's fishermen bring forth the riches. Inspired, the fishermen realized that collecting foreign waste not only benefited the nation and restored the marine ecosystem, but also provided a modest profit. It was a triple win. They eagerly embraced this endeavor. From that point on, whenever they spotted foreign vessels in their waters, they would pursue them relentlessly. As the foreign entities discarded their waste, the fishermen would deftly scoop it up, 1 for 1, 2 for 2, leaving not a scrap behind. The sheer audacity of their actions left their foreign counterparts feeling utterly defeated. Occasionally, bold fishermen would even accelerate to confront the foreign vessels before any refuse was tossed, boldly declaring, "I shall collide with you." Thus, they engaged in a fierce contest. Ultimately, the foreign vessels not only lost their cargo, but also suffered the indignity of being bested by the fishermen of Dragon Country. Naturally, Chen was determined to seize the opportunity presented by the foreign waste, igniting excitement among internet users. Glancing at the radar, he noted they were now just a nautical mile from their target. Soon, the boat anchored at the designated location. Chen entrusted the helm to Li Jian. "Master Li, you steer while I scout the area." "Very well." Although Li Jian harbored little hope of retrieving anything notable from the foreign waste left behind, he recognized Chen's good intentions. Even if they returned empty-handed, he was willing to cooperate fully. Before long, Chen commenced casting his nets. Chapter 66. Submitting to the authorities, leaving with a flick of the sleeve, concealing achievements, and Fame Yangmi had been closely following him, capturing the moments on camera. The first net was cast, but it yielded nothing aside from some seaweed. The second net was cast. Yet again, it returned empty. The viewers in the live stream, who had initially been filled with excitement, began to express their disappointment. At this rate, it seems retrieving foreign refuse is not as simple as it appears. I can understand the hope of discovering treasures to present to the authorities, but sometimes such endeavors truly rely on luck. Could it be that old me has learned a lesson and now hesitates to confront the fishermen from Longwood directly? Has he resorted to using high-tech methods in a sneaky manner, deliberately complicating our efforts? Perhaps when the Americans next shamelessly approach, you should follow them around. Yangmi remarked. Honestly, enjoying the scenery is quite delightful. After all, it's your first time at sea. Expecting to retrieve something significant is rather unrealistic. Nonetheless, Chen did not waver in his resolve. The brilliance of the system lay in its ability to assist the host in achieving extraordinary feats. If the system claimed there was something to find, then there surely was. As Chen and crew member Wang Ping began to haul in the net, Wang Ping suddenly sensed an increasing weight. The pace of retrieval noticeably slowed due to the burden. Wait a moment. Could it be that we've actually caught something? Wang Ping exclaimed. The viewers perked up in excitement. It is currently the closed fishing season. Catching anything is prohibited. Could it be that we have truly found a treasure? The rotation of the net is slowing down. This must be something substantial. The anticipation is palpable. We await Chen's revelation. Could it be true? Chen's first venture into salvage, aiming to retrieve something significant, and he actually succeeded? I refuse to believe it. However, as the fishing net began to emerge from the depths of the sea, Yangmi focused the camera on the net at that moment. The viewers collectively gasped in astonishment. Wang Ping and Yangmi were left dumbfounded. What on earth are we witnessing? A large, dark, elongated object, though it has yet to be fully retrieved. It is already evident that this is undoubtedly foreign refuse. As the net was completely drawn from the water, the moment when the sound device was extracted ignited a frenzy in the live stream. The previously flickering flame of enthusiasm erupted into a blazing fire. Indeed, it is foreign refuse. Lo and behold, this is the most advanced sound device from the United States. Within it, there must be valuable data for us to utilize. Remarkable. Chen's first foray into salvaging sound devices has yielded results, and it is the latest technology. Who could possibly believe this if he weren't the chosen one? I do not believe it. Old me is weeping inconsolably in the restroom. The foreign refuse he secretly discarded has been retrieved by a musician. Old me, I have poured years of effort into developing this high-tech innovation, and it is just given away so easily. Li Jian was equally bewildered. During this period, he had ventured out to sea numerous times, hoping to salvage some foreign refuse to present to the authorities and earn a modest reward. However, every time he returned empty-handed, but this time, Chen merely pressed a button at a specific latitude and truly struck gold. Could it be that he is indeed the chosen one, destined to be fed by the heavens? At this moment, Chen wore an expression of unrestrained delight, exuding an air of triumphant certainty, as if to say, "I knew I could do it." Subsequently, he turned the boat around and set off contentedly towards the shore. A viewer in the live stream posed a question. Is this type of salvage permitted? Please don't scold me. I simply do not understand. The other viewers quickly provided explanations, infused with irony. Oh, come on. This is our own maritime territory. There is nothing wrong with retrieving items from our own waters. If we see foreigners littering in our home, are we not allowed to clean up the mess and restore the environment? The real culprits are the foreigners, who show no civic responsibility by dumping trash in our domain. And it's up to us to clean up after them. Look at how diligent our Dragon Kingdom fishermen are, tirelessly collecting the refuse left by others. This magnanimity is a hallmark of our people. In a live stream, Chen inquired, "How much prize money can I expect?" Li Jian replied, "It depends on the value of the foreign waste you salvage. The more valuable it is, the greater your reward. I estimate it to be around 500,000. Although this sum was a mere trifle to Chen, he nonetheless reveled in the delightful anticipation of receiving a bonus. Upon reaching the shore, the officials, prearranged by Li Jian, quickly arrived to take over. From this point onward, Yang Mi ceased the live broadcast, as confidentiality was paramount unless the officials approved the disclosure of subsequent events. Meanwhile, Chen joyfully returned to the hotel for lunch, gazing at the delectable dishes before him. He refrained from picking up his chopsticks, instead breaking into laughter, his facial muscles nearly unable to contain his glee. "What is so amusing?" Yang Mi inquired. After a minute of hearty laughter, Chen finally answered, "I just thought about how old me offered us a high-tech assignment at no cost, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude." Yang Mi, upon hearing this, also succumbed to laughter. Such occurrences would bring prolonged joy to any passionate citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Did you know? You are now trending. Your live stream salvaged foreign waste. And you are the first in the entertainment industry to achieve this. And you actually managed to retrieve something. Really? I hadn't even noticed, Chen said, pulling out his phone to check the trending topics. Indeed, he had made it to the news list. Chen live stream catches American trash. Clicking on it revealed fervent comments from netizens. Incredible. Chen has traded music for salvage and still excels. This walking foreign waste is practically a walking fortune. Although Chen seems indifferent to such trivial amounts. Chen, the importance of money pales in comparison to my desire to cleanse the marine environment. This is a duty I must fulfill as a public figure. How delightful is Chen, a brave lad, filled with ambition. His name resounds across the seas. The captain remarked that the marine debris Chen salvaged is akin to a walking 500,000. Such an extraordinary endeavor deserves nothing less than full marks. Following official assessment and analysis, it was confirmed that this was the latest release from the United States. Initially, our nation had strived to tackle this challenge, but unexpectedly, the data came to us unbidden. This operation proceeded remarkably smoothly, an exhilarating experience indeed. The authorities swiftly contacted Chen, and that very evening, he was invited for a meeting to receive his reward. Thus, an image emerged of Chen, joyfully clutching an enormous crimson plaque inscribed with a reward of 500,000. Reminiscent of a Na'vi country bumpkin grinning widely. Yang Mi captured this moment, and the official news documented it as well. Subsequently, viewers beheld Chen live streaming his efforts to retrieve marine debris, all the while beaming with delight as he held the reward plaque. On the evening news of the main station. Wow, that is a prime news feature. It's rare for entertainment stars to make such appearances. Chen, a musician from the entertainment industry, gracing the main station news with current affairs outside of his musical pursuits, is truly a groundbreaking feat. Chen, you are indeed exceptional. Where can one find young stars with such awareness? Talented celebrities with this level of insight are scarce. And to have the fortune to retrieve marine debris at sea is remarkable. In the latest updates, Chen has already donated the 500,000 to children in mountainous regions. Observe his vision. Money is secondary. He simply wishes to contribute to his country. No wonder I have admired him for so many years. He remains that radiant young man brimming with positive energy. Off we go. Let us team up to salvage marine debris. I too wish to earn 500,000. Upon hearing this news, fishermen across the nation began fueling their boats, setting sail overnight to engage in salvage efforts. Throughout, Chen refrained from issuing any press releases regarding this matter. The main station's coverage served as the most effective press release and positive promotion. He embodies the spirit of humility, cloaking his achievements in modesty. However, upon discovering Chen's whereabouts, numerous broadcasters sought to capitalize on the buzz. Yet, they were too late. Before they reached the hotel, Chen had already boarded a plane back home with Yangmi. Chapter 67, Gifts for Girls. Money suffices. How unpretentious. Upon discovering Chen's actions, Jinghua promptly prepared a grand gift for him. A house. Indeed, I have acquired a residence for you in this neighborhood. A splendid 3-story abode, spanning 800 square meters, intended as your marital home. However, I do not even have a partner. Thus, you must hasten. It is time to address your lifelong commitments. Yet, in light of this, my immediate concern should be preparing for the upcoming round of I Am a Singer. As only 4 contestants remain, and the competition is fiercely intense. I am well aware, yet I harbor no worries regarding your elimination. Your faith in me is truly commendable. Nevertheless, I will require Yang Mi's assistance for the song I intend to perform in the next round. Oh, Jinghua inquired, intrigued. Have you finally realized that Yang Mi is a fortuitous woman? Fortuitous? She certainly possesses an extensive network, yet your mother could also assist me with this matter. I am unavailable. Jinghua decisively rebuffed the suggestion. She wished to reserve this opportunity for her future daughter-in-law. The more time Chen and Yang Mi spend together, the better. This would undoubtedly foster a profound affection. Moreover, Yang Mi would be more than willing to assist him. Upon receiving Chen's call, Yang Mi felt somewhat bewildered. You wish to form a choir for the next competition? Indeed, is not the program prohibitive of guest appearances? That is not the case. Choirs are undoubtedly permitted. However, as of now, no singer has ever performed a duet in any music variety show. You would be the first. Ah, so I shall be a trailblazer? Chen inquired with a smile. Yet, I am curious, what kind of song necessitates a choral arrangement to convey its essence? Would a solo rendition not suffice? You are correct. This particular song indeed requires a choir to express its passionate fervor. So what exactly is this song? What kind of choir must I seek to capture such a grandiose spirit? I shall come over to find you now. Chen swiftly arrived with the sheet music to meet Yang Mi. Although Yang Mi could not decipher the accompaniment, she comprehended the lyrics perfectly, merely by examining the lyrics. One could discern the fervent nature of the song. Coincidentally, a music program was playing on Yang Mi's television. Upon seeing the choir, Chen immediately exclaimed, "They are perfect. This is the choir I have been searching for. Can you assist me in contacting them?" Yang Mi surveyed the choir's lineup. I shall give it a try. As of now, the Imperial Capital's male choir is the finest. However, securing their assistance may prove challenging. Each member of this choir is a graduate of the Dragon Country Conservatory, possessing exceptional skills. Chen pondered. The Dragon Country Conservatory? Perhaps I could reach out to my former teacher, Tianing. Shall I accompany you? Splendid. Let us set forth without delay. Chen and Yang Mi promptly set off for the Laoliu Music Academy. At that moment, Tianing had just finished her class. As Chen and Yang Mi walked through the school, they attracted the attention of numerous students. It was well known that Chen, the music king, was a source of pride for the Laoliu Music Academy and for teacher Tianing herself. Chen made his way directly to teacher Tianing's office. Upon seeing Chen, Tianing was taken aback with surprise. Chen, what brings you here? Let me guess, you're not simply visiting me, are you? Ha ha ha, indeed. Nothing escapes your keen perception. I come with a request. Tianing smiled. Is it something concerning music? Yes, teacher Tian. I'm currently participating in the variety show I am a singer, and the next episode is about to begin recording. I have written a song. Please take a look." As Chen spoke, he placed the sheet music before Tianning. She was well aware of her student's musical prowess. Despite not having released an album or a single during his 4 years at university, he had gained early fame and maintained his popularity effortlessly. His compositions were always of exceptional quality. Tianning picked up the sheet music and began to softly sing along with the melody. After just a couple of lines, she halted, not due to the song's difficulty or poor quality, but because she realized she could not convey the song's profound essence. Such a grandiose piece required a male voice, and indeed, a male choir to express its full grandeur. Chen, I can somewhat deduce why you sought me out. You need an exceptional male choir to perform this song with you, don't you? Yes. Chen nodded emphatically. I know of a remarkable choir, but it requires your endorsement, Teacher Tian. Tianning chuckled. You've come to the right person. Indeed, I was once a teacher with the Beijing Music Choir. These students are quite talented and frequently perform with the troupe. Just yesterday, they concluded a performance and are currently on a break. I will check with the choir leader, Zhang Lin, to see if they have availability. Thank you so much. Tianning quickly dialed Zhang Lin's number and explained the situation. Zhang Lin was astonished. Teacher Tian, are you suggesting our choir collaborate with Senior Chen? Yes. However, we need to confirm your availability. No problem. We have entire week free. Excellent. This afternoon, you will meet Chen to discuss his new song. It is absolutely suited for your choir. Understood. I will contact everyone right away. After hanging up the phone, Tianning smiled at Chen and said, "Everything has been wonderfully resolved. Thank you, teacher. I brought a gift for you." Chen spoke as he presented a cervical massager. "I am aware that your cervical spine is not in the best condition. My mother has been using this model, and it has proven to be remarkably effective. All right, then I shall graciously accept it." After leaving the office, Yangmi remarked to Chen, "I never anticipated that you possessed such a gift for choosing presents. Well, to be honest, I had initially intended to give a golden sculpture of a teacher, but my mother vehemently objected and insisted I purchase this massager instead." Yangmi was momentarily speechless. "You truly embody that peculiar aesthetic typical of straight men. Fortunately, you sought Aunt Jinghua's counsel. Otherwise, had you given that gift to Teacher Tianning, she would certainly have declined it. After all, it is far too extravagant. Teacher Tian is not a particularly materialistic person. Indeed, gifting can be quite a hassle. When I eventually marry, I shall simply give cash for all those miscellaneous occasions." How delightfully straightforward. Yangmi was momentarily at a loss for words. Should she concede that there was merit in his perspective, or should she argue otherwise? On one hand, offering cash does seem rather thoughtless and devoid of any ceremonial significance. On the other hand, he did indeed present a gift of considerable value. Alas, Yangmi could only sigh internally, pondering that perhaps this is simply the mindset of a straight man, unchangeable. Chapter 68. The Dragon Country's Military Soul. The male choir makes its entrance. That afternoon, in the choir practice room, the male choir from the imperial capital, led by Chen and Zhang Lin, convened. The young men, averaging around 28 years of age, were filled with excitement upon seeing Chen. As an idol from their youth, the opportunity to perform alongside him was something they had never dared to dream of. And now, Chen stood before them, extending an invitation to share the stage together. Chen distributed the sheet music to each singer. After much contemplation, he concluded that a solo performance could not capture the grandeur and ambience of the song. A full choir would ignite the spirit far more effectively. Zhang Lin nodded in agreement, recognizing that the song's impact could only be truly conveyed through a powerful choral arrangement. "Let us familiarize ourselves with the sheet music and commence rehearsals this afternoon," he proposed. No objections. The rehearsal process unfolded seamlessly. As a choir of skilled vocalists, they quickly adapted to the piece. Chen diligently collaborated with the group, and Zhang Lin, observing Chen's earnest practice, felt a wave of nostalgia. The person he had only ever seen on television and listened to on CDs now stood before him, radiating warmth and light that could easily illuminate one's inner world. This was not only due to his musical creations, but also his innate charisma. Out of respect for the song and its originator, The choir remained committed to their rehearsals. On the day of the 7th episode of I Am a Singer, Zhang Shuiyo arrived brimming with anticipation. I read the news earlier. Lu Chen's first sea salvage resulted in quite a catch. He was awarded 500,000 for turning it over to the authorities. Chen Xiaoshuan nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I saw that news too. I was in disbelief. I kept asking my assistant if it was really Lu Chen or just a fisherman who bore a striking resemblance to him. Chen Xiaoshuan grew increasingly animated. When I saw Lu Chen holding the award plaque and smiling with uncontainable pride, I couldn't help but feel elated myself. He's truly a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Have you ever seen anyone from showbiz go out to sea to clean up trash? It was utterly eye-opening. He is indeed a child of fortune. Su Song nodded in agreement. After that incident went viral, I kept scrolling through comments. Netizens were particularly amusing, claiming Lu Chen's actions were a contribution to ocean conservation, creating a better living environment for marine life. I thought exactly, that's precisely the point. Zhang Shuiyo chuckled. I hope we can successfully replicate that achievement and elevate our own standing. When Lu Chen entered, Zhang Shuiyo curiously inquired, Lu Chen, how did you know that the location you chose would definitely have ocean debris? Lu Chen merely shrugged. This was merely a stroke of fortuitous luck. I had chosen the location at random, never expecting it to actually yield results. How much merit must one accumulate to experience such serendipity? Chen Xiaoshuan inquired. The mere thought makes me want to venture out to salvage ocean debris. Just one find could lead to prosperity. Lu Chen chuckled. Not a problem at all. Let us team up for the salvage. Indeed. With Lu Chen, there will be plenty to feast upon. If we were to go out alone, we might not encounter such good fortune. Ha ha. The group brimmed with pride as they discussed the matter, whether it pertained to Lu Chen's actions at that time or the subsequent news reports. For Laoliu, it was akin to a devastating blow, leaving him sobbing inconsolably in the restroom. Yet, the events unfolded as they did. Any netizen who witnessed Lu Chen subduing Laoliu would undoubtedly strut about in triumph. The competition progressed smoothly. When it was Lu Chen's turn to take the stage, he made the following introduction. I believe every citizen of the Dragon Nation remembers that. Half a century ago, our valiant soldiers fought valiantly, overcoming great adversity to secure victory and drive the enemy from our land. Today, the adversary dares not invade again, and each one of us has never forgotten the heroic warriors of that time. Under such arduous conditions, we trust that every soldier charged in a battle with a resolve to lay down their lives for the homeland. Half a century has passed, yet we have not forgotten, nor should any citizen of the Dragon Nation. Now, let us welcome Lu Chen and the Imperial Capital Male Choir to perform the Song Dragon Nation's Military Soul. The audience was taken aback upon seeing the choir behind Lu Chen. Isn't that the Imperial Capital Male Choir? Are they doing a grand chorus? I suddenly recall the last time Lu Chen led the academicians in singing youth, igniting the entire venue. What kind of song will he bring this time to leave the audience in awe? The Imperial Capital Male Choir is renowned for their exceptional prowess, possessing voices that resonate with power and intensity. Since Lu Chen has invited them, one can only surmise that this song will undoubtedly be a high-energy anthem of positivity. Prepare to be astonished. Brace yourselves. As the prelude commenced, the audience was instantaneously captivated. Rather than being merely an introduction to the song, it evoked the charge of valiant warriors preparing to clash with the enemy. When the call to arms rang out, every soldier would risk life and limb, determined to inflict damage upon the foe. Much like Mr. Pei, who perished alongside the enemy in a mutual demise. These warriors, too, were committed to vanquishing their adversaries with their very lives. As the call to arms concluded, Lu Chen and the choir began to sing in unison. If the homeland faces invasion, the valiant sons must rise to strength. Drink deep from this bowl of hometown wine, for the brave shall not return. The mighty Yellow River, the surging Yangtze, grant me life, grant me strength. Let blood stain the most beautiful flower, spilling upon my breast. Chapter 69. An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood. The fiery and blunt Commander Chu is a treasure. The impassioned lyrics and accompaniment instantly captivated the hearts of the audience. The choir's momentum elevated the fervent atmosphere to its zenith. The live broadcast room was ablaze with excitement. I was immediately reminded of that previous stirring anti-war drama. There were no absurd plots, no degradation of intelligence, only an abundance of fervor. Nowadays, the air is thick with bombastic anti-war dramas. I feel as though my intellect has been mercilessly ground into the dust. Had the war half a century ago truly unfolded as depicted in those divine dramas, would victory have come so arduous? An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood, 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers. When my 400 million compatriots awakened, it was as if this mighty lion stirred to life. Do you recall Commander Lee's words? Even if the king of hell himself were to arrive, he would have to lose a few whiskers. How could Lu Chen compose such a fervent song? It is simply remarkable. Moreover, he knows precisely how to deliver this song in a way that ignites its passionate essence. I couldn't help but think of the aging veterans of the war when they hear this song. Do they reminisce about their own youthful selves charging into battle alongside their fallen comrades? As a netizen remarked, when the veteran Gu Qiguang, alongside his grandson Gu Weigua, watched this live broadcast and listened to Lu Chen and the choir sing with fervor, the centenarian Gu Qiguang was transported back to when he was 16. After witnessing the sacrifice of his father and brother on the battlefield, he yearned to carry on his father's legacy and fight against the enemy. Yet, considering his mother still needed care, he hesitated. On one hand, the duty to protect his home, on the other, the duty to defend his nation. Balancing filial piety with loyalty, how could he choose in a way that honored both his mother and his beliefs? His mother, having lost both husband and eldest son, resolutely made a decision. She sent her last son off to war. In those times, Gu Qiguang had witnessed countless such sacrifices, the last grain of food given to a soldier, the final piece of cloth fashioned into a soldier's uniform. The last son sent to the battlefield. His mother's beliefs resonated with his own. When a nation falters, what becomes of the home? Ultimately, Gu Qiguang bowed in farewell to his mother, unwavering in his resolve, shouldering his rifle to protect his homeland. He carried with him the faith of safeguarding the nation, the determination to avenge his father and elder brother, and the will to repay the blood debt of 300,000 compatriots. He fought valiantly on the battlefield. Time now shifts back to the present. At the same age of 16, Gu Weigua finds himself in a peaceful environment, seated in a spacious, well-lit classroom, able to study diligently. He can explore the magnificent landscapes of his homeland during the most beautiful seasons, without the dread of enemy aircraft circling overhead, the fear of deafening artillery suddenly striking, the anxiety of his family being torn apart by war, nor the worry of hunger. His life today is a reality that the 16-year-old Gu Qiguang could scarcely have dared to envision. He was willing to risk his very life, disregarding life and death, consumed only by the thought that if one day he could witness victory with his own eyes and see the enemy vanquished, it would be the utmost reward. The war had raged on for so many years. Each day and night, he bore witness to his comrades falling before him. There was no time for sorrow. He could only tread upon the blood of his fallen brothers and march forward with unwavering resolve. Gu Qiguang did not know if he would be the next to fall. He only understood that if he chose to retreat, he would face his father and elder brother, who had sacrificed their lives, with no face to show. The red flags fluttered, the military horns sounded, the sword was drawn, thunder crackled. It had always been said that in a narrow path, only the brave would prevail. Forward, onward, ever onward. This was the unwavering belief that Gu Qiguang would carry with him forever. After enduring 8 grueling years of war, he finally heard the exhilarating news. The enemy had surrendered unconditionally. We have triumphed. We have triumphed. Gu Qiguang, covered in wounds and bandages, leaned on a cane, momentarily forgetting his pain. He rejoiced and celebrated this hard-won victory alongside his comrades. With a heart full of excitement, he set forth on the journey home. He wished to tell his mother, "Mother, we have won. I have returned alive." However, upon entering his home, he was met with desolation. The few survivors guided him to his mother's grave, informing him that during his 3rd year on the battlefield, his mother had passed away due to illness. At that moment, even though he was battered and bruised, he gritted his teeth and held back his tears. Kneeling before his mother's grave, he wept inconsolably. He had safeguarded his faith but failed to fulfill his filial piety beside her. The elders who remained comforted him, saying that loyalty and filial duty could not coexist. Merely returning to see his mother and bowing before her was already a testament to his devotion. In the online forum, many left tributes to the heroes of the war. The sacrifices of the previous generation have paved the way for our generation's wonderful life. Salute to the veterans. In a narrow path, only the brave prevail. We must dare to confront all who infringe upon us. The veterans of your held such unwavering faith, united in purpose, steadfast in resolve, defending our homeland. The spirit of the veterans is passed down through generations. The soul of the veterans will forever dwell upon the land of laoliu. Gucci Guang approached the wall adorned with photographs. There, he saw images of his former comrades, including the sole group photo he had with them. At the center of that photo stood his former commander, Chu Yunshan. He was known as the most unruly commander in the eyes of others. Yet he was also a formidable warrior. From the highest leaders to the lowliest soldiers, everyone had felt the wrath of Chu Yunshan's fiery temper. Gucci Guang too had faced his scolding. Yet, no one bore grudges against him for his admonitions. Everyone understood that Chu was straightforward and that his reprimands stemmed from a place of care and concern. He still remembered the classic phrases from Commander Chu, such as, "Even in death, let be on the path of charge. Elite, I fight precisely against the elite. We may lack other skills, but we excel at seizing opportunities. Will you allow him to bully you? You coward! Strike him down. Where's your artillery? Bring it to me. Fire! Fire! Fire!" In contemporary terms, Commander Chu embodies an unstoppable spirit, daring to venture into the wilderness with unrestrained audacity. He charges in a battle alongside his comrades, placing their lives on the line, and revels in camaraderie and banter. He shares a complex yet inseparable bond with the political officer, marked by both affection and rivalry. Having endured hardships and ridden in a battle, he has embraced the role of a horseman. Known for his expressive language, he has scolded everyone, yet remains the beloved darling of both the commanders and soldiers alike. Like Gucci Guang, Commander Chu witnessed victory in his lifetime and rightfully claimed the glory that was his. In his later years, he enjoyed a peaceful existence, passing away without illness. Chapter 70. The land is restored. Heroes return home. The choir and Lu Chen, their emotions intensifying, infuse their voices with fervor. The red flags fluttered, the military horns sounded, swords drawn, thunder and lightning roared. It has always been that in a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Forward march, forward march, forward march, forward march. The resounding and impassioned song of Lu Chen and the choir echoed in his ears. Gucci Guang's gaze shifted to another photograph. It was a snapshot from a year he served as a volunteer soldier, taken with his comrades before their deployment. His loved ones have passed. He is left with no attachments. With a resolute determination to embrace death, he joined the volunteer army. Yet, he survived and returned to his homeland. However, some of his comrades, who set out with him, left their remains in foreign lands. Fortunately, the Dragon Nation has grown strong. Batch after batch, we welcome our heroes home. On that day, Gucci Guang went to the airport to greet his old comrades. As he beheld the vibrant national flag draped over that small rectangular box, tears streamed down his face. The land is restored. Heroes return home. In the days that followed, he visited the Martyrs' Cemetery daily, conversing with his fallen brothers. He wished to convey to those who had lived and died that the prosperous era we longed for has surpassed our expectations. We possess numerous aircraft, tanks, and weapons. Our adversaries no longer dare to invade us. We inhabit spacious and bright homes, no longer fearing displacement. Our granaries are abundantly stocked, ensuring we need not worry about hunger. We own thick winter garments, shielding us from the biting winds and snow. This prosperous era has come to fruition, just as we wished. Come, let me take you home. Yet, as life improves, my yearning for you deepens. I desire for you to witness this peaceful era alongside me. I wish for you to enjoy your twilight years in tranquility, surrounded by descendants. Alas, These dreams are destined to remain unfulfilled. The only moments I can see you are in my dreams. The spirit of the Dragon Nation's military. As the final, resounding lyric concluded, the audience erupted in applause. Guests backstage were moved to tears. Anyone with a profound understanding of that historical period would recognize that the spirit conveyed in this song is a faith passed down through generations. After the performance, Chen and the choir made their way to the guest lounge. The venue had been rearranged in anticipation of the 30 accompanying singers Chen had brought along, necessitating a more spacious setting. Chen did not allow the choir to remain alone in a separate lounge. He solemnly introduced each member present. He remembered all their names, a feat that alone was enough to earn the admiration of those present. In his eyes, they were not mere tools aiding him in achieving victory in the competition. It is truly those who can sing alongside him on stage. This reflects immense respect for the singer. In contrast, the younger generation often regards the choir merely as a backdrop, utilizing them and discarding them once they are no longer needed. The mere fact that Chen remembers the names of the choir members is enough for those young idols to learn from for a lifetime. Zhang Shuiyo also engaged in conversation with the choir. So, you're about the same age as Chen? Yes, Chen is our senior. I also attended the prestigious Beijing High School. Chen Xiaoxiu exclaimed, "Wow, what a wonderful coincidence. You are alumni and share the stage together." Indeed, being able to perform together this time truly excites us, especially since we have admired Chen throughout our youth. Su Song immediately concurred, expressing, "I completely understand the sentiment. Chen has been a significant part of my youth as well. Much of my musical inspiration stems from his songs. Thus, it is no wonder that many netizens say my style resembles his, akin to a mere imitator, albeit one who cannot capture the essence." Chen Xiaoxiu chuckled. "Can you accept this criticism from netizens?" "Of course," he replied. "I believe what they say is accurate. I have compared my songs with Chen's, and I indeed lack a distinctive style that surpasses his." Chen offered a comforting remark. "However, compared to those insipid songs lacking direction, your music is already commendable. Your presence on this stage is the best testament to that." Yet, when Su Ran announced that the individual leaving this episode was Su Song, Chen felt disheartened. "I just praised him, and now he is eliminated?" Su Song smiled and said, "This outcome was anticipated. Among the remaining contestants, my capabilities do indeed fall short. Nevertheless, I am grateful to have had the privilege to compete alongside everyone in this program." Su Ran then stated, "Now the competition for third place, second place, and champion begins. In the next episode, the three of you will be free to express your musical passion without any restrictions, adhering to the previous rule that you cannot perform your own songs." Chen Xiaoxiu scratched his head and remarked, "I have a feeling I might be eliminated next time. However, even if I am indeed eliminated, I will accept defeat gracefully." After the live broadcast concluded, Chen presented each member of the choir with a generous red envelope. After all, inviting the choir to perform meant they had exerted effort and deserved compensation. Initially, everyone declined, as the opportunity to sing alongside Chen in such a stirring song was priceless. However, Chen insisted on giving it, feeling that otherwise, it would seem like a free ride. Ultimately, they accepted it. Zhang Lin was taken aback upon seeing the 50,000 yuan check. This was the highest performance fee he had ever received. To Chen, this amount was merely a trifle. He expressed his gratitude towards the choir for perfectly conveying the essence of the song he desired to the audience. Yang Mi playfully teased, "At first, I thought you might present some peculiar gift, but upon seeing this simple red envelope, I felt relieved." Chen shrugged, rather than giving flowers or words of thanks. "It's far more practical to simply give money." The next phase was a competition among the three of them. It seems the pressure to excel is intensifying. "Stay calm. If we win, we win, and if we lose, we'll just go enjoy some milk tea." You remain so laid back. When I no longer strive for monetary gain, I find myself able to take many things in stride. Does that include marrying a wife? I have no idea where my future wife might be. What? Should I introduce someone to you? Yang Mi inquired tentatively. "No need. I have already found her." Yang Mi paused in surprise. "Who is she?" Chapter 71. You heard me, of course. It's milk tea. Lu Chen replied with a cheerful grin. Surely you don't intend to one day embrace milk tea as your bride? Yang Mi inquired, rendered speechless. Please, I have no peculiar habits. However, I do have an insatiable craving for milk tea. On a different note, would you be interested in joining me to watch a sporting event? What sporting event? A friend gifted me 2 tickets to the Paralympic Games scheduled for tomorrow morning. Would you accompany me? The mention of the Paralympic Games struck a deep chord within Lu Chen. He understood that the athletes participating in such events are remarkably resilient individuals. Compared to able-bodied athletes, they endure significantly greater hardships and exertions. Lu Chen wished to lend his support to these inspiring athletes. With this thought in mind, he nodded. Sure, I'll go with you. Great. The following morning at 8:30, just before Lu Chen was about to set off, Jinghua curiously asked, Why are you up so early? Where are you off to? I have a date with Mimi. Oh, Jinghua exclaimed with delight. Really? Where to? The park, the beach, or perhaps somewhere more romantic? To the sports arena. What? Jinghua couldn't fathom the connection between a sports venue and a romantic outing. Isn't that where the athletes compete? Indeed, I'm going to watch the athletes compete with Mimi. Oh, I see. Well, that's at least better than you sleeping in at home. Make sure to bring plenty of water. The sun will be quite strong today. Don't forget your sunscreen. Sunscreen? At this, Lu Chen recalled that he had promised Yang Mi a box of sunscreen spray, which he had yet to fulfill. He promptly placed an order, buying an entire box. All right, now she shouldn't be glaring at me in frustration. Having completed this task, Lu Chen and Yang Mi set off together. Did you not prepare a sun hat, mask, or sunglasses to conceal your identity? Yang Mi teased. Today, the spotlight will be on the athletes. As merely a figure in the entertainment industry, how could I possibly compare? Indeed, you possess a keen awareness, Yang Mi replied with a smile. Upon arriving outside the venue, the two began to queue with their tickets. Some spectators recognized Lu Chen and Yang Mi. Isn't that Lu Chen? Indeed, Lu Chen greeted them warmly. Hello, I am the dashing and charming Lu Chen. His humorous banter elicited laughter from the fans. I can't believe I encountered you here. I am absolutely thrilled. May I take a photo with you? Of course. However, in exchange, you must present me with a gift. At this, the fan hesitated, knowing that Lu Chen had never accepted gifts from fans before. He is certainly not the type of celebrity who exploits fans for profit. What gift? The fans inquired cautiously. Make sure to edit my photos to look good, especially the double chin. It must be eliminated. After all, I rely on my looks for a living, and I cannot allow unflattering photos to surface. Any unsightly images are merely the fault of the camera. Upon hearing this, the fans couldn't help but laugh. Huh, you truly are the same old singer we remember. You never play by the rules. No problem at all. As a photo retoucher, I can elevate your appearance to a level even more handsome than Panin. The girl exclaimed as she handed her phone to her companion, joyfully positioning herself beside Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen had a playful demeanor, he maintained decorum by keeping his hands behind his back during the photo. After the picture was taken, Lu Chen gazed at it and remarked, Indeed, I am so handsome it could incite envy. This elicited another round of laughter from the female fans. Is today my lucky day? I just happened to encounter my idol. Yes, indeed. Lu Chen nodded. Today, I am an unwrapped large gift brought here by Yang Mi to take a photo with you. Are you pleased with this gift? Absolutely. I am happier than if I had lost 20 pounds. Have you truly lost 20 pounds? Lu Chen inquired. Yes, that's part of my dark history. But I've shed the weight. Do I look fat now? The girl asked eagerly. Not at all. You could debut on the spot. You are destined to become a top-tier star. Lu Chen replied, eliciting a fit of giggles from the girl. Lu Chen's approachable nature and abundant humor made for a fortuitous day. Where did you buy your milk tea? Lu Chen's eyes fixated on the drink held by the girl's companion. Just at the nearby vendor. Her friend pointed out. The girl, quick on the uptake, immediately presented her unopened milk tea to Lu Chen. I know you enjoy milk tea. This is for you. Lu Chen exclaimed, Wow, you are so perceptive. With such quick reflexes, your boss must adore you. But I haven't started working yet. I just passed my graduate entrance examination. She replied, Oh dear, for a bright girl like you, not succeeding on the exam would be an injustice. The girl beamed with joy at the compliment. You are truly gifted at conversation. She remarked, I am merely stating the truth. With delight, the girl chatted with Lu Chen as they moved forward in line. Meanwhile, Yami trailed behind them, her expression filled with envy as she watched Lu Chen charm other girls effortlessly. Why is it that when chatting with me, he always manages to infuriate me? It's utterly unfair, she thought to herself. Resolving to alleviate her feelings, Yangmi purchased 2 cups of milk tea, sipping the first to calm her nerves. Upon entering the gymnasium, the girl waved goodbye to Lu Chen and went to find her seat. Lu Chen turned back, reflecting on the delightful encounter. Yangmi was seen holding a cup of milk tea in one hand and carrying another in the other. When did you buy the milk tea? Lu Chen inquired with curiosity. So, have you finally noticed that there is someone behind you? Yangmi replied, Somohat exasperated. Do you have any idea how long I have been ignored by you? Well, Lu Chen scratched his head. Isn't it a normal thing to chat with a fan when you encounter one? Indeed, but you have never spoken to me in that manner. You have never complimented me. When I lost 20 pounds, the first thing you said upon seeing me was, are you going to become a skeleton to catch Tang Sung and eat him? I was complimenting you. Lu Chen quickly corrected. It proves that you succeeded in your weight loss. So why didn't you just say, Mimi, congratulations on your successful weight loss? That sounds too formal. I don't need to adopt such an official tone with you, Lu Chen replied, playfully pinching Yang Mi's cheek. Have you lost weight again? Why do I feel like there is hardly any flesh on your face? You're hurting me. Yang Mi blushed and pushed Lu Chen's hand away. Take your salty hands off me. I need to find a seat quickly. Chapter 72. We have bathed together. After all, although Yang Mi expressed her thoughts, her heart brimmed with joy. After finding their seats, she sat beside Lu Chen. Today marked the swimming competition, and the venue was filled to capacity. The cameras frequently panned to the enthralling spectators, showcasing the skill of the cameraman who expertly captured the essence of the event. Soon, they spotted Yang Mi and Lu Chen in the stands, and the lens immediately focused on them. The large screen displayed the image of Lu Chen and Yang Mi sharing a cup of milk tea. Lu Chen noticed the camera's attention and promptly waved at it, eliciting laughter from the viewers in the live stream. He truly cannot part with milk tea. Didn't you promise to quit and lose weight, yet you're secretly indulging? Lu Chen, the man who brings milk tea to a competition. Lu Chen, only he knows the joy of milk tea and the delight of double pearls is beyond your imagination. Is that why he and Yang Mi are inseparable like conjoined twins? Yang Mi, didn't you say you would supervise Lu Chen to reduce his milk tea intake? Why have you also succumbed to the temptation? Is this what they mean by one who associates with the good becomes good, and one who associates with the bad becomes bad? Or perhaps one who loves milk tea will inevitably drink it. Alas, Yang Mi bit her straw, lamenting, I promised my followers to help you quit milk tea, yet here I am, drinking it with you. I'm going to be ridiculed. Lu Chen shrugged, an indifferent expression on his face. Let them ridicule. They will forgive you. After finishing 1 cup of milk tea, Lu Chen's gaze fixated on Yang Mi's other cup. Don't even think about it. Yang Mi guarded her drink. Did you not buy 2 cups with the intention of giving me one? Lu Chen inquired. No, I merely wished to relish the joy of double milk tea. Lu Chen could not resist teasing her. Why do you always have to be so obstinate? Must I shower you with compliments to earn a sip of that milk tea? All right. Yang Mi looked at Lu Chen with playful reproach. Let me see what kind of flattery you can conjure up. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, yet the air seemed to freeze around them. He remained silent for 10 seconds, failing to utter a single word. Yang Mi was left speechless. Is it truly that difficult to identify a single virtue of mine? Even mentioning my long hair would be better than this silence. You have long hair, Lu Chen stated. Yang Mi was taken aback, her heart crumbling. This fellow is genuinely following my lead to acknowledge my strengths. She thought, feeling exasperated. Am I truly that lacking? With that thought, Yang Mi angrily grabbed the other cup of milk tea, popped the lid, and began to drink. Lu Chen watched in disbelief, as if someone had snatched his prize away. Why couldn't you just wait a few minutes for me? Let me ponder over adjectives that surpass the beauty of the fish sinking and the swan falling and the enchanting and ethereal before I decide to interject. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi chucklet. So, this fellow intended to praise me in such a manner previously? He merely failed to discover a more fitting term? With this thought, Yang Mi felt a twinge of regret for having opened the milk tea. What shall we do now? Yang Mi inquired. Alas, We shall wait until the match concludes before venturing out to buy more. Chen propped his chin on his hands, gazing at the serene surface of the swimming pool, a hint of grievance in his demeanor. Suddenly, Chen was struck by an idea. He glanced at the milk tea that Yang Mi had only taken a sip from. Did you not only take a single sip? There is still so much remaining. But this is what I have already consumed. Do you not mind? What is there to mind? We have bathed together, after all. Puffed. The audience seated behind them erupted with laughter, nearly spewing their juice at the revelation as if they had stumbled upon a scandalous gossip. Chen turned back to cast her glance. The other spectators wore expressions of intrigue, eagerly awaiting Chen's explanation. At that moment, Yang Mi's face was flushed, more so than a ripe apple. It's not what you think, Yang Mi exclaimed in a flustered tone. That was an incident from when we were 3 years old. The onlookers grew even more animated, craning their necks for further details. Observing their expressions, Chen sensed that images of dramatic scenarios were already forming in their minds. This is easily clarified. That time, I took Yang Mi to play in the mud, and we both ended up in a muddy pit. Upon our dirty return home, my mother was absent, so Yang Mi's mother took me to her house and placed us both in a bathtub for a proper wash. The audience instantly grasped the situation. So that was the story behind the shared bath. This is the legendary friendship of childhood companions. Yang Mi whispered to Chen, "Do you remember this incident so vividly?" Primarily because my mother gave me a sound thrashing upon our return, which left an indelible mark in my memory. Indeed, I could hear your cries echoing from my house, akin to a pig being slaughtered. However, Aunt Wenjing is remarkably magnanimous. Despite my leading you into the mud, she still allowed me to play with you afterward. In contrast, my mother forbade me from taking you out, fearing I might lose you and have to face the consequences. Yang Mi chuckled. Thus, having a childhood friend like you, I consider myself fortunate to have grown up healthily and safely. Speaking of which, may I have a sip of that milk tea now? Chen inquired. Certainly, Yang Mi replied as she handed the milk tea to Chen. After taking a sip, Chen wrinkled his brow. Unsweetened? Indeed, it was meant for you, hence I intentionally refrained from adding sugar. Upon hearing this, Chen grinned broadly. I knew it. My agent could never indulge in solitary enjoyment. At that moment, the competition was about to commence. The athletes were beginning to enter the arena. After savoring the milk tea, Chen beheld the athletes making their entrance. In that instant, he was utterly astonished. Experiencing the event live offers a sensation that is profoundly distinct from watching it from the confines of a television screen. One can more acutely perceive the indomitable spirit of the athletes, their unwavering defiance against fate. Chapter 73. No one is a loser. They are all champions. There are 10 athletes in total. Some are missing arms, while others lack legs. Yet they stand here, fueled by their dreams of becoming champions and a tenacious spirit to challenge fate. The spectators in the stands do not cast judgmental glances nor utter mocking words. Instead, there exists an unspoken camaraderie as they collectively applaud these athletes, celebrating their indomitable spirit that seizes destiny by the throat. Chen ceases his playful banter with Yang Mi and begins to watch the competition with earnest attention. Indeed, in Chen's eyes, they are not disabled individuals, but rather valiant athletes in their own right. As the whistle blows, these competitors plunge into the water, propelling themselves forward with sheer determination. Go! Go! The crowd erupts in cheers, rallying behind them. No one cares who will be the first to reach the finish line today. No one is concerned with who will ascend to the podium. In the eyes of the audience, as long as these athletes reach the finish, they are all champions in this moment. The athletes without arms face significant resistance compared to able-bodied competitors as they strive to advance. Thus, the crowd does not witness the agile forms typical of grand athletic competitions. Instead, they observe the relentless effort and perseverance of these resilient individuals. Leading the charge is a competitor who, lacking arms, relies solely on his legs and core strength to push forward. Chen recalls his own struggles with swimming. Even with all limbs intact, finding it arduous and requiring extensive practice to master the basics. What then of those without arms? The challenge of mastering balance in the water for them must be far more daunting, not to mention achieving results worthy of the competition. Chen watches as the second competitor, Zhao Lin, inches steadily ahead, while others also forge on valiantly. With no arms, he must forcefully strike the wall with his head to initiate a turn. Although seated in the stands, Liu Chen distinctly hears the sound of impact, a testament to the countless hours of grueling practice that have honed such skill. Liu Chen cannot fathom the hardships endured, the sweat shed, and the injuries sustained to reach this level of proficiency. In the end, in this 50-meter freestyle event, Zhao Lin, the second competitor, claims the championship. The fifth competitor, Sun Qing, secures the silver medal, while the eighth competitor, Li Min, takes home the bronze. At this moment, two athletes still have yet to reach the finish line. They appear somewhat fatigued, uncertain if they can muster the strength to complete the race. Liu Chen stands up in the stands, shouting encouragement. Go! His fervent voice resonates with those around him, inspiring them to join in unison. Go! Go! The athletes who had already concluded their competition did not indulge in self-satisfaction despite their triumph. They gathered before lanes 4 and 6, vociferously encouraging their rivals. Keep going. Just a little bit more. You can do it. The commentator joined in the fervor, urging them on. Hold on. Only 3 meters left. Reach the finish line, and you shall be the victors of this event. 2 meters to go. You can certainly achieve it. 1 meter left. Stay strong. Victory beckons just ahead. Half a meter. You're on the brink of triumph. Hold on. Hold on. Cross the finish line. You've won. You are extraordinary athletes. In that instant, the arena erupted in applause. Zhou Hao and Zhang Hai emerged from the water, gasping for breath. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, with not a single spectator booing their last-place finish. Every individual in the crowd offered encouragement and affirmation, clapping vigorously for them. In this competition, there were no losers. Every athlete who reached the finish line was a victor in their own right. At that moment, Zhou Hao and Zhang Hai wept, moved by the support and encouragement from the audience, as well as the camaraderie from their competitors at the final moments. Just as the commentator had stated, they were indeed remarkable athletes. During the subsequent awards ceremony, those who did not place in the top 3, though lacking the eligibility to stand on the podium, received resounding applause and flowers from the audience. Each spectator wished them a future filled with blossoming success. Yang Mi could not help but shed tears, touched by the indomitable spirit of these resilient individuals and their unwavering determination. Upon noticing Yang Mi's tears, Liu Chen surprisingly refrained from teasing her and instead offered her a tissue, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Leaning on Liu Chen's shoulder, Yang Mi continued to wipe her tears. This poignant moment was captured by the cameras, albeit fleetingly. As the awards ceremony concluded, preparations commenced for the next competition. The resilient athletes remained undeterred, channeling all their strength solely to reach the finish line. Through their sweat, they delivered an outstanding performance on the competition stage. Each participant's scorecard clearly bore the inscription 100 points. This was their pride and the affirmation from every spectator present. The online audience was equally astonished, filling the comments section with abundant encouragement for these athletes. They are incredible, truly amazing. Compared to them, I feel utterly inadequate. I am fully capable, yet lack the courage to strive. I refuse to see them as disabled. In my eyes, they are extraordinary athletes. They, too, can don the vibrant red flag through their relentless effort. I clearly witnessed their victory, yet why did I find myself in tears? Moving forward in life, I shall continue to strive as I have today, wishing you all a journey adorned with blossoms. Even after the competition concluded, the audience lingered, reluctant to depart. Liu Chen remained seated with Yang Mi for quite some time before they slowly rose to leave. The clock had struck noon. Liu Chen softly inquired, "Are you hungry?" Yang Mi nodded in affirmation. "Then allow me to treat you to a meal." All right. The two made their way to a beef noodle shop. The television in the eatery replayed scenes of those resilient athlete struggles. Observing them, Yang Mi gently remarked, "Why is fate so unfair to them?" Liu Chen found himself at a loss for words to comfort her. Fate is inherently unjust. Some individuals traverse life with ease, while others face relentless hardships. Regardless of the nature of one's existence, we must accept it and strive for transformation amidst adversity. It may sound akin to the trite wisdom of a self-help book, Yet it is the truth of our reality. Yang Mi nodded in understanding. Yes, I comprehend. Chapter 74. Acting first and reporting later as the beef noodles were served. Lu Chen immediately reached for the bowl of Yang Mi, deftly extracting a generous piece of beef. Yang Mi stared at him in disbelief. What are you doing? Why are you taking my beef? Aren't you the one who meticulously counts calories at every meal? I calculated that the milk tea you just drank accounts for half of your daily caloric intake, and beef is notoriously high in calories. Well, in adherence to the gentlemanly principle of caring for the lady, I shall assist you in alleviating those calories. In doing so, I help you with your weight loss while ensuring that no food goes to waste. It's a win-win situation. Naturally, I must act. Yang Mi looked at him, utterly speechless. Do you really think your reasoning is sound? Where's the flaw in my logic? In an instant, Yang Mi found herself at a loss for words, unable to pinpoint a single hole in Lu Chen's argument. Consequently, she could only watch helplessly as he claimed another piece of beef. Of course, I wouldn't mind continuing to help you with your caloric burden. So about the remaining beef, get lost. Lu Chen shrugged nonchalantly and began to savor his meal. After lunch, the two returned to their respective homes. By the time Lu Chen woke from his afternoon nap, it was already 4 o'clock. A message from Jing Hua appeared on his phone. Remember to water the flowers this afternoon. I'm off to discuss a project with you. All right, let's get to it, Lu Chen said as he dressed and headed to the villa's small garden, where he began to water the flowers absent-mindedly. Just then, Yang Mi pushed the door open and walked in. Lu Chen, is Annie home? She yes out. What do you need her for? Oh, Annie Jing Hua said she would help me with the project, but didn't specify what it was. I thought I'd come and ask. But I can come back later. Since you're already here, why leave? Am I going to eat you? Not at all. I just fear you might see me as a mere tool to assist you in watering the flowers and tidying up the garden. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent. Yang Mi quickly grasped the situation. So, that is your plan? ISNT it. Well, you see, we're neighbors after all, and there's a saying that goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. As a good neighbor. Should you lend a hand when I'm in need? I refuse. I absolutely will not do it. Yang Mi's rejection was resolute. Unless you agree to 3 conditions. What conditions? I haven't thought of them yet. However, if I think of them later, you must comply. Is this not akin to the schemes employed by Zhao Min to ensnare Zhang Wuji in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? Have you taken a page from her book? Strategies are not outdated if they are effective. Do you agree? Then I shall adopt the protagonist's manner of speaking. As long as it does not contravene the principles of chivalry, I shall assist you. All right, let us seal our pact with a handshake. You're taking this quite seriously. You might as well play the role of Zhao Min. Are you daring enough? Yang Mi raised her hand. What's there to fear? Lu Chen exchanged a high five with Yang Mi, solidifying their agreement. He then handed the watering can to Yang Mi, who earnestly began to tend to the flowers. Meanwhile, Lu Chen settled into a nearby pavilion, indulging in cherries. Although he had just sworn an oath with Yang Mi, he was the type of person whose resolutions tended to be swiftly overturned. Yet, he pondered what tasks Yang Mi might assign him. Are you really planning to leave everything to me? Yang Mi inquired, glunting back. I'll take a short break first. Once I've rested, I shall continue with my work. Lu Chen replied, feigning enthusiasm, yet he slumped in his chair and closed his eyes. When he eventually opened them, he discovered the little garden had been meticulously arranged. Wow, what remarkable efficiency. This saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Lu Chen muttered, reaching for more cherries, only to find the bowl empty. Where have my cherries gone? He exclaimed. I've finished them all. Yang Mi responded, swinging on a nearby swing. How could you be so cruel, leaving none for me? Consider it a punishment for your laziness during your so-called rest. I wasn't sleeping. I was merely resting my eyes. Spare me. Do you think I'm that easily fooled? At that moment, Jing Hua returned, and upon seeing both Yang Mi and Lu Chen present, her heart swelled with satisfaction. Great! My daughter-in-law is here. This will make things easier. Aunt Jing Hua, Mom, since you're both here, I'd like to discuss a project with you. A project for us both? Yang Mi was taken aback. Are you suggesting that Lu Chen and I work together on a show? Yes, Jing Hua confirmed, but I need to obtain your consent first. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. I can't shake the feeling that this is a case of telling us after the fact. What is the project? A dating variety show. Chen nearly spat out the water he had just swallowed. Mom, are you joking? Today isn't April Fool's Day. Why would you tease me? Yang Mi was equally bewildered. But An Jinghua, why would you want us both to participate in a dating show? Chen was not one to relish the idea of variety shows. He was far from being the virtuous type. He was lazy, picky, and playful. Is it really appropriate to tease me in front of others? Mimi is not a stranger. You used to bathe at someone's house after falling into a muddy pit when you were little. What dignity do you have left? Chen felt a wave of emo wash over him. It was evident that his mother, in the realm of public embarrassment, was a true champion. So, what is this dating show? Yang Mi recalled the previous invitation she had received for a dating program. It wouldn't happen to be Signal of Love, would it? Indeed, it seems we are on the same wavelength. The program had previously extended an invitation to me, which I declined. Why? Jinghua inquired. Don't you wish to be in a romantic relationship? Of course, I desire love, but the male guest they invited failed to capture my heart. Attending would be a mere waste of time. Hence, I turned it down. Jinghua, the cunning fox, instantly grasped the unspoken thoughts lingering in Yang Mi's heart. This implies that if there were a male guest who could stir her emotions, she would undoubtedly attend. Thus, the intriguing guest in question must be none other than Guyu, who at this very moment is slouched in a chair, clutching his phone and grinning foolishly. Therefore, I have already secured Chen's participation in the program Love Signals. Upon hearing this, Chen was jolted awake from the amusing video he was watching. Mom, why did you finalize this without consulting me first? You are acting unilaterally. You are disregarding my rights. I protest. Chapter 75, The Pursuit of Dreams. The unyielding struggle of the self-reliant. The protest is futile. In our family, we adhere to the maternal authority. You must comply. Chen immediately cast a pleading glance at Yang Mi, as if to say, Social butterfly, please rescue me. I dread large social gatherings. I suffer from social anxiety. However, Yang Mi chose to disregard his silent plea. I also believe that at the age of 30, Chen should indeed contemplate significant life decisions. Upon hearing this, Chen was taken aback. This was a concerted effort between his mother and his friend to push him into the flames. Truly, what good sisters. They were in perfect unison. Nevertheless, Mimi, I cannot make decisions on your behalf. Whether or not to participate in this dating reality show must be your own choice. And Jinghua, I too feel that I should consider my lifelong commitments. If there happens to be a charming guest, I should certainly explore the possibility of a romantic relationship. Chen murmured, I didn't realize you were so eager. So, you've agreed, haven't you? Yes. Chen replied instantly. You didn't even inquire whether there is someone among the male guests who might catch your fancy before you agreed. What if you don't like anyone? Then I shall consider a chance to earn some money. After all, participating in a reality show comes with compensation. Your reasoning is quite compelling. I find myself at a loss for words. Chen's mother, how many female guests are there in total? Counting me, there are 4 in total. So, who are the remaining 3? Chen asked curiously. Why do you need to know so much? Let them be whoever they are. Mother, your attitude now is entirely different from when you were insisting I interact with the female guests. Jinghua stared speechlessly at her son. Do you think I am putting in all this effort for no reason? This is entirely to create opportunities for you and me. Do you not understand? I can only assist you 2 up to this point. The rest is up to you. Yang Mi was also indifferent to the identities of the remaining 3 male guests. As long as her heart's desire was present, she was content. However, the thought of 3 additional female guests instilled a sense of urgency within her. She discreetly inquired with Jinghua and learned that the other 3 female guests were Zifeng, Jingyi, and Riba. Zifeng, a girl just 20 years old, frequently interacted with Yang Mi. From her demeanor in the mushroom house, Yang Mi discerned that Zifeng was an admirer of Chen. As for any romantic feelings, Yang Mi remained uncertain. Jingyi, on the other hand, had always sought to ride on Chen's coattails, and Chen instinctively felt aversion towards her. Thus, she could be ignored without concern for Chen's affections. The most perilous contender was Riba. As a junior to Yang Mi, Riba was 3 years younger and possessed a striking beauty. Any girl would feel an intense sense of rivalry upon seeing Reba standing beside the man she admired. Liu Chen, the steadfast figure, surely wouldn't he blossom for Reba, would he? With a heart laden with trepidation, Yang Mi finalized her participation in the dating show. The remaining 3 male guests are the crosstalk performer Gui Xiaolin, Su Song, and Cheng Yu. The presence of such guests does not surprise Yang Mi. In the realm of contemporary reality shows, inviting 1 or 2 controversial young stars can undoubtedly generate buzz. To achieve popularity, reality shows must cultivate engaging topics. And these young stars aspire to leverage the high visibility of romantic variety shows to enhance their own exposure. If they can create a romantic storyline with a highly popular female guest, it would undoubtedly benefit their future opportunities. Naturally, these relationships are merely scripted romances for the show. Signal of Love will also be broadcast live, premiering 3 days later immediately following the conclusion of the 7th episode of I Am a Singer. Liu Chen has already begun preparing new songs. The semi-finals of I Am a Singer are about to commence, and today as performances will determine who advances to the finals. As the backstage atmosphere lightens with only 3 guests remaining, there is no hint of tension. Everyone continues to engage in cheerful and relaxed conversation. Zhang Shuya remarks, Liu Chen, you attended the Paralympic Games in person, didn't you? Yes, Liu Chen nods. Chen Xiaoxuan adds, I watched it in the live broadcast room. The scenes were truly breathtaking. As someone fully able-bodied, I felt a sense of shame. Zhang Shuya agrees, me too. Witnessing their relentless efforts makes me feel embarrassed. At my age, my accomplishments pale in comparison to theirs. Liu Chen responds, I admire them greatly, which is why I wrote a song to encourage them to continue striving on the field. Zhang Shuya's eyes brighten at this revelation. Really? I can't wait to hear it. It must be an inspirational song, much like how Teacher he introduces the guests. As we hustle daily for our livelihoods, lamenting the pressures we face, there are others diligently striving to take their first steps. I wonder if our audience here, as well as those watching the live stream, have witnessed the recent Paralympic Games and observed the athletes' fervent determination on the field. Dreams are inherently subjective. Their realization is often fraught with challenges. Now, let us welcome Liu Chen to present his new song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Please give him a warm round of applause. As the audience erupts in applause, Liu Chen takes the stage. This time, he sings passionately for those who dare to chase their dreams, hoping to inspire everyone to pursue their aspirations. When the rock-inspired prelude begins, the audience swiftly immerses themselves in a world of expansive paths filled with blossoms. Where does the world brimming with flowers truly exist? If it indeed exists, I shall surely seek it out. I yearn to stand atop the highest peak, indifferent to whether it is a sheer cliff. To live fiercely and love deeply, even to the point of sacrifice, seeking no validation from others, but only to be true to oneself. The opening lines resonate with encouragement for those on their journeys. Every brave dreamer is moved by the atmosphere of relentless pursuit. Li Lin feels this sentiment even more deeply. After a day of rigorous training, he found himself resting, inadvertently stumbling upon a live broadcast. Just in time to hear an exhilarating song, he reflected on his life. From the moment he was born, he was destined to be unlike other children, unable to accomplish tasks with his own arms. He would forever be unable to embrace his loved ones or fully embrace life itself. When he realized he was different from other children, Li Lin pondered his purpose. Where would his path in life lead? While others blossomed and forged ahead with determination, he struggled even with the simple act of holding a pen. Surely, he could not remain a burden for his entire life. Lacking arms, he resolved to practice using his feet. Bit by bit, he dedicated himself to the endeavor, writing from 1 to 9, from 1 to 10. What other children could achieve with minimal training took him an inordinate amount of time, so long that he lost count of the countless days and nights spent in practice. He forgot the number of blisters he endured and the calluses he developed. Fortunately, all his hard work bore fruit. He learned to wield his feet with the same dexterity as others used their hands. Yet, as he walked along the streets, he still encountered curious gazes. He began to withdraw, retreating into the confines of his home. To encourage him, his parents shared the inspiring stories of resilient individuals. You may look different, they said, But that does not mean you cannot bask in the sunlight. You can still live the life you desire using your feet. Inspired by their words, Li Lin gradually overcame his timidity. Ultimately, he chose the path of an athlete, a pursuit that, to many, seemed as daunting as scaling the heavens. Even for those with fully functioning limbs, the journey to becoming an athlete required immense effort, let alone for someone without arms. The challenges were formidable. Nevertheless, Li Lin resolutely embarked on this journey, committing himself to training. He envisioned a life where, after traversing treacherous cliffs, he would stand atop a towering peak, gazing down at the earth and absorbing the breathtaking beauty of the world. He longed for the moment he would reach the summit, where he could witness a path adorned with blossoms and bask in the warmth of the sun. Chapter 76. You cannot compete with the old fox regarding ideals. I have never chosen to give up. Even during the most disheveled days, perhaps I lack innate talent, yet I possess the innocence of dreams. I shall prove this through my entire existence. Though my hands may be less dexterous than my feet, I am willing to persistently seek, dedicating all my youth without regret. Not everyone can possess the remarkable talent that Chen has, ascending to the pinnacle of the music world in his debut year. Li Lin is not exceptionally gifted. To ascend the lofty peaks, he must strive upwards with his own feet, even if the process is fraught with obstacles, even if he appears somewhat uncoordinated, even if he lags far behind others. Nevertheless, he remains determined, taking each step with purpose, gradually exploring until he discovers the path leading to the summit. Such a youth will harbor no regrets. Once a flag is raised, it must be fulfilled. This is Li Lin's indomitable spirit as an athlete. He can scarcely recall how many times his head has collided with the wall in the training hall while striving to execute a perfect 180-degree turn. Each impact brings excruciating pain. After enduring the agony, he wipes the sweat and continues to push forward. Whenever someone passes by and hears that resounding thud, they know that Li Lin is training inside. There are those who question whether he can truly compete on the stage. Can he really compete against others in a formal arena? Can he achieve a ranking with this imperfect body? He runs forward, facing disdain and ridicule. Life's vastness cannot be fully appreciated without enduring hardship. Fate cannot compel us to kneel and surrender, even if our embrace is stained with blood. Not only Li Lin, but every resilient soul who shares a similar journey, as well as ordinary individuals, has faced scorn and derision on the path to their dreams. The crux lies in whether you choose to advance or retreat amidst the laughter of others. Keep running. This is the powerful belief that Li Lin and his companions hold. With the pride of youth, how can one witness the brilliance of life without perseverance? In the course of decades, even if the ultimate destination is ordinary, Li Lin hopes for a segment of life that shines brightly. When he grows old, sitting on a bench watching the sunset, reminiscing about his life, he wishes to do so without regrets. Rather than languishing, it is better to burn brightly. One day, that flame will sprout anew. The fervor of his passion has finally earned him the right to compete. In the eyes of some, a person like Li Lin should lead a withered existence. Yet, he has turned the tide with this seemingly poor hand, allowing the tree of life to sprout anew in spring. The future, dazzling and enchanting, constantly beckons to me. Even if pain is my only companion, I shall forge ahead. The moment he leaps into the water, Li Lin experiences an unprecedented exhilaration. To him, merely obtaining the qualification for entry is enough to bring peace to his soul. Even if one fails to secure a commendable position today, one must swim to the finish line and complete the race. I yearn to set sail upon the bluest ocean, regardless of whether I can return or not. Not just Li Lin, but all competitors share this same spirit. To navigate a sailboat upon the sea and behold such splendid scenery is already a magnificent achievement. To wallow in despair after failure is the mark of a coward. As long as there is breath in me, I shall clench my fists tightly. Li Lin's dedication has not gone unrecognized. After a fierce struggle, he emerged victorious, claiming first place in the competition. The moment he emerged from the water, his heart swelled with indescribable exhilaration. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, he turned to encourage his rivals. He understood the hardships that each athlete had endured to earn their place on this track. Regardless of the final standings, one must persevere until the end. Thus, he shouted loudly, rallying alongside the supportive spectators. Before dawn breaks, we must be even braver, awaiting the most radiant moment of sunrise. Finally, the trailing competitors also completed their races. This contest transcends mere rankings. It is about honoring one's own efforts. Continue to run, carrying the pride of innocence. One cannot witness the brilliance of life without enduring to the end. Rather than languishing, it is better to burn brightly, uncompromising in the pursuit of beauty until old age. Standing upon the podium, Li Lin accepted the blessings of his companions and the applause of the audience. Competitors who did not achieve notable ranks also received their rightful flowers. This does not signify an end, but rather a beginning. What truly resonates is not preachy advice or sentimental platitudes, but the raw truth that touches the soul. These athletes, through their life experiences, convey to everyone the significance of striving and chasing dreams. Look, we are all capable. Can you not? As the performance concluded, Li Lin was moved to tears. Despite enduring grueling training sessions, he had never wept even when utterly exhausted. Yet at that moment on the podium, listening to Lu Chen's uplifting song about pursuing dreams, Li Lin broke down. He wept for the bitter experiences of his past and for the realization of his dreams after relentless effort. As the song came to an end, the audience expressed their affirmation, and the live stream was filled with praise. I'm in tears. How does Lu Chen always manage to compose such beautiful songs? He was born with a silver spoon, leading a smooth life, never tasting hardship, yet he effortlessly writes songs that resonate with ordinary people. This is the essence of a true artist. As Lu Chen said, the purpose of music is to evoke empathy. Though I know Lu Chen is serving up sentimental soup, this is one broth I'm willing to savor. Yang Mi gazed at the radiant Lu Chen on stage, who remained unchanged from his former self. When singing, one adopts a serious demeanor. Naturally, upon arriving backstage, Lu Chen transforms into a playful character. Faced with Zhang Shuiyo, who clearly hails from an extraordinary background, possessing everything from birth, he nonchalantly raises his hands, seemingly unremarkable, yet manages to exude an air of subtle grandeur. Perhaps it's talent? Chen Xiaoxuan chuckles. You do realize that this answer may provoke some ire, don't you? Lu Chen replies with a grin. Aside from this answer, are there any alternatives? The group ponders for a brief moment before shaking their heads in unison. Indeed, there appears to be no other answer. Thus, Su Ran, please reveal whether the top spot remains devoid of suspense. Su Ran nods affirmatively. She never needs to create suspense for the first place. The audience is well aware that Lu Chen is truly deserving of the accolade. They tune in not to witness who ultimately claims the title, but to relish Lu Chen's melodious performances. Competition does not necessarily hinge on victory or defeat. Sometimes, cherishing the journey itself is a splendid affair, provided that the participants approach it with a cheerful disposition. So, am I the one being eliminated? Chen Xiaoxuan inquires. I believe this too lacks suspense. If I were to oust the song god, many listeners would certainly suspect foul play. Zhang Shuiyo replies with a smile. You are quite aware of your own abilities, Su Ran announces, holding the scorecard. Allow me to disclose Chen Xiaoxuan's results. Chen Xiaoxuan, you may now board a plane home. Are you employing that old trick again? Is it a flight home, never to return, or a prompt return to prepare for the next round? Chen Xiaoxuan asks. Well, it's the former. Chen Xiaoxuan shrugs. I anticipated this outcome. However, I'm more than willing to accept it. To have journeyed from the beginning to now, securing third place is already the finest achievement for me. From this point onward, I shall be known as the Song God, second only to the two reigning titans, Lu Chen and Zhang Shuiyo. My value is about to skyrocket. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. Laughter erupts from the crowd. Indeed, Chen Xiaoxuan came to enjoy himself, utterly unconcerned about his ranking. Of course, had he been eliminated in the earlier rounds, he might have questioned his existence. While this episode concluded satisfactorily, Lu Chen felt a sense of dread regarding the upcoming variety show he was to participate in. Can I opt out? Certainly. Young Mi nods. As long as you can pay the penalty fee. I believe the contract stipulates tenfold compensation of your appearance fee. If your fee for the season's dating show is a modest target, tenfold would amount to 10 small targets. Imagine how many cups of milk tea that could buy. Upon hearing this, Chen realized it was decidedly not worth it. Milk tea is his cherished treasure. Life feels incomplete without it. Moreover, there's the penalty for failing to meet 10 minor objectives. Chen possesses wealth, yet he is not foolish. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen can only acquiesce to reality, embrace the harsh truths of existence. Yangmi exclaimed with a playful grin, "You cannot possibly outsmart Aunt Jinghua, that cunning old fox." In light of this, it seems I should indeed seek refuge in a cave to diligently cultivate my skills. Perhaps after a millennium, I shall emerge transformed to confront my mother. Are you certain Aunt Jinghua will still be around after 1,000 years? Yami Asked, rendered speak less. By the way, who are the other female contestants participating in the dating show this time? Chen inquired with curiosity. Chapter 77. What S with the pretense? It's not like you haven't been to my bedroom. Sister Zifeng, you're familiar with her. She S your little fan. Jingyi, you also know her. The celebrity who tries every trick in the book to ride on your popularity. Reba, who has been in the industry for 5 years, is now a rising star. Oh, Chen replied nonchalantly. Why such a reaction? I thought mentioning Reba's name would excite you. Why would I be excited? Chen asked. She doesn't owe me any money. Yangmi was momentarily speechless. I meant Reba's beauty. No man could resist her. I'm not just any man. Oh, so you're like Lu Xiaohui, able to remain unperturbed? No, I'm just an ordinary man. I do not fancy women. Screech. Yangmi abruptly slammed the brakes. Chen was startled. What are you doing? Yangmi exclaimed, looking at Chen in shock. What did you just say? You don't like women? Yeah. I prefer money. Yummy instantly understood. For heaven's sake, could you please finish your thought in one go? Do you realize how misleading that sounds? Chen shrugged. It's your imagination that lacks creativity, or perhaps your mind is just filled with driving scenes. Get lost. The reality show recording commenced the following morning. Chen had just concluded the recording for I Am a Singer, rested for a night, and was to dive straight into work the next day. Upon returning home, his luggage had already been packed by Jinghua. This is your luggage. Just grab it and head to the set tomorrow. Chen stared at the student backpack, bewildered. Mom, are you sure this backpack can hold all my things? Of course. It's just a day of live streaming. The sponsors have prepared everything. You just need to bring a change of clothes. You truly are my mother. I must express my heartfelt gratitude for your meticulous care. No need for thanks. Just make sure you bring back a daughter-in-law. Chen said jokingly. What if the daughter-in-law I bring back ISN Timimi? Then you could just leave right there. At that moment, Mama Wu entered, holding a parcel. Here, that's your delivery. Let me see. Chen took it and discovered the sunscreen spray he had bought for Yangmi had arrived. Perfect timing for the recording, as she would need it for outdoor activities. As he carried the large box of sunscreen sprays to find Yangmi, she was astonished to see so many bottles. Why did you buy so much? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were running a wholesale business. Didn't I tell you? I would definitely get you a whole box. So, what do you think? Am I not a man of my word? Indeed, while the gifts I received were rather overwhelming in quantity, they were at least of a more conventional nature. Speaking of which, is the golden plaque I gifted you still hanging in your bedroom? Chen inquired. Yes. Would you like to take a look? As a gentleman, it seems rather inappropriate for me to enter a lady's private quarters. Oh, come now. Have you forgotten that fateful day when, at the tender age of 8, you sought refuge from Jinghua's wrath by hiding under my bed? Indeed, I recall treating you to an ice cream as a token of gratitude for sheltering me. Enough of this chit-chat. Let's go. Yangmi's bedroom spanned a generous 50 square meters, characterized by its spaciousness and bright floor-to-ceiling windows. The decor exuded a fresh and airy vibe. Yet the golden plaque on the wall seemed somewhat discordant. Chen chuckled, remarking, "It's quite beautiful, isn't it? Gleaming and weighty, so delightfully unpretentious. Indeed, I hope to never receive such unadorned gifts again." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Reflexively, Chen darted under Yangmi's bed. Yangmi, taken aback, hurried over and inquired, "What are you doing?" "Huh?" Lu Chen realized and quickly emerged. It's just a conditioned reflex from childhood. I thought my mother had come to drag me home. Yang Mi burst into laughter. So, that time you deliberately returned home late, only to be met with a thorough scolding from Aunt Jinghua? What else could it be? With my mother's temperament, she wouldn't rest until I received a proper reprimand. Well then, it's getting late, and I should head back to rest. I have a program to record early tomorrow. All right, good night. Aren't you going to wish me sweet dreams of hitting the jackpot tonight? Get lost. The following morning at 8 o'clock marked the arrival of the signal of love to welcome the guests. The live broadcast had commenced. Before the guests gathered at the villa, each was assigned a specific camera. The director, Wang Zheng, would switch the feed based on the guest performances to determine who would ultimately appear in the live studio. Prior to this, the production team had officially announced the guest list, excluding Lu Chen, creating a suspenseful air around the reveal of this superstar on the day of the broadcast. Viewers eagerly speculated about the identity of this enigmatic male guest. At that moment, in the live studio, all guests except Yang Mi had already made their appearances. The audience began to conjecture about the mysterious guest's identity. To be honest, I truly hope the production team can secure Lu Chen. Wasn't he examined by a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner before? After all these years in the industry, he has remained single. By the age of 30, he should have resolved any romantic entanglements, right? Considering all of Lu Chen's attributes. Even if he were a 60-year-old man, countless admirers would still vie for his affection. Let us think bigger. Those admirers are hardly worthy of mention, are they? It is indeed the type of scenario where countless young and beautiful starlets vie for attention. Since Lu Chen and Yang Mi are neighbors, the production team arranged for them to be picked up in the same vehicle. Initially, the camera focused on Yang Mi, who emerged from the villa, clad in a white dress with her long, straight black hair cascading elegantly. With a subtle touch of makeup, she resembled a fresh-faced campus belle. Next, the identity of the final guest was about to be revealed. Viewers fixed their gaze on the live broadcast, eager to uncover the identity of this mysterious guest. When Lu Chen stepped out of the villa, the camera did not immediately reveal his face, instead opting for a close-up of his lower half. Oh my goodness! The production team is so mischievous, withholding a full-face shot at this point. Wait, with that height, physique, and fashion sense, it certainly appears to be Lu Chen. Good heavens, could it really be Lu Chen? No way. Shouldn't he be lounging around, sipping milk tea at this moment? Oh wow, look at the cup in his hand. I've seen it before during an interview with guests backstage at I Am Singer. It's the cup Yang Mi used to prepare his milk tea. As the camera panned upward, the mysterious male guest's full face was finally revealed. The moment viewers laid eyes on him, the online community erupted in excitement. Oh, it's truly Lu Chen. No way. Surely this isn't an AI face swap. Lu Chen is actually participating in a dating show. The allure of easy money is indeed irresistible. As a confirmed bachelor, Lu Chen's actions seem perfectly justified. Signal of Love does not follow a script. It merely provides the guests with an environment and framework for activities. The rest relies on their own improvisation. If there were a script, Lu Chen would never agree to appear on camera, as he is not one to be easily manipulated. Yang Mi appeared somewhat bewildered upon seeing Lu Chen's luggage. Is that all you brought, just a backpack? Well, it's only for a day after all. But why did you bring 2 suitcases? Are you moving in? Inside are my change of clothes and skincare products. Perhaps I overpacked a bit. A bit? More like excessively. Lu Chen casually grabbed one suitcase and placed it in the trunk, then organized the other as well. Viewers found this amusing. Haha, though he grumbles, his actions betray his willingness to help with the luggage. I just walked in and saw Lu Chen and Yang Mi bickering. Is this what happens when childhood friends grow up together? By the way, Lu Chen never seems to part with his milk tea. Does he fear turning into a bear from all that consumption? Soon, Yang Mi and Lu Chen settled into the business vehicle, embarking on their journey to the destination. Wang Zheng was well aware that among the current guests, the interactions between Yang Mi and Lu Chen promised the most intrigue. The camera then shifted to focus on the two of them. Lu Chen's accompanying director, Wen Chao, posed a question to him. Lu Chen, what prompted you to join the Signal of Love? In Wen Chao's perspective, whenever guests are posed with such inquiries, their responses are often textbook-like. For instance, one might say they seek true love here. However, such formulaic thinking cannot be applied to Liu Chen. His answers consistently leave the production team in utter disarray. Chapter 78. The first encounter with Reba. Initially, I had no intention of attending. This left the audience momentarily astonished. Would the next phrase inevitably be, however, the compensation offered was simply too generous? Yet, Liu Chen candidly stated, it was my mother who signed the contract behind my back. I had no choice but to come. Wen Chao's expression darkened at this revelation. This was undeniably an awkward silence. It was evident that conversing with this old fox would be infuriating. Wen Chao could only redirect his attention to Yang Mi. So, Mimi, do you hope to encounter your ideal partner on the show? Yang Mi nodded. Indeed, after being single for so many years, I too wish to find love. At that moment, in the villa district, the other guests had already arrived. Upon learning that the mysterious guest was Liu Chen, Zifeng became exhilarated. Wow, it's actually my idol. This is fantastic. I can meet my idol again. However, Jing Yi furrowed her brow upon realizing it was Liu Chen. Her previous attempts to ride on Liu Chen's coattails had backfired, resulting in a wave of disdain directed at her from him. Consequently, she relinquished any aspirations of seeking attention through Liu Chen, recognizing that such fame was beyond her reach. She resolved to create buzz through other avenues instead. To her surprise, she would once again encounter Liu Chen on a reality show. However, this time was different. The production team would periodically organize games to pair different guests together. When that moment arrived, regardless of Liu Chen's aversion, once paired, he would be unable to escape. Moreover, in front of a live audience, Liu Chen would not overtly display his disdain. At that point, she could generate a wave of publicity. As long as she sparked conversation, she need not fear a lack of attention. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity that she was determined to seize, irrespective of the risks involved. With this thought in mind, Jing Yi began to perk up. Yet, she had overestimated her own capabilities. Although Liu Chen had not honed his skills to the level of a cunning old fox like Jing Hua, he possessed ample tricks to deal with someone like Jing Yi. Upon hearing Liu Chen's name, Reba felt a stir within her. Liu Chen was a cherished memory from her youth. She had listened to his songs throughout her formative years, making them one of the beautiful recollections of her life. Even after entering the entertainment industry, starting as a supporting character and eventually rising to stardom, she had never shared the stage with Liu Chen. She had often envisioned such an opportunity, yet Liu Chen's path in music had never intersected with her acting career. Finally, the time had come for them to perform together. Reba did not intend to capitalize on Liu Chen's fame or engage in any publicity stunts. The entertainment circle was relatively small, and everyone was well aware of the happenings within it. She could see the closeness between Yang Mi and Liu Chen. It was evident that Yang Mi held a fondness for Liu Chen, and he had never shown any reluctance to be associated with her. The bond forged during childhood often carries profound significance. For her, merely sharing the stage with her adolescent idol is a cherished memory of a lifetime. Upon entering the villa alongside Yang Mi, Zifeng eagerly bounded over. Liu Chen, Mi Jia. Liu Chen and Yang Mi greeted her with smiles. It has been quite a while since we last met after our visit to Mushroom House. Indeed, we must make the most of our time together this time. Su Song approached. Liu Chen, the prodigious musician who triumphed over himself on I'm a Singer. Su Song held him in high esteem. Su Song, are you also hoping to find romance? Absolutely. This season is perfect for love, and I don't want to remain single forever. Liu Chen chuckled, casting a glance at the other guests in the living room. Besides Jing Yi, who seemed eager to ride on his coattails, and Cheng Yu, who intended to dethrone him from his position of prominence, there were Gui Xiaolin and Ri Ba, individuals with whom he had never interacted before. Nevertheless, as the young master of Netizens society, Liu Chen had often listened to Gui Xiaolin's performances. Although Netizens society had achieved unparalleled fame in the realm of crosstalk, Gui Xiaolin exhibited none of the traits typically associated with a spoiled heir. Instead, he was humble, courteous, and sincere, possessing commendable professional skills, truly an exceptional second-generation star. This was largely attributed to his father, who consistently reprimanded him, and his earnest godfather, who taught him the values of life. Conversely, Xiaolin admired Lu Chen. At the age of 25, he had once fervently followed Lu Chen's music during his youth. Yet, upon encountering his idol for the first time, he felt a bit shy and awkward. "Hello, Senior Lu Chen." Lu Chen chuckled in response. "Oh dear, when you address me like that, I feel as if I've transformed into a balding, portly uncle. If you don't mind, you may call me Chingge, just like Peng Peng does." "All right. Hello, Chingge. I've actually listened to your crosstalk," Lu Chen remarked. "Really?" Xiaolin was taken aback. He had never spotted Lu Chen in the audience during his performances. However, this was hardly surprising, as every show was a resounding success, with seats filled to capacity. With so many spectators and his focus on the performance, he naturally would not notice who was seated in the audience. "Indeed, I even recorded videos and took photos of you during the live shows. It's truly an honor to know that Chen Ge supports my work. Please let me know next time you attend." "Of course." Lu Chen nodded. Rebel, gazing at Lu Chen, timidly inquired, "Senior, may I also address you as Chingge?" "Certainly." Although he had little interaction with this girl, as long as she did not cause any trouble, he saw no reason to be antagonistic. "Ba," Yang Mi chimed in with a greeting. "Mi Jia." Yang Mi and Ba had previously encountered each other at a film festival and also shared the stage as contemporaneous guests on a variety show titled Running. Although their relationship had not yet blossomed into that of close friends, Yang Mi discerned through their interactions that Ba was a genuinely sincere girl, devoid of scheming tendencies and delightful to be around. In a corner, Chen Yu felt a profound sense of despair. Why had Lu Chen decided to participate in this program? His initial intention in joining this show was certainly not to seek romance or find a partner. That notion was utterly absurd. He had hoped to maintain his single persona to appease his fervent fans, enabling him to capitalize on their loyalty. His appearance on a dating variety show was merely a ploy to generate buzz and elevate his popularity through fabricated relationships. The prospect of genuinely finding a partner seemed far-fetched. Reduced to mere theatrics in a world where wearing a mask and performing had become the norm for those in the industry, he believed he could effortlessly navigate this landscape. However, Lu Chen's presence shattered his illusions. Wherever this idol of the masses appeared, the spotlight inevitably followed. Even if the camera was focused on Chen Yu for a fleeting moment, it would swiftly pivot to Lu Chen in the next. Just as it was happening now. With everyone gathered together, the individual shots had been abandoned, and all were framed within the same lens. Yet, the discussions in the live broadcast were inevitably centered around Lu Chen, especially considering that this dating show would delve into the intricacies of his romantic entanglements. Chapter 79. The half-moon morning Chen has remarkably persevered through countless push-ups, and his fans have ardently followed him for 13 years. Witnessing his transformation from a naive youth into a mature young man, the fans, who are now of similar age, have embarked on their own journeys of love, some even establishing families and welcoming children. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remains blissfully indulging in bubble tea. This peculiarity has left his fans perplexed, as an entire decade has elapsed without a hint of romantic entanglement. However, at long last, Lu Chen's persona has begun to intertwine with matters of the heart. Naturally, his fans are elated, akin to a long-dormant iron tree suddenly blooming, generating an explosive trend on social media. His partner, G&I, is so stunning that she inevitably eclipses others. In this moment, the couple figurines stationed on the living room sofa, representing Wang Zheng, began to speak. "All single individuals, please proceed to your rooms, settle your belongings, and then gather in the living room." Xiaolin chuckled upon hearing this. "Wow, that was quite direct in labeling me a single dog. Couldn't a more refined term be employed? How about single aristocrat?" suggested Reba. Xiaolin retorted. "That phrase has been overused. What about still unwed?" Yang Mi inquired. "But what about the girls?" Xiaolin responded. At that moment, Lu Chen interjected, dying without a partner. Yang Mi was momentarily speechless. "That's rather harsh. I assent it?" Lu Chen continued. "Let us change it to single dogs evolve into lone wolves." Yang Mi, ex-Esperadette, decided it best to retreat to her room with her luggage. Continuing this banter with Lu Chen would likely lead to her blood pressure soaring. The villa comprised 3 levels. The second floor was designated for the girls, while the third was reserved for the boys. Each room bore the names of the guests. Once everyone had settled their belongings, they congregated in the living room, where the couple figurines resumed their discourse. We shall now engage in a small game that pertains to today's pairing. The boys were instructed to blindfold themselves, while the girls lined up. The boys commenced doing push-ups. The first to yield would select the girl standing in the first position, and so on, forming today's couples. The crowd nodded in agreement. The boys hastily donned their blindfolds, and the girls took their positions. Yami began to ponder. Given Liu Chen's decade of indulging in bubble tea, his stamina must have diminished considerably. He would likely struggle to achieve any significant number of push-ups. It was possible that he might falter early on, resulting in the girl in the first position pairing with him. But what if he was merely the second to give in? Would she then have to watch him pair with someone else? With these thoughts, Yami found herself ensnared in a dilemma. This game presented no apparent loopholes. It was entirely left to fate. The other girls also casually took their places. Yami ultimately found herself in 4th place. At this moment, she had completely given up. Liu Chen was certainly not destined to be the last to fail, unless he resembled a nimble, portly martial arts star like Jin Bao. With the whistles blow, for boys donned in blindfolds promptly commenced their push-up competition. Among them, Liu Chen was the eldest, while the youngest was Guo Xiaolin. Liu Chen was also puzzled. If his failure coincided with Jing Yi's position, it would indeed be a most distasteful day. He certainly did not wish to be casually exploited by Jing Yi, only to have their pairing sensationalized in the media. However, there was still a strategy to stall. He could perform push-ups while attentively listening to the surrounding sounds, perhaps uncovering some flaw to exploit. Since the competition was not about counting, but rather about who could endure the longest, speed was not imperative. Furthermore, the production team had not increased the difficulty by requiring them to perform on pressure boards. Liu Chen was aware that his stamina had diminished due to his indulgence in milk tea, making it impossible to compete with the youth who exercised regularly. At such a moment, it was time to summon the system. System, your master has arrived. Ding, what does the host desire? I wish to upgrade my stamina. Ding, detection indicates that the system requires enhanced stamina to complete this game. A powerful athlete stamina card has been detected, ready for synthesis with the host. Shall the synthesis commence immediately? Yes. Ding, the powerful athlete stamina card is being exchanged and synthesized with the host. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the powerful athlete skill. Having mastered this skill, push-ups became a mere routine, as effortless as Liu Chen's enjoyment of milk tea. Thus, Liu Chen began to leisurely continue his push-ups. Just then, Chen Yu was the first to falter, unable to maintain his stamina. The couple figurines also announced the first pairing. Congratulations to Chen Yu for successfully pairing with Jing Yi. At that moment, Jing Yi was in utter disbelief. She had deliberately chosen to stand in the first position because she knew Liu Chen's stamina had waned. He would surely be unable to endure the intensity of push-ups. Yet, she never anticipated that the first to collapse would be Chen Yu. This completely exceeded her expectations. Nevertheless, the rules of the game were firm. Jing Yi had no choice but to accept this outcome, as there was no way to have all the male contestants start anew. Upon hearing that the last person he wished to pair with had already been claimed, Liu Chen felt a surge of joy. Regardless of which of the remaining 3 female contestants paired with whom, it would not evoke such aversion in him. Of course, if it were Zifeng or Riba in the end, he would have to comport himself appropriately. However, if he could form a couple with Yami, he would be liberated to be himself, free from the anxiety that his questionable remarks and flirtatious antics might upset the ladies. How exhausting! I can hardly endure this. At this moment, Su Song also relinquished his efforts. The couple figurines began to speak. Congratulations to Su Song and Riba on successfully pairing up. This marks the first interaction between Su Song and Riba, which inevitably brings a hint of awkwardness. Nevertheless, both individuals are not prone to causing trouble and are able to engage in pleasant conversation. Next, it is the competition between Guo Xiaolin and Liu Chen. Yang Mi was astonished that Liu Chen had managed to hold on until now. It is noteworthy that 10 minutes have elapsed since the start of the push-up contest. Su Song gave up after 5 minutes, which is commendable in itself. Guo Xiaolin, having a habit of exercising, was expected to endure for 10 minutes. However, the milk tea-addicted Lu Chen, who has gained considerable weight, surprisingly managed to sustain himself for such a lengthy duration. This led Yang Mi to question whether Lu Chen possessed some hidden reservoir of strength. Guo Xiaolin was left in confusion, having not heard the couple figurines speak. Was it said that Lu Chen, in the bliss of clutching his milk tea, had severely gained weight, resulting in photos of him being quite hefty? How could a portly individual persist in push-ups for such an extended period? Is this not utterly unfathomable? Chapter 80. According to the rules of variety shows, lunch undoubtedly follows a certain pattern. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Guo Xiaolin could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the mat. I can't go on. The couple figurine chimed in. Congratulations to Guo Xiaolin and Zifeng for successfully forming a CP. This meant that the final couple was none other than Yang Mi and Lu Chen. Guo Xiaolin, feeling resigned, propped himself up and gazed at Lu Chen, who was still doing push-ups. Curiously, he inquired, Brother Chen, how is it that you maintain such remarkable stamina despite your, shall we say, substantial physique? Could it be that you are indeed a nimble heavyweight, akin to a martial arts star? Lu Chen did not cease his exercise merely because his CP was confirmed. Perhaps it's the milk tea I consume that keeps me going. Guo Xiaolin chuckled. If such milk tea truly exists, you must recommend it to me. Not just for me, but I'm certain all my fellow men would be eager to try it. Lu Chen grinned. Young master, I suspect you are being cheeky. Yet I lack evidence. Yang Mi interjected. Lu Chen, you don't intend to continue this indefinitely, do you? Indeed, if not for the live broadcast. I could do this all day, Lu Chen replied, finally pausing his movements. However, he showed no signs of fatigue, his face unflushed and breath steady. The audience in the live stream was left astonished. Wazti had said that excessive milk tea consumption would affect one's stamina. Lu Chen is truly a counterexample. So what brand of milk tea is it? Please do recommend it to me. I am curious if Lu Chen truly has an 8-pack beneath that t-shirt. Didn't Lu Chen showcase that during the live broadcast at the traditional medicine clinic? He drew as many as he had. Lu Chen has indeed exemplified that even a nimble heavyweight can deliver. At that moment, the couple figurine announced, congratulations to the 8 guests for successfully forming CPs. It is now 10 o'clock in the morning, and lunchtime is fast approaching. Today marks the guest's first visit to our dating show, and the production team has prepared a delightful lunch for everyone. However, this meal will not be served in the villa. We have selected 4 exquisite local restaurants, and the transportation as well as the dining budget has been arranged. Please take the budget and prepare to depart, as we hope you all enjoy a wonderful lunch. Lu Chen sensed something amiss in the announcement. We're departing for lunch at 10 o'clock? Could it be that the restaurant is quite far from here? The couple figurine continued. Please take the budget first. There are 4 envelopes placed on the table nearby. Each envelope bears the name of a restaurant, so feel free to choose. The group approached the table, where the envelopes read, Shanxing Noodle, Old Hot Pot, Soup Dumplings, and Spicy Hot Pot. Yang Mi recalled a similar game rule from her previous participation in the show Running Man. It appeared to offer choices, but there were hidden traps within. She instinctively became alert. Surely, the money involved must be different, right? Reba nodded. I share that sentiment. The restaurants that appear most delectable might impose numerous restrictions, leaving us with little to savor. Zifeng suggested. Thus, should we opt for the most modest food options to avoid falling into a trap? Jingyi exhibited a strong aversion to the 4 food choices presented before her. To her, they all represented potential weight gain, with her height already a disadvantage. Gaining even a few ounces would make her face appear significantly fuller. Naturally, she preferred to abstain from food altogether. However, with the cameras focused on her, she had no choice but to muster the courage to partake. Zifeng chose Spicy Hot Pot, which seemed to be a reasonably affordable and popular dish, costing merely 10 yuan. Even if there were some financial manipulations at play, surely they wouldn't deny her even that amount? Reba remarked. This truly requires a stroke of luck. I would prefer to choose the old hot pot, yet I hesitate, as it seems rife with potential pitfalls. Therefore, I shall select soup dumplings instead. Yang Mi initially intended to choose the small noodles from Chen. Yet Lu Chen picked up the envelope marked Old Hot Pot. Yang Mi was taken aback upon seeing this. Why did you choose that? Because I crave hot pot. Yang Mi immediately cautioned. There might be traps involved. It seems to offer you hot pot. But once you arrive at the restaurant, you might discover either no broth or increased difficulty in ordering, or perhaps the budget is utterly insufficient. Lu Chen shrugged. Indeed, perhaps the production team anticipated your concerns, rendering any schemes ineffective, which may lead those apprehensive about traps to ultimately regret their choices. Yang Mi responded, as of now, such a straightforward situation has yet to occur. However, it was too late for her to intervene. Jingyi had already decided on the small noodles from Chen. This meant that today, Yang Mi was bound for the hot pot restaurant. The thought of potentially encountering numerous traps that could complicate her hot pot experience made her feel weary. The guests swiftly opened their envelopes. Zifeng received 30 yuan, accompanied by a note, transportation, business vehicle. Jingyi obtained 40 yuan, along with a note, transportation, taxi. Reba acquired 50 yuan, with a note, transportation, public transport of her choice. Yang Mi was awarded 100 yuan, along with a note, transportation, electric bicycle. From the 4 options, it appeared that the more expensive the food, the cheaper the mode of transportation. This was because both Reba and Yang Mi had to make their way independently. The production team provided them with a phone devoid of any payment functions, solely for navigation purposes. The 4 couples quickly set off. Zifeng and Guo Xiaolin happily boarded the business vehicle, with Guo Xiaolin playfully teasing. Traveling in a luxury vehicle to indulge in spicy hot pot. Might it be deemed somewhat ostentatious? Zifeng chuckled, suggesting, we could park the car a little farther away and stroll over, thus avoiding undue attention. Indeed, that is a prudent approach. Meanwhile, Jingyi had already departed with Chengyu in a taxi. Seated in the back, Chengyu felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Unable to contain himself, he inquired of his master, Master, is this vehicle sanitized? The master, assuming Chengyu was concerned about the risk of contagion from a sick passenger, promptly reassured him. Rest assured, it has been sanitized. Despite the master's affirming response, Chengyu still felt as though he were ensconced within a veritable bacterial chamber. Accustomed to luxurious vehicles, he regarded taxis as unsightly and lowly means of transportation, utterly unworthy of someone of his stature, who required an assistant to open doors upon entry. Meanwhile, Reba and Su Song discovered via navigation that a bus could reach their destination. Consequently, they boarded the 301 bus. It was not rush hour, and the number of passengers was relatively sparse. Nevertheless, some individuals recognized Reba and Su Song, promptly whipping out their phones to capture the moment. Reba and Su Song, showing no signs of discontent, raised their hands and greeted everyone with cheerful smiles. Chapter 81. This is not a scene from a romantic drama where the male lead carries the female lead. Reba, what show are you participating in? Reba smiled and replied, we are partaking in a dating reality show called Signal of Love. We are currently live streaming on Douyin, and we hope everyone will support the program. Wow, Reba is going to fall in love. Upon hearing this, Reba's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, not yet. Su Song noticed an elderly gentleman approaching and offered him a seat. The old man was not one to impose moral obligations and repeatedly thanked Su Song. Su Song stood and continued chatting with Reba. You rarely take the bus, do you? Reba inquired. I used to take it often during my student days. But after choosing this profession, my travel is usually arranged by the company, so I seldom ride the bus. What about you? Su Song responded. I generally take the subway to avoid traffic. There is really no need to worry about being recognized. In this bustling city, everyone is preoccupied with their own lives. No one has the time to stop and notice you. What is that saying? Don't think the world has abandoned you. It's simply too busy to pay you any mind. Reba chuckled at this. Indeed, that jest holds some truth. We shouldn't elevate ourselves to such lofty positions. Those deserving of such esteem are the scientists and national heroes who have made significant contributions. Su Song nodded in agreement. Your perspective is quite commendable. Hee. I actually learned this from my idol. His worldview has influenced me greatly. Su Song asked, you're referring to Lu Chen, aren't you? Reba nodded. What a coincidence. I too have been influenced by Chen for over a decade. Although he hasn't shared much in the way of motivational platitudes, he has demonstrated through his actions how one ought to position oneself. The two felt an instant connection due to their shared admiration for the same idol. Meanwhile, the other three couples were enjoying a smoother outing. However, Chen and Mi were facing a series of mishaps. Firstly, they only had one electric bicycle. This meant one person had to ride while the other sat behind. Chen immediately took a seat on the back. Mi was taken aback. Why do I have to be the one riding the bike? This doesn't align with the romantic scenes in idol dramas. This is a dating show, after all. The atmosphere should be filled with pink bubbles of romance. The standard trope should involve the male lead riding while the female lead enjoys the ride. So why is it the other way around? Which idol drama states that a girl can't ride with a boy? Chen questioned. Mi was momentarily speechless. But even so, she still found it utterly perplexing. I still can't understand why it has to be me. Because I'm in the late stages of laziness, and there's no cure, Chen replied. Mi rolled her eyes dramatically and took her place on the bike. Chen promptly handed her a helmet. Safety first, regardless of the many roads ahead. As Mi put on the helmet, she continued to grumble. You have begun to educate the public. All right, let us hasten, for I must set forth. Where shall I grasp? Chen inquired. Anywhere will suffice. In the next moment, Chen said Mi's soldier. If you continue like this, you will cause me to topple backward. We shall collide with the roadside barrier. Reluctantly, Chen released his grip and clutched the seat instead. Mi twisted the throttle, and the electric bicycle shot forward with a swift motion. From Mi's satchel, the voice of a navigation system echoed. Meanwhile, Chen faced the wind and began to sing. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it shall never encounter traffic. Tick-tock. Tick-tick-tock. Mi was internally crumbling. Who will silence this boisterous individual? The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Chen is nearly killing me with laughter. He is utterly exploiting Mi. What happened to the romantic scenes in idol dramas where a boy rides a bike with a girl against the wind? The beautiful image has shattered into fragments. In its place is a chatterbox buzzing in my ear. I sympathize with Mi for 3 seconds. Is this how their 30-year childhood friendship has unfolded? It seems Mi has grown accustomed to Chen's antics. Just then, Mi executed a sudden brake. Chen's head collided with Mi's back. I did not see the red light, Mi explained. Chen immediately touched his face. My face should be unscathed, right? After all, I earn my living based on my looks. I cannot afford to undergo cosmetic surgery in Korea due to this collision. Are you referring to that face of yours, which has doubled in size since you were 17? Mi asked. Indeed, my charm has also magnified twofold. The adoration from my fans has expanded twofold, or even more. If self-love had rankings, might I suggest you are akin to gold? What gold? Clearly, you are the king. Nevertheless, speaking of which, your back is remarkably firm, devoid of any flesh. Would you like me to share some of mine with you? I can only say, melodic bagpipes echo from afar. The viewers once again erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Mi originally intended to say get lost. But considering the need for civility in the live stream, she opted for this more tactful expression. High emotional intelligence. Melodic bagpipes echo from afar. Low emotional intelligence. Get lost. Chen's words are a veritable death sentence. Which girl would willingly part with another's fat? They consistently hope for others to relieve them of their own. I am dying of laughter. This banter between the chatterbox Chen and the unfortunate Mi is simply delightful. Chapter 82. Long jump and free meals. Do you think it's that easy? After half an hour of driving, Zifeng found himself somewhat bewildered. Is it truly necessary to travel such a distance just for a bowl of spicy hot pot? Are we nearing the suburbs? Guo Xiaolin shared his confusion as well. Master, how much longer until we arrive? The driver glanced at the navigation system. Approximately another half hour. What? Zifeng and Guo Xiaolin instantly grasped the situation. Now it made sense why our mode of transportation is the finest. It is because our destination is the farthest. Guo Xiaolin remarked, indeed. This is all part of a grand scheme. This meal will not come easily. Zifeng pondered for a moment. Can we just find any hot pot restaurant to dine at? Is that permissible? Wouldn't that violate the game rules? Guo Xiaolin countered. That is a valid point. Zifeng scratched his head, resigning himself to patiently waiting for their arrival. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu and Jing Yi found themselves ensnared in a traffic jam. Cheng Yu felt an inexplicable irritation bubbling beneath the surface, though he refrained from expressing it. The two fell into a silence, gazing out at the passing scenery without exchanging words, unlike other guests who engaged in casual chatter. The master broke the silence. How long have you two been together? Jing Yi quickly clarified. Master, we are not a couple. Oh, are you still in the courting phase? Ching Yi responded, No. We're merely out for a meal. Observing the awkward atmosphere, the master chose not to pursue the topic further. In contrast to the stony silence between Cheng Yu and Jing Yi, Riba and Su Song exhibited contrasting personalities. One extroverted and vivacious, the other more reserved. With 3 stops remaining, Riba began searching for reviews of the dumpling restaurant on her phone. Su Song, netizens rave about the crystal shrimp dumplings here. And the pork and green onion ones are also exceptional. They even have baked buns, but those are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. We must try these delicacies. Do we have enough budget for all that? Su Song in Guit. Let me calculate. The crystal shrimp dumplings are 25 yuan per basket. The pork and green onion dumplings are 12 yuan, and the baked buns could be ordered individually at 5 yuan each. We could get 2. That totals to 47 yuan, which is definitely sufficient. Although Su Song hesitated to dampen her enthusiasm, the reality was undeniable. However, we have already spent 2 yuan on bus fare, and we must also account for the return trip, leaving us just a yuan short. Reba furrowed her brow. Then what shall we do? You could just have 1 baked bun. I'll manage. What about you? I'm fine. I'll stick with the pork and green onion dumplings. Su Song, adhering to the principle of caring for the female companion, prioritized ensuring Reba was well fed. Meanwhile, after cycling 8 kilometers, Yang Mi and Lu Chun finally reached their destination. Lu Chun had already dozed off against Yang Mi's back. Wake up, Yang Mi called out. Lu Chun remained unresponsive, still lost in the depths of slumber. How can you possibly sleep like this? Just how exhausted are you? Yang Mi asked, exasperated. Yet, the only reply was a series of rhythmic breaths from Lu Chun. Yang Mi felt helpless. I can't just sit here indefinitely, waiting for you to wake up. Suddenly, a thought struck her. There's free milk tea. In an instant, Lu Chen's eyes flew open, darting around eagerly. Where? Where is it? Have you finally decided to get up? Yang Mi turned back, incredulous. How did I fall asleep? Lu Chun rubbed his eyes and glanced at the time. It's nearly 11 o'clock. Yes, we should hurry to the hot pot restaurant. After Yang Mi parked the car, she and Lu Chun made their way to the eatery. Although it was just 11 o'clock, several customers were already dining inside. Is this place really that popular? People are here so early. Lu Chun noticed the promotional activities within the restaurant. If one spent over 100 yuan, they could participate in a long jump for a chance to dine for free. Of course, this discount applied only after the initial 100 yuan was deducted. Otherwise, the establishment would be out of business. Each customer was allowed 1 attempt at a standing long jump. The greater the distance jumped, the larger the discount. The maximum distance was 3 meters, which could result in a complete waiver of the bill. Naturally, such a leap was only feasible for professional long jumpers. Few could achieve it otherwise. May I take your order? The waiter asked as he presented the menu. Yang Mi glanced at the first item and was taken aback by the price of the broth. 58 yuan for a pot base. Yes, our broth is freshly prepared. Hence the higher price, the waiter explained. So, does that mean we can only afford 42 yuan for dipping items? Yang Mi calculated on her phone while perusing the menu. By my calculations, we can only order a 27 yuan vegetable platter and 3 portions of 5 yuan noodles, leaving no room for dipping sauce. Is that acceptable, Lu Chun? At that moment, Lu Chun was fixated on the promotional poster and had not even registered Yang Mi's words. Coming back to reality, he responded, order whatever you like. Yang Mi looked at him incredulously. We only have 100 yuan. The production team has stipulated that we cannot rely on favors. What if we rely on our legs instead? Lu Chen quipped. Yang Mi paused, puzzled. What do you mean? The waiter caught on to Lu Chen's insinuation. Are you interested in participating in the long jump for a discount? Yes. Lu Chen nodded. We've only brought 100 yuan today. and to eat so little would be such a waste of this exquisite broth. Certainly, the waiter replied. However, it would be best for you to attempt the jump first and confirm the discount before placing your order. Chen chuckled at this. Are you afraid I might fail? The waiter immediately waved his hand, saying, No, I did not mean that. It's nothing. A distance of 3 meters is certainly not something one can leap at will. Chen, speaking, rose to his feet and walked towards the starting line. Yang Mi promptly followed suit. The female participants began their jumps at a distance of 1.5 meters to enjoy the discount, while the males started at 1.7 meters. For most males, this distance is not considered particularly challenging. The discount for 1.7 meters is a modest 2 off, while 1.8 meters offers a 5 discount, and so forth. At 2.7 meters, the discount is halved, and at 3 meters, it is complimentary. One should not underestimate the significance of this 30-centimeter difference. The training required to progress from 1.7 meters to 2 meters is exponentially greater compared to the effort needed to advance from 2.7 meters to 3 meters. According to current statistics on standing long jump performance, most males can achieve jumps between 2 to 2.5 meters, with only a few exceeding 2.6 meters. Reaching 3 meters signifies an exceptional level of explosive power and jumping ability, meeting the standards of a second-tier athlete. Yang Mi certainly did not believe that Chen possessed the physical capabilities of a professional athlete. Achieving a jump of 2.5 meters to enjoy a discount of 12 would already be quite fortunate. Obtaining a complimentary jump is not so easily attained. Chapter 83. Astonishing Explosive Power. The meal is truly free. The production team initially selected this location not only for its delectable offerings, but also due to the enticing promotional activities of the hot pot restaurant. They aimed to create an engaging experience for the couples who chose this venue. Naturally, the 3-meter distance was swiftly dismissed by the production team. Among the 4 male guests, Chen, accompanied by Bubble Tea, seemed the least likely to leap forth. However, Chen was poised to defy expectations. He was equipped with remarkable physical prowess, making a professional-level jump seem like a trivial feat. As Chen stood at the takeoff line, Yang Mi noticed his gaze fixed firmly on the distant 3 meters. She was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he intended to leap to the threshold of a free meal? Why not? Chen countered. You may acknowledge your long legs, but your bubble tea has surely hindered you. Aim a bit lower and settle for discount. Why not aspire for something greater? Chen challenged, suggesting he could indulge in a free feast. Securing a complimentary meal is not as simple as one might think. Otherwise, why would the restaurant establish such a threshold? To engage in charity? Yang Mi retorted. Yang Mi's skepticism was well-founded. Chen decided to tease her a little. How about we make a wager? If I truly manage to secure a free meal, you must do something for me. What would that be? I haven't thought it through yet, but once I do, as long as it doesn't contravene the principles of chivalry, you must assist me. Isn't this just a repeat of that time I helped you water your plants? Have you also adopted that tactic? The essence of a strategy lies not in its novelty, but in its effectiveness. Fine, I accept your terms. Let's seal it with a high five. After they struck their pact, Chen began his preparations. His focus was unwaveringly set on the 3-meter mark. In the next moment, he summoned all his latent energy and propelled himself into the air with force. All eyes, Yang Mi, the cameraman, staff, and patrons were riveted on Chen. It was not uncommon for participants to attempt a long jump in pursuit of a complimentary meal. Yet Chen was the first to boldly declare his intention to leap the 3 meters. In a society where many set ambitious goals only to be swiftly humbled, spectators eagerly anticipated the outcome. Yang Mi widened her eyes in astonishment. She watched in disbelief as Chen's feet soared past 1.8 meters, then 2 meters and 2.5 meters. Remarkably, he had yet to descend. His body remained airborne, feet still off the ground. 2.7, 2.8, 2.9. With his feet finally landing securely on the ground, it was evident to all present. Chen's heels touched down just beyond the 3-meter mark. It was confirmed. He had indeed leaped 3 meters. At that moment, The patrons in the hot pot restaurant erupted in cheers. Incredible. Unbelievable. It was hard to fathom that such a feat could be accomplished by someone of his stature. Had this young man come solely with the intent to seize a free meal? Thus, the intentional imposition of a threshold of 100 yuan. Yang Mi gazed at Lu Chen in sheer astonishment. From the push-ups this morning to the standing long jump now, Lu Chen's performance belied that of a plump individual indulging in milk tea. His remarkable explosive power would convince anyone he was a professional athlete. Yet, a professional athlete could hardly possess such a ponderous physique. Yang Mi's eyes fixated on Lu Chen's shoes. "Shall I remove them for you to inspect for hidden mechanisms?" Lu Chen inquired. "I would rather not." The audience in the live stream was astounded by Lu Chen's astonishing leaping ability. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed Lu Chen could be such an agile individual. Terrifying. A distance of 3 meters in long jump. Something our sports schools athletes could not achieve. Could it be that Lu Chen truly harbors an innate power within, akin to Naruto's hidden nine tails? Just moments ago, I thought Lu Chen would only be nibbling on greens for lunch, bidding farewell to milk tea. Who would have anticipated he was saving his grand reveal? Not only could he feast on meat, but also indulge in milk tea freely. Remarkable, given Lu Chen's cunning nature. I worry he might order one of everything and drive the owner to bankruptcy. Lu Chen, you mustn't provoke the owner into chasing after you. At last, Lu Chen returned to his seat with delight. Now he could indulge in food and drink milk tea to his heart's content. Truly, I am an exceptional young man, having earned the privilege of a complimentary hot pot meal through merit. Yang Mi found herself secretly worried. Would this lad strip the owner of all his resources? If he truly unleashed a frenzied ordering spree, did he not fear the owner's wrath? Naturally, while Lu Chen was indeed cunning, he understood that some matters should remain within reasonable limits. Satiation was sufficient. The owner had a business to run, and he couldn't exploit the situation to its fullest extent. Consequently, Lu Chen ordered several portions of meat and a milk tea, leaving the remainder to Yang Mi's discretion. Yang Mi, with a modest appetite, opted for a vegetable platter and lemon water. As they awaited their dishes, Lu Chen cheerfully remarked to Yang Mi, "What do you think? Is our duo not exceptionally formidable? Stick with me, and there will be meat to savor." "So where, pray tell, is the pitfall you mentioned the production team dug?" Yang Mi gazed at him, exasperated. The pitfall the production team had laid was, of course, within the 100 yuan budget, even with Lu Chen's successful discount acquisition. The items they enjoyed for lunch were scant. Who could have anticipated that Lu Chen would merely leap 3 meters and fill the pit, rendering it non-existent? Meanwhile, as Yang Mi and Lu Chen prepared to relish the delectable hot pot, Zifeng and Guo Xiaolin had yet to reach their destination. This left Zifeng feeling somewhat despondent. Initially, they had aimed for the most economical spicy hot pot, yet it seemed the cheaper fare was not so easily accessible. Guo Xiaolin exclaimed, "Is this also a pitfall laid by the production team?" Zifeng, "One way or another, I suppose." Guo Xiaolin, "But what about Lu Chen and Yang Mi's hot pot? Will not go smoothly either?" Zifeng shook her head. "I have no idea," she inquired with the accompanying director. "So what are Brother Chen and Sister Mi up to now?" Lu Chen leapt 3 meters away, securing a complimentary meal worth 100 yuan. "What?" Zifeng's face was alight with astonishment. "Can I say I envy that?" While we were still on our way to the affordable spicy hot pot eatery, Brother Chen and Sister Mi had already begun to relish their complimentary feast. Zifeng cast a pitiful glance at Guo Xiaolin. Guo Xiaolin shrugged helplessly. "It won't do you any good to look at me like that. I cannot sprout wings and whisk you away to the hot pot restaurant instantly." Zifeng sighed resignedly. "Alas, if Brother Chen and I were to form a couple, wouldn't it mean that I would be the one enjoying the hot pot now?" Guo Xiaolin nodded. "Certainly, but the fate arranged by the heavens holds the greatest power. Unless the production team permits us to join Brother Chen for a meal." Zifeng's eyes lit up at this. She promptly inquired with the accompanying director, "So, is that a possibility?" The director shook his head with resignation. "It's obvious even without thinking that it's not allowed. Please be patient. You will surely get to enjoy the spicy hot pot." Chapter 84. Where do you place your paws? Here. Jingyi and Qingyu have arrived at the renowned small noodle shop in the mountain city. This establishment is the hallmark of the street, attracting numerous patrons who travel from afar to indulge in its offerings. Consequently, the modest 30-square-meter shop is often overwhelmed with customers. The proprietor has stacked high stools and low stools at the entrance, allowing diners to freely choose, using the high stools as tables and the low stools as seats, managing to savor a bowl of delectable noodles in this makeshift manner. Although it lacks the ceremonial ambience of a five-star restaurant, the rich, homely atmosphere is precisely what the clientele appreciates. However, accustomed to the lofty pedestal of celebrity, Qingyu could scarcely tolerate the indignity of sitting on a low stool, using a high stool as a table. Who knows how many have occupied that stool before? Even if the owner has cleaned it, it is beneath his stature to dine in such a manner. Yet, with the camera still broadcasting live, Qingyu, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to adjust the stool. "What will you eat?" Jingyi inquired. "I'm not very hungry. In fact, I prefer to skip lunch," Qingyu replied. What he truly wished to convey was his disdain for dining in such a humble establishment. There were no waitstaff, no seven-star chefs, no exquisite plating, and no luxurious ambience, none of which befit his status. "Then I'll order a bowl of noodles," Jingyi declared. Like Qingyu, she harbored a distaste for such surroundings. However, Jingyi understood the art of self-promotion. After today, she intended to market her down-to-earth persona. Here she was, a rising star, seated amongst ordinary folk, savoring street noodles, devoid of any airs of celebrity. This would surely serve to elevate her relatable image. Meanwhile, Reba and Susong had already placed their order for soup dumplings. As Reba noted, they had ordered a portion of pork and scallion dumplings, a serving of crystal shrimp dumplings, and a baked bun. Considering the fare for their return trip, they had opted for only one baked bun. Naturally, Reba did not consume it all herself. She broke the bun in half and offered Susong a portion. Susong admired her kindness and thoughtfulness. However, the two of them were unable to ignite any romantic spark. Reba's vibrant persona clashed with Susong's preference for gentle, demure, and refreshing types. The reverse was equally true. Susong's reserved, artistic nature was not what Reba sought, who favored sunny exuberance. Thus, friendship seemed a fitting choice for both. Upon learning from the accompanying director that Chen had secured a complimentary meal, Reba immediately transformed into a bundle of envy. "I'm about to turn green with jealousy. I too wish for a lavish hot pot feast." Susong chuckled in response. "You truly are a foodie. Even while savoring the dumplings, you are still thinking of the 9-grid platter. Alas, I've revealed my true nature." Reba blushed. She genuinely relished her meal, and as she ate, she couldn't help but commend the flavors. "This place is simply divine. It's no wonder the netizens have given such high praise. In the future, I plan to visit frequently whenever I have the time." Here, Chen savored his milk tea with delight while simultaneously enjoying the hot pot. The complementary ingredients for dipping truly abide by the irresistible allure of their fragrant promise. "Chen, are you aware that your standing long jump today will place considerable pressure upon the production team?" Chen paused, taken aback. What pressure? Could it be that the production team's budget is insufficient, leading to a delay in my remuneration? Yami gazed at him with an expression of incredulity. "Have you been blinded by wealth? The pressure I speak of is that you've effortlessly leaped over the obstacles set by the production team. Consequently, when the production team designs the game segments, they must now account for your extraordinary stamina, necessitating the introduction of challenges specifically tailored to hinder your path to victory." Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "Fine, let the storm come with even greater ferocity." He bore an audacious demeanor, unafraid of any challenge, which left Yangmi feeling somewhat exasperated. Is he being overly optimistic in his carefree attitude? Having participated in reality shows and experienced considerable pitfalls herself, Yangmi sensed that the production team was scheming behind the scenes, leaving her unprepared. Noticing Yangmi's anxiety, Chen promptly offered her a piece of chicken feet. "Since we are here, let us embrace the moment and enjoy our meal. To eat is to elevate oneself." Yangmi, observing his carefree demeanor, pondered her options. What else could she do? Naturally, she would obediently partake in the chicken feet. During this feast of hot pot, Chen relished his meal, while the production team internally crumbled. According to their original plan, Chen was supposed to seek ways to acquire the ingredients due to budget constraints. In such instances, the establishment would intervene, assigning him tasks like washing dishes to earn his meal. However, Chen, capitalizing on his remarkable jumping ability, obtained his meal without any labor required, enjoying a hearty hot pot to his heart's content. The camera shifted to Wang Zheng, who lamented the predetermined process of the show. Viewers erupted in laughter. Ha ha! The director is crying in the restroom. Wang Zheng. My plan was thwarted before it even began, all due to Chen's long jump. My heart aches. Wang Zheng. I initially thought Chen was merely a novice in sports, but he turned out to be a champion. I misjudged him. Chen. Labor for food is an impossibility. I shall never labor in this lifetime. Chen. Director. You must not realize that I am a master of relaxation. Should I choose to recline, no one can compel me to engage in the rat race. After enjoying a satisfying meal, Chen and Yang Mi prepared to depart. Once again, Yang Mi rode her bike, carrying Chen along. As they traversed a bumpy stretch of road, Chen nearly lost his balance and instinctively wrapped his arms around Yang Mi's waist. Upon sensing the moment, Yang Mi tensed her body. Were your claws grasping? Chen, regaining his composure, immediately released his grip. Oh, my apologies. In the next instant, Chen embraced Yang Mi's helmet. Yang Mi was on the verge of a breakdown. This is unacceptable. Chapter 85. The start of the ugly makeup, or should I grab? Chen asked, exasperated. I can't just grasp at thin air, can I? Yang Mi pondered for a moment before replying. Oh well, just do as you please. Duong. In the next instant, another jolt occurred. Chen instinctively wrapped his arms around Yang Mi's waist to stabilize his balance. This time, Yang Mi refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. They continued their journey on the bike, heading back. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream couldn't help but indulge in their excitement. Why do Yang Mi and Chen give me such a vibe of love and rivalry? Have you ever seen those comedic romantic dramas? They embody that trope perfectly. Yang Mi's reaction truly aligns with that saying no with the mouth, but the body is quite willing. Huh. I instantly got the feeling of a domineering yet silly character. On another note, Zifeng and Xiaolin finally savored the delicious spicy hot pot. Zifeng expressed a series of astonished remarks. I never expected that to enjoy a spicy hot pot, one would have to travel such a distance. I wonder, are there really people who drive across cities just for a meal? Xiaolin nodded in agreement. Not just across cities, there are even those who cross countries. Zifeng was taken aback. Is that true? Have you seen it? Indeed, my godfather, Yu Qian, is one such person. I recall he once flew for a long time just to taste a dish from abroad. Zifeng felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Is it really that particular? Absolutely. He has always been quite particular, and I've grown accustomed to it. I hope to become like him one day. Can one be particular, yet also adaptable? Zifeng inquired. Strictly speaking, given his character, it would be impossible for him to settle. He possesses the capability to enjoy a refined lifestyle, much like our idol, Chen, who undoubtedly has the means to be discerning. Zifeng nodded in agreement. However, Chen is someone who can adapt. When he and Jie visited the mushroom house, he showed no disdain for the humble surroundings. Instead, he relished that lifestyle, sitting on a small stool with the local villagers to listen to the opera, in stark contrast to the ease share between Zifeng and Xiaolin. Cheng Yu and Jing Yi found themselves in an overwhelmingly awkward situation. Jing Yi ordered the smallest portion of plain noodle soup and sat on a small stool. Surrounding diners cast curious glances in her direction. It wasn't due to her celebrity status. Everyone was preoccupied, and not everyone could recognize her as a star. The diner's attention was fixated on Jing Yi's bowl of plain noodle soup. The specialty of the Mountain City Noodle House was the spicy variety, and plain noodle soup was not on the menu. Jing Yi had insisted to the owner, "Boss, I can't handle spicy food. Just cook it without spice and add a bit of salt." Such an unusual request was unheard of in the owner's long tenure. Nevertheless, customer satisfaction prevailed, and the owner complied with Jing Yi's demands. Jing Yi savored her meal slowly, while Cheng Yu patiently awaited her. The two shared a silence, devoid of any interaction. Wang Zheng discerned that their dynamic offered little intrigue, as the camera rarely lingered on them. Instead, it shifted its focus to the more eventful Lu Chen and Yang Mi. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Chen opted to retreat to his room, languishing in a state of relaxation, while Yang Mi began applying a facial mask for her skincare routine. Gradually, the other members returned as well. Following their afternoon respite, the couple figurines issued a new announcement. That evening, everyone was to don disguises for a singles mixer gala. Makeup tools and masks were available for selection. Couples who successfully concealed their identities would receive a romantic gift. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun immediately inquired, "Is it a gold chain?" Yang Mi shot him a bemused glance. "Could you refrain from being so vulgar?" Lu Chun shrugged. "If appreciating gold is considered vulgarity, then I shall embrace it wholeheartedly." The task of disguising themselves required the guests to do it themselves, although they could enlist the help of their partners. The makeup tools were prepared, prompting everyone to commence. "In other words, we must make ourselves look unattractive," Reba exclaimed. "Only by appearing unappealing can we avoid recognition." Su Song asked, "Are you comfortable with looking unattractive?" Reba nodded. "Absolutely. Besides, the online community is already aware of my true beauty. Even if I disguise myself, my actual face won't be permanently altered." "Will you do it yourself?" Su Song queried. "Yes. However, I will need to assist you as well. I wish to earn that romantic gift." "All right. Then feel free to work your magic on my face." Su Song was not particularly concerned about his own appearance. Those who were typically bore the burden of an image to uphold, such as Jing Yi and Qing Yu, who truly relied on their looks. When their professional skills fell short, they had no choice but to depend on their naturally appealing faces and the artistry of makeup to present themselves favorably on camera. Jing Yi had no interest in the romantic gift. What mattered most was maintaining her visage at all times, ensuring her makeup remained intact. Qing Yu shared this sentiment. Consequently, Jing Yi and Qing Yu opted for masks to conceal their faces, while Zifeng and Guixiaolin decided to apply makeup. Zifeng entrusted the makeup task to Guixiaolin, asserting, "Boys are typically the least skilled at makeup. I have no concerns about the outcome. It will undoubtedly be hilariously unattractive." Guixiaolin immediately nodded. "How can you be so certain?" Zifeng replied, "It's simple. For instance, these two lipsticks." He held up two lipsticks and asked, "Can you distinguish which one is maple red and which is rotten tomato?" Guixiaolin scrutinized them, but found no discernible difference. "Aren't they both red?" Zifeng responded, "Exactly. If you can't even identify the shades of lipstick, how could you possibly create a stunning makeup look? I harbor no concern that you might transform me into an abominable girl, despised by both gods and men. Since you are unfazed, I shall proceed without hesitation," Guixiaolin declared, as she brandished a makeup brush and began applying it to Zifeng's face. Meanwhile, on Yang Mi's side, before she could make a choice, Lu Chen had already seized the makeup tools. "What do you intend to do?" Yang Mi inquired. "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to make you look utterly grotesque," he replied without a trace of hesitation. "Rest assured, this is merely to fulfill a task. I shall accompany you in this transformation. I will willingly allow you to mar my handsome visage, even if you turn me into a hideous man who would be ridiculed at a matchmaking event. I shall harbor no grievances." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with cunning. "This old trickster had deceived me for years. This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for revenge. Just watch how I alter your face." Thus, Yang Mi acquiesced. "Very well, you shall begin by painting my face," she stated as she settled herself before Lu Chen. Lu Chen picked up an object and examined it closely. "What is this?" he asked. "That is highlighter." "And what precisely is highlighter?" Chapter 86. Lu Chen dressed in women's clothing. It was applied to the nose to create a more three-dimensional appearance. "Oh, so, to make you look particularly unattractive, I should not apply highlighter to your nose, but rather on your face." "Do as you wish." Yang Mi did not object. Lu Chen then began to apply highlighter to Yang Mi's face. Yang Mi immediately recoiled. "Wait a moment, the order of makeup is not like this. You should first apply foundation." "What on earth is foundation?" Lu Chen looked utterly bewildered. "It's, never mind, just do your own thing. Being clueless in this task is not necessarily a bad thing." Then, Lu Chen proceeded to apply highlighter to Yang Mi. He grabbed any random item and brushed it on Yang Mi's face. When Yang Mi's face was smeared with dark eyeshadow, Lu Chen finally realized he had made a mistake. Oh no, I've turned you into Chow Chow from a Chinese opera. What does that mean? Without a mirror? Yang Mi couldn't comprehend his words. It's nothing, nothing at all. Let me finish. Lu Chen then utilized every makeup tool and product on Yang Mi's face. After half an hour of fussing, Lu Chen set down the makeup brush and said, I'll go to the restroom first. You can take your time looking in the mirror. Before Yang Mi opened her eyes, Lu Chen swiftly slipped away. At that moment, Yang Mi was still unaware of her transformed appearance. However, when she finally opened her eyes, she could immediately discern the alarm in the gazes of Zifeng and Riba. They looked at Yang Mi with sheer terror, as though they were confronting a monster. Nervously, Yang Mi picked up a mirror. Upon seeing the black panda face staring back at her, she was left dumbfounded. The entire villa community echoed with Yang Mi's piercing scream. Lu Chen, I swear I will kill you. At this very moment, Lu Chen was trembling in the restroom. The camera had not zoomed in on Yang Mi. Initially, the production team was concerned that guests at the social event, some of whom were following this dating reality show, would see the transformed appearances of the participants during the live broadcast. If the guests recognized them, the game would be unable to proceed. However, there was a rule at the social gathering. All male and female attendees had to surrender their phones upon entering the venue. This was to prevent everyone from wasting time on their devices and missing their destined encounters. After half an hour, when the male and female guests began to mingle and express interest in adding each other as friends, their phones would be returned. Naturally, the production team also aimed to create a sense of suspense, waiting to surprise everyone once the social event officially commenced. Thus, for now, only their silhouettes could be seen. The audience could guess what the participants looked like based on their reactions. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room were filled with anticipation. I'm so curious. What on earth has Lu Chen transformed Yang Mi into? Yang Mi is renowned for her exceptional patience. Yet even she could be driven to the brink of exasperation by Lu Chen's antics. One can only imagine the depths of his transgressions. Within her heart, Yang Mi felt utterly shattered. She had come to partake in a delightful romance reality show, not to endure torment at the hands of Lu Chen, that troublesome rascal. What on earth had transpired? Was this not compelling her to persist in her pursuit? After hiding in the restroom for 5 minutes, Lu Chen finally perceived a lull in the commotion outside. He cautiously opened the door, preparing to emerge. Upon entering the living room, he was met with the furious gaze of Yang Mi, her anger palpable. Lu Chen recognized his blunder and approached her with trepidation. In an attempt to diffuse the tension, he awkwardly remarked that as long as he remained silent, no one would identify her, thus fulfilling his task. Yang Mi felt herself on the verge of collapse. What sin had she committed to end up in such a state? Yet, with cosmetics at her disposal, she still had an opportunity for revenge. Why don't you wash your face first, and then do your own makeup? Lu Chen suggested, trying to salvage the situation. Yang Mi shook her head. Given that Lu Chen had transformed her face into one even her mother wouldn't recognize, she resolved to alter his visage to the point where not even his father would recognize him. Let us not waste any more time. It's my turn to do your makeup, Yang Mi declared. Lu Chen seated himself opposite her as she picked up the foundation, beginning the base application on his face. This process took a full 15 minutes, during which Lu Chen could only feel the makeup sponge gliding across his skin. Before completing the look, Yang Mi forbade him from looking in the mirror. She intended to bestow upon him a tremendous surprise. Next came the eyebrows, double eyelid tape, eyeshadow, eyeliner, highlighter, contour, blush, and lip gloss, culminating in a cascade of voluminous waves for his hair. With a flourish, Yang Mi set down the makeup brush and presented the mirror to Lu Chen. Behold your current appearance. Truth be told, Lu Chen harbored a foreboding sense of dread. He was acutely aware that he had transformed an exquisite beauty into a villainous figure. Yang Mi was determined to salvage the situation, and her method involved turning Lu Chen's face into that of an exceedingly unattractive boy. However, upon gazing into the mirror, Lu Chen was rendered speechless at the sight of the girl reflected back at him. Who is that? You can't even recognize yourself? Yang Mi retorted. What have you done to me? This is clearly a girl. Zifeng, witnessing the newly made-up Chen, was utterly astonished. Wow, you look stunning. More beautiful than any girl. Are you joking? Chen asked, exasperated. No, I genuinely think you look beautiful, replied Reba, affirming, indeed. You are even more attractive than any girl. As the camera focused solely on his back, viewers were left in a frenzy of excitement. Is it true that Yangmi has transformed Chen into a girl? Salt. A cross-dressing master appears in the live stream. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Ah, I am so looking forward to it. I have yet to witness Chen in women's attire. Let us hurry to the wedding. I can hardly wait to see it. How is it? Are you satisfied? Yami inquired. I feel as though you have dealt me a devastating blow. Chen replied, speechless. This is revenge, pure and unadulterated revenge. Yangmi readily admitted. Indeed, I am enacting my revenge. Zifeng interjected. But it truly looks magnificent. Even Jing Yi, who has achieved a remarkable transformation through cosmetic enhancements, could not help but steal a few glances at Chen. I must say, from a feminine perspective, this makeup is utterly stunning. Although Yangmi claimed she intended to pull a prank, it seems to have inadvertently elevated Chen's popularity. At this moment, Reba, Zifeng Susong, and Guo Xiaolin had also completed their makeup. They bore no concerns about their image, embracing whatever appearance they took on. Once everything was prepared, the group set off together. That afternoon at 6 o'clock, the guests arrived at the venue for the gathering. Chapter 87. Yangmi's makeup can conceal her in the shadows. The event unfolded in a grand hotel banquet hall, where over 200 single men and women gathered, each harboring the intent of either finding love or remaining single. Mobile phones had been surrendered, rendering them incapable of seeking signals of affection in real time. Under the meticulous arrangement of the production team, the guests of the dating show entered the venue seamlessly. To avoid drawing attention, they chose to sit apart from one another. Each guest had transformed their appearance, donning new attire and wigs, making it nearly impossible to recognize anyone from behind. The mingling event commenced swiftly, and at that moment, the production team began to focus the cameras on each guest. When the lens captured Chen in close-up, viewers were greeted with the sight of a stunning lady with glamorous waves, igniting a fervor online. Wow, I can hardly believe this is Chen if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Is this the legendary cross-dressing master? Honestly, Chen as a woman is an absolute beauty, the kind that could easily transcend the ordinary. Indeed, is this the famed allure of a handsome man? Once transformed, does it overshadow all the women? Yangmi must possess magical hands to enable Chen to seamlessly embody a female persona. By the way, with Chen's towering height of 185 centimeters and that physique, no man would dare approach, would they? After all, walking beside a woman taller than oneself is quite an imposing experience. As the mingling commenced, introductions began among the attendees. A particular young man was instantly captivated by Chen and approached her directly. Hello, what's your name? Upon seeing the young man, Chen felt an internal panic. Goodness, please don't tell me you're interested in me. I'm a man. Yet, one could hardly blame him, as Yangmi had indeed transformed Chen into a woman. Chen frantically tried to shield his face with his wig to avoid recognition. Meanwhile, Yangmi felt a twinge of anxiety. Could Chen's identity truly be uncovered? After all, if he spoke, it would be game over. Thankfully, Chen could adopt a feminine voice, and he quickly replied in a high-pitched tone, My name is Defei. The young man paused for a moment upon hearing that name. This name suits me quite well, doesn't it? Truth be told, I was always like this. Due to illness and hormone treatments, I gained considerable weight. I used to be a tall and slender lady. It's all right. I find comfort in your presence, just as you are. Chen felt a wave of despair. What is your taste in aesthetics, my friend? With so many tall and graceful ladies around, why waste time on me? That's all right. Feelings can develop over time. But you're not really my type. What is your ideal type? The young man inquired. I have a fondness for possessing a car, a house, and wealth, all registered in my name. Upon hearing this, the online community erupted in laughter. Indeed, it appears that one has forfeited their right to choose a partner right from the start. Any gentleman who hears this would surely be frightened away. Chen truly understands how to evoke disdain. I have learned a lesson in future blind dates. Should I encounter an undesirable gentleman, I shall employ such tactics, even if it means enduring my mother's scolding upon returning home. I'm quite curious about how the young man will react next. Will he denounce her as a gold digger and swiftly seek his next target? Upon hearing this demand, the young man furrowed his brow. Well, that is acceptable. Chen was utterly dismayed. Good sir, are you truly that Navi? Are you not concerned about being taken advantage of? Yet, some netizens were intrigued. Within 3 minutes, I demand all the details about this young man. Individuals like him are becoming increasingly rare. Is this the pinnacle of romantic folly? If this young man falls prey to a heartless woman, it could spell disaster. Chen decided to unveil her trump card. In truth, I'm not fond of men. I have an affinity for women. This was undoubtedly her ultimate gambit. The young man was indeed deterred. After he departed, Chen exhaled in relief and took a seat. Beside her, Yang Mi wore a mocking expression, as if to convey the sensation of being pursued by a fool. Wait a moment, am I not precisely that foolish individual? Contemplating this, Yang Mi felt a twinge of frustration. The camera zoomed in on her. Soon, Yang Mi's face, which could seamlessly blend into the shadows, appeared on the live stream. The audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too much. Yang Mi's face is only white around her eyes. The rest is shrouded in darkness. What grievance could Chen have to transform Yang Mi into a character reminiscent of Chow Chow from a drama? The most crucial point is, Chen applied 2 dabs of deep crimson blush to give Yang Mi's face a hint of radiance. Believe me, any woman would feel murderous if her boyfriend painted her in such a manner. No wonder Chen had to retreat to the restroom before allowing Yang Mi to open her eyes. Ha ha ha. On the bright side, at least no one will recognize you as Yang Mi now. The goal has been achieved. Today as champion must undoubtedly be Yang Mi. Now, it is certain that no young man will approach Yang Mi for her number. Indeed, at that moment, Yang Mi resembled an incongruous outsider. Watching as other young men sought their desired partners while she could only silently gnaw on her straw to ease the awkwardness. Just then, a booming male voice shattered the atmosphere. Jingyi, you are Jingyi. Yang Mi was taken aback, turning in the direction of the voice. A man had recognized Jingyi. The masked Jingyi wore concealed her face but not her eyes, and as a devoted fan, he instantly recognized her. Jingyi reluctantly removed her mask, revealing her true appearance. So, Jingyi, what brings you to this place? Today I was engrossed in watching the signal of love. Could it be that you have a mission here? Jingyi nodded, but then added, however, my mission has already failed. What was the mission? Jingyi shook her head, refraining from answering that question. The production team has a rule that once a guest is recognized, they cannot divulge any information until their identity is uncovered by the other guests. Are there other guests present? Jingyi again shook her head. Chen sensed that the situation was deteriorating. Seizing the opportunity while his table mates engaged in conversation with others, he swiftly concealed himself beneath the table. However, upon doing so, he discovered another person hidden beneath. Chapter 88. Have they become invisible? Why can't they be found? The individual in question is Yang Mi. Chen expressed some surprise. When did you hide here? Just after Jingyi was recognized, Yang Mi replied with a touch of resignation. The diligent cameraman also squeezed in beside them. Chen whispered, let us remain concealed here. Once everyone else is recognized, we shall emerge. Yang Mi remarked, I feel as though I'm a villain waiting to be apprehended by the police. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, Chen is truly clever, devising such a method to remain undetected. Is this even feasible? Will the other guests follow suit upon seeing this? In half an hour, all guests will have their phones returned, and when they check the live stream, they will discover who is hiding beneath the table. At this moment, Reba pondered whether she should also hide under the table to evade recognition. Just then, a young man called out to her, hello. Reba was taken aback and turned to look at him. The young man inquired, what is your name? Reba was somewhat astonished. She had deliberately applied numerous freckles to her face to disguise her beauty, resulting in a rather poor skin condition. Could she truly attract attention in such a state? Nevertheless, out of politeness, Reba squeezed her voice and replied, "Hello." The young man appeared momentarily stunned. "I feel as though I have heard this voice somewhere before." Reba's expression shifted to one of surprise. "No way. Can it be discerned like this? I cannot even recognize it myself." A nearby girl scrutinized Reba closely and remarked, "You bear a slight resemblance to Reba." Feeling guilty, Reba forced herself to remain composed. "How could I possibly be Reba? She is a stunning beauty, and I am rather unattractive." "No, your eyes bear quite a resemblance to hers," the girl insisted. "You are perhaps Reba's sister or younger sibling." Reba shook her head. "I'm not. I go by Wangmin." She offered a rather commonplace name. "Are you filming a program or something?" the girl inquired curiously. Reba shook her head again. "What program?" At this point, Reba began to sweat profusely, a clear indication of her anxiety. The perspiration caused her makeup to run. The young man offered her a tissue. "You're sweating." "Haha, I tend to sweat easily. It's nothing to worry about." "Aren't you concerned about staining your clothes?" the girl asked. Just then, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Su Song." Reba was momentarily stunned as her attention was drawn toward the commotion. Two girls were staring intently at Su Song. "You are Su Song." Su Song appeared shocked, wearing oversized glasses that nearly obscured his entire face, and his makeup was rather peculiar. Such recognition truly affirms their status as genuine fans. Su Song, with a hint of resignation, reached for a damp tissue to dab at his face. "How did you recognize me?" he inquired. "It's your hand. I know you have a mole on your hand, and the placement and shape of the mole match perfectly." Su Song sighed, unable to hide his exasperation. He never anticipated that he would be undone by such minute details. Once his identity was unveiled, the veil of secrecy surrounding Reba was also lifted. "Alrith, I confis, I am Reba." Indeed, I suspected it was during a filming session. Just moments ago. Jing, he was also recognized. The girl recalled a previous dating reality show she had followed. Could this possibly be the filming site for Signal of Love? This implies that other guests are also concealed within the crowd. Her reasoning was undeniably sound. The girls present lost interest in socializing and instead focused their attention on the guests at the venue. "I must find Liu Chen, my idol from my youth. Who must be here too. I want to see what disguise he has adopted." Though she did not locate Liu Chen, she did spot Guo Xiaolin, who was nonchalantly munching on sunflower seeds. Yet a boy recognized him instantly. That action of cracking seeds is unmistakably Guo Xiaolin. Guo Xiaolin could no longer maintain his composure and broke into laughter. "Your eyes are remarkably sharp. It's indeed Guo Xiaolin." Although Zifeng remained unrecognized, she too faced defeat. Now, only Liu Chen and Yang Mi were yet to be discovered. If only she could retrieve her phone and check the live stream, she would ascertain Liu Chen's whereabouts. Let us see if we can find Liu Chen without any hints. Both Liu Chen and Yang Mi listened intently to the commotion outside, feeling a surge of tension. Will someone lift the tablecloth to take a look? Liu Chen glanced at the time. 5 minutes remain until the half-hour mark. If we can endure these final moments, we shall emerge victorious. Yang Mi whispered, "My feet are numb." "Hang in there. Just 5 more minutes and we'll claim our rewards. We must seize this opportunity." "You're only thinking about seizing the opportunity without regard for my health issues." "Oh, come now, I can give you a quick massage." Yang Mi's face flushed at the suggestion. Outside, the girls searched tirelessly, inspecting each boy, yet none matched Liu Chen. Their physiques simply didn't align. Could he be hiding underneath the table? With this speculation, the girls immediately began lifting the tablecloth to investigate. Liu Chen and Yang Mi were on edge. Could we be exposed this easily? Liu Chen quickly instructed Yang Mi and the cameraman before the tablecloth is lifted. "While everyone's attention is focused beneath, let us make a swift exit." They had been hiding in the far corner, where everyone had previously congregated in the center. Without hesitation, Yang Mi and Liu Chen emerged from their concealment beneath the table. Just as the two individuals had just shifted aside, a girl approached and lifted the tablecloth. Beneath the table lay an emptiness, devoid of any findings. At that moment, Yang Mi, feeling the numbness in her legs, crouched in the corner. Meanwhile, Liu Chen silently squatted beside her. "As long as I remain out of the public eye, no one can discover my presence." After a thorough search, It became evident that there was no one beneath the table, leaving the other guests perplexed. How strange. Had Lu Chen and Yang Mi somehow become invisible? Why had they not been found? Could it be that they had stealthily slipped away? At this juncture, the countdown for the couple figurines had commenced. Only 5 seconds remained. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. All guests who had not been discovered were to reveal themselves. Lu Chen gently assisted Yang Mi as they gradually rose from their concealed position in the corner. The cameraman ceased to remain hidden, directing the camera towards the two of them. Zifeng immediately pointed towards the corner. There, the gazes of the crowd swiftly converged upon them. Chapter 89. Since he dressed as a woman, he should sing women's songs upon witnessing the extraordinary sight of the towering one. 85-meter-tall Lu Chen in women's attire, alongside Yang Mi, who could effortlessly embody a character resembling a charcoal black figure. The audience was collectively bewildered. Is this really Lu Chen and Yang Mi? I can hardly believe it. Yang Mi seemed only a crescent moon away from fully transforming into her character, while Lu Chen's beauty in feminine garb was utterly mesmerizing. Had I not been aware of his true identity, I might have mistaken him for a supermodel. Have you ever encountered a supermodel exuding such an abundance of charm? The young man who had just admired Lu Chen was left in utter disarray. Oh my, I can't believe I was captivated by a man. How terrifying. In stark contrast to the bewildered boys questioning their existence, the other attendees, both male and female, were exhilarated. What a fortunate day this is. I never anticipated meeting my idol from my youth. Experiencing Lu Chen in women's clothing for the first time, and witnessing it in person, was a delightful spectacle that left many in stitches. The significance of finding love paled in comparison to the brilliance of the performance witnessed that day. While Lu Chen basked in popularity, Cheng Yu, who remained unnoticed in a corner, wore a perpetual frown. He believed that his striking appearance was so remarkable that even masked, he would be instantly recognized. To his astonishment, not a single person acknowledged his presence throughout the event. Even the successfully disguised Su Song and Ri Ba garnered attention, while he, having made no effort to alter his appearance, was completely overlooked. What did this signify? It implied that no one cared to take note of his visage at all. With faces blank as canvases, the crowd would respond with confusion when confronted with his presence. Moreover, as the true identities of all the guests were revealed, why was it that only Lu Chen garnered widespread admiration, instead of whispers about his effeminate appearance? Attendees joyfully declared the event to be a tremendous success. Those who followed the romantic variety show should have been aware of the guests' identities. Yet no one seemed to inquire about Cheng Yu's whereabouts. It was a glaringly dismissive scene, leaving Cheng Yu, with his millions of fans on Weibo, feeling utterly humiliated. Here was a young star with over 100 million followers, yet in a gathering of hundreds, not a single person recognized him. The shame was palpable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Cheng Yu's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng failed to direct the camera toward him. The viewers in the live stream appear to share an unspoken understanding, as not one soul inquired about Cheng Yu's location. It wasn't that they were intentionally targeting him. Rather, he simply lacked any sense of presence. Eventually, it was Jing Yi who broke the silence with a casual mention. Where's Cheng Yu? It wasn't that Jing Yi particularly cared about this young man. It was simply that all other couples were paired off while she stood alone, creating an awkward situation that necessitated Cheng Yu's presence to alleviate the discomfort. Cheng Yu sluggishly rose to his feet and approached. However, the eyes of those present remained steadfastly fixed not on him, but rather on Lu Chen. Lu Chen, was this look crafted for you by Yang Mi? What are your thoughts? Lu Chen replied, what are my thoughts? Naturally, I am delighted for Yang Mi. With such exceptional makeup skills, she need never worry about fading into obscurity and losing her livelihood. She could effortlessly pivot to a career as a makeup artist. The crowd exchanged glances filled with bewilderment. So, Lu Chen, you are not the slightest bit upset about Yang Mi transforming you into a cross-dresser? Well, I believe one should adhere to the principle of reciprocating grievances and grudges. Life is not meant to mimic those insipid dramas that forcefully contrive happy endings. I was the one who initially dressed Yangmi's face to resemble that of someone just emerging from a mine. After all, her image as a young woman is of utmost importance, and I can understand her decision to transform me. But why do you continue to support Yangmi? A girl inquired. That's because when we were hiding under the table earlier, her legs fell asleep, so I'm currently assisting her stand. Did you really hide under the table? Another girl asked with curiosity. We lifted all the tablecloths and couldn't find you too. That's because we slipped out before you lifted the tablecloths. A girl chimed in. Lu Chun, now that you've all been discovered, are you leaving? Lu Chun scratched his head. Can I stay here for a meal? Otherwise, I have no idea what traps the production crew might set for me at dinner. It would be splendid to enjoy a ready-made meal. The girls immediately understood. This is what they call taking advantage of the situation. Your forte. Indeed, wherever there's an opportunity, there I shall be. Lu Chun boasted unabashedly. Yangmi looked at him in exasperation. Everyone here has paid to be present. We haven't paid anything to dine here. This is akin to dining without paying. Before Lu Chun could respond, the girls interjected. Oh, it's no problem. The more, the merrier. Reba turned to the production team. Is this permissible? This was anticipated by the production team. They knew that, given Lu Chun's personality, he would undoubtedly choose to shamelessly stay for dinner. However, taking advantage of the situation might not sound too pleasant when spoken aloud. Thus, the production team proposed. How about this? We have the guests perform for everyone's entertainment. Great. We want to hear Lu Chun and Su Song sing. We want to hear Guisialan perform a comedy act. The male and female attendees collectively disregarded Chengyu, who was supposedly a singer, implying that in their eyes, he hardly qualified as one. They had arrived at this gathering with the intent of enjoying themselves. Chengyu, please refrain from taking the stage to produce insipid music that merely serves as a nuisance to us. The camera wisely avoided capturing Chengyu, sparing us the sight of his sullen expression. The production team, keen to avoid inciting any discord among fans, ensured that no scandals would erupt, allowing everyone to maintain their composure. Lu Chun glanced at his attire. Shall I change my clothes? Remove my makeup? It's no trouble at all. After all, you have once appeared at a concert clad in a tank top and oversized shorts. Thus, whatever you choose to wear at the performance henceforth will not surprise me in the least. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression darkened. It seems that past indiscretions have not been forgotten. However, I find it rather peculiar for Lu Chen to don female attire while singing songs meant for male voices. Would it be permissible for him to sing female songs instead? Goodness, is this what you all intend to orchestrate? Lu Chun silently lamented. Chapter 90. Are you deliberately making me appear foolish? The cheers from the audience grew ever louder. At this moment, Su Song, Riba, and Zifeng had already slipped away to remove their makeup. Even Yangmi, the unfortunate soul, had abandoned Lu Chun here. Well, it seemed I had no choice but to muster my courage. Thus, Lu Chun grasped the microphone. Since everyone was so enthusiastic, I shall present two performances. First, I will perform in my current attire. Secondly, after removing my makeup and changing back into my own clothes, I shall entertain you. Splendid. The crowd erupted in applause. Lu Chun then took the stage, beginning to sing and dance. Summer, oh summer, quietly passing, leaving behind little secrets. How can I forget, buried deep within my heart? I cannot forget to write of you in my diary. I cannot forget that what you desire is still you. The romantic summer and a romantic you. Grant me a pink memory. The audience, both male and female, burst into laughter at this spectacle. The viewers in the live stream were doubled over in mirth. Ha ha! This captivating dance is killing me. With these moves, even as a woman, I feel utterly outdone. It's evident that once a man starts to dance, women have no chance. This is simply mesmerizing. Could it be that Lu Chen's feminine attire has unleashed a bewitching side of him? We must record this moment. I shall play it for him on his wedding day. Meanwhile, Yangmi was in a banquet hall adjacent to the social gathering, removing her makeup while watching the live stream. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's whimsical dance, she felt utterly devastated. I can't bear watch. In an instant, she recalled a childhood memory from Children's Day, where Lu Chen, adorned with lipstick and eyeshadow, danced on stage holding a balloon. It was indeed a black mark on Lu Chen's childhood. Yang Mi promptly declared, "This segment must be recorded. When he tries to pull a fast one on me in the future, I shall show him this." Curiously, Zifeng inquired, "Sister Me, did Chen ever prank you before?" "Before. To be precise, he has been pranking me since infancy. My mother told me he always snatched my toys. I truly envy the bond you two share, growing up together as childhood sweethearts," Zifeng remarked. "I share that sentiment," Reba added dreamily. "Watching the two of you bicker, yet care for each other in crucial moments reminds me of my parents, who have argued their whole lives, yet remain inseparable." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi felt a ripple of emotion within her. She understood well the essence of Lu Chen's character. His pranks were not those of a scheming villain. Rather, they stemmed from a fondness for light-hearted teasing. Yet, in times of need, he was always there to protect her. For instance, dragging her into muddy puddles only to take the blame and endure the reprimand from adults. Or the time he had to save the day during a concert. For instance, the nourishing pumpkin millet porridge learned within the confines of the mushroom house, despite ultimately becoming a rather embarrassing disaster. For example, just moments ago, Lu Chen was supporting her as she dealt with her numb feet. It was precisely through such realizations that Yang Mi comprehended the reliability of this person. Even when occasionally perceived as a naive fool, Yang Mi was quite content to embrace such a role. For she understood that when Lu Chen treated a girl with utmost politeness, it was instinctively an act of maintaining distance. Only after becoming familiar with a girl would he exhibit those endearing, somewhat mischievous behaviors. He knew that Yang Mi would never genuinely be upset. After performing a song that appeared exceptionally enchanting to the girls, Lu Chen went to change his attire. Meanwhile, Su Song, having completed his makeup removal, took to the stage to sing. Though Su Song's standing in the realm of music could not quite rival that of Lu Chen, he undoubtedly surpassed the mediocre talents of many young idols. In another banquet hall, Yang Mi was engaged in removing Lu Chen's makeup. "When did you learn that dance?" Yang Mi inquired. "Just now," he replied. "I refuse to believe you could dance so alluringly. You must have practiced countless times. Tell me, have you done anything peculiar behind my back at home?" Of course, Lu Chen had never engaged in such antics. He was a well-rounded youth excelling in all aspects: moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor. How could he have such erratic habits? However, Lu Chen decided to tease her. "Yes, indeed, I do it often," he declared, causing Yang Mi's hands to tremble as she continued her task. Noticing her reaction, he playfully added, "The strangest thing I've ever done was aimed at you." Yang Mi grew increasingly anxious. "So what is it?" The audience in the live stream also awaited the answer, finding more intrigue in Lu Chen's peculiar habits than in Su Song's singing. Could it be that their beloved idol from this youthful era harbored some unspeakable secret? "I turned your photo into that of a snake spirit or a steamed bun face." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi was momentarily speechless. "How much do you detest me to make me look 30 pounds heavier?" she retorted. "Yet, you do look quite charming with a round face. Don't be absurd. That's impossible. Really, if you don't believe me, I'll show you, provided the production team returns my phone." The production team promptly returned the device. Eager to witness how Yang Mi had been altered in Lu Chen's phone, he quickly located the image and presented it to her. Upon seeing the round, steamed bun face, Yang Mi was taken aback. It was not merely the roundness of her face that astonished her. As Lu Chen had remarked, even with an added 30 pounds, she would barely reach 110, at most around 105 pounds. Standing a height of 168 centimeters, she maintained a figure that could still be deemed admirable, regardless of the weight. However, the issue lay within the image Lu Chen had manipulated. Yang Mi's figure seemed to have expanded by 2 sizes. What was once a C cup had now transformed into an F cup. She felt on the verge of collapse. "Lu Chen, you still claim it was unintentional. What on earth is this figure?" "I am wronged," she exclaimed. "This is truly a one-click photo edit, generated automatically by the system. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you cunning old man. Don't believe me? Then help me edit," Lu Chen said as he handed his phone to Yang Mi, requesting her to take a picture of him. "Then let me give it a try. If it truly appears, as you say, automatically recognized by the system, I shall have no further words," she replied. "All right, no problem. Let us go," Yang Mi said. capturing a photograph of Chen. Chapter 91. As he turned his back while clutching a basketball, a wave of panic washed over me. Mi then utilized the one-click photo editing feature on Chen's phone. In an instant, Chen's face was magnified 30-fold. Mi felt as though she were gazing upon the visage of a swine. The most astonishing aspect was that Chen's fierce expression appeared to have augmented several sizes, larger even than the photo Mi had edited. She was utterly astounded. "This software," Chen remarked while observing the photo. "See, I told you I wasn't deceiving you. It's been magnified several times, hasn't it?" Mi pouted. "With such software, what need is there for a photo editor?" "No, a photo editor is still essential. After all, this is a one-click edit. Every part has to maintain perfect proportions. If an editor wishes to slim your face, then the inevitable consequence is that your fierceness will also diminish by several sizes. Are you certain you want to use such an image to gain attention?" Mi flushed at this. She was no child. She certainly didn't want to sacrifice her fierceness for the sake of editing. In light of this, the original image was indeed the best choice. Once Chen reverted to his masculine self, he suddenly addressed the production team. "Do you have any wigs and basketballs suitable for men?" The production crew was momentarily taken aback. The terms wig and basketball clearly conjured images of viral memes from the internet. Surely, Chen was not intending to play off such a joke at today as social gathering. The potential uproar on the internet would be immense. Yet, this might not be entirely negative. If Chen were merely imitating, and perhaps even surpassing it, it would provide ample fodder for online discourse. Chen had not specified whom he intended to imitate. Everyone could draw their own conclusions. Those in the know would certainly understand. Wang Zheng promptly instructed the wardrobe department to procure a wig. Basketballs, after all, could be found almost anywhere. At that moment, Guo Xiaolin had just concluded a comedic performance and was stepping off the social stage. Just then, Chen made his entrance, cradling a basketball. Upon seeing the yellow wig atop Chen's head and the basketball in his hands, the audience was struck by an ominous premonition. Each person's mind involuntarily conjured the infamous meme of Chengyu that had gone viral after he had played basketball. Surely, Chen did not plan to mimic that moment. The original subject was present at the scene. A mere thought would reveal that Chengyu must be seething with rage. Upon witnessing Chen's appearance, a fire ignited within Chengyu. He had an inkling of what Chen intended to do next. This was a chapter of his past that he could never erase. What had started as a mere 10 seconds of audition time had been transformed by netizens into a meme. Even after Chengyu sent a cease and desist letter in an attempt to quell the situation, hoping to dissuade netizens from associating him with the topic of absurd videos, he had inadvertently provoked their rebellious spirit. The meme not only persisted, but intensified. In the end, Chengyu found himself powerless, forced to watch this wave of trends spread across the internet. Nowadays, Chen, clutching a basketball, intended to perform an imitation. Was he not blatantly trying to slap Chengyu in the face right in front of him? With this thought, Chengyu's face darkened significantly. Chen, seemingly unfazed, stood on the stage of the social gathering, grinning as he declared, "To be honest, I am quite hungry right now and cannot complete a song. So, allow me to offer you an impromptu performance instead. After a brief moment, I shall indulge in my meal." The male and female attendees nodded eagerly. "All right, let us begin." Chen then started dribbling the basketball in place, singing as he did so. "Here, the mountain road twists and turns here. The waterway forms a 9-loop chain." He then balanced the basketball on his finger, spinning it. "Here, the mountain songs line up. Here, the mountain songs intertwine." Chen's mesmerizing dribbling, combined with his deliberately amusing singing, transformed the performance into a comedic spectacle. Initially, he had no intention of showcasing his true talents at this gathering. He came with a spirit of entertainment, and thus decided to entertain thoroughly. After singing this short segment, Chen tossed the basketball away and turned his back. Instantly, the audience felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. The viewers in the live stream held their breath. "Oh no, when he turned his back, I panicked. I fear he might turn around and sing. GNI is too beautiful. When he threw the basketball, I began to worry, terrified he would suddenly start shaking his shoulders. Is he about to reveal a chicken foot? Please no. I do not wish to cleanse my eyes. Oomph. How dare Lu Chen play basketball in front of my brother Yunyao? Does he not know that all who play basketball must heed my brother Yunyao's countenance? How outrageous to speak so of my brother Yunyao. I shall not share the video of him playing basketball with you. Naturally, Lu Chen had no intention of suddenly shaking his shoulders and singing "GNI is too beautiful." He continued with the song he had just sung. Line up, intertwine, connecting the dreams and hopes of families. He then bowed to the audience, expressing gratitude. Thank you all for your support. My performance has come to an end. In an instant, the entire venue erupted into enthusiastic applause. It was for Lu Chen, as well as for his subtle jabs. Even a fool could see whom Lu Chen had been mocking with his basketball routine. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. In the end, we still did not hear Lu Chen declare, "GNI is too beautiful." Lu Chen, are you truly not afraid we will turn you into a meme that sweeps the internet? Ha ha. Do you think Lu Chen would send a lawyer's letter in warning? No, he would rather joyfully collect those memes and use them in chats. Do not compare Lu Chen to our Gigi. Our family member, Gigi, is so concerned about their reputation that they have resorted to sending a legal warning. At this moment, Cheng Yu's face was ashen with rage, perfectly captured by the camera. The onlookers beheld Cheng Yu, who wore an expression of unutterable anguish, forced to swallow his grievances like broken teeth. Haha, Cheng Yu is about to create a meme-worthy expression. This provides fresh material for a new meme. The cameraman knows how to frame the shot. Just as Lu Chen finished his basketball dance, he zoomed in on Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu exclaimed, "Cameraman, I sincerely thank you." Meanwhile, Lu Chen, having completed his performance, appeared unfazed by the events. He shrugged and inquired, "So, can I start my dinner now?" "Of course, absolutely. Feel free to eat and drink to your heart's content." Chapter 92. Quirky couple outfits. As the evening banquet commenced, each couple found their seats together. The thoughts of the surrounding boys and girls were far from the meal, as they were intently focused on their respective idols. Lu Chen, ever the devotee of bubble tea, relished in his drink, declaring that today's joy stemmed from the delightful beverage. Brother Chen, Reba inquired, "Since today is a singles mixer, do you think you might encounter a girl who captures your heart?" "Not likely," Lu Chen replied, shaking his head. "Why not?" Reba pressed. "Would not answering deprive me of my meal?" "Not at all. Then I shall remain silent." Reba felt a hint of frustration, which only served to heighten her curiosity. Why was Lu Chen so certain that he would not find someone appealing amongst the crowd? Perhaps he already had someone special in mind, rendering all other girls invisible in his eyes. The audience in the live stream shared Reba's intrigue, eager for the unfolding drama. What is Lu Chen trying to conceal? Oh dear, that's his private matter. We are not nosy journalists. No need to pry incessantly. My curiosity only deepens. What kind of girl could so thoroughly enchant Lu Chen, occupying both his thoughts and heart? It seems we must wait for Lu Chen to reveal that secret himself. Meanwhile, Lu Chen savored his meal, while Cheng Yu found himself unable to enjoy his food. Jing Yi recognized his thoughts. Lu Chen's prior imitation had made Cheng Yu the subject of ridicule once more. And as for Jing Yi, her presence as his partner had gone unnoticed, overshadowed by the ever-popular Yang Mi, who paired with Lu Chen. The discussions about her in the live stream were noticeably abundant. Feeling a pang of jealousy, Jing Yi resolved to create an interaction with Lu Chen that evening. Such a moment would surely yield a trending topic worthy of publication. Was there anything Lu Chen could not refuse in terms of interaction? After some contemplation, she had an idea: bubble tea. As a fervent enthusiast, Lu Chen was utterly enamored with it. If she appealed to his tastes, he would not shy away. Reba, on the other hand, enjoyed her meal without a care for weight gain. Su Song quietly asked, "Aren't you worried about waking up 3 pounds heavier tomorrow?" "It's all right. I have a metabolism that defies weight gain," she replied cheerfully. Besides, in this world, love and delicious food should never be forsaken. I am not one to disappoint others. After dinner, everyone returned to the villa. Lu Chen was filled with anticipation regarding the mysterious gift. Could it be a magnificent diamond ring? Zi Feng speculated. "I believe it will be some delectable treat." Reba chimed in. The couple figurines were soon unveiled, revealing today as CP gift, couple outfits. Lu Chen and Yang Mi were momentarily stunned after hearing the announcement. I had expected something extraordinary, but it turned out to be merely couple outfits. Lu Chen felt utterly speechless, thinking to himself how he had built up such anticipation. The production team is rather stingy, providing only 100 yuan for hot pot. And now, gifting me couple attire. Why not send us couple watches instead? The couple figurines spoke again, requesting Lu Chun and Yang Mi to don the couple outfits and take photos as mementos after their runway walk. Lu Chun shrugged. Simple enough. However, when the couple outfits were brought forth, both Lu Chun and Yang Mi were taken aback. This was not the traditional couple attire one would envision. Instead, it was crafted from colorful plastic bags, resembling rice sacks, exuding a rather garish aesthetic. Who conceived such a design? Lu Chun furrowed his brow in inquiry. Bring that person out. I promise not to harm him. Meanwhile, Yang Mi worried whether the plastic bag outfits would be transparent, risking an embarrassing wardrobe malfunction. The couple figurines reassured them. No need to worry about exposure. All the necessary areas will be covered. Please head to your rooms to change. Jing Yi, standing nearby, displayed a look of relief, silently thanking her lucky stars that such horrid plastic bag attire would not adorn her, as it would surely haunt her as an embarrassing memory. Chen Yu felt similarly fortunate. He already had enough material for ridicule, and wearing such an eyesore might generate new meme-worthy expressions for him. This was a perfect opportunity to create a moment of infamy for Lu Chen. No one could possibly look good draped in plastic bags, ensuring that Lu Chen's comical appearance would become fodder for online memes. At that moment, Cheng Yu envisioned sending in his online army to amplify the mockery. However, Cheng Yu's well-laid plans were swiftly undermined by Lu Chen's forthcoming entrance. In contrast to Cheng Yu and Jing Yi's disdain, Zifeng and Ri Ba expressed keen interest in the plastic bag dresses. Zifeng remarked, Ri Ba, I've never worn a dress like this before. It's so creative. I really want to give it a try. Ri Ba nodded in agreement. Me too. After me, Jie tries it on. Let us see how it looks. 10 minutes later, Lu Chun and Yang Mi descended the stairs, with Yang Mi linking her arm through Lu Chen's as if they were gracing a red carpet. Ri Ba and Zifeng couldn't help but exclaim in awe, Wow, Mi Jie, you look stunning. Although the dress was made from plastic bags, the costume team had worked their magic, transforming it into something uniquely stylish. While it certainly couldn't rival haute couture, it radiated a distinct design flair. The white bag, ingeniously fashioned into a bandeau, is complemented by a skirt adorned with an array of interwoven colors. Rather than resembling a scene of chaos, it exudes a harmonious aesthetic. Furthermore, Yang Mi possesses a pair of exceptionally graceful legs. This gown features a high-low design that gracefully drapes to the floor, allowing a tantalizing glimpse of Yang Mi's elongated limbs at the front, while the trailing back adds an element of beauty. In contrast, Lu Chen's ensemble is considerably simpler. His top and trousers are crafted from black plastic bags, with even the bow tie rendered in the same somber hue. From a distance, he resembles a walking trash bag. However, once donned by Lu Chen, it radiates an unexpected elegance. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but express their astonishment. Such an unattractive men's suit. Yet, Lu Chen manages to imbue it with style. Indeed, Lu Chen's visage salvages this outfit. It's true that those blessed with good looks can make even a burlap sack appear fashionable. They say a person is defined by their attire, yet in this case, it is the individual who elevates the garment. I sense that a certain online marketplace will soon feature similar items. Those eager to test how unflattering they might look in such an outfit can begin placing orders. Chapter 93. Who looks better, me or Reba? Su Song and Guixiaolin took on the role of cameramen, fervently capturing images of Lu Chun and Yang Mi. Guixiaolin remarked, Brother Chun, I must say, when you and Sister Mi stand together, despite donning such coarse plastic bag gowns, the chemistry between you is undeniable. Su Song added, Indeed, there is a palpable sense of beauty and elegance. Zifeng chimed in, Fortunately, it's Sister Mi wearing it. Had it been anyone else, it would surely resemble a scene of calamity. Reba asked eagerly, Sister Mi, may I try it on shortly? Yang Mi nodded immediately, of course. There was not a trace of disdain on Yang Mi's face regarding the plastic bag gown. On the contrary, A joyful smile graced her features. She understood that it was due to Lu Chen's presence. Being with someone she cherished made even hardships feel sweet, especially in comparison to wearing such unconventional attire. Lu Chen harbored no aversion to the plastic bag suit. He had never been one to pursue designer brands. Sometimes, embracing a bold and innovative style was refreshing. He was even amused by the idea of his image being transformed into memes, relishing the thought of becoming a humorous reference for others to enjoy. After Yang Mi and Lu Chen took a group photo, Zifeng and Reba promptly followed Yang Mi back to the room to try on the gown. Upon seeing her reflection, Zifeng frowned. "Sister Mi, why do I look so unappealing in this?" Yang Mi was equally perplexed. It had appeared quite flattering on her. Yet on Zifeng, it seemed to clash vehemently. "It's not that bad," Yang Mi reassured her. "Sister Mi, I appreciate your comfort, but I'm aware that my looks and figure cannot do justice to this gown. Reba, why don't you give it a try?" Reba donned the gown and, much like Yang Mi, exuded an astonishing charm. She was a strikingly radiant woman. Even in a burlap sack, she maintained her allure. Yang Mi smiled. "Reba, you look fantastic. May I take a photo?" "Of course. I'll take it for you." Yang Mi snapped a picture of Reba. However, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Would netizens compare their photos, igniting a debate over who outshone whom? Such discussions were hardly favorable for the actresses involved. Her apprehension stemmed not from fear of being overshadowed by Reba, who was naturally 5 years her junior and possessed striking beauty. Rather, she worried about the potential for malicious gossip to strain the relationship between herself and Reba. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had retreated to his room, blissfully falling into a deep slumber. After a long day, a new couple had formed, and they had indulged in both hot pot and dinner. Tomorrow morning, they would depart from his place. The following morning, Lu Chen awoke groggily at 9 o'clock, having slept soundly. The live broadcast had been taken down after 10 the previous night, and the actions of the guests this morning would not be streamed in their entirety. Upon entering the living room, Lu Chen discovered the staff dismantling cameras to retrieve footage from the previous day, along with attending to various other concluding tasks. Yang Mi and Xiao Mai were seated at the dining table, enjoying tea. "Where is everyone?" Lu Chen inquired. "They all have engagements." Yang Mi shrugged. "They have already departed." "Then why do you not have an engagement? Have you become that unpopular?" Lu Chen asked. Yang Mi nearly spat out her drink. "I was waiting for you. An Jinghua said the driver was unavailable to pick you up today and asked me to take you back." "Oh." Lu Chen nodded. "Then let's leave as well." After bidding farewell to everyone, Lu Chen and Yang Mi departed together. On the way home, Yang Mi glanced at her phone. Just as she had feared, a trending topic had emerged. Yang Mi versus Reba in plastic bag dresses. Who wore it better? The comment section was abuzz with varying opinions. Some claimed Reba's seller photos were more appealing, while others asserted Yang Mi's buyer photos stood out more. There were even those who believed both were equally matched. In response, Yang Mi maintained a nonchalant demeanor. She had no desire to engage in a rivalry for attention with Reba, more than the netizens' assessments. Yang Mi was concerned with Lu Chen's opinion. "Lu Chen, who do you think looks better in the plastic bag dress, me or Reba?" At that moment, Lu Chen had already drifted back into slumber. Yang Mi was momentarily speechless. "You just woke up. How can you fall asleep again?" Upon arriving home, Yang Mi posed the question once more. Lu Chen scratched his head. "I don't know. Did Reba wear the same plastic bag dress as yours?" The night before, while Reba was trying on the outfit, Lu Chen had retreated to his room to prepare for sleep. "Yes, here is the photo," Yang Mi replied, showing Lu Chen the image. After viewing it, Lu Chen nodded and uttered a soft "oh." "Don't just say oh, share your thoughts. If I say Reba looks better, will I get hit?" He countered. "No. So do you think Reba's look surpasses mine?" Yang Mi pressed. "I believe you look better in it," Lu Chen declared. "You're not just saying that to avoid my wrath, are you?" Yang Mi asked. "Am I the type to lie?" Lu Chen shrugged. "You're not? Then who is?" Yang Mi retorted. "If you say I look better than Reba, what makes me more appealing?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" "Exactly. I just feel that you look better in it." Lu Chen shouldered his response. Initially, Yang Mi suspected Lu Chen was merely offering her platitudes. However, upon hearing his words, a flicker of something unusual stirred within her. Was it that Lu Chen perceived her as the only one who mattered, leading him to believe she outshone Reba? I've thought of something. Lu Chen suddenly exclaimed. At last, I have come to understand in what way you surpass her in beauty. So what is it? Yang Mi anxiously inquired. Your endowment is a size larger than hers, thus rendering you more attractive. Yang Mi was momentarily at a loss for words. Why are you staring at Reba in such a manner? If Yin previously gazed at her, how could you ascertain that I am larger than she? No, it was what the netizens said. Previously, someone compared the two of you, and I happened to come across a comment stating that your endowment is larger than Reba's. That is how I interpreted it. Chapter 94. Initially, I was resistant. Yang Mi was utterly speechless. I refuse to communicate with you now. Lu Chen scratched his head. Is it because I was right? Get lost. At this moment, they were no longer on the set of a dating reality show. Yang Mi no longer had to worry about being criticized by the audience for her sharp tongue. I shall take my leave. Upon returning home, Lu Chen was immediately met with the furious gaze of Jinghua. He was taken aback by her intense stare. Mother, I have a premonition that you might be about to hit me. Jinghua promptly brandished the broom behind her, aiming it at Lu Chen. He was startled. Let us agree not to resort to violence. Tell me, why did you paint Mimi's face so dark on the show? I already mentioned it was to prevent her from being recognized. Mimi and I did that to secure the couple's gift. That doesn't justify such an extreme look. What if it ruins her skin? Surely not. I used black eyeshadow. It can simply be washed off. Besides, I applied it on her, not permanently affixed it to myself. There is no need for such a fuss. Then why were you writhing around like a woman? Do you comprehend how others will perceive you? Lu Chen inquired. Is it so wrong for a man to be expressive? You are infuriating. Jinghua glared at him furiously. What was your purpose in joining this dating show? Wasn't it to cultivate a good relationship with Mimi? Yet, you've turned it into this mess. And now the entire internet thinks you and Yang Mi are enemies. Lu Chen concealed himself behind a pillar in the living room, wary of sudden broom attack from Jinghua. Cautiously, he said, Mom, Mimi and I are childhood friends. How could we possibly be adversaries? Our greatest conflict was when I tricked her into giving me her allowance for a chicken cutlet back in middle school. You dare mention that? That money was meant for her study materials. You deceived her, claiming all bookstores sold pirated copies, knowing full well which ones were genuine, and then borrowed a classmate's book to photocopy while spending the leftover money on fried chicken. Lu Chen scratched his head. Yes, I confessed my wrongdoing afterward, and you gave me quite the thrashing, dragging me to apologize. I don't care. In the next episode of the dating show, you must get along with me amicably, just like the warm scenes of childhood sweethearts and dramas. Lu Chen pouted, muttering softly, I'm not filming a drama. But aren't those clips of you as a domineering lead trending online currently? Lu Chen was taken aback. Did my silly domineering character video get released? He quickly grabbed his phone to check. Indeed, he had already made the trending list. Under the topic of Lu Chen's quirky dominant CEO persona, Lu Chen perused the myriad of comments from the audience. This is not your typical domineering CEO. This is simply the comical son of a domineering family, isn't it? I can't stop laughing. Lu Chen's portrayal of this quirky CEO has completely altered my idealistic perception of all such characters. Where is the promised wealthy, handsome, gentle, and considerate tyrant? Why has Lu Chen presented us with a foolish character who is broke and teetering on the edge of legality? Just for this one segment featuring Lu Chen, I absolutely must follow this drama. It's utterly hilarious, haha. To be honest, I have little expectation for Huang Tao's performance. He's just another pretty boy with mediocre acting skills. It feels like Lu Chen is single-handedly sustaining the entire drama with this one scene. After reading these remarks, Lu Chen felt disheartened. Why was the entire internet mocking him? Was his portrayal of the CEO truly misguided? He recalled that such characters were known for their memorable lines. Jinghua remarked, You have inadvertently struck gold. You've cleverly subverted the traditional trope. If you had adhered to the conventional portrayal, the audience might not have embraced it. Can I go take a break now? Lu Chen inquired. Jinghua shot him an exasperated glance. Unless you promise me that in the next reality dating show, you won't treat me as a mere pawn. All right, I promise. Lu Chen replied as he ascended the stairs. Once upstairs, he exhaled a sigh of relief and muttered two words, no way. If he truly appeared before Yang Mi as a warm-hearted gentleman, she might think she had lost her mind, or perhaps that someone had taken over her body. Imagining this, Chen shivered. He could hardly fathom how awkward it would be to gently present Yang Mi with a cup of hot water while tenderly advising her to drink more of it. She might suspect that some bizarre substance had been added to the water. Meanwhile, the 9th episode of I Am a Singer was about to commence. This particular episode featured the ultimate showdown between him and Zhang Xueyou. It marked the grand finale of the show. In this episode, the champion and runner-up would be determined. Although the online community fervently supported Chen's bid for victory, they were even more eager to discover what song he would present on the final stage. Rather than fixating on who would emerge as the champion, the audience was yearning to hear the music. As for the finale, Chen resolved to deliver a song that was deemed a pinnacle of the Chinese music scene. The moment the introduction of this piece began, no one would doubt that it was a masterpiece unparalleled in history. With great urgency, Chen jotted down the composition on the score sheet. Prior to participating in the finale, he intended to deliver the accompaniment track. To perfectly showcase the impact of this introduction, Chen decided that this time, he would collaborate with an exceptional accompaniment team for the recording. That afternoon, he sought out the renowned accompaniment group led by Xiao Ku. This accompaniment ensemble has captivated the music scene since the last century. In an era of extraordinary talent, they have contributed an abundance of classic song accompaniments. Fortuitously, they also have a studio in the capital. When Chen made a call, upon hearing his voice, Xiao Ku was overwhelmed with excitement. Chen, you rascal, I have finally waited for you to call me. Do you have any idea how many years I've been waiting? 10 years. A full decade. Xiao Ku was not exaggerating. In the year Chen debuted at the age of 17, Jinghua spared no effort in leveraging connections to pave the way for Chen's best resources from the very beginning. At that time, the accompaniment team, led by Xiao Ku, was one of those pivotal supporters. However, initially, Xiao Ku chose to refuse collaboration with this newcomer, Chen. Chapter 95, A Decade of Resilience. A masterpiece at its pinnacle. The rationale is quite straightforward. Having embarked on his career at the tender age of 17 without any formal musical training and with a formidable mother supporting him, it appears that Chen is being swiftly ushered into the entertainment industry merely to reap the rewards. How could such an individual be entrusted with the monumental responsibility of becoming a future music star? What grounds exist for demanding that his elite accompaniment team pave the way for Chen? Such a request seems utterly implausible, especially since they are not lacking in financial resources. It was only when Chen personally approached Xiao Ku, revealing the lyrics he had penned, that the latter was captivated from the very first notes. Xiao Ku could scarcely believe that a mere 17-year-old boy could compose such an exquisite accompaniment. Even more astonishing was the realization of Chen's extraordinary musical talent at such a young age. His lyrics and melodies were remarkably avant-garde for their time. Those who understood appreciated his artistry, while the unenlightened dismissed it as rubbish, claiming it could corrupt the youth. At that moment, Xiao Ku was resolute. Chen was destined to debut at the pinnacle of success. His songs would not only influence his contemporaries, but would resonate throughout the music industry for the next decade. Given this, what justification could there be for rejecting such a prodigious talent? To provide accompaniment for such remarkable compositions would undoubtedly be a source of immense pride throughout Xiao Ku's musical journey, a legacy to be cherished by future generations. Xiao Ku consented to accompany all of Chen's songs and even offered to promote him through his modest platforms. Subsequent events unfolded precisely as Xiao Ku had anticipated. Chen's debut marked the zenith of his career. His unique musical style set him apart in the industry, with no other artist able to rival his prowess. Young audiences craved the refreshing musical experience he delivered, and Chen fulfilled all their expectations for a new era of music, be it through his lyrics, accompaniments, musical style, or celestial voice. Each of these elements left an indelible mark on the music scene. Moreover, Chen's character was commendable. Despite a troubled youth marked by conflicts with authority figures, he transformed his life into a flourishing journey of success. just as Xiaoke was poised to collaborate extensively with Chen in the forthcoming period. Chen announced his intention to embrace a more laid-back lifestyle, declaring, "Wealth has granted me freedom. I shall now recline." Xiaoke could not help but feel a sense of loss. At the age of 20, a singer stands at the pinnacle of their artistic potential. Had Chen chosen to remain in the music industry, he could have left an unparalleled legacy during these prime years. Yet, it seemed that Chen was impervious to the allure of material gain. While others envisioned the endless harvest of chives, Chen, with a sense of delight, embraces a modest ambition and embarks on a journey of leisure. Over the past decade, Xiaoke has longed for the day when Chen might return, pondering whether he would have the opportunity to collaborate anew. Yet, each hopeful anticipation has culminated in disappointment. Even after Chen's eventual return, he did not request Xiaoke's continued partnership, for his mastery over musical instruments was not inferior to Xiaoke's. Consequently, Xiaoke remained devoid of collaborative prospects. However, this time, Chen personally reached out with a phone call. What does this signify? It signifies that after a decade of waiting, the prospect of collaboration has finally emerged. One must understand that during these 10 years, with the proliferation of subpar music within the industry, the once illustrious scenes of musical rivalry have faded into oblivion. In their stead, the capital-driven emergence of young idols, masquerading under the guise of music, has led to rampant exploitation within the industry. This has deeply pained Xiaoke, who yearned for Chen to emerge and salvage the current music market. Now, with his wish fulfilled, it is a joy surpassing even a lottery win. With this thought in mind, Xiaoke promptly exclaimed, "I am available at any time. I shall bring my new song over shortly." Chen held unwavering confidence in the prowess of Xiaoke's accompaniment team, believing their professionalism would preclude any breach of confidentiality. Half an hour later, Chen arrived at Xiaoke's music studio. A decade had transformed Xiaoke from the exuberance of his youth into what others perceive as a man in his 50s. Yet, the depth of experience he possessed imbued him with a clarity that was refreshing. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen got straight to the point. "Teacher Xiaoke, this is a song I composed for the finals of I am a singer. I need to produce the accompaniment today and deliver it to Suran." "Let me see," Xiaoke replied, glancing at Chen's new composition. Upon hearing the introduction, he was utterly astonished. This song, Xiaoke's reaction was anticipated by Chen. It was indeed a piece that would leave any professional musician in awe. If anyone were to dismiss this song as trash, there would either be a keyboard warrior, a competitor, or hired critics intent on defamation. Having been in the music industry for decades, I can attest that I have never encountered a song of this style before. Such an impressive introduction is a first for me. The accompaniment of this song is simply more remarkable than that of all your previous works combined. Chen smiled and remarked, "I believe it's impressive, but claiming it surpasses all songs combined is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Whether it's an exaggeration or not will ultimately be determined by the audience. Chen, let us commence now. I can hardly contain my eagerness to produce the accompaniment for this song." Upon hearing this, Chen nodded in agreement. "Certainly, no problem." He joined the accompaniment team, taking charge of the piano section. As the vocalist of the piece, he naturally infused the emotional essence of the song into the instrument. When the accompaniment team received the printed sheet music, each member was astounded. This young man, Chen, his musical talent has remained as formidable as it was a decade ago. He continues to be exceptional. In contrast, had anyone else retreated from the spotlight for 10 years, they would find a world transformed upon their return, with no one recognizing them in the entertainment industry, let alone achieving such acclaim. Thus, it is no exaggeration to say he has influenced generations. After a decade of seclusion, returning to the pinnacle of his career is nothing short of a terrifying myth. The records he has set may prove insurmountable for future generations. Chapter 96. What is being single matter? Wealth prevents hardship. As the accompaniment began recording, everyone felt as though time had transported them back a decade. At that time, Chen was merely a fresh-faced 17-year-old boy. His earnest demeanor before the piano suggested he was destined to become a future musical monarch. A decade later, the the sovereign still firmly occupies that exalted position, impervious to any attempts to usurp his throne. Even if he chose to recline in leisure or frolic on the grass with a water gun, joyfully spraying about, it would not diminish his esteemed status within the music industry. Is that impressive? Indeed. Has anyone ever shattered such a record? No. If anyone within the industry were to vanish from the online realm for a mere 3 days, the internet would swiftly begin to forget them. Upon their return, the world they once knew would have irrevocably changed. Newcomers are indeed formidable. Yet, Chen possesses the remarkable ability to not only attract past admirers, but also to retain fans from the peak of his career as they transition into sunset supporters. Furthermore, he can win over emerging artists who have begun to make their mark in the industry. Such a miracle. Who besides Chen could possibly achieve this? Half an hour later, the accompaniment was finally synthesized. Chen cheerfully informed Xiaoku, "I will deliver the track to Su Ran first. And tonight, I shall treat you all to barbecue." "No problem. Let's eagerly anticipate." Chen promptly made his way to Su Ran's studio, delivering the accompaniment with great curiosity about the divine composition contained within that USB drive. However, he refrained from listening at that moment, knowing that while Chen might appear rather laid back in his personal life, he approached music with utmost seriousness. He was confident that the live performance would unveil the accompaniment in a manner that would astonish the audience. Su Ran too wished to maximize the anticipation, determined to experience the sensation of the live performance on the day itself. Upon leaving Su Ran's studio, Chen noticed the evening had set in. True to his earlier promise, he planned to treat Xiaoku and the team to barbecue that night. After securing a reservation, he set off towards their destination. He had chosen a whole roasted lamb, while the others could select their preferred skewers upon arrival. The barbecue establishment, a venerable institution in operation for over 20 years, had transformed its yard into a dining area capable of accommodating over 100 patrons. Customers had begun to trickle in. Naturally, a superstar like Chen, recognizable in any public space, could not escape the fervent attention of fans who eagerly snapped photographs. Chen bore no resentment towards their adulation, as long as it remained within reasonable bounds and did not disrupt his barbecue experience. He welcomed their enthusiasm, even when faced with unflattering photos that become memes. Chen embraces it all with a cheerful demeanor. There was a girl who took a bit longer to capture her shots. Chen turned his head and glanced at her, playfully inquiring, "Can your phone's battery sustain your continuous photographing of me?" The girl, feeling a bit shy, lowered her phone. "Make sure to edit me to look good. I came out without makeup, so please smooth my skin a little." Upon hearing this, the girl chuckled. "Isn't that similar to that one-click beautification feature from the dating show?" No. Please, not that. If it must be large, let not be overly fierce." The girl instantly blushed at his teasing. "I suspect you are driving a metaphorical vehicle, yet I lack evidence." Chen, driving in a barbecue restaurant. Is this truly acceptable? At that moment, Xiaoku and her friend arrived. Chen handed over the menu. "Order whatever you like. I've already ordered a whole roasted lamb." "Isn't a whole roasted lamb enough?" Xiaoku remarked. No. That would be too monotonous. Everyone should indulge." Naturally, they didn't overorder. Xiaoku opted for some skewers and a few vegetarian dishes. While awaiting the barbecue, Chen received a call from Yangmi Chen. "Where have you been?" "I just went to your house, and Wu Ma said you had gone out. I'm enjoying some barbecue." Upon hearing this, Yangmi puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. "So, you're off enjoying life on your own?" "Not at all. I'm here with Xiaoku and other friends." "Oh, then enjoy your meal. Wait, did you need something?" "Oh, my mom asked me to bring you some pan-fried buns." "Pan-fried buns. Aunt Wenjing's pan-fried buns are unbeatable. I want some. I'll leave them at your home. You can have them for a midnight snack." "Sound great." After hanging up, Chen pondered for a moment. He ordered some skewers, but requested that they be prepared in an hour. Xiaoku overheard their conversation. "Chen, have you been single for these 10 years?" "Indeed." Chen nodded. "I basically stay home every day. Even the peach blossoms shy away from me, naturally rendering me a single dog." "So, your participation in the dating show is to entice those peach blossoms to rush over and bring you good fortune and love?" Xiaoku asked. "To be precise, that's my mother's hope. As for me, I'm rather laid back about it. I adhere to the philosophy that as long as I have money, I want to lead too miserable a life. That philosophy truly resonates with reality. Xiao Kun nodded in agreement. Just then, the whole roasted lamb was served. Since it was pre-ordered, the grilling time was also expedited. Customers could indulge in their meal without much waiting. Lu Chen donned disposable gloves and began to savor the food with an array of sauces. Observing Lu Chen's carefree demeanor, Xiao Kun remarked, in this industry, it seems only you and a select few can indulge so unabashedly, shedding the idle persona to enjoy barbecue in such a down-to-earth manner. Lu Chen chuckled in response. An idol? This term should not be applied to a man of my 30 years, especially since my fans are affectionately referred to as the Sunset Red Fan Club. By that logic, I will be considered an old man. So, you cannot deny your age, nor shy away from the term 30 when it pertains to you. I have even contemplated where I would like to be laid to rest in the future. Why should I care about my current age? Lu Chen shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing the notion. Really? You have considered such distant matters? Xiao Kun inquired. So, where do you wish to be buried in the future? In outer space. Xiao Kun thought she must have misheard him. What did you say? Outer space? Indeed. I hope to be launched into outer space, where I can freely roam the cosmos. Isn't that how the song goes? Goodbye, Mom. Tonight, I shall set sail. Xiao Kun was astonished by Lu Chen's perspective. He exhibited a remarkable lack of fear regarding life and death. He was not anxious about the fact that, despite his youth and wealth, he had not yet spent all his money before his time came. Such a carefree and unrestrained disposition is truly rare. Chapter 97. De Laoliu is finally outwitted by Demi Mi after indulging in barbecue. Lu Chen returned home. However, he did not opt for a direct route back, but instead rang the doorbell of Yang Mi's residence. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's unexpected arrival, Yang Mi appeared somewhat bewildered. What brings you to my home so suddenly? She inquired. I have brought you a roasted whole lamb. This is especially reserved for you. Do savor its flavor. Lu Chen replied, holding out a takeout box. Yang Mi accepted it, her curiosity piqued. Is this truly set aside for me? Or is it merely leftovers from your meal? Indeed, it is specifically for you. I portioned out your share before I began to eat, Lu Chen assured her. At this revelation, Yang Mi's spirits lifted. Don't forget to enjoy the water-fried buns I sent over. She added, Oh, that won't be necessary. I can indulge in them as a late-night snack tonight, he responded. Aren't you concerned about overeating? She queried. My stomach only distinguishes between being full and being even fuller, he retorted with a grin. That very night, Lu Chen indeed relished the water-fried buns as a midnight feast. They were undoubtedly crafted by Aunt Wenjing, and their taste was simply exquisite. In contrast to my mother, who can't even wrap dumplings, it felt like heaven and earth apart. Unbeknownst to him, behind Lu Chen stood Jing Hua, whom he perceived to be firmly grounded. You little rascal, what did you just say about me? Jing Hua exclaimed, startling Lu Chen. Mom, I meant to say you are in the heavens. While Aunt Wenjing is on the ground. Faced with the situation, Lu Chen felt compelled to sacrifice Aunt Wenjing to elevate his mother to celestial heights. After all, Aunt Wenjing was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Really? I find that hard to believe, unless you swear upon the happiness of your remaining life. Jing Hua challenged. If you lie, you'll be destined to remain a bachelor forever. Lu Chen was taken aback. That vow seems rather severe, doesn't it? You've never uttered a dishonest word. What is there to fear? Jing Hua teased, deliberately ensnaring him. For the sake of my future happiness, I suppose I must take the plunge. Lu Chen conceded. All right, Mom. I admit I lied just now. I knew it. You never eat the food I prepare. Is someone else's cooking truly that delectable? She retorted. Why not try one and find out? Lu Chen offered a water-fried bun. I'm not hungry. She replied. Haven't you uncovered any clues from this? What clues? Could it be that something peculiar is hidden within? Lu Chen's anxiety began to surface. Jing Hua settled beside him. What I mean is, Aunt Wenjing is so kind to you. She must have intentions for you to become her son-in-law. If you seize this opportunity, once you and Yang Mi are together, will you ever worry about not tasting Aunt Wenjing's culinary delights? Lu Chen chuckled. So, to savor Aunt Wenjing's delicacies, I must marry her daughter? Wouldn't that mean Aunt Wenjing is losing both her daughter and her living expenses? I, being the hearty eater I am, require not just an extra pair of chopsticks, but an entire additional bowl. Such nonsense. You're not going to provide for anyone. Jinghua retorted with irritation. Mom, let's set this aside for now. The most important thing for me is to participate in the final episode of I Am a Singer. I aim to seize the championship title and take a significant step forward in my musical journey. Jinghua scoffed. Your musical journey is already impressive. Any further progress would take you to the heavens. Upon returning to his bedroom, Liu Ken sent Yangmi a photograph of himself earnestly enjoying a pan-fried bun. Upon receiving it, Yangmi replied, "It must be quite delicious." Liu Ken responded, "Indeed. However, I've never mentioned that my mom specifically made these for you." Liu Ken paused, surprised by her response. "Why? I have no idea. My mom suddenly decided to make some pan-fried buns to send to you. Then I truly must express my gratitude to your mother. Tomorrow, I will buy her a gift." Yangmi replied, "That's unnecessary. It's just a bun. Do I really need to send a gift to my mom? What should I do then?" Liu Ken asked, "How about this? You come over to my house tomorrow and help my mom tidy up the little garden in the yard." Upon hearing the mention of chores, Liu Ken, who was notoriously lazy, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Nevertheless, this time, he decided to yield. "All right, I'll come over at 9:30 tomorrow morning." Although Liu Ken made this promise, Yangmi held little hope. She knew Liu Chen's character all too well. 9:30? Don't joke around. If he manages to open his eyes by 10:30, that would be quite remarkable. However, the events unfolded beyond Yangmi's expectations. At 9:30 the next morning, Liu Ken, clad in some protective gear, rang the doorbell at Yangmi's house. She was taken aback to see him so thoroughly bundled. "What are you doing? One would think you're trying to evade the paparazzi." "I've taken every precaution against sun exposure, from my hair down to my feet. I guarantee I won't get tanned." Yangmi retorted, "There's a phoenix tree in my yard. It can block the sunlight. It won't be that hot." "That's true," Liu Ken replied, removing his sun hat. "But how come you're so punctual this time? Aren't you usually one to wake up only after your morning grumpiness has worn off? Isn't this a matter of fulfilling a promise?" Since I agreed, I must be on time. Being late is not my style. Yangmi responded, "Do you truly believe that? How many times have you been late since kindergarten? Have you forgotten your past attentions due to tardiness because life has become too comfortable?" Liu Ken shrugged nonchalantly. "Indeed, I have selectively forgotten those unpleasant memories. What remains are the shining moments of my life. For instance, I ascended to stardom as if it were the pinnacle. For instance, I strode confidently onto the award stage to receive my accolades. For instance, all right, Yangmi interrupted Liu Chen's words. "We understand you are quite impressive. Now, could you commence helping me tidy up the yard?" "Certainly," Liu Chen replied as he stepped inside. "So, what should be discarded? Just pull out those weeds and leave the flowers. Then, a little watering will suffice. That would be deemed complete." "Oh," Liu Chen nodded, glancing back at Yangmi. "And what about you?" "Me? I shall oversee your endeavors." Yangmi declared. "What? You've become the foreman, while I am relegated to a laborer," Liu Chen retorted. Indeed. Hasten to your tasks. Otherwise, not a drop of water shall be offered to you." "How cruel!" "I protest. I shall seek the labor department to file a complaint. The door is over there. Quickly go and complain, and I want to see you off." Liu Chen glared at Yangmi, who was unable to contain her laughter at his exasperated expression. "You sly fox. You have always led me into traps. Now I have caught you, haven't I? And you have fallen into my trap just once." Chapter 98. Did you just remove my mother's beloved clivia? Thus, Liu Chen dutifully proceeded to water the flowers in the villa's small garden. Just as Yangmi had remarked the previous night, she assumed the role of commander, solely responsible for directing Liu Chen's labor while attending to nothing else. Observing Liu Chen diligently weeding under the sun, Yangmi retreated into the villa. As Liu Chen continued his task, he muttered to himself, "This girl has truly summoned me to serve as her laborer. Not even a glass of water has been offered. Is this what they call a capitalist? No, it must be the kind that would bring tears to a capitalist's eyes." At that moment, Yangmi emerged from the villa, holding 2 glasses of water. "Were you just speaking ill of me?" she queried. Lu Chen immediately denied it, exclaiming, "No, I was merely admiring the flowers in the garden." Aunt Wenjing's taste is consistently impeccable. Is that so? Why do I find that hard to believe? Yami responded, setting the water on a small table. If you're thirsty, feel free to come over for a drink. Indeed, this girl isn't entirely without consideration for me, Lu Chen thought as he resumed weeding. Suddenly, Yami let out a shriek. Startled, Lu Chen asked, "What's wrong?" "You've uprooted my mother's favorite clivia." "Clivia? Isn't that just a weed?" "Absolutely not," Yami retorted, rushing over. "You can't even distinguish between a weed and a clivia?" Lu Chen shook his head. "I'm no botanist. I can't tell them apart. What shall we do now?" Yami frowned. "At this point, we can only pretend nothing happened. Quickly replant the clivia, so my mother doesn't suspect anything." "Isn't that outright deception?" Lu Chen asked. Yangmi shot him an exasperated glance. "Well then, why don't you go tell my mother that you've ruined her favorite clivia? Let us see what her reaction is." But Aunt Wenjing has always been quite mild-tempered. She shouldn't be angry with me," Lu Chen protested. "That's beyond my concern. For now, let us just conceal the matter," Yami insisted as she began to replant the clivia. "You really have a knack for mischief," Lu Chen remarked. "I'm merely assisting you in damage control," Yami replied. "And you, ungrateful one, fail to appreciate my efforts. All right, I shall express my gratitude by treating you to ice cream this noon," Lu Chen offered. "But we have that at home. Why should I treat you?" She countered. "If you wish to treat me, make it something extravagant like durian or the like." Lu Chen felt particularly uneasy at this request. It wasn't that he was unwilling to treat her. It was certainly not due to financial constraints either. For Lu Chen, a durian costing several hundred yuan was merely a trifling expense. Chen could hardly endure that pungent aroma. The moment he caught a whiff, he felt an overwhelming sense of nausea. Yet, since Yami had already spoken up and helped him conceal a crucial matter, he had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well, let's head to the durian shop shortly." After the two tidied up the small garden, Chen gazed at the somewhat disheveled state of the garden, furrowing his brow. "Why does it look worse than before? I don't understand. Perhaps my mother is more adept at gardening." At that moment, when Jing returned. "Annie, Xiao Chen, what is this outfit you're wearing?" Chen replied, "I came to assist Annie with the garden." "Well, you are quite diligent," Wen Jing said with a smile. "Why don't you stay for lunch today?" "No need, Mom. We've already made plans to eat out." With that, they hurriedly took their leave. Young Mi, fearing that Wen Jing would discover the mishap with the clivia plant, quickly pulled Chen away. Initially, Wen Jing did not notice anything amiss